Since childhood, Lee Han-soo had been confined to a hospital bed, his only escape found in video games over time. Gaming wasn't just a hobby, it became a core part of his daily life. But even this comfort dulled, new releases lacked depth, stories felt repetitive, and none of the genres, from RPGs to FPS, sparked his interest anymore. One afternoon, Han-soo stumbled upon a strange game called Dungeon and Stone, a retro-styled RPG with pixel art and no flashy graphics. It didn't look like much. Still, it was free. So he downloaded it. He picked the Barbarian character at random, expecting to quit shortly. Yet, as he explored the simple interface, something about the game's mechanics gripped him. Han-soo lost track of time. Hours passed. Despite the game's brutal design, forcing players to start over upon death, it challenged him like nothing else. Forming a party required strategy, and the difficulty was relentless. And yet, that very punishment made every small victory meaningful. For the first time in years, he felt excitement. This game wasn't just different, it was exactly what he needed. Lee Han-soo had started playing Dungeon and Stone casually, but it quickly consumed him. Despite countless outbursts over in-game failures, he couldn't walk away. No walkthroughs existed, and no one seemed to care about this obscure game. But Han-soo cared. He memorized traps, reran failed paths, and made a vow. He'd beat it alone. That promise carried through his hospitalization, his mandatory social service, and even into college and work. Years passed, but the game remained constant. He died repeatedly, always restarting with unwavering determination. The Barbarian class became his identity. 9 years later, he stood at the entrance to the final boss dungeon. The moment was surreal. Years of effort, frustration, and growth had led to this. He laughed, cried, and celebrated reaching the stage no one else had. The game asked if he wished to enter, warning him he might not return. But Han-soo, without hesitation, clicked forward. He hadn't sacrificed his youth just to turn back. This wasn't just a game anymore. It was the summit of a journey he refused to leave unfinished. Lee Han-soo didn't hesitate. After 9 years of struggle, he clicked yes to enter the final boss room. He expected defeat, but he intended to observe, learn the boss's patterns, and plan ahead. As he sat waiting for the game to load, he thought through potential mechanics, imagining instant death traps and unpredictable abilities. The screen changed, but instead of a boss, he was greeted with a new message. You have set foot in the abyss. Before he could process it, another prompt appeared. Tutorial cleared. Confused, Han-soo questioned the sudden change in language. Everything was now in Korean, despite the game always being in English. Then, light engulfed him. His body seized in pain as his surroundings warped. A voice declared, "Target confirmed, starting transmission process." With one final surge of energy, everything went black. When he regained consciousness, he was standing in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by torches, rough warriors, and an old man shouting instructions. It wasn't a cutscene. He was inside the game. Dungeon and Stone had become his reality. Lee Han-soo examined his new body. It was large, muscular, and unrecognizable. Yet under his full control, it didn't take long before he accepted it. This was his body now around him. A tribal ceremony unfolded, where young men and women were being called to the altar to choose their weapons and receive their warrior titles. Each chosen participant lifted a weapon, swords, spears, and axes, greeted with cheers and blessings. The ritual was clearly the game's prologue sequence, but to Han-soo, it now felt disturbingly real. As names were called, he watched carefully, trying to stay inconspicuous. The setting confirmed his suspicion. He stood in Dungeon and Stone, not just playing the game but physically inside it. The surroundings, the sequence, and the system were exactly as he remembered from the start screen. Then he noticed another barbarian who looked out of place, panicked, shaking. That fear wasn't roleplay. It was real. Han-soo wasn't alone. Others had also been dragged into the game, but this man's terror might expose them all. Lee Han-soo realized he wasn't the only one thrown into the game. Another barbarian beside him looked just as disoriented, another outsider. But when that man spoke out of turn, the atmosphere turned deadly. A dark figure appeared without warning and questioned who had spoken. Han-soo denied it instantly. But the panicked man was exposed. As suspicion fell on him, he tried to shift blame toward Han-soo. It didn't matter. A swift strike silenced him permanently. His head separated from his body in an instant. The lesson was brutal and clear. Terror surged in Han-soo's chest. Speaking carelessly could get him killed. The man was labeled an evil spirit, and just like that, the ceremony resumed. Han-soo now understood the unspoken rules of this world. Anyone from the outside, like him, was considered a threat. If discovered, they would be executed without hesitation. The conclusion was terrifying. He could have been the one killed. Now, more than anything, He needed to stay hidden, blend in, and survive. With a hardened heart, he took a step forward. As the ritual continued, Lee Han-soo faced a critical issue. He didn't know his in-game name. One by one, names were shouted, and warriors stepped forward without hesitation. When Bjorn, son of Yandel, was called, Han-soo took a gamble. Within seconds, he stepped forward, praying he guessed right. Any delay would have marked him as suspicious or worse, possessed. He held his breath under countless watching eyes. The moment passed, and no one objected. He felt relief flood his chest. Bjorn had to be his name. Or at least, no one else claimed it. Now he just had to survive under that identity. Hopefully. Bjorn, son of Yandel, stepped forward under the blazing firelight as the crowd watched in silence. The elder acknowledged his presence and instructed him to choose his weapon. Bjorn stood firm, confidence rising as he recognized the moment he had prepared for. Despite knowing barbarians were born without magical affinity, he trusted in their physical strength. Weapons of all types lay before him, blades, axes, hammers, but he bypassed them. He chose a shield, a choice that raised eyebrows. It wasn't strength he lacked, it was defense. In his previous attempts within the game world, he died too easily, even wielding mighty greatswords. Now with full clarity, Bjorn made a calculated choice. As he gripped the shield, the system recognized his decision, declaring the item optimal for a barbarian. Synchronization began immediately. Data logged, stats increased, and the path to becoming a true warrior officially started. From the dark corner of a real-world room, screens displayed his rising combat power, proving that this time Bjorn would not fall easily. The game was no longer just about power. It was about survival through wisdom. Bjorn, formerly Lee Han-soo, had once believed the Berserker build was the only viable path for barbarians, but every battle was risky and inconsistent. One day, a new strategy formed in his mind. Why not use a barbarian as a tank? Instead of a damage dealer, barbarians were naturally strong and durable. Though not commonly used as frontliners, they had the base stats to serve as one. He reevaluated his past failures and tested the tank role. To his surprise, it worked. Explosions and enemies couldn't stop him. He survived and cleared the stage with ease. It was the smartest decision he'd made in the game. No regrets remained after the ceremony. The new warriors had to enter the labyrinth, but first they had to pass through the city of Raffonia. The gates opened with thunderous force, and the horde of warriors charged in with loud cries. Chaos quickly followed. No one actually knew the correct path. Confusion spread. One warrior shouted he was lost, and blame fell on the wrong leader. Carrick stepped down after losing the group's trust, and Anar, daughter of Fenelon, took the lead. Her confidence rallied the warriors who believed she'd guide them correctly, but not long after, she too confessed she was lost. Panic spread again, and the crowd debated yet another leader. Bjorn quietly approached Anar, not to criticize, but to help. Whispering a clever plan, he pointed to armored adventurers heading somewhere with purpose. His logic was simple. No one would wear full gear at night unless heading to the labyrinth. Anar took the suggestion and acted fast, claiming she'd found the way. The crowd hailed her as wise, never realizing the true source of the idea. Bjorn watched silently, unimpressed by their gullibility. Still, it worked. The group rushed behind her, following the real adventurers straight toward their goal. Before them, the gateway to the labyrinth activated, its energy blinding. Bjorn, now truly inside the game, stood still. Once weak and frail in the real world, he now faced battle with a shield, a plan, and a second chance at strength. As Bjorn stood before the glowing portal, his thoughts spiraled. Entering the labyrinth was necessary, not just to survive, but to pay the Raffonia tax in Dungeon and Stone. Taxation was mandatory for adults, and failing to comply meant punishment. Fighting monsters in the labyrinth was one option. Working a city job was another. But barbarians like him were banned from those roles by design. His options were few. If he missed the portal, it would vanish for a month. Living on starter rations might buy him a week. But beyond that, starvation awaited. His mind knew what to do, but fear kept his feet planted. Anar snapped him out of his spiral. She reminded him that they were the last two left. The gate was shrinking. Bjorn urged her to go first, masking his fear with calm. Before vanishing into the light, she turned, thanked him, and stepped into the unknown. The countdown continued, but Bjorn remained frozen. As the gate dwindled behind her, Anar admired Bjorn's wisdom, asking how a barbarian could be so clever. Bjorn dismissed it, offering a simple answer: think before acting. Internally, he knew her praise was misplaced, but didn't correct her. Then, unexpectedly, she asked if he feared death. Her honesty struck him. She admitted she was terrified, but reminded him they were warriors. Death would come if they didn't fight. That truth resonated deeply. They weren't fearless, they simply had no other choice. In that moment, Bjorn understood. With a nod, she entered the gate. Bjorn stood alone, heart pounding. If he missed this chance, survival would become nearly impossible. Fear paralyzed him, but her words gave him strength. Barbarians weren't born brave, they became brave by necessity. Clenching his shield, he ran. The portal flickered, seconds from closing. This was no longer just a game. With the body of a barbarian and the mind of a player who had learned through countless failures, he vowed to survive. Bjorn arrived alone in the dimly lit crystal cave, the first floor of the labyrinth. Surrounded by dripping echoes and darkness, he stood alert, gripping his shield tightly. Confused and tense, he muttered, unsure where he truly landed. Bjorn believed his deep experience with dungeon and stone, paired with the barbarian's strength, would be enough to ensure survival. However, as he explored the cave, darkness clouded his expectations. The area didn't match what he remembered. Unlike his past knowledge, the walls emitted no light. He realized he had been dropped into a shadowed zone. Assuming the mechanics had changed, he attempted to summon menus like the status or inventory screen. But none appeared. There were no system prompts. This wasn't a game anymore. Forced to adapt, Bjorn cautiously moved forward in the darkness, unsure of what lay ahead. His slow advance was suddenly interrupted by a gut-wrenching scream. Moments later, he stumbled onto a horrific scene. A brutal goblin trap had been triggered. He realized too late that he had stepped on one himself. Pain surged through his body as the trap's spikes pierced his legs. He fought back a scream, biting down hard to stay quiet. Bjorn endured the pain of the goblin trap, forcing himself to stay silent. He knew that making noise could attract worse. The goblin that set the trap might be nearby, waiting for him to collapse. Though unsure if he was being watched, he prepared for the worst. His instincts screamed caution. He assumed the goblin was lurking in the shadows, observing his weakness. His priority shifted to survival, removing the trap and forcing himself to move. He limped through the dark, readying his shield. The poison spread, paralyzing one foot, making movement difficult. He taunted the darkness, trying to lure the enemy. His voice echoed, uncertain whether it was strategy or desperation. Each step dragged as he questioned if he was hallucinating. Still, he refused to stand still. Then came the sound. A single footstep. A goblin had revealed itself, provoked by Bjorn's insults. It wasn't just strategy anymore. It was real. His eyes narrowed as adrenaline surged. He still couldn't see clearly. The goblin tailed Bjorn from the shadows, keeping distance while matching his limping steps. It waited, savoring his pain, anticipating his collapse. But Bjorn, wounded and alert, observed the creature's cautious pattern and hatched a plan. Suddenly, a rock struck his shoulder, an intelligence test from the goblin to confirm if he was truly down. Bjorn remained still, prompting the goblin to creep forward at the right moment. He sprang from the ground and swung, but his first strike narrowly missed. The goblin reacted fast, avoiding his attack with alarming agility. Bjorn didn't falter. He activated every ounce of his strength, charging with primal force. Their bodies clashed. Each punch he threw came with the weight of his real-world frustration and the power of a barbarian's physique. He overwhelmed the goblin, slamming it repeatedly, declaring dominance with each strike. The flurry of blows didn't stop until the goblin lay crushed. Bjorn stood panting, bloodied and drained. But victorious, for the first time, he'd survived a true battle in this world. Bjorn defeated the goblin and received a single experience point. Its body faded away, leaving behind a mana stone, the game's currency. He recognized it as Tier 9, worth just enough for one piece of bread. Exhausted, he chuckled bitterly at the effort it took for such a small reward. This world mirrored the game's systems, from monster respawns to towns full of players. But despite the familiar mechanics, the pain, fear, and blood were real. Bjorn now fully accepted the truth. He was truly inside dungeon and stone, and no matter how much it resembled a game, he would never forget.
Blood kept pouring from Bjorn's injuries as he pulled himself across the freezing, uneven ground. Every motion stung, yet the system continued announcing his bleeding condition, forcing him to recognize his deteriorating state. Agony throbbed through his shattered body, but he refused to fall. Though his body approached its breaking point, his mind clung tightly to survival. While dragging forward, he understood his reward wasn't treasure or fame. It was only the ability to keep moving onward. Numb limbs and fading sight tried stopping him, yet he continued, clutching the ground like it was his final anchor. His sole aim became reaching light, a symbol of life and safety. The cave's surroundings became brighter as he moved ahead. He believed this signaled progress, but reality proved harsh. When he finally reached an opening, a threatening illusion confronted him. Questioning his sanity, he wondered whether the figure ahead was real or another mental deception. Regardless, he advanced, refusing to yield to fear or madness. Eventually, the glow intensified. In the distance, actual adventurers appeared. Their presence rekindled his hope. He had endured the worst stage. Although the system still warned of bleeding, assistance was finally close, and with it, the will to persist burned stronger than before. A team of experienced adventurers encircled Bjorn, studying his injured form with doubt. One asked how a beginner reached this depth before them, while another pointed out his silence, mistaking it for pride. Bjorn, consumed by pain, struggled to speak or even breathe. Inside, he pleaded for them not to attack him. The group's leader turned toward their priestess, asking if she could restore him. Her refusal stunned everyone. She declined immediately, creating tension. Her rejection, though unexpected, caused the leader to change tactics, offering to heal Bjorn in exchange for a future obligation. Without warning, agony surged through Bjorn's body. A healing spell was forcibly cast, triggering unbearable suffering. Muscles burned as if dissolving. What should have brought relief instead unleashed intense torment. Still, he endured, screaming silently. Eventually the spell faded. Bjorn stayed conscious, barely kneeling upright. His breathing stabilized, but confusion remained on the adventurers' faces. The leader demanded explanations how a novice arrived first. Bjorn avoided details, saying he entered the labyrinth and simply ended there. Suspicion remained, but the leader suggested an explanation involving rare dimensional instability. Apparently, once every century, someone might skip floors. Realizing this offered a convenient excuse, Bjorn stayed silent, hiding the truth behind exhausted eyes. Bjorn quietly observed the party. Among them were a mage and a priestess, showing their high rank. The fact he experienced a rare event on his first dungeon dive, something even they hadn't witnessed, felt almost impossible. Still, he concealed his thoughts, keeping his expression calm. The leader accepted his story and dismissed him without further questioning, even waiving payment for the healing potion. Bjorn gave no reply. Inside, he understood that every second spent inside the labyrinth was as valuable as gold. As the group advanced deeper, Bjorn was left behind, though he survived. Being pitied left a bitter feeling. From afar, the adventurers discussed how fortunate it was that someone kind like Druss had approached the barbarian, not someone harsher. Their discussion became lighter, even teasing. Some claimed barbarians disliked assistance, and that Bjorn's behavior matched that stereotype. Despite their remarks, the priestess gave no clear agreement, simply watching quietly. As they continued, the group followed the trail of blood Bjorn had left behind. They commented on its length, unaware it reflected the extent of his suffering. Eventually, they reached a split path. Druss, the leader, skillfully guided them, having memorized the first floor's layout. His precise navigation placed them ahead of others, arriving first at a sealed gate. Something unusual waited beyond. A glowing portal marked the entrance to the next level. With confidence, Druss activated it, urging his team forward. However, something left behind caught their attention: a single sandal, abandoned near the entrance. Recognition struck them. It belonged to Bjorn. Nearby, they found a scorched path, evidence of a powerful energy blast. As they followed it, realization formed. Bjorn had moved ahead, alone, enduring what no normal adventurer could survive. Murmurs of disbelief spread among the group, but one member began understanding it. Remembering Bjorn's desperate crawl and his outstretched arm holding a magic crystal, they grasped his intention. Even while near death, he ensured the item reached them. Despite overwhelming pain, he never lost focus. Their earlier doubts disappeared. The group now saw him differently, not as a careless novice, but a relentless survivor. Druss stressed that such individuals weren't fortunate, they were dangerous. For people like Bjorn, death was never an option. Survival wasn't luck, it was pure, terrifying determination. After narrowly escaping death, Bjorn was compelled to relocate once more. The instant he returned to the dungeon, goblins assaulted him continuously. One after another, they struck without mercy, denying him any chance to recover. Though wounded, he repelled their attacks, knowing their methods were simple and their hiding places easy to detect. Even while managing them, the real issue existed elsewhere. Hunger had started affecting him. With each swing, his actions slowed, not from tiredness, but from lack of nourishment. His body demanded sustenance. Thinking of the priestess, who probably had provisions, he regretted not asking for them. Hunger began clouding his thinking. Eventually, he discovered scraps of food left behind by defeated foes. Having no alternative, he gathered whatever remained, suppressing his revulsion. His earlier choice to crawl along the ground might have cost him essential supplies. From 7 days' worth of rations, 5 had already been eaten. Bjorn carefully rationed what remained, chewing hardened bread slowly, savoring every bite like it was a banquet. Still, thirst began to rise next. Surrounded by crystallized walls, he wondered where water could be found. This world, unlike the game he once knew, offered no ease. The hunger system was no longer simple visuals. On a screen it had become reality. And here, failure meant more than retrying. It meant dying, alone in darkness. Bjorn pressed onward, exhaustion weighing on each step. He came across a group resting in silence, yet they gave no acknowledgement. One of them recognized him from before. But none approached to help, even while visible to them. He remained isolated. Taking a seat, he considered his situation. For someone nearly dead, lasting this long was remarkable. But another problem lingered: severe exhaustion. Rest was impossible inside a dungeon full of danger. He weighed his options: risk sleeping and rely on luck, or search for companions. The latter seemed more practical. Groups could take turns watching, defend one another, and offer some security. Yet every attempt to join others failed. Constant rejection, often driven by bias against barbarians, left him alone again. As hopelessness crept in, a strange voice called out. A man approached with a proposal Bjorn misunderstood initially. The phrase, overnight companion, carried an unintended implication, but it was actually a system role for safe resting. Understanding the offer was genuine, Bjorn accepted. This man Haas understood the rules and offered protection. For now, forming a temporary partnership gave him a chance to survive the night. Though awkward, it was a start. One step closer to lasting another day in the labyrinth. Despite the odd wording, Bjorn accepted Haas's offer to rest together, knowing sleep was essential. The arrangement, while unusual, followed a known mechanic for survival. Night companions ensured safety during rest. Bjorn went along with it, though the situation tested his tolerance. A coin flip decided who would keep watch first. Haas won and took the initial shift, giving Bjorn a pocket watch to track time. He assumed Bjorn lacked basic understanding. Rather than object, Bjorn observed quietly, hiding his annoyance. Though underestimated, he chose to remember this moment someday. It might prove useful. When Haas eventually slept, his loud snoring filled the cave. Bjorn found it absurd yet somewhat comforting. This wasn't the type of companion he expected, but it was better than being alone. While pretending to rest, Bjorn watched the time carefully, growing restless, waiting for his chance to sleep. Even when Haas woke him later and offered rest, Bjorn refused. Trust was difficult, not in this place, and not with someone he barely knew. To stay safe, he pretended to be deeply asleep, complete with exaggerated snoring. From a short distance, Haas observed him, amused. He believed the act and dismissed Bjorn as a foolish barbarian, unaware of the truth. He underestimated someone who had no intention of lowering his guard. Bjorn kept up his act throughout the night, snoring deliberately, pretending to be fully asleep. He hoped it might make Haas reveal hidden intentions. No threat appeared. Time passed slowly, but rest never came. Not once did Bjorn drop his guard. As morning approached, exhaustion struck heavily. Bjorn had not slept at all. Meanwhile, Haas had rested peacefully for hours. Regret settled in. Despite the chance, he had chosen caution over recovery. Still, trusting a stranger remained impossible. Until reliability was proven, he would not take risks. Eventually, Haas woke and casually greeted Bjorn, unaware of the long sleepless night. Their roles switched, with Bjorn now meant to rest, but he refused again, unwilling to relax beside someone unfamiliar. Even when offered additional rest, his instincts overpowered his fatigue. Just as a fragile routine began forming, a chilling realization hit Haas wasn't merely friendly. In an instant, the man raised his weapon. Bjorn, already alert, had anticipated this. There was no kindness in the labyrinth. His suspicions were confirmed. Trust, once again, had been misplaced, and this time, lowering his guard would have meant death. Survival required more than strength, it demanded constant vigilance. Surrounded by hostile intent, Bjorn remained steady, eyes fixed on the traitors, approaching through the shimmering dungeon light. Without hesitation, he launched forward, intercepting an ambush midair, and hurling his attacker aside. Blood splattered across his face as the skirmish erupted, and he stood alone, wounded but unyielding. Despite his injuries, Bjorn refused to fall. The sight of fallen comrades fueled his rage as he confronted the last remaining attacker, who had fled in desperation. The coward's panic intensified, but Bjorn offered no mercy. Each step forward was a judgment, his expression silent but damning. When cornered, the man begged for his life, stammering out justifications laced with greed and fear. Bjorn, however, demanded truth, not excuses. The confession spilled out he had targeted the barbarian solely for magic crystals and gear, valuing items over life. Disgust twisted Bjorn's face. He questioned the morality behind killing for profit, receiving no answer worth the blood already spilled. Pressed again, the traitor added the barbarian's shield as another motive, still clinging to survival. Bjorn saw through the deception and struck with precision. No longer willing to tolerate lies, he issued one final warning: speak honestly, or pay the price. The coward trembled, faced with the wrath of a warrior who would not forgive betrayal. The man's trembling voice revealed a darker truth. Barbarian hearts were now commodities, harvested and sold at high prices. Bjorn stared, stunned by the revelation. It wasn't just for crystals or gear. The real motive was alchemical. His heart was worth more than his life, a rare ingredient for some arcane spell. What once seemed like senseless greed was in fact a calculated hunt. Realization settled into the attackers. He wasn't a person, he was profit. Their betrayal wasn't just desperation, it was a cold transaction. The man who cowered before him hadn't gambled for survival. He had chased a reward, disregarding the cost in blood. As the truth unfolded, the man begged for mercy, scrambling to justify his crimes. Bjorn, however, had heard enough. There was no redemption in his eyes, only the weight of necessity. He knew others would come, driven by similar greed, cloaked in the same lies. Forgiveness held no place in this world. With one final blow, Bjorn ended the man's life. The silence that followed marked a turning point. Only a day after arriving in this brutal world, he had taken a life. Yet in that grim act, Bjorn shed hesitation and finally began living with purpose. Bjorn crushed a goblin with a single blow, its body vanishing instantly. The power surging through his barbarian form still surprised him. Though unsure of his full combat abilities, he realized that wielding this strength during battle made him feel almost disconnected from the body, like a passenger in a force far greater. More goblins emerged as the dungeon shifted. It was the second day, and monster spawns were intensifying. Armed with a new weapon, his battle stats had improved, and for a moment he believed his progress would remain steady. He charged in, slaying beasts with efficiency, but fatigue crept in faster than expected. Despite the strength, his stamina waned. Worse, the wave of enemies refused to stop. The dungeon seemed relentless, and each victory only triggered the next ambush. 10 minutes hadn't passed before another horde charged, shouting in frustration. Bjorn fought back, hammer swinging wildly. Though he cleared one wave, his body begged for rest. He hoped for even a moment's pause, but sleep brought no peace. A goblin ambushed him in his rest, slipping past his defenses. He hadn't sensed a thing. The sneak attack jolted him awake, eyes filled with fury. Rage ignited once again, and the barbarian rose to crush the next threat. Bjorn stumbled forward, bleeding and breathless. The last ambush had pushed him near the edge. He tended to his wounds and downed a potion, barely holding himself together. 14 hours had passed since he separated from Hans, and despite the exhaustion, he couldn't afford to stop. Barbarian hearts were now a commodity. He was a walking target. Determined to find safety, he ruled out teaming with humans. Their smiles were masks, and yesterday's betrayal remained fresh in his mind. Though now many sought him out, none earned his trust. They praised his strength, claimed kinship through race, but he saw through the manipulation. Humans only saw a barbarian they could use. Refusing multiple offers, he declared his intent to seek out another barbarian. When that failed, he considered alternatives. Elves were known for their honor, dwarves for their spirit. As long as the companion wasn't human, there was hope for a genuine alliance. After an hour of searching, a change occurred. Light flickered in the cave, and a figure emerged in the shadows. He approached cautiously. Sitting alone, injured yet composed, was an elf with silver hair and piercing golden eyes. She hadn't noticed him yet, but he had already decided he would trust her. Bjorn came across an injured elf deep inside the shadowy cavern. She crouched low, tense, her bow still aimed. Suspicious eyes locked onto him. Her silence and stance made it clear she trusted no one. Spotting the blood along her side, Bjorn realized the injury wasn't caused by goblins. Something more intentional had inflicted it. He cautiously asked if a human had done it, and her flinch revealed the answer. Even without words, her shaking legs exposed how weak she had become. Suddenly, she lowered her weapon and begged for assistance. Her voice trembled as she pleaded for mercy, mentioning a younger brother waiting for her return. Bjorn, caught off guard by such raw emotion, noticed how unusual warmth and vulnerability were in this harsh game world. Her reaction didn't match what he expected. since most characters here were distant and cold. If he had understood her true nature earlier, he might have handled things differently. Even as panic consumed her, Bjorn tried to reassure her. However, when he attempted to explain himself, she screamed. Certain he meant to harm her, her fear of barbarians clearly came from past trauma. Though irritated, he chose patience instead of arguing. Quietly, he offered Lyko leaves to treat her wound. Confused by his gesture, she questioned his motive. He answered that some actions don't need a reason, though in this case, there actually was one. Erwin eventually began tending to her injury after accepting the healing leaves. Still cautious, she agreed to Bjorn standing guard. He admitted to himself that forming a temporary alliance benefited him, but it wasn't entirely self-serving. She was wounded, exhausted, and far more vulnerable than he was. After completing her treatment quickly, Erwin impressed him with her efficiency. She appeared calmer now, allowing him to suggest proper introductions. Bjorn shared his name and background first. After brief hesitation, she revealed hers as well. The tension between them slowly began to fade. Curious about her fear, he asked why she reacted so strongly to barbarians. She paused before explaining the painful history of violence between their races. Bjorn realized her fear wasn't unfounded. It came from culture and trauma. She nervously added that she held no personal resentment toward him. With the situation easing, Bjorn proposed a short-term partnership. Surprised, Erwin asked if he meant staying together overnight. He clarified that his intent was purely practical. Still cautious, she asked him to swear on his warrior's honor that he wouldn't harm her, without hesitation. Bjorn agreed. Trust, though fragile, had started to grow between them. Bjorn corrected her habit of calling him Mr., asserting his name and age with youthful pride. He then formally swore his oath upon his warrior's honor, promising not to harm her. In response, Erwin did the same, invoking her tribal name. Both pledged peace for the night, forming a delicate agreement that brought them relief. Clearly exhausted, Erwin asked to rest first. Understanding her condition, Bjorn agreed. Though still cautious, she promised to stay alert, before slowly relaxing. As he lay back, Bjorn was surprised at how quickly he had grown comfortable with her presence. Just as he began to settle, her sudden shout startled him. She had unintentionally fallen asleep during her watch. Amused by her honesty, Bjorn handed her his blanket, urging her to rest properly. Her gratitude was sincere. Within moments, she curled up and drifted off again, watching her sleep. Bjorn reflected on the strain she had endured. Bjorn came across an injured elf deep inside the shadowy cavern. She crouched low tense, her bow still aimed. Suspicious eyes locked onto him. Her silence and stance made it clear she trusted no one, spotting the blood along her side. Bjorn realized the injury wasn't caused by goblins. Something more intentional had inflicted it. He cautiously asked if a human had done it, and her flinch revealed the answer. Even without words, her shaking legs exposed how weak she had become. Suddenly, she lowered her weapon and begged for assistance. Her voice trembled as she pleaded for mercy, mentioning a younger brother waiting for her return. Bjorn, caught off guard by such raw emotion, noticed how unusual warmth and vulnerability were in this harsh game world. Her reaction didn't match what he expected, since most characters here were distant and cold. If he had understood her true nature earlier, he might have handled things differently. Even as panic consumed her, Bjorn tried to reassure her. However, when he attempted to explain himself, she screamed. Certain he meant to harm her, her fear of barbarians clearly came from past trauma. Though irritated, he chose patience instead of arguing. Quietly, he offered Lyko leaves to treat her wound. Confused by his gesture, she questioned his motive. He answered that some actions don't need a reason, though in this case. Bjorn rose first, immediately noticing Erwin still lying beneath the shared blanket. While he tried to rouse her, she hesitated, keeping her eyes closed as though hoping the moment would last longer. His movement finally forced her awake, and her startled reaction revealed how flustered she was by their brief closeness. Bjorn quickly pulled away, aware that their temporary watch arrangement had ended the instant she opened her eyes. Erwin sat upright, nervous and embarrassed, fearing he planned to abandon her. Her expression tightened with unease, and she tried to explain herself before he made any decision. Bjorn listened quietly, realizing her worry came from the fact that she had nowhere else to go. Their partnership was never meant to be long-term, yet the situation around them continued to grow more complicated. Moments later, another group approached, recognizing Erwin. She denied any connection, but Bjorn understood the danger once she mentioned the symbol on their clothing. The emblem belonged to a larger organization known as the Crystal Union, the same group tied to the earlier threat against her. The revelation convinced him that the pursuit wasn't random, and that her circumstances carried far heavier consequences than expected. Despite his reluctance, Bjorn chose to hear her full story while they moved. She eagerly followed, relieved he hadn't left her behind. As they traveled, she recounted her first encounter with the hostile clan, and how she unknowingly revealed her identity during an exhausted moment. Only later did she learn that their leader operated openly within the labyrinth's first floor, making her situation far more dangerous than she initially believed. Erwin continued explaining how she escaped the Crystal Union's grasp, despite being hunted relentlessly. She recalled their pursuit growing increasingly coordinated, forcing her to flee through the labyrinth with little rest. Bjorn listened carefully, noticing how her injuries matched the desperation in her story. Her claim that they used message stones surprised him, since such devices had never appeared in the game he once knew. Their existence confirmed that this world contained many differences he still didn't understand. While they ran, Erwin described how the stones enabled long-range communication, allowing the pursuers to track her far more efficiently. Bjorn quickly realized that abandoning her now would guarantee her capture. However, he also wanted to know what reason the Union had for chasing her so persistently. His question made her hesitate, and she reluctantly confessed she had accidentally struck one of their members in a sensitive spot during her first escape. Bjorn's expression tightened at the revelation, recognizing how easily that alone could provoke a violent grudge. Before he could respond, Erwin stiffened and warned him that someone was following them. She instructed him not to look back, estimating the distance based on her heightened elf senses. Bjorn trusted her judgment, understanding the danger approaching. He immediately increased his pace and signaled her to stay close. Despite her reopened wound, she matched his speed without complaint, proving her determination to survive. Their situation had grown more complicated, yet both realized escape depended on maintaining their momentum and avoiding confrontation with whoever was closing in behind them. Bjorn pushed forward through the tunnel, noting how Erwin continued matching his pace despite her reopened wound. Her determination impressed him, yet the closing footsteps behind them forced him to evaluate their situation with urgency. The enemy remained persistent, and every second of hesitation allowed the gap to shrink. Bjorn realized that if their pursuer was using communication tools like message stones, then reinforcements could arrive at any moment. While running, he assessed potential outcomes. Eliminating the threat would ensure their safety, but taking a life carried consequences he couldn't reverse. Because of this, he needed more information before committing to a choice that permanent. He asked Erwin what she could contribute during combat, prompting her to reveal her archery skills and spirit magic. Her abilities aligned with what he needed, though her lack of real combat experience concerned him. Even so, Erwin insisted she could act when necessary, showing resolve stronger than before. As the pursuer continued closing in, Bjorn recognized they would eventually be overtaken if they remained on a straight path. He prepared a new plan, choosing to divert into a side route. Moments before turning, he instructed Erwin to summon her spirit. She responded without hesitation, calling forth a burst of flame to support their maneuver together. They veered sharply into the opening, hoping the sudden change would buy enough time to prepare for whatever confrontation awaited beyond the bend. Bjorn and Erwin moved into a darker section of the tunnel where the summoned flame offered their only source of light. The narrow passage forced them to slow down, yet the sound of approaching footsteps warned them their pursuer was still closing in. Erwin quickly expanded the flame to brighten their surroundings, helping Bjorn assess the upcoming terrain. A lone figure emerged from the darkness, stopping only a short distance away, despite having no direct line of sight. Bjorn realized the enemy had tracked them using sound, rather than vision. Acting immediately, he signaled Erwin to prepare an attack. Erwin lifted her bow and released a precise arrow, striking the pursuer before they could react. The threat collapsed silently, allowing Bjorn to confirm that the immediate danger had been dealt with. Bjorn closely studied Erwin, now equipped with enhanced gear. Her physical change wasn't only outward, her presence had grown stronger. While the adjustments appeared minor, they suggested a deeper strength beneath. Bjorn quietly assessed the usefulness of her upgraded equipment, and recognized that both her upper and lower armor had advanced. Interest shifted into planning as Erwin inspected a message stone. Bjorn instructed her on how to operate it, and with a decisive press, the item activated. What followed was a surprising transmission, a bounty announcement aimed at him, carrying an immense reward of 10,000 gold. Erwin's response was immediate shock filling her expression. Her fear was unmistakable. To calm her, Bjorn stayed composed. He quickly redirected attention to their objective, declaring their next target, the second floor. Erwin questioned the choice, aware of the risks, but ultimately followed him anyway. Moving downward, she expressed worry about the increased difficulty. Bjorn admitted the danger but argued that remaining near the entrance would lessen it. Their abilities complemented one another, her accuracy from afar, his power in close-range combat. Despite her doubts, Erwin accepted. The pair moved ahead, passing adventurers who observed them curiously. Bjorn, steady and focused, reassured her that he had no intention of abandoning her, despite the bounty. Erwin, though clearly uneasy, steadied herself and agreed to proceed to the second floor. Her quick decision saved Bjorn from having to convince her. From his viewpoint, assisting others was nothing unusual. It matched his own goals, especially when it meant troubling those who deserved it. The idea of helping while gaining rewards appealed to him. Together, they ventured deeper into the dungeon. Lacking a clear route, Bjorn depended on the dungeon's design. By following the shadows, one would eventually reach a portal leading upward. As they progressed, Erwin stopped him, indicating a goblin trap ahead. The threat was subtle. The goblins weren't visible nearby, making the trap especially dangerous. Bjorn had nearly stepped forward when Erwin detected it. At that same moment, enemies emerged from the darkness. Without hesitation, she dashed forward to confront them alone. Bjorn cautioned her against using her spirit abilities. Aware of the cost, Erwin agreed confidently and rushed into battle. Her strikes landed quickly, but more goblins began to appear. Arrows flew and blades collided as the enemies surrounded them. Meanwhile, Bjorn remained back, ready to step in if needed. Though surrounded, Erwin stayed calm and continued attacking with precision. Her movements showed complete confidence. She was determined to prove herself in combat, and she was succeeding. Erwin stood triumphant among fallen goblins, the fading spirit behind her disappearing. As silence returned, pride was evident on her face as she looked to Bjorn for his judgment. He acknowledged her effort with a simple nod, quietly impressed by her speed and accuracy. She had earned his approval. When Bjorn gave her the collected magic crystals, Erwin brightened with excitement. She quickly worked out their share and proudly mentioned her old teasing nickname. Confidence had replaced her earlier hesitation. She vowed to improve and keep pace with him. Bjorn responded neutrally, unsure whether to feel challenged or amused. As they continued, distant voices echoed another bounty announcement. The reward for capturing Bjorn had increased to 15,000 gold. Erwin heard it, her grip tightening around the message stone. They advanced further into the dungeon. Bjorn noticed the absence of traps and began to suspect hidden observers. Despite the growing tension, their coordination remained solid. Just as things seemed calm, Erwin warned him ghouls were approaching rapidly. Bjorn evaluated the unexpected situation. Ghouls shouldn't exist on this level. They might have wandered too far, nearing the dungeon's outer boundary. Observing their numbers, he realized this battle could be beneficial. More enemies meant more experience. He decided to fight. Bjorn rushed into the group of ghouls with overwhelming force, smashing the nearest one into the ground. Compared to goblins, ghouls were quicker and stronger, but their behavior remained predictable. Taking advantage of that, he controlled the chaotic fight. At the same time, Erwin attacked from a distance, landing accurate shots with her arrows. Notifications confirmed her kills. They moved steadily toward their objective and soon discovered a trail of blood. Erwin knelt beside it and confirmed it was recent. The sight caused concern. Bjorn recognized the strange red substance as blood moss, an unnatural sign. Further ahead, a goblin trap was set near a glowing portal. Bjorn paused, realizing how close they had come to triggering it. Beyond it stood the passage to the next floor. He recalled the last time he had reached this point in game and the painful memory of failing just before success. The portal shimmered with energy. Erwin noticed his hesitation and offered encouragement. Though surprised by her support, Bjorn steadied himself. They stepped forward together. As they crossed, the portal surrounded them in light. Moments later, they landed safely on the second floor. A message confirmed their arrival. The journey was still beginning, but this moment marked a clear success. Bjorn and Erwin were transferred to the second floor, hitting the ground hard within a thick, wooded region. Although the descent was abrupt, Bjorn regained his footing swiftly and assured Erwin he was unharmed. Their intact arrival proved the portal functioned properly, even if its behavior remained uncertain. The environment had changed completely. Unlike the enclosed dungeon of the first floor, this area resembled an open woodland bathed in moonlight. Bjorn noted that while visibility had improved, it also meant danger could emerge from every direction. Each region contained different monsters. North housed goblins, the east was filled with wolves, the west crawled with undead, and the south was occupied by large, powerful beasts. Erwin remembered fragments of the layout, thinking the routes would eventually connect to the third floor. Bjorn, however, prioritized figuring out how to exit. When the labyrinth's time limit ended, all explorers would be automatically transported back to the city above. Choosing to remain and investigate, Bjorn moved ahead with caution. Erwin stayed close behind, appreciating the forest's eerie beauty while staying vigilant. He cautioned her about traps hidden beneath foliage, and told her to follow exactly in his footsteps. Even though Erwin couldn't see the threats herself, she relied on his guidance as he pointed one out. Erwin managed to uncover a concealed trap by tossing a rock, proving her sharp awareness. Bjorn, briefly caught off guard, realized her instincts were keener than he expected. Though he didn't openly praise her, he silently acknowledged how reliable she had become. Her bright reaction to his blunt compliment confirmed his belief that she was easily encouraged. He kept his tone even, brushing it off as part of her duty, yet still recognized her progress as a true explorer. Erwin smiled proudly at the recognition, clearly motivated. Together, they turned their attention to clearing nearby traps to make the area safer. Bjorn explained that disabling them would widen their secure zone. Using stones, they triggered hidden mechanisms to neutralize potential hazards. Their teamwork improved steadily, and Erwin kept asking for feedback, hoping for his approval. Without warning, she stopped and reported goblins approaching. Bjorn quickly evaluated the situation. Although the enemies hadn't spotted them yet, he knew they needed to act immediately. Erwin estimated the number of enemies and their distance. For the moment, they remained concealed. With a brief window of time, they devised a quick plan. Bjorn decided they would strike first. Erwin agreed instantly. Silently, they prepared their positions, moving with practiced precision. As the goblins lingered ahead, Bjorn and Erwin initiated their coordinated ambush. She quietly took aim and released the first arrow. While it was difficult to confirm the hit, the goblins reacted at once. Their formation scattered, and they charged toward the pair. Bjorn stepped forward immediately to protect Erwin. She acknowledged his command and moved behind him. The enemies advanced quickly, their numbers daunting. Bjorn noticed how much more dangerous these goblins were on the second floor, faster, stronger, and more disciplined. Even so, something within him stayed steady. Facing a goblin warrior, fear never surfaced. Instead, a thrill rose inside him. His barbarian instincts fully awakened, and with a roar, he surged into the enemy line. Blows and weapons collided. Bjorn broke through the front ranks but soon found himself surrounded. With precise movements, he blocked attacks from both sides and struck back with fierce power. Still, the assaults kept coming. A blade barely cut across his face. That instant confirmed it. These goblins were far from ordinary. Their strength forced him to push beyond his limits. Knowing retreat wasn't possible, Bjorn tightened his grip and prepared to confront them directly. This was no longer just about survival. It had become a trial of resolve, and he refused to fall. Bjorn stood against the advancing goblins with unwavering focus. Erwin positioned behind him, prepared another arrow. Though encircled, he wasn't alone. Embracing their teamwork, he steeled himself for the next assault, holding nothing back. After defeating the goblin warrior, Bjorn earns a crimson magical crystal that emits a faint glow in the darkness. Compared with the effort required earlier, the rewards now seem significantly more efficient. Erwin passes him another crystal, pointing out its worth, and they continue moving without pause. Deeper within the forest, additional goblin groups appear once they pass the 3-kilometer mark. Among them, one carries a bow, an archer, hidden beneath concealment magic. Bjorn immediately warns Erwin, preparing himself for an unseen attack that could come at any moment. The goblins advance, and Bjorn meets them head-on with firm footing and his shield raised. Even while outnumbered, he stays calm, relying on his strength and past experience. Sensing a change, he readies himself for a sudden strike from the concealed archer. An arrow cuts through the air toward him, but his reflexes allow him to dodge swiftly. Noticing movement in the shadows, he charges forward with deadly accuracy. The archer collapses, granting Bjorn another experience point without delay. Finally, they pause to rest. Erwin exhales in relief and sinks down beside a tree. Bjorn volunteers to keep watch while she takes a well-earned break. Sleep overtakes her instantly, a clear sign of exhaustion and trust. Watching her rest so peacefully, Bjorn wonders if his presence gives her a sense of safety. Their patrol had lasted over 15 hours, pushing them further into the labyrinth. Along the path, more adventuring groups appeared, often moving swiftly in tight formations. He considered those adventurers more dangerous than monsters, driven by greed rather than instinct. Erwin, resting beside him, brought another concern. Her looks alone could attract unwanted trouble. With half-open eyes, she teases him, revealing she had been awake all along. A quiet chuckle escapes before she drifts off again, leaving Bjorn deep in thought. Time continues onward, as days blur together through constant battles and exhaustion. By the end of the 6th day, fatigue sets in, yet they remain determined to endure. Eventually, the 7th day arrives, marking the final chance to exit before the labyrinth seals. With less than 3 hours remaining, they begin their return, staying alert for danger. Fresh traps confirm that goblin forces have reoccupied the area. Scouting ahead, Bjorn counts roughly 70 enemies, including casters and elite warriors. Retreat is no longer possible, so they prepare for a direct clash. Encircled but steady, Bjorn surges forward, ready to break through the final opposition. With focused eyes and controlled breathing, he launches a fierce charge into enemy lines. Instead of scattering, he divides roles. Erwin targets archers while he handles close combat foes. His overwhelming force earns him the nickname, once said jokingly, Bjorn the Thousand-Armed. Confidence now visible, Erwin moves skillfully, firing arrows in steady rhythm. Bjorn remembers her earlier warning about another archer, and soon an attack confirms it. With the battlefield cleared swiftly, he offers her a rare compliment on her improvement. Unsure if her final shot connected, she admits her mistake without hesitation. Privately, Bjorn reflects on how much she has grown since they first met. Before he can dwell further, an unusual glow appears just ahead. They find a blue orb radiating softly, a rare monster essence. Bjorn instantly identifies it as a powerful item with strict usage limitations. Such a drop in this area is nearly impossible, which makes him uneasy. It feels too convenient. He thinks something about it seems off. Erwin jokes lightly, asking if using it would turn him into a goblin. Uninterested. She declines the item, leaving the decision entirely to him. Eager and impulsive, Erwin offers to take it since Bjorn shows hesitation. Bjorn remembers that the skill does not suit his build and is useless for a barbarian. As they discuss it, a group of unknown adventurers suddenly appears, shouting at them to stop. The newcomers begin accusing them, demanding answers for their presence. Erwin tries to explain, but tension rises quickly before she can finish. Without warning, one of them seizes her, throwing the situation into chaos. The essence reacts in her hand, and she activates it instinctively during the struggle. Shocked by her action, the others panic, insisting the item was theirs. Bjorn quietly steps beside her as she regains composure, tension hanging heavily in the air. Though enraged, the opposing group realizes they have lost their chance to claim the essence. Their leader hesitates, uncertain whether to attack or withdraw. Standing his ground, Bjorn confronts them directly, ready to fight if they advance. Loud footsteps thundered across the field as Bjorn and Erwin sprinted toward the gateway without stopping. While sprinting, Erwin looked back, wondering if the 4 foes from before were still chasing them. Bjorn cautioned her that even if they weren't following, they would probably reach the same destination. Those 4 possessed the correct numbers for a second. Floor assault. Bjorn figured it out quickly. Their actions indicated they were taking the same shortcut to down floors and avoid monsters. Suddenly, Erwin sensed goblins close. Bjorn decided they would keep away to avoid conflict. That plan broke quickly. Erwin yelled that the goblins were moving straight toward them. Bjorn realized they were being hunted by the monster's improved detection, active in recent days. Without hesitation, he quickly directed them toward another path, hoping to lose the pursuit. An arrow sliced through air. Bjorn protected Erwin right in time. Realizing it wasn't goblin made, he knew the ambush came from their previous enemies. They had drawn the goblins in and now stood ahead to catch them. There was no escape. Bjorn called for Erwin to prepare her magic. Responding swiftly, she activated a frost-based spell, icy power circling around her. A chilling aura burst outward. She was ready to fight. Bjorn handed Erwin a potion, trusting her with guarding the classroom exit during the fight. Without hesitation, he turned to face the goblins alone, preparing for a direct clash. He warned her to wait for a signal. There would only be one chance. His decoy worked. Rustling leaves and loud steps drew the goblins into view. Moving first, he struck fast, cutting down the front liners before they could organize. Judging their strategy, he guessed the enemy party would act once the goblins weakened him. A dozen goblins closed in, with 2 wielding swords, showing some level of training. He fought hard, but the lack of arrows felt suspicious until he noticed one flying. Archers had revealed themselves, catching him mid-swing. Dodging blades and arrows, Bjorn stayed agile. Using his shield and footwork, he couldn't afford to forget Erwin or the classroom's position during the chaos. Fatigue deepened as wounds increased. A sudden double arrow assault forced him into action. One came from a hidden crossbowman, the other, a goblin's shot. Bjorn raised his shield and blocked the deadlier one just in time. An arrow pierced Bjorn's shoulder, forcing him to retreat as the poison began affecting his movement. The wound crippled his left arm. He could no longer hold both weapon and shield. With a decision made, he kept the shield, prioritizing defense over attack, focusing on survival. He realized the real threat wasn't the goblins, but the hidden attackers. Although his hammer could crush goblins easily, it left him exposed to ranged fire. He chose caution, using his shield to defend while enduring wave after wave of enemies. More goblins rushed in. Despite injuries, Bjorn held his ground under constant pressure. A brief moment of calm let him reassess the battlefield and find his ambushers. 3 armed men watched from the shadows. Their trap had failed, but they were impressed. Bjorn called them out directly, confirming they were the same enemies from earlier. They mocked his strength, surprised he was still standing after fighting so many monsters. Their leader offered a deal hand over Erwin, and they'd spare him. Bjorn quietly laughed, knowing the offer was a lie. His defiance provoked them. The group prepared to strike together, swords drawn. They charged forward, treating him like a boss monster to be hunted. Bjorn noticed his left arm remained unusable, forcing him to rely solely on his right side while studying the battlefield. He realized a signal was needed for Erwin, something easily recognizable to anyone from this world. Raising his hand, he activated a bright flash of magic, creating a clear signal to guide her next move. Chaos erupts as Bjorn suddenly hoists an opponent and hurls him overhead without pause. Relying on the hidden ally's cue, he acts quickly, moving before hesitation can take hold. The airborne body slams into 2 enemies, dropping them with ruthless precision. Blades collide mid-rush. A formidable foe halts Bjorn's advance with overwhelming strength. Standing firm, he weighs the danger. Retreat is not an option. His mind races. The opponent hadn't been fooled by the earlier predictive chain after all. A radiant object falls from above, capturing attention with its strange glow. Realization strikes. This has to be Erwin's action, part of a larger strategy. Bjorn steadies himself, prepared as enemies redirect their focus toward him. A shield bearer steps in, stopping him and mocking with arrogant ease. Bjorn frowns, understanding their aim was to hinder Erwin from the beginning. Foes close in. He knows he cannot fight them all by himself. Accepting the price, he gives up his left arm to land a decisive hit. Agony surges through him, yet he presses forward toward the red-haired enemy. His strike connects cleanly. A ruined arm, traded for a killing blow, an even bargain covered in blood. The foe whispers "monster" before falling under Bjorn's crushing grasp. Without delay, Bjorn flings the body aside, clearing the way with brute force. His momentum builds as he charges through the haze, closing the gap without pause. Amid clashing weapons, Bjorn signals Erwin to release the prepared assault. Fire erupts behind enemy ranks, spreading chaos and breaking their formation. The ambush succeeds. Erwin's timing shifts the battle's flow in their favor. Suddenly, one enemy breaks off, moving toward Erwin's location. Pursuing him would weaken their line too much and risk collapse. Instead, Bjorn stands his ground, trusting Erwin to handle it alone. Another attacker jumps in, but Bjorn reacts first with a savage counter. The opponent hits the ground hard, no longer a danger. Ahead, the final fighter stands heavily armored and clearly seasoned. A rapid dual attack comes from both sides, forcing Bjorn to adapt instantly. Rather than strike head-on, he feigns an opening swing to lure a reaction. The ploy works, and his next strike breaks past the shield user's guard. Injured yet determined, Bjorn exhales, his blood-soaked body still ready for battle. He lunges forward relentlessly, delivering a crushing strike that pierces his enemy's defense. Refusing to yield, he unleashes a final barrage, driven by sheer will and fury. Silence falls as Bjorn stands amid the wreckage, blood dripping from his hands. Erwin and the elf girl arrive, calling out urgently at the sight of him. Their presence confirms that both fights are finished, and they survived. Worried, the elf quickly offers a potion and urges him to drink immediately. Though taken aback by her urgency, Bjorn listens as she explains the poison's effects. After a short pause, he drinks it. Bracing as heat spreads through his body, pain surges through every nerve as the liquid courses violently inside him. With effort, He checks the time. Only 10 minutes remain before the floor closes. There is no time left for rest or healing. Acting quickly, Bjorn orders Erwin to prepare while they collect supplies. Together, they rush toward the glowing portal as time slips away. At the last moment, they leap through just before it shuts, escaping by inches. The group dives through as time expires, barely avoiding disaster. Bright energy envelops them as the system confirms their arrival on the first floor. Landing safely, they steady themselves, surprised by the intensity of the transition. While the elf celebrates, Bjorn stays focused, noting only 30 seconds remained. She reminds him of a promise made earlier. Something tied to the essence. He brushes it off for now, insisting they discuss it once they are safe. With little time left, Bjorn orders the team to focus on the Black Walker. The labyrinth begins sealing as the system prepares their return. Moments later, Bjorn opens his eyes. He has returned once more to Raffonia. At the central plaza, numerous adventurers returned, attracting attention with their victorious aura and battered equipment. Unlike inside the dungeon, time flowed differently here, forcing them to adapt to the city's pace. A booming voice cut through the crowd, calling out to Bjorn, identifying him as Jandal's son. Karaka was soon encircled as companions hurried to welcome him, each relieved he survived. His reputation increased, with fighters commending his courage. The atmosphere grew lively as many proclaimed their desire to prove themselves using magic stones. Bjorn remained toward the rear, silently watching the crowd while gripping his bulky sack of spoils. Nearby, the clerk revealed totals one fighter had exceeded 40,000 stones, causing gasps among listeners. Karaka's name echoed again, hailed as a genuine warrior by those amazed by his outcome. Without speaking, Bjorn advanced and dropped his weighty bag, leading to rapid calculations. The final number shocked everyone: 182,473 stones, greatly surpassing earlier results. Stunned whispers spread. Bjorn had shattered every known record with a single turn-in. Cheers burst forth as his name rang out, voices rising in awe and disbelief. He lifted his weapon high, boldly declaring his supremacy among warriors. Guards stepped in to ease the commotion, urging silence. As the tension gradually eased, people shifted and murmured as adventurers passed through the square, attracting attention from nearby spectators. Choosing to stay unnoticed, Bjorn followed behind the other barbarians, curious about where they would go. Seeing someone unexpected, he stopped, his gaze fixed on a silver-haired woman with strong confidence. Erwin stood firmly surrounded by others, her presence commanding more than simple notice. While Bjorn observed quietly, jealousy emerged. She laughed freely among mages, while he remained alone. Their eyes met briefly. Bjorn took the chance, suggesting they meet later with firm, direct words. The women beside her reacted instantly, wary and startled by Bjorn's familiarity with Erwin. Questions arose, yet Erwin brushed them aside, clearly surprised, and slightly flustered by the meeting. Others began doubting him, believing no real warrior should be close to someone of her status. He turned away, tension rising, surrounded by whispers, questioning his identity and power, resolute to prove himself. Bjorn vowed to silence them through action in the next expedition. Meanwhile, joyful reunions occurred. Sons returned, brothers embraced, emotions spread across the square. Yet happiness was not shared by all. Not every adventurer returned from the labyrinth's depths. Sorrow filled the spaces where warriors once stood. Families cried, friends shouted. Hope broken, amid the grief. Bjorn walked ahead, blood-stained, silent, and alive. Facing real sorrow in person, instead of pixels, left Bjorn with an unfamiliar sense of unease. Cheers for celebration echoed as mugs were lifted, and the tavern erupted into wild drinking across the hall. Bjorn stayed still, watching the chaos with quiet disbelief. Remaining with the barbarians had a goal he had hoped for: knowledge or growth, not celebration. Now surrounded by noise, he wondered whether staying here brought any benefit. With that thought, he stood to leave, surprising everyone with his sudden departure. Outside, the breeze was soft and laughter drifted from rooftops above the stone roads. This calmness felt unreal compared to the blood-filled chaos of the dungeon below. Around him, ordinary citizens moved freely, protected by rules and routine. Here, even collapsing might lead someone to help. An unimaginable kindness underground. Though rough, this world offered comfort that Earth never did. Later, steam enveloped his body as he soaked, tension easing away. Fresh from the bath, he stepped into warm light, briefly at ease. Though rested, a quiet ache returned as he lay down. Above everything, he still longed to return home. Night approached as Bjorn checked the time, preparing to leave for his arranged meeting. He remembered leaving the labyrinth at noon and realized the day had gone quicker than expected. On his way out, he heard from an older man that the Black Whale Tavern no longer stood. Despite that, Bjorn moved toward the area, determined to verify the place himself. He soon discovered a new tavern standing where the old one once operated. Upon entering, he was loudly welcomed as patrons recognized him, pointing him toward Erwin's table. However, instead of Erwin, her older sister confronted him, clearly judging his motives. She introduced herself firmly, mentioning her relation to Erwin while observing Bjorn closely. The woman demanded an explanation, asking why a barbarian wished to meet a young girl at night. Inside a bustling tavern, disapproving gazes trail Bjorn as he walks in, whispers about his disappearance spreading quickly. A pale-haired woman approaches him with a cold tone, accusing him of vanishing right after their labyrinth mission. Instead of responding, he silently returns her stare, attempting to understand what he had missed. The revelation strikes him hard. He had been unconscious for an unbelievable 30 hours after exiting the dungeon. Shocked by the duration, Bjorn struggles to comprehend how so much time slipped away unnoticed. He realizes then that his recovery wasn't miraculous. He had simply slept far too long, with nothing to justify himself. Bjorn bows his head and apologizes, admitting he had been asleep. The women exchange surprised looks, clearly not expecting humility from someone they view as a brute. Avoiding further interrogation, he tells them to ask Erwin about the actual reason. A cutting remark follows, mocking his barbarian heritage, and labeling him reckless and undeserving. They warn him that if he plans to remain, he must consider Erwin's future seriously. Without arguing back, Bjorn produces a heavy pouch, Erwin's full earnings, carefully counted. Even so, doubt remains. The woman refuses to accept the money. Unshaken, Bjorn turns toward Erwin and asks for his opinion. Erwin confirms that their agreement was completed once the essence objective was achieved. Bjorn reacts with disbelief as the elf casually accepts the reward division without objection. Her cheerful expression fades as she realizes too late that Erwin will be leaving her party. Lowering her eyes, she apologizes quietly, burdened by the sudden turn of events. They explain that sending Erwin alone was customary practice, not negligence. Though he outwardly accepts it, Bjorn internally notes that Erwin had never truly lacked support. Rather than press the issue, he shifts focus to the reward, pointing out missing stones. The woman hesitates when questioned about the shortage, pretending she simply forgot. Bjorn quickly understands, suspecting a deliberate attempt to lessen his portion. Growing cautious, he mentally acknowledges the prejudice behind her subtle actions. Before standing, Bjorn states he still wishes to speak with Erwin privately. She thanks him for escorting her and politely releases him from further responsibility. Suddenly, another member insists on a vow. Bjorn must not sleep with Erwin. After a short pause, he raises his hand and agrees without resistance. He swears by a warrior's honor, though inwardly he scoffs at the custom. With the oath accepted, the silver-haired woman departs, satisfied with her condition. As she leaves, she recalls one final matter. In a composed voice, she thanks Bjorn for saving Erwin, addressing him as Jandal's son. Bjorn exhales softly, while Erwin wonders if speaking up earlier had been the right move. Her concern fades when Bjorn assures her that her sister didn't appear upset. Though grateful, Erwin admits she has already chosen to follow her sister. Understanding this, Bjorn remarks he wouldn't trust someone eager to carry him either. After counting carefully, Bjorn hands over 63,000 stones, his exact share of the loot. Erwin mentions she stored the others' belongings at her home, offering to show him later. He notices how she avoided his real question while still addressing his concern. Wanting to repay him, Erwin struggles to think of something suitable. Meanwhile, Bjorn reflects on the strange condition imposed by her sister. Instead of money, she offers to share her first drink, something highly meaningful among fairies. The gesture puzzles him until she explains its cultural significance. Muttering a delayed thanks, Bjorn awkwardly accepts the emotional weight. Then she casually admits it wasn't actually her first, leaving him stunned. Bjorn casually mentions that it was also his first time entering the labyrinth. A feast is set before them, marking a well-deserved celebration. Erwin compliments his performance, and they toast their success with raised mugs. Empty dishes pile up as they continue eating and drinking at ease. Erwin remarks on his outfit, while Bjorn quickly brushes it off with sarcasm. He changes the subject, reminding her of her earlier wish to repay him. Lowering his voice, Bjorn says it's unsafe to discuss it there due to security concerns. Erwin pauses, then quietly suggests moving somewhere more private. With a smile, she agrees to go to his room, misunderstanding his intention. Within the dim chamber, Bjorn tries to test Erwin's flexibility, using controlled, yet firm motions. Strain builds as her body tightens. A sharp crack reveals something has gone wrong. Recognizing his mistake, Bjorn immediately withdraws, realizing how easily his immense strength exceeds normal limits. Erwin exhales sharply, but insists she is all right, claiming she can go on. Unsettled, she inspects her arm while Bjorn silently notes how limited flexibility is without system stats. Interested, he confesses his goal was to measure the difference between game mechanics and reality. In Dungeon and Stone, adventurers manage 3 primary attributes: body, mind, and ability. Increasing body enables heavier equipment and greater physical power, vital for survival. Bjorn's elevated stats explain his edge, knowledge gained by watching countless others fail. Among every attribute, obsession remains uncertain, appearing only after acquiring Erwinate's essence. Erwin speculates whether behavioral changes, like impatience or sudden cravings, are tied to it. Bjorn remembers craving cookies, something he previously disliked. Maybe obsession reshapes desires. He wonders if more hidden attributes exist. Before he can think further, Erwin quietly admits she is exhausted. Although curious, Bjorn sets it aside, deciding rest matters more. Sleep ends abruptly as Bjorn opens his eyes, troubled by a lingering thought. A warning from Erwin's sister returns. He was told not to sleep beside her. Watching her sleep peacefully, he concludes the warning likely meant something different. Spread before them are the spoils, shields, bows, and valuable equipment from their journey. Erwin asks for a leather outfit and belt, eager to take her portion. At the market, a trader proposes 350,000 stones for part of their goods. The total earnings from sales reach nearly 180,000 stones. A fair outcome adding previous gains. Bjorn totals 145,000 stones overall. Even after deducting Erwin's share, it exceeds what he earned in his first run. Confidence grows as he sees it as a promising beginning. Erwin is surprised when Bjorn casually suggests parting ways. Instead of separating, they move together toward the plaza, through busy morning streets. A disturbance blocks their path. Something serious has gathered the townsfolk. It is revealed to be a public execution, declared by stern officials. Shockingly, those condemned are not killers, but people guilty of minor, unclear offenses. The crowd watches uneasily as authorities announce the prisoners failed to pay taxes. The city defends the punishment, claiming it is necessary to maintain dungeon defenses. By their reasoning, those who cannot contribute are eliminated to protect stability. Before Bjorn can react, citizens rush forward to soak bread in the blood. Erwin explains many believe consuming it brings fortune for the coming year. When Bjorn asks about taxes, she explains non-humans must first pay 700,000 stones. She adds that in the second year, the amount increases to 800,000 stones. The rising cost reflects the game system, forcing explorers to progress quickly. Failure, Bjorn realizes, could lead him to the same fate as the executed. To avoid that end, he resolves to reach at least the 6th floor. Inside the library, he notices how different it appears compared to the incomplete version in-game. Whispers spread as people are surprised to see a barbarian studying among scholars. Nearby, a blonde noblewoman is asleep over an open book. Bjorn recognizes her and wonders why she is alone here. Once awake, she quickly identifies him as Jandal's son, greeting him confidently. Her loud greeting echoes through the room, drawing attention. Though caught off guard, she explains she followed his advice to think before acting. With books scattered around her, she admits she came to gain knowledge through study. Bjorn suspects her attitude changed after something serious occurred in the labyrinth. Rather than brag like other barbarians, she now tries to understand more deeply. Since reading is difficult, she plans to visit the shrine to learn from elders. Before leaving, she recalls her promise to repay him if they survived. Sincerely, she offers her help whenever he might need it. Bjorn accepts, reminding her not to forget, knowing her aid could be valuable. Left alone, Bjorn wonders how to find the right book in such a massive library. Seeing a serious-looking girl nearby, he assumes she knows how things work. After clearing her throat, she responds calmly, offering her help without hesitation.
While surveying the chamber, Bjorn casually looked around for a book, unaware of what had initiated the incident. An abrupt surge of radiant magic erupted from the woman, surrounding the area with symbols and power. Taken by surprise, he felt his body responding oddly, as though the spell had changed something within him. After entering the library, dim lights began to flicker, gently directing his path toward the proper shelves.
He naturally extended his hand toward a crimson-bound book, compelled by a force he couldn't understand. The pages detailed a world's downfall, with a single stronghold enduring amid total devastation. Magic designed to defend humanity had instead formed a lethal, warped maze over the years. A second volume appeared, revealing dimensions beyond understanding and the threats they contained. As he read further, Bjorn realized each story held concealed meaning, gradually exposing forgotten truths. Without clarification, the following book depicted recurring deaths linked to a warrior's inevitable demise. It described him as the core of the game, defining his death as a break in time. Bjorn started to believe the writings were pointing toward his own involvement in future events. Elsewhere, a knight struggled to remember unclear cautions from an enigmatic blonde woman. One vanished girl, perhaps unknowingly, had disturbed the natural course of time. Embracing the reality, Bjorn understood everything led back to him, and that this place was no accident. 3 days had already gone by since Bjorn departed from the labyrinth. Lying in bed, he calculated the time until the next entry. Just 27 days remained. Instead of postponing, he decided to start searching for a new companion the next day. A sudden knock broke his rest as heavy pounding echoed loudly through the chamber. Outside waited Erwin, shouting his name urgently, her voice filled with excitement. Before he could respond, green energy spiraled around her, lighting up the corridor. She announced her contract had succeeded, proudly introducing the newly bound wind spirit. The hovering being circled around her happily, proving her statement was true. Spirit stones weren't inexpensive, realizing she used 10. Bjorn assumed she came from nobility. Erwin eagerly showcased her abilities, though the rushing wind instantly created chaos. A stern scolding followed, and the girl quickly apologized in distress. Within moments, the spirit tidied everything, restoring balance to the room. Although he acknowledged her achievement, Bjorn reminded her to concentrate on preparation. She paused, obviously reluctant to leave so soon. With honesty, she confessed she wanted him to be the first informed. Bjorn admitted she reminded him of old companions. Something about her felt familiar. Even if he didn't completely grasp it, their connection had clearly begun to form. Still, he clarified he would stay in town and welcomed her to visit any time. Daylight dimmed as birds crossed the painted sky, signaling the end of another day. The town thrived with life. Adventurers crowded the square, laughter ringing between structures. Upon his arrival, whispers spread as his name was quickly recognized by those around. Interested spectators murmured while someone suggested he spend the night at an affordable inn. He refused, explaining his purpose wasn't rest, but to meet someone in particular. The woman they spoke of, Anar, soon appeared, asking why he had come to find her. Bjorn calmly asked for a duel. He required real battle to refine his abilities. Though taken aback, Anar agreed to fight, cautioning she wouldn't hold back. The training grounds were active with fighters, yet their match would stand apart. Without hesitation, Bjorn gave the signal to start, determination blazing in his eyes. A crowd gathered as they clashed, weapons raised, tension building rapidly. He aimed to improve, but defeat was never an option. Even with injuries, Bjorn remained standing, clearly content with his progress. Einar, still steady, asked if he wished to end or keep going. Instead of retreating, he steadied himself as she struck again without pause. Moonlight illuminated the field as their fierce sparring continued late into the night. Exhausted, Bjorn finally admitted that assembling a party exceeded his finances. Hearing this, she casually questioned if he intended to face the labyrinth alone again. Rather than avoiding the matter, he proposed a clear solution, partnering with her. As he began explaining terms, her sharp voice cut him off midway. Perplexed, he wondered if his proposal had somehow offended her. To his surprise, she grabbed his wrist and spoke calmly she would place trust in him. A smile formed on his face, realizing she had agreed. Together, they set off toward their next goal, the Barbarian shrine, greeted by the elder. Both were recognized as returning fighters. Bjorn dismissed custom and immediately stated his goal. He needed the spirit seal. More precisely, the undead seal, a skill essential for conquering the labyrinth. In this realm, selected fighters are pulled into sacred domains ruled by ancient forces and strict laws. Fairies bestow pacts upon heroes, granting them spirits, while sorcerers call forth beings for combat. Among them all, only barbarians hold the rare capability to control the powerful and scarce spirit seal. Bjorn surprises the council by bringing up the spirit seal, a subject few beyond the tribe would mention. Instead of rejecting it, he clarifies he discovered the knowledge while studying in the city's library. Impressed by his effort, the elder commends both him and Anya for their admirable curiosity. The elder cautions that obtaining a spirit seal demands a heavy price of 800,000 stones. Without hesitation, Bjorn agrees to the payment, leaving everyone astonished by his resolve. He understands how difficult such a sum is to gather, especially with limited opportunities. Bjorn drops several sacks of stones, equaling the full required amount. He firmly declares he prepared in advance and anticipated this very demand. To clarify, he explains he encountered and took advantage of an injured fairy on the first level. By using her for harvesting magic crystals, he later transferred her essence to another. Her thankful sibling rewarded him, increasing his unexpected wealth. The story causes the barbarians to erupt. No one had ever tricked the fairies in such a way. As acknowledgement, the elder grants Bjorn 200,000 stones for his potential. Such kindness amazes everyone. Receiving that amount purely for promise is extremely rare. Instead of showing off, Bjorn confidently promises to continue growing, earning cheers from his companions. The spirit seal ritual begins with Bjorn sitting quietly, surrounded by mystical forces. Through a process involving magical essence, his body starts absorbing energy to create the seal. Due to this ritual, barbarians carry tattoos, clear evidence of completed spiritual binding ceremonies. Severe pain hits the instant the seal is placed, forcing Bjorn to grit his teeth, struggling to endure. He wonders if he must suffer this agony every time he uses it. Eventually, the pain fades as the system confirms his strength and recovery stats have risen. A soft laugh from the witch doctor confuses Bjorn as he offers his gratitude. Feeling uneasy, he chooses to leave before the situation becomes more uncomfortable. Outside, the moonlight welcomes him, giving a brief sense of calm after the trial. At sunrise, Bjorn goes to the market to obtain improved equipment. His recent practice convinced him that blades don't match his fighting style. Instead, he chooses blunt weapons, effective tools for smashing early-stage creatures. A durable mace draws his attention, and he purchases it for 220,000 stones. Then, he selects light armor costing 360,000 stones, balancing protection with agility. His purchases end with 50,000 stones left, just as Erwin waves and walks over together. They enjoy a quick meal before he heads toward the library. He studies until the afternoon ends, then visits a tavern to gather additional information. Although the food disappoints him, the conversations he overhears prove far more useful. As night falls, Bjorn trains intensely alongside fellow barbarians. Continuous drills improve his physical abilities, showing noticeable growth. Erwin appears again, cheerful and excited to join him for dinner. Despite the distance, she insists it's no inconvenience and stays positive. Later that evening, she leaves for her lodging while he quietly reflects. Soon enough, the steady routine makes time pass quickly, and an entire month goes by. Only 24 hours remain before the labyrinth opens again, marking the beginning of a new stage. Bjorn and Erwin arrive at the guild to confirm their participation. After placing their hands on the crystal, the cost is verified, 15,000 stones for both. During registration, they confirm entry by syncing their magic with the crystal. While the clerk handles their request, she explains how party slots operate within the labyrinth. Once accepted, Erwin casually suggests they eat before continuing preparations. During their meal, Erwin excitedly mentions their feast cost more than 800 stones. Bjorn hesitates briefly, but she encourages him to try it himself. Amazed by the flavor, she declares her resolve to work harder and earn more. Only 10 minutes remain before the labyrinth opens, and tension rises near the gate. One team rushes in, barely making it on time, earning admiration from the crowd. Their leader proudly announces their arrival, receiving cheers for their timing. As the portal stabilizes, Erwin reflects on the moment with nostalgic excitement. Permission is finally given to enter, and the crowd begins moving forward. Bjorn hesitates slightly, but Erwin pushes him onward, confident she will follow regardless. Only a minute remains before the gate shuts, and Erwin becomes restless. A nearby warrior signals that it's time, and everyone prepares themselves. Without delay, Bjorn and Erwin sprint into the portal as it begins to close. Bjorn regains consciousness in darkness as the labyrinth transfer finishes, alert and ready to survive. Visibility is limited, but his group remains calm while recognizing the area as the dark zone. Better prepared now, he takes out torches, confirming the environment remains the same as before. A surge of blue radiance burst outward as Bjorn activated the ritual with a decisive motion. Power twisted upward, forming itself into a steady portal, while the group observed its creation. After the gateway stabilized, Bjorn signaled forward and the system announced his level advancement. Their entry brought them into a barren expanse recorded as the land of the dead. Nothing in sight indicated life, and even the faint reverberations felt empty of presence. A sudden feeling spread across Bjorn's body, alerting him to a fresh energy flowing within. Status updates verified that his spirit attribute had increased immediately after finishing the ritual. System rules resurfaced in his thoughts, reminding him how abilities and essence limits improved with each level. With level 2 reached, Bjorn obtained access to manage 2 essences instead of a single one. Experience gain in this realm typically slowed greatly after surpassing a certain limit. Creating the portal served as an alternative, granting experience without depending on monster eliminations. The approach remained secret among them, as Bjorn demanded the knowledge stay concealed. Keeping attention low felt important, since abnormal growth might draw unwanted notice. A rope and torch were swiftly adjusted, creating what he referred to as Barbarian candle mode together. They readied themselves to advance, placing safety above speed. Shadows thickened ahead as Bjorn recognized the place as a known zone filled with undead dangers. A careful inspection confirmed no living beings, leaving only corpses prepared to rise. Understanding the threat, Bjorn steadied himself. Aware the terrain favored ambushes against reckless explorers, Anar responded first when a group of ghouls appeared, rushing swiftly along the ground. Bjorn evaluated their count, realizing their agility would complicate the encounter. Before he could step in, Anar surged forward, determined to take the front alone. She sliced through the ghouls with skilled movements, clearing them with impressive effectiveness. Bjorn moved behind her, noticing another entity drifting closer with a strange aura. Its form revealed a banshee, forcing Bjorn to avoid direct engagement to escape a curse. Anar faltered when the banshee's wail rang out, understanding how deadly the situation could turn. Bjorn pulled her back, shifting her focus toward an approaching cluster of skeletons. Together they adjusted, preparing to target the skeletons' cores for a swift end. Their synchronized strikes crushed the enemies, each defeat granting Bjorn small portions of experience. They continued north afterward, entering areas filled with even more undead. Soon stronger types appeared, including elder ghouls and heavily armed skeleton warriors blocking their route. Combat felt easier than expected, with few opponents hindering them during the first day. Bjorn's increasing power made a noticeable impact, his combat instincts becoming sharper. Rather than dual hammers, the single mace now fit his grasp, offering improved control and strength. He utilized the vest-like armor to move with greater flexibility. Losing some shield protection mattered little, as his offense grew with freer motion. Although the helmet lacked crossbow defense, it blocked most minor projectiles effectively. Enemies collapsed one after another, yet Bjorn was not the sole efficient barbarian. Anar rushed into battles with relentless force, shouting as she tore through enemies. Though unusual initially, her loud cries now felt like a natural battle rhythm. They gained consistent experience, each kill marked by familiar alerts. Recovery from his undead ability sealed wounds quickly, keeping him at peak condition. Soon after, the ground beneath shifted firmer, colder, and clearly more perilous. Careful steps followed as both sensed the environment change again. Cries within the darkness signaled banshees lurking nearby, their presence unmistakable. Bjorn issued a final warning that stronger enemies were about to appear. A strange howl echoed afar, placing both barbarians immediately on edge. Bjorn identified the sound as a signal tied to the arrival of a powerful foe. Without hesitation, he instructed Anar to strike its head core, the known weakness. The death fiend did not wait, lunging forward with tremendous force. Bjorn stood firm, absorbing the impact as the shock coursed through him. Despite their readiness, the creature's sheer strength overwhelmed them. From above, Anar descended with her blade, aimed directly at the weak point. Her attack connected but failed to break through. The weapon barely scratching the surface, thrown aside by a heavy blow, she regained footing with clenched resolve. Their combined might proved insufficient to halt the fiend's regeneration. Even severe wounds healed within moments, undoing all their efforts. That power body preservation rendered the creature nearly impossible to defeat. Abruptly, the fiend lifted its arm and activated a summoning ability. Dozens of ghouls surfaced, flooding the battlefield under its control. Now encircled, Bjorn and Anar braced themselves for a prolonged, brutal battle. Amid heavy rainfall, Bjorn remained steady above a pile of fallen corpses, staring upward at the massive creature. Certain the undead were gone, he yelled for his partner to complete the cleanup behind him. Without pause, he dashed ahead, torch in grip, aiming to hit the giant creature directly. His sword struck against the foe's limb, yet the monster's reaction was instant and brutal. Noticing footsteps nearing, Bjorn looked back while a teammate shouted out and sprinted toward him. While evading a retaliation, he readied himself for another strike as the partner moved closer in. Both fighters initiated assaults, yet the monster faced them with unending fury and keen claws. Bjorn cautioned against dropping their defense, yet blood sprayed as the creature struck viciously, pushed back. They gathered, realizing the foe's savagery wouldn't fade easily. A precise hit connected, yet the monster hardly reacted. Smiling through the agony, the injury closed immediately, exposing a terrifying regenerative power. Bjorn leapt back, shocked, as the enemy pushed ahead without stopping. Not only was the creature recovering quickly, but it appeared immune to permanent harm. Bjorn understood sheer strength alone wouldn't defeat it. It defied standard combat rules entirely. Calling for Einar, he tightened his hold, ready for a desperate next action. Einar's rapid thinking caused a change in strategy, focusing on cooperation over brute strength. Instead, rushing together, they attacked with accuracy, driving the death fiend onto the ground. Dust and rubble shot upward while the monster roared, refusing to remain down. Resolved to finish it, both warriors rushed once again with everything they possessed. Their actions were flawlessly synchronized, delivering strike after strike while smiling amid the chaos. A last blow hit clean, and the system confirmed the creature's defeat and experience earned. A big crimson crystal caught Einar's gaze, shining within the remains. Excitement vanished when they discovered it was worth merely 100 stones total. Despite overcoming a strong enemy, the reward felt ridiculously small. Einar playfully compared its worth to the cream bread at the tavern. Bjorn couldn't help but grin, finding humor in her food-based reasoning. They moved onward, laughing, choosing effort over gain. Fiends continued appearing, but their rhythm never faltered. Over 70 dropped by their hands, though few left anything behind. Even as pairs started to emerge, they adjusted with relentless focus. After bringing down one fiend, Bjorn and Einar drew the second nearer, planning to escape. Realizing they couldn't face both together, they turned and fled without hesitation. Since monsters never left their area, retreating became the smartest choice. They found a silent clearing, scanning the surroundings for signs of danger. Suddenly, 3 unknown figures appeared, observing them from a distance. Bjorn became tense, recognizing the newcomers as fellow adventurers, but cautious of their intentions. Without warning, Einar's stare silenced the group, her hostility undeniable. The men apologized and left quietly, intimidated by her presence. She urged Bjorn to relocate, stating bluntly that other humans couldn't be trusted. While looking for a new camp, they heard someone yelling for help. The cries didn't resemble a monster attack, it was clearly human violence occurring. Recognizing the tone, Bjorn concluded it was a killing in progress. They hurried to the scene, only to find several bodies on the ground. Among the corpses stood a red-haired woman, calm and composed. Her words and manner revealed the truth: she was a looter. Plunderers, infamous for murdering fellow explorers, now lay lifeless among the trees, their savage profession finally brought to an end. Despite the bloodshed, Bjorn faced no consequences. The labyrinth seldom bothers to investigate the deaths of criminals. From the darkness, a red-haired woman stepped forward, her voice steady as she spoke to the barbarian. Her presence unsettled everyone. She seemed far too composed for someone standing among so many corpses. With vivid red hair, a facial tattoo, and an old scar, she was unmistakable. Yet no one knew who she was. It was likely she made sure no witnesses ever survived her encounters. The fallen bodies were equipped with high-grade gear, indicating they operated deep within the labyrinth's upper levels. Most hadn't even drawn their weapons, showing how swift and precise the ambush had been. She mocked one of the corpses before shifting her gaze toward Bjorn and his group. Without a word, she drew a massive sword from a magic storage bag with effortless familiarity. Seeing her strength, Bjorn immediately realized they had no chance in a direct confrontation. Escape was their only option. As she called out again, he made his choice. "Run," Bjorn ordered, without hesitation. The group sprinted into the darkness. Retreat wasn't cowardice, it was survival against impossible odds. Behind them, the woman remained still, silently, watching among the dead. Bjorn noticed the delay in pursuit and used it to adjust their escape route. At a fork, they chose a less familiar path to avoid being predictable. But before they could get far, a group of armed strangers appeared, blocking their way. Trusting unknown people was dangerous, but they had no alternatives left. Bjorn quickly explained the threat pursuing them and begged for assistance. He offered his oath as a warrior as proof, and the leader reluctantly agreed. The man led them forward, promising to activate a concealment ability. Using a gnome's skill, he created a field that masked everyone within its range. Staying completely still, they depended entirely on stealth to remain hidden. Elsewhere, enemies celebrated, convinced their trap had succeeded flawlessly. Bjorn's body suddenly froze, affected by a status condition known as suppression. Struggling internally, he realized they had been manipulated into this vulnerable state. Breaking the debuff required him to take damage any injury would release him. Nearby enemies discussed his capture, unaware of his endurance. Focusing only on survival, he prepared for the right moment to act. One attacker approached with killing intent, ordered to finish him in a single blow. Bjorn steadied himself, knowing a small wound would cancel the suppression. The enemy lunged confidently, unaware Bjorn was intentionally allowing the strike. Steel pierced his body, but he shifted just enough to avoid a fatal hit. The shallow wound triggered his recovery, instantly breaking the suppression. With his strength restored, he countered in an instant, shocking everyone nearby. The surrounding enemies panicked as Bjorn broke free and fought back. Someone shouted for a man named Einar as the situation shifted. Bleeding heavily, Bjorn entrusted the rest of the fight to his ally. Einar leapt forward, cutting down several enemies in quick succession. Blood splattered as he overwhelmed them with raw power and speed. Riding the momentum, Einar pressed on without hesitation. Despite their victory, Bjorn collapsed from blood loss, barely conscious. His companions rushed over, shouting in alarm at the severity of his injuries. Amid the chaos, Bjorn earned an achievement. His personal stats increased. He reached for a potion, knowing the wound would still leave a scar. As he was treated, his companions remained cheerful, treating the injury as a badge of honor. Nearby, another group recovered their gear and prepared to pursue the escaping enemy. A sudden projectile cut through the air, catching them off guard. It struck one of them, a poison dart, with immediate effect. The red-haired woman appeared calmly, revealing she had observed everything from the shadows. Einar and Bjorn charged forward. Realizing they had no choice but to face her, without hesitation, she raised her weapon, standing firmly in their path. Both sides collided mid-air, each determined to end the battle swiftly. A swarm of fighters rushes forward, weapons lifted high, as Bjorn stands beside the hooded red-haired warrior. She surges ahead like a streak, cutting through the leading ranks with a fiery sweeping slash. Bjorn recoils as sparks scatter, her power and accuracy exceed anything he imagined. Confronted by her unyielding guard, one soldier changes strategy, believing sheer strength is his only option. He bellows and charges straight at her, shouting for Einar to attack while he restrains her. Instead, he falls instantly, bewildered and disarmed, his assault effortlessly countered. Close by, Bjorn notices their formation breaking apart faster than expected. Another enemy charges in, only for her to evade smoothly and strike with crushing force. He's hurled backward, crashing down as groans ripple across the battlefield. Einar bleeds heavily, angered, while the red-haired fighter walks forward calmly, gaze fixed on Bjorn. She presents him with a choice: surrender quietly or suffer the same outcome. Unexpectedly, she insists she never wished to fight in the first place. Her statement reveals remorse and admiration for barbarians, confessing a personal obligation. Though her tone sounds genuine, suspicion remains as Bjorn listens cautiously. Someone else warns him in a hushed tone this could all be deception. Bjorn, still on his knees, challenges her ultimatum, asking what happens if he refuses. Without pause, the red-haired warrior answers that she will kill him, stating it with calm certainty. Though uneasy, he replies firmly, swearing by his warrior's code to follow her conditions. She calls him unusual, cutting her palm as part of a binding oath. As blood trickles down, she turns toward the injured barbarian woman, asking for her choice. Despite fatigue, the woman shouts her defiance, rejecting the offer outright. Accepting the refusal, the red-haired fighter lifts her hand, ready to end it. Bjorn panics as Einar lies near death, yelling for a promise to spare her. Einar hesitates, but seeing Bjorn's desperation, she finally agrees with a solemn vow. Bjorn urges her to trust him, reminding her she once swore to follow his lead. Conflicted between honor and survival, she lowers her gaze before quietly accepting. From a distance, the red-haired warrior prepares to leave but demands a final answer. Bjorn sits beside Einar, drained, when the woman asks which floor they reached. The red-haired fighter replies cryptically, saying, "The truth," before walking away. They activate the crystal gate, disappearing together as she promises to return again. A blinding flash marks their arrival in the crystal chamber, as Bjorn supports Einar carefully. She winces in pain but brushes it aside, ashamed to admit weakness as a non-warrior. Bjorn reminds her that survival builds strength, urging her not to lose hope. Her eyes widen slightly. She admits, she understands, though not completely. Bjorn reflects on shame and thoughts of death, realizing survival may define a true warrior, even with safety and exhaustion. Sleep escapes him as his mind remains burdened by past failures. Memories return of a time he was spared when a blonde outsider offered him healing. Back then, the priest denied him help, and he drank a potion thrown at him like scraps, though thankful to live. The humiliation of that moment still weighs on him. He remembers always doing whatever was needed to survive, never daring to expect more. Even decisions made to protect others often resulted only in guilt and self-hatred. Now resolved, he admits he cannot continue living with that mindset. Bjorn turns to Anar, suggesting a dangerous plan that could grant real strength. Without hesitation, she agrees death is inevitable if they remain weak. With their choice made, Bjorn declares their next objective: enter the rupture and confront chaos. Bjorn and Einar continue battling through waves of monsters, gaining small experience from each victory. Amid the turmoil, they notice a structure ahead and realize this area is different. Despite the risk, they push forward toward a sealed mechanism, sensing its importance. An inscription mentioning a legendary sage confirms the place's connection to hidden game lore. Bjorn concludes the conditions match the game and prepares to open a rupture. Einar vows silence, agreeing to follow him without questioning his secrets. Using specific monster crystals, Bjorn activates a concealed system within the dungeon. The process completes, and the rupture erupts open with overwhelming force. Together, they jump into the blazing portal as a new trial begins.
Cracks tore across the heavens as the rupture ignited, ripping reality apart with a foreboding crimson glow. Levitating artifacts throbbed above the surface, marking the rise of linked dungeons called ruptures. Among them, the blood-stained castle emerged, a structure already nearing total collapse. Adventurers gathered before the ruins, alert yet ready for whatever awaited inside. Unlike earlier mazes, this one still had an intact platform, providing a rare entry point. All at once, footsteps rang out as a new contender arrived, capturing everyone's focus. Far below, Erwin struggled armed only with a dagger, compelled to face his own limits. He was given harsh guidance: fight without depending on spirits or ranged weapons. Though accustomed to teamwork, he was reminded survival required independence. Recognizing his mentor's ability, Erwin assumed he was progressing quickly above. Still, shortcuts were scarce. Accessing ruptures demanded risk and perseverance. Entry wasn't based on chance. Many veterans simply never had the opportunity. 8 months had gone by since the last rupture appeared on the first floor. Its return drew near, following the predictable cycle of emergence. With calm determination, Erwin was told he would soon outgrow the Barbarian himself. A sharp vibration filled the space, instantly known to Erwin as a rupture awakening. Hovering overhead, a jagged scarlet rift expanded, unstable, radiant, and ready to consume anything close. Without delay, they sprinted toward it, racing to pass through before it shut. As crimson energy coiled around them, both were dragged violently into the rupture's core. Elsewhere, another party arrived moments too late, left staring as the portal sealed behind. The setting shifted to a new area where strange explorers, dwarves, and mages had already assembled. Bjorn and his group touched down safely, surprised to see high-tier mages on the first floor. Despite the odd situation, the gathered team showed strong balance and skilled individuals. This was unusual. It was a rare blend of elite classes, hinting at something important. Alua, a self-assured 6th-rank mage, introduced herself with a subtle tone of arrogance. 2 others followed, a heavily armed dwarf named Mulkrop and a quiet porter, Tarjin. Their refined equipment and status suggested extensive experience and careful planning. Bjorn gave his name, while Awar openly declared her noble heritage. Doubt surfaced: why would such experienced figures venture into the lowest level? Both avoided specifics, loosely citing the rupture's timing. While Bjorn quietly inferred their shortcut method, Mulkrop proposed taking command, instructing the group to obey without hesitation. Though Bjorn stayed silent, he rapidly assessed each member's strength and motives. Before any decision settled, Iwar abruptly objected, altering the group's atmosphere. She confidently argued Bjorn should lead due to his unmatched power. Statements about his stamina and relentless training reinforced her claim. The others remained quiet as her praise intensified, calling Bjorn exceptional beyond compare. Flustered, Bjorn denied any connection, attempting to end the confusion. Alua calmly broke the tension, encouraging everyone to refocus on their task. Despite minimal introductions, she believed teamwork could succeed through sheer strength. She declared that she and Tarjin alone could overcome the upcoming trials. Without pause, she stated she would claim the Guardian's loot for her research. The statement immediately created friction within the group. Disagreement followed, as others challenged the fairness of her demand. She justified her stance, claiming magical study required priority over rewards. Still, no one was willing to accept receiving only scraps. Alua brushed aside objections and insisted the loot must support her research. At the same time, Bjorn argued that rewards should be shared fairly among all. Annoyed by the inequality, he stood firm and rejected favoritism. After a short silence, he proposed a compromise. He'd relinquish the rupture stone. In return, he requested 2 essences unrelated to the Guardian. Alua agreed to the deal, and the group advanced under those terms. They readied themselves to enter the dungeon, setting aside earlier disputes. Though tension eased, Bjorn saw through the hidden intentions behind their smiles. He vowed to grow stronger and rise through the ranks, no matter the cost. Crimson Castle features 4 deadly chapters, each increasing in challenge and threat. At its entrance, a massive drawbridge stands, guiding challengers toward the towering stone stronghold. Far inside, the route twists through a subterranean prison and concludes in a chamber of infernal rituals. Beneath a crimson sky, the party nears a gate guarded by menacing gargoyle figures. Without any signal, the hideous creature awakens. As their arrival activates its ancient safeguard, it attacks violently, using surprise to instantly disrupt their formation. Responding quickly, the Barbarian triggers his petrification ability, taking the full force of the strike. Assistance arrives from behind as the team maintains formation and regains control of the battle. Restorative magic heals their front line, reinforcing the group's defense against the relentless assault. A solid blow hits the Barbarian, yet he stands firm against the impact. Drawing on raw strength, he retaliates, aiming at the statue's weak joints. The foe crumbles under pressure, its stone form broken by accurate, relentless strikes. With a final shout, the warrior lands the finishing hit, ending the encounter. Success is confirmed by the system. The first challenge of Crimson Castle is finished. Their formation remains intact, and after a short recovery, they ready themselves for the next stage. The mage silently praises the dwarf's destructive accuracy, calling it the sign of a true fighter. Suddenly, a glowing heartstone rises, triggered by a retrieval incantation. Taking initiative, the rogue volunteers to handle the item and allocate it when necessary. A heavy crash breaks a sealed barrier, revealing the path forward. Darkness fills the passage, forcing the group to move carefully. Illumination magic exposes a swarm of twisted monsters emerging from the shadows. These beings, called deadmen, are failed magical creations left to decay underground. Their unnatural power pierces armor and even withstands basic spells. As they rush forward, the team prepares for immediate close-quarters combat. A fierce strike from the frontliner sends limbs scattering across the floor. Momentum rises as the party carries out a coordinated assault, eliminating the front ranks. With enemies briefly contained, they position themselves for the next assault. Shouts of triumph echo as the last creature falls under their united attack. Ahead stands a sealed gate, faintly glowing with ancient enchantment. Without hesitation, they activate the rune and brace for what comes next. A small hand signal confirms the group's readiness as they face the sealed chamber ahead. Inside, magical lights swirl, while the party steps onto a broad circular platform. Grinning, the mage guides them onward, unaware of the danger below. Arranging themselves carefully, they prepare to descend toward the lower courtyard. Soon after, the ground shakes and a grinding noise reverberates through the halls. Without warning, the bridge gives way, sending everyone into a sudden fall. Blood rises from beneath, turning the surface into a swirling crimson lake. A voice cries out in alarm. Something moves beneath the liquid surface. Understanding dawns. This trap was meant to summon undead in waves. Undead creatures burst upward, surrounding the group with growls and decayed limbs. Rushing to respond, they fight back while retreating to a safer position. At the center, the mage recites a spell, preparing another purification attack. A strong green burst erupts outward, instantly destroying the nearby undead as quiet returns. Bodies lie scattered across the ground, lifeless and shattered. Their leader confirms the zone is secure, though a heavy mood lingers. The team gets ready to proceed, needing to lower the drawbridge to reach the castle gate. Eerie laughter rings out as they advance, triggering the mechanism without difficulty. The first chapter concludes surprisingly easy. Beneath a scarlet sky, the stronghold rises as the ultimate objective of their relentless assault. A destructive incantation bursts from the heavens, unleashed before foes even reveal themselves. The ground quakes violently as the blast eradicates any lurking dangers in a single devastating blow.
Thunderous cries resound as another surge of monstrous creatures rushes toward the party without pause. Rushing forward, the two barbarians move in perfect sync, prepared to confront the danger directly. Their united charge smashes through the opposing ranks, carving a route through pure strength. Shadowy power gathers once more in the mage's grasp, shaping into another lethal spell. In mere moments, the death fiend's skull fractures beneath the force of concentrated sorcery. Its form collapses and dissolves, leaving behind nothing but haze and quiet. Reunited again, the team shares brief exchanges of acknowledgement and relief. Appreciative, the mage offers to assist further, mindful of earlier errors. She now appreciates teamwork just as much as raw power. As they proceed, one fighter lingers in doubt. Something feels strange. She walked past a statue without concern. Breaking it could uncover what she overlooked. The structure of the castle dungeon is remembered clearly, exposing a route once completed in game, as others follow guidance. Bjorn reflects on how prior knowledge now conserves effort. Before long, the group reaches the inner fortress, stepping carefully into unfamiliar ground. As they move further in, the mage casually notes that no threats have been sensed so far. Without hesitation, the party crosses a burning corridor and descends into the following chamber. A message appears confirming their arrival on the third level of the Crimson Castle. Conversation begins about the creatures that dwell here, ranging from banshees to death fiends. One fighter remarks that every mentioned enemy had been faced before, aside from corpse golems. Cautions are issued regarding toxic fluid eruptions, especially deadly if taken by surprise. Abruptly, unknown creatures emerge, causing worry and confusion for the mage. Before anyone responds, a sharp cry stops them, announcing a banshee's presence. Anxiety rises as the entity shrieks toward them at alarming speed. The mage uneasily jokes about how frightening banshees are for spellcasters. In panic, she demands further explanation, clearly shaken by the situation. Yet shortly after, she regains control, hiding her fear behind praise and curiosity. A fiery aura ignites as the mage activates a powerful defense to halt the banshee's advance. Flames surge outward, consuming the enemy in a fierce unified eruption. Its wail fades into cinders, leaving charred earth and uneasy silence behind. Without delay, she guides the group ahead, unfazed by the encounter. The others glance at her with amazement, realizing her ability surpasses expectations. Moving downward, they enter the prison's next level, filled with twisted dangers. Hybrid beasts and undead rulers now wander these corridors, obstructing the party's path. While discussing tactics, she reveals a hidden passage ahead memorized from before. Rather than hesitate, they ready themselves for the approaching corpse golem battle. Torches flicker as the party steps into a sealed chamber wrapped in darkness inside. Decaying bodies are stacked high, an immense sea of death. Though disturbing, no one retreats. Bjorn endures the stench, but the others begin to weaken. The porter collapses first, unable to suppress his nausea. Even Raven, accustomed to corpses, retches from the overpowering odor. The group advances, unaware the mound ahead hides something unnatural. Movement shifts beneath the pile of bodies, stirring unease within the party. From inside the heap, a voice calls out, startling everyone with its chilling greeting. Suddenly, the first boss, the corpse golem, emerges with a haunting, echoing scream. Unlike the game, the monster speaks in torment, its body twisting with imprisoned souls. Bjorn responds instantly, snapping the team from shock and commanding them to regroup. Disorder spreads as the creature howls and reaches toward them. While others freeze, Bjorn identifies the danger and prepares to confront it alone. With no moment to spare, he rushes ahead, ready to take command.
Years of relentless effort brought Hansu to the last region of Dungeon and Stone, a brutal RPG. As he stepped through the gate, the sinister dungeon structure felt familiar from hidden concept art. Even with prior knowledge, facing the grotesque corpse golem in person filled him with real fear. Every member of the party exuded power. The mage's gear surpassed what he had imagined. The so-called low-rank porter moved with the poise of a seasoned fighter, stirring quiet doubt. Even so, he and Asnart were treated poorly, labeled disposable barbarians meant for battle. Disorder broke out when undead creatures rushed ahead. Asnart yelled, pushing the stunned group to respond. Bjorn steadied himself as others faltered. The enemies advanced without hesitation. Noticing danger nearing the dwarf, Bjorn reacted instantly, blocking the poisonous attack in her place. Cries rang out as the dwarf grabbed her burning eyes, afflicted by the corpse toxin. Bjorn gave sharp orders, telling Asnart to fall back and protect the fragile mage. Instead of obeying, he rushed forward with his torch, intent on slowing the enemy advance. The golem's strategy became obvious. hurl decayed bodies toward distant opponents. Targets up close were not safe, either it pulled them in using immense strength. A single mistake meant death. Once dragged into that heap of corpses, survival was impossible. Charging in carelessly would have redirected the golem's focus toward the mage instead of Bjorn. He controlled the distance carefully, keeping the creature's attention locked on himself. Rather than remain still, he moved around the field, forcing the monster to pursue and waste time. A burst of mana flared as the mage finally cast her advanced spell. Intense flames spread outward, bright enough to dispel the surrounding darkness. The attack struck fiercely. Fire ripped through the outer shell, revealing its inner core. With its defense weakened, the golem's body began breaking apart under constant assault. The two barbarians pushed forward together, their blows striking with precision and force. At last, a decisive strike landed. The system message confirmed the monster's defeat. As it disintegrated, black mist spiraled upward, signaling its destruction. Bjorn quickly recognized the drop, a rare essence seldom seen by adventurers. Scattered among the spoils were relics, coins, and magical equipment. Essence rewards were uncommon, making this discovery incredibly significant. Tension rose as the group gathered, questioning who had the rightful claim. Despite prior terms, greed surfaced. Trust among them began to fracture. Bjorn had originally intended to secure 2 essences from the encounter. Corpse golem traits granted tremendous strength but came with equally severe drawbacks. Using such power without caution could make even a strong warrior dangerous to allies. While not every stat was desirable, some were extremely useful in close combat. Skills like Flesh Explosion dealt massive damage, though they also harmed the user. On top of that, acidic blood traits corroded armor with every hit received. Sitting by the fire, the dwarf admitted his mistake and expressed gratitude toward the barbarians. Asnart spoke bluntly, reminding him directly that she had saved his life. Bjorn remained silent, aware that hesitation had nearly doomed the entire party. Moments like this erased any belief that this place was merely a game. Bjorn addressed the group, indicating it was time to divide the loot. After everything that happened, he knew staying quiet was no longer an option. Without delay, Bjorn claimed the rupture stone for the barbarian pair. A heavy silence followed. The others seemed unsure how to react. At last, the dwarf stepped forward, backing the claim with genuine thanks. The mage resisted at first, but her attitude softened after reconsidering. Bjorn assured her of fair chances at future rewards, easing the conflict. Just when things settled, the dwarf revealed they had also obtained a corpse golem essence. Caught off guard by the revelation, the mage reevaluated her earlier stance. She considered both the benefits and the dangers, tied to its powerful yet flawed nature. Bjorn suggested an exchange, offering the current essence in return for claiming the next one. Bjorn suggests trading the corpse golem's essence in place of the guardian's, immediately capturing Raven's full interest. Even though success isn't certain, he confirms he will take responsibility for whatever result occurs. Entertained by the concept, Raven accepts, visibly more fascinated by the corpse golem's potential. Without hesitation, she begins preparing to extract the essence, noting its value for her research. Using her sole high-quality test tube, Raven secures it carefully with great precision. Bjorn observes her agreement, realizing the rarity of the essence justifies the potential danger content with their arrangement. The party regroups as Raven tells everyone to exit the ruins. Without protest, they move forward, their torches illuminating the path through the darkness. Remaining alert, Bjorn feels there may still be more hidden beyond the finished exchange. Inspecting a crumbled wall, Raven comments that the Lord's chamber was once located above. With a touch, she activates a concealed mechanism, exposing sealed armored knights behind the wall. Intrigued, the group asks how she knew about this hidden location. Raven reveals a forbidden book, the Necronomicon, claiming it holds all the knowledge she used. Shocked, the others instinctively step back, unable to challenge her forbidden magic. With a subtle grin, she emphasizes the tome's importance, hinting at greater ambitions ahead. A sudden burst of magic erupts as an armored undead knight emerges from the darkness below. Bjorn's team watches carefully while Raven inspects a nearby lever tied to the summoning. Understanding the process is finished, she remarks that it's time to gather the creature's essence. A surge of intense purple energy shoots from Raven's staff and strikes the armored enemy. Within moments, the knight collapses under the attack, dissolving into a cloud of essence. Raven collects the essence skillfully, while Bjorn silently recognizes their unexpected luck. The group assembles to discuss how to divide the essence, and Bjorn offers the knight's core to Einar. Although surprised, Einar agrees after Bjorn insists it best complements her weapon.
Bjorn considers that utility absorption suits swords, while his own weapon has limited durability. Einar begins preparing for the absorption ritual as the others stay on guard. Energy gathers in her hand as she initiates the process. Unaware, Bjorn forgot to mention something. That missing detail could influence the result, something Bjorn now regrets overlooking. At first, Einar senses no difference, thinking the ritual may have failed. Seconds later, her body enlarges, shocking everyone around her. Confused, she demands an explanation as Raven points out that Einar herself has changed. Raven explains the Bone Knight's essence greatly enhances charm but doesn't reduce her abilities. Her displayed stats show increases in agility and charisma, while her strength remains intact. Even with Raven's reassurance, Einar becomes distressed, focusing on her altered appearance. Frustration rises as she worries others may no longer respect her as a warrior. Rather than comforting her, Bjorn's casual remark about her beauty worsens her concerns. To her, appearing less intimidating feels like losing part of her identity. A new enemy suddenly appears, giving Einar an opportunity to test her new power. Still uncertain, she steps forward, determined to prove her strength once more. The monstrous creature lunges as she steadies herself, sword in hand. Her attack lands before the beast can react, ending the battle instantly. The group erupts in cheers, astonished by her overwhelming performance. With disbelief, she quietly asks whether she is still truly a warrior. Bjorn answers firmly, declaring she is stronger than before. Relief spreads across her face as she celebrates with her teammates. Together, they move toward the Guardian's door, prepared for what awaits beyond. Bjorn senses danger, recalling the game's warning about doors reacting to player progress. He quickly notices the strange red glow from the Guardian's chamber, signaling a change. The door opens by itself, and he shouts for everyone to close it immediately. A powerful crimson aura bursts outward as the chamber reveals an unexpected presence. The group stares in shock as a cloaked figure slowly steps out of the smoke. Raven realizes this is not the anticipated boss, but something far more dangerous. Instead of a Death Knight, they are confronted by a vampire, a far more intelligent being. Raven identifies it as a named monster, marking it as extremely dangerous, standing tall and imposing. The vampire Duke Cambormeyer reveals himself as the new Guardian. Monsters are divided into 4 separate categories. The lowest tier consists of mutated creatures. These include standard foes such as goblins, archers, and lancers, each fulfilling unique battle roles. Above them exist named creatures, stronger forms that often act as mid-level bosses within dungeon layers. Suddenly, an enormous vampire appears, its strength clearly surpassing expected limits for this area. Alarmed, the party retreats. The creature's immense aura prevents any form of coordinated defense. One mage recognizes it as a superior mutated type, an uncommon danger not meant to be encountered here. Bjorn admits his knowledge came only from footage recorded by another adventurer. Rather than true understanding, his reaction was driven by instinct and past gameplay experience. Even while explaining, they keep running as the vampire relentlessly pursues them from behind. Previously, Bjorn had studied rare monster information others overlooked. That effort now becomes crucial. The vampire's dark presence intensifies, thickening the air and immobilizing weaker members of the group. Fear spreads as summoners begin to lose control. The threat exceeds their capabilities. Acting fast, the mage casts a dazzling spell, telling everyone to cover their eyes immediately. A burst of brilliant light fills the hallway with radiant energy. When the glow disappears, the vampire is nowhere to be seen. Relief replaces their fear. However, the vampire's regeneration nullifies earlier damage, restoring him completely within moments. Hovering in the air, he studies them coldly, releasing pressure that crushes their morale. Panic erupts when the wizard is suddenly attacked, forcing the group to reorganize quickly. Memories of past failures flood Bjorn's thoughts. Most players died before uncovering the Duke's secrets. Without hesitation, he orders a retreat. Survival must come before answers. Though never physically present before, Bjorn claims he memorized the castle layout from the game. Firelight flickers as they rush through dark corridors, guided only by Bjorn's direction. Moving quickly, he recalls every path, his experience from countless runs sharpening his instincts. One teammate doubts him, amazed at how precise his mental map truly is. The vampire resumes pursuit. Darkness creeps behind them, pushing them to run faster. Through a flash of light, the exit finally appears at the end of a long corridor. They reach the outside just as shadows swallow the hallway behind them. Outside, the group exhales, protected by the fading glow of the sunset. They begin to understand that Bjorn's ability is not luck. His decisions saved their lives. Recognizing his bravery, a warrior suggests Bjorn may become something exceptional in the future. As dusk deepens, worry grows about what actions to take before night fully arrives. One member urges haste, proposing they relocate while daylight still remains. Bjorn refuses to hesitate, ordering everyone to get up and prepare to move immediately. A companion insists on guarding the unconscious wizard, even if it costs him his life. With urgency building, the others follow, preparing to leave without delay. Taking charge, Bjorn decides to scout ahead, while the wizard remains unconscious. Near a statue, he uncovers a hidden switch, revealing a sealed artifact, the tear of the goddess. A divine relic known for healing and purification is uncovered. Effective against dark creatures, the item provides a valuable advantage for their survival. Eventually, the wizard regains consciousness, sitting up, still disoriented but aware. A warning is given. Nightfall will signal the vampire's return. Discussion begins about the nature of the attack, possibly linked to pain-sharing magic. Bjorn inquires about additional sunlight-based spells, searching for future strategies. Rather than responding properly, the wizard complains about his blunt questioning. Ignoring her annoyance, he remains focused on survival above all else. The mage explains she can use Solar Sphere, a powerful high-level spell with solar energy. A visual demonstration appears, resembling a fireball, but infused with radiant sunlight power. Bjorn asks about further support abilities, and she states she needs time to restore mana. She agrees to help, though others question why Bjorn is leading the decisions. Smiling, Bjorn says trust matters more than rank or assigned roles. They accept this as night fully settles, signaling danger will soon return. The vampire awakens, driven by stronger bloodlust and a desire to annihilate the group. Appearing instantly, he mocks them, increasing the tension among the party. Despite the danger, Bjorn declares they must hold out for 30 minutes until the spell is prepared. A colossal demon plummets from the sky, trailing crimson energy as it crashes onto the battlefield. Dust and shattered fragments scatter while terrified adventurers scramble to react to the sudden impact. Wings spread wide as the creature bellows, urging warriors to usher civilians away from danger. It lunges once more, releasing a shriek that shakes the entire area. Alarmed shouts ring out as the fiend's body rushes forward, eyes blazing with lethal intent. Without delay, a fighter confronts the assault directly, his blow forcing the demon to hesitate. Striking with immense force, the dwarf drives his hammer into the creature's path. His ability, Weight Balancer, stabilizes him even as shock waves ripple from the enemy's strength. Others take advantage, closing in on the monster with coordinated precision. The enemy retaliates, hurling a fighter away with a violent surge. Its tail lashes outward, knocking back attackers and breaking their formation. Bjorn surges ahead, delivering a crushing strike into the demon's chest. With a taunting laugh, the demon rises. Trailing scarlet smoke agony courses through Bjorn's hand as he suffers from a shared damage curse. Before they can regroup, the creature disappears within a swirl of black crows. Countless shadowy forms burst from the vampire, flooding the battlefield with frightening speed. Bjorn immediately steps forward to shield the others, issuing a firm order to hold position. A surge of power erupts from the dwarf as his second core awakens. Blood splashes everywhere, despite his defense, staining the ground and nearby allies. Realizing the threat, one of the mages shouts that the infected are no longer stable. Suddenly, a vampire skill activates, marking a teammate with a sacrificial seal. Within moments, the vampire's power rises drastically due to the chosen sacrifice. Nearby allies begin turning hostile, their minds clouded by the spreading curse. Bjorn charges forward, aiming to interrupt the buff before more succumb to control. Hikarod's fall sends shock through the ranks, forcing Bjorn to reassess quickly. Only 5 minutes remain until the vampiric enhancement fades. He instructs Aindra to advance, then withdraw once the strike is delivered. Without hesitation, Aindra sprints forward, weaving through enemy attacks. Covering her movement, Bjorn faces the vampire's frontal assault head-on. Instead of fighting recklessly, he focuses on survival, waiting for the right opening. Bjorn's gaze locks onto the vampires, burning with resolve, despite the mounting damage to his body. Rather than retreat, he grits his teeth and continues striking, forcing himself to endure the pain. From afar, his allies watch in disbelief, unable to understand his reckless determination. The mage questions his strategy, suspecting he depends entirely on potions to endure. Even as his body bleeds, Bjorn presses forward, pushing through with sheer determination. No one has ever fought like this. The pain alone should have stopped anyone else. Flames rise around him, and smoke signals structural damage spreading through the walls.
Against all odds, he blocks an incoming strike, even while severely wounded. Survival seems impossible, yet he keeps moving, every action defying logic. Though unable to block every hit, Bjorn protects his vital points with uncanny precision. An observing mage realizes this is not brute strength, it is mental endurance holding him together. This level of pain tolerance and control surpasses what they believed achievable. Understanding dawns on the mage, there is no escape except defeating the guardian. Even as danger escalates, retreat is not an option. There is nowhere left to run. With determination solidifying, she prepares her magic, questioning her own purpose mid-battle. Bjorn pushes through the pain, knowing survival now depends on calculated decisions rather than instinct. His movements change as he fights based on logic, adapting to every strike, despite his injuries. Meanwhile, the mage realizes Bjorn's fall would doom the group and sends Taran to aid their healer. She prepares new spells, understanding a mage must offer more than distant attacks to shape the battle. With little time left, she commits to direct support, enhancing accuracy and reach for her magic. Her support spell activates, granting automatic targeting and extended projection range for the incoming potion barrage. Dozens of potions launch toward Bjorn, landing with perfect synchronization to restore his weakening body. The sudden surge of effects merges within him, triggering a powerful temporary enhancement. Moments later, Bjorn stands renewed, his strength amplified as a new combat state activates. Disoriented, Bjorn fights to think straight as his surroundings dissolve into chaos. Opponents close in quickly, forcing him into a guarded stance, despite his hazy awareness. At a crucial moment, he judges the situation. Some things must be sacrificed to save others. A crushing blow hits hard, driving his body beyond its limits. Blocking everything is impossible, so he shifts focus to reducing lethal harm. Survival instincts ignite as strange energy surges through his body, keeping him from collapse. A scroll drops beside him while a vampire strikes, without pause. Fangs and claws scrape harmlessly against his skin, his bones too strong to break. Understanding dawns, something monstrous strengthens him, likely the essence of a corpse golem. Memories of harsh training return, echoing the pain now flooding his limbs. That conditioning lets him endure impacts, but damage still builds up. Changing tactics becomes vital. Enduring alone will not be enough to survive. Suddenly, the wizard casts a support spell, boosting his regeneration speed. Rapid recovery shifts the battle. The enemy cannot keep pace. Locking eyes with his foe, Bjorn charges forward this time, with a genuine chance to win. By activating immortal barbarian mode, Bjorn accepts pain, ignoring torn flesh and ruptured muscle. Even as his body is cut repeatedly, he keeps advancing without hesitation. He realizes his acidic blood is the key to harming the vampire directly. A burst of blood strikes the creature, making it recoil in agony. Thanks to his regeneration and potions, every wound closes within seconds. A female ally rushes toward him, determined to join the fight at his side. Together, they attack from both directions, overwhelming the vampire's defenses. Bjorn's strike lands cleanly, sending the monster flying through the air. It crashes down hard, stunned by the combined assault. Each second feels longer, as Bjorn waits for the final spell to trigger. The wizard confirms Solar Sphere is charged and ready. Without delay, Bjorn lowers his stance, ready to pin the enemy in place. He grabs the vampire mid-air, giving the team a perfect shot. The coordinated signal is given. It is time to unleash everything. Murad responds, releasing the finishing attack with flawless timing. Electric magic surges around Murad, channeling immense energy through his staff. With perfect timing, he throws the solar sphere downward, illuminating the entire battlefield. Crackling lightning pours down, engulfing the vampire in divine destruction. Seizing the chance, another warrior leaps into position, gripping a hidden item. He reveals the Tear of Goddess, preserved through countless life-threatening battles. That sacred relic, his final trump card, is ready to be used at last. Without hesitation, he drives the relic into the enemy's body with brute force. The vampire screams as its core is pierced and holy energy explodes. Blinding light erupts across the battlefield, unleashing sacred judgment on everything nearby. From afar, allies brace as the explosion spreads in all directions. A fiery shockwave tears through the ground, pushing everyone back. Caught in the blast, the vampire is hurled away amid flames and debris. Seconds later, scorched silence fills the air as smoke rises from the crater. Bjorn falls, battered and burned, unsure if the mission succeeded. Lying on the battlefield, he mutters the only question that matters: did we make it?
A lingering sweetness in the air immediately sparks Bjorn's unease. He lifts his head, confused by the silence. None of his allies appear to be moving. To his disbelief, the vampire rises again, battered but clearly not defeated. Its body begins restoring itself, healing wounds that should have been fatal. Each breath the creature takes fuels its unnatural regeneration. Though Bjorn cannot fully grasp the situation, he understands one thing: he is the only one left. His feet stagger across blood-stained ground as he approaches the fallen enemy. Acting before hesitation sets in, he strikes with urgency. Despite the damage, the creature's heart remains untouched. Time is running out. Raising both fists high, he aims at the core with everything he has. Rage and exhaustion combine as he unleashes his skill-flesh explosion. The blast engulfs the enemy in red mist and gore. Bjorn senses death approaching even as victory nears. Every muscle tears as more explosive pulses fire from within. Instinct warns him one more blast could be his last. The system confirms Bjorn's skill has triggered multiple flesh explosions, risking both victory and death. Despite internal damage, he endures as blood erupts and pressure overwhelms his body. Refusing to fall, he survives the final detonation, standing amid the blood-soaked aftermath. Staring at the enemy's remains, Bjorn realizes no mana remains to fuel his skills. Left with only his body, he prepares one last detonation using brute force. The final explosion hits its mark, and the system confirms the vampire duke is dead. Reward notifications appear rapidly, listing experience points and skill unlocks. Among the loot is a sealed core containing immense energy and rare crafting material. As his body collapses, Bjorn claims victory, achievements, and legendary items from the deadly encounter. A sudden gasp breaks from Bjorn as he jolts upright, soaked in sweat and struggling to breathe. Next to him, a female warrior quietly welcomes him back to awareness after a long unconscious state. Still disoriented yet cautious, he questions how he survived, and quickly searches for any sign of his companions. Learning that 4 full days have already passed sends a sharp wave of panic through his thoughts. He inspects his body rapidly, ensuring there is no injury or lingering discomfort. Beyond confusion, everything feels normal. No wounds, no scars, no hidden damage. Realizing he isn't wearing pants, Bjorn turns sharply and calls out toward Einar. Without embarrassment, Einar explains he removed them because they were in terrible condition. Irritated, Bjorn cuts him off and demands a proper explanation of what happened. Thinking back to the battle, he concludes the Guardian's essence had completely merged into him. He recalls that no dice were rolled to divide the loot, as previously agreed. Instead, the wizard handled distribution on her own, while the others simply observed. She took the Rift Stone, claiming it suited her abilities best. Bjorn senses calculated intent hidden beneath her polite reasoning. Although no one objected, his trust in her quietly begins to crumble. With a grin, Einar says he's glad Bjorn survived and can move again. Instead of leaving right away, she mentions there is still one final matter to settle. Bjorn suspects another valuable item remains undiscovered and plans to claim it himself. System notifications confirm the dungeon is cleared and all rewards have been assigned. Covered in a cloak, Bjorn walks through town, attracting attention with his rough presence. He pauses at a merchant's stall, asking for new equipment to replace what he lost. The shopkeeper studies him carefully, surprised by the scale of his purchase. Bjorn answers vaguely, unaware that doubt is already forming around him. Suddenly, guards surround him, demanding explanations and preparing to take him in. At the same time, the marketplace hums with adventurers exchanging stories from the dungeon. One describes how Bjorn bravely fought a powerful monster alone, leaving a deep impression. As they look around, no one can find where the barbarian has gone. In a quiet place, an elf girl wishes to meet him again and test her abilities. Though slightly worried, admiration and curiosity draw her thoughts toward seeing him again. Elsewhere, Bjorn claims his success came from traveling with his sister, deflecting suspicion. An official document is reviewed, revealing the elf girl's name, Doril Witweber. Deterja, with her papers and a small pouch in hand, she is confirmed as a registered adventurer. She walks silently through the streets, wondering if Bjorn has returned from the labyrinth. Thoughts of him linger as she imagines meeting him in a soft green dress. Hope fills her mind, believing he might appear before her at any moment. The vision fades, she realizes he is still gone, but reassures herself he will return. Noise outside catches her attention as someone enters the room holding Bjorn's belongings. She confronts the man, upset that he assumes Bjorn will not come back. He argues that enough time has passed and insists Bjorn must have died in the labyrinth. Rain falls heavily as Daryl kneels in sorrow, unable to accept the possible loss. Her older sister arrives, ordering her to stand and stop grieving helplessly. Driven by emotion, Daryl vows to become stronger, strong enough to protect those she loves.
Confined in a shadowy cell, Bjorn confronted charges of being a raider, without any solid evidence. The questioning opened with ridicule, as an official doubted a savage's understanding of dungeon laws. Discomfort grew. Contradictions in the procedure made Bjorn feel something wasn't correct. Others imprisoned had no weapons, implying they'd arrived unready, unlike him, who had come armed. To shield someone, he claimed being attacked by raiders, but excluded the woman's involvement completely. Doubt increased as the officer challenged how a simple barbarian obtained such powerful essence. Mended wounds suggested that the essence had repaired more than merely endurance. He insisted they call a mage, suggesting memory magic to confirm his statements. Authorization was refused. Verification magic required a fourth-tier status, regardless of payment. Scornful laughter followed, along with threats of being traded if he remained quiet. 2 days went by before the mental magic activated, exposing the truth to the interrogator. Even then, the man dismissed proof and kept insisting on a confession. Abruptly, Bjorn was condemned to death, with only 3 hours left. Composed yet strained, he sat silently while fabricated accusations of killing were yelled. Close by, a knight listened to everything, beginning to question the reality behind the claims. With death approaching, Bjorn realized there was only one way to live. He had to move. Clenching his fists, he activated his secret ability, Flesh Explosion, channeling strength into one last gamble. A fierce blast ripped through rock and iron, turning the cell into fire and wreckage. Stepping out of smoke, he staggered onward, wounded but undefeated. As disorder spread around him, guards taken by surprise rushed in confusion as the injured barbarian forced his way through them. Resolute, he focused only on escape. Survival was all that mattered now. Prisoners stared from broken cells, eyes wide at the sight of one man defying death. Shouts for aid echoed, desperate voices pleading him to release them too. He offered no reply. Saving a stranger wouldn't slow his escape. Force built through the corridors as inmates joined the uprising, yelling for liberty. Reports of the turmoil spread, causing confusion among authorities above. Relentless waves of fugitives surged through passages, crushing every barrier before them. Officials summoned explorers, promising rewards to end the prison uprising. Weapons struck against fists. Unarmed prisoners fell swiftly to skilled fighters. Bjorn examined the route ahead. Delay meant defeat. He couldn't risk a single mistake. Bjorn dashed through the chaos, but escaping alone wasn't enough. He wanted justice for what occurred. A blockade of explorers stood in his way, ready to stop him from reaching the yard. He unleashed another Flesh Explosion, smashing through the defenders and sparking panic behind him. Scorching debris fell as frightened inmates scattered, unsure what caused the violent burst. Beyond that, Bjorn triggered a unique inscription ability, flooding his body with temporary magical boost. Veins shone crimson as his muscles swelled. Power surged through him. The enhancement process was complete. Without hesitation, he dove into battle, crushing bones and overpowering explorers with sheer speed. Weapons collided and dropped away, but his enhanced body moved without pause. This change wasn't only physical. He sensed something primal stirring deep inside. Spectators questioned how a supposed fifth-tier barbarian could overpower trained elites so easily. He moved like lightning, using blood-covered fists to carve a path through resistance. A final strike cleared the path, and he climbed toward the next level alone. Inside the upper level of the Adventurers Guild, Bjorn strode forward with confidence toward the branch chief's chamber. Without any signal, attackers sprang from concealment. One assailant was instantly knocked aside by Bjorn's quick reaction. A blade tore across his back, spilling blood, yet the ambush barely slowed his progress. A sharp scream burst from an opponent as Bjorn's counterstrike hit with ruthless accuracy. Close by, a young noble lady stared in terror as the chaos unfolded only steps away from her. From behind, an underling urgently disclosed her identity. She was the daughter of the regional chief, encircled by defeated foes. Bjorn reconsidered his actions after learning of this unexpected hostage. His hand tightened on the girl's shoulder, resolved to use her presence to gain control. Despite her struggle, Bjorn cut off her protests with a firm order to remain silent. Signaling toward the guards, he demanded the investigator, the Alliance commander, and a tower mage. No one dared oppose him as Bjorn delivered his warning: cooperate, or the noblewoman would be harmed. Slowly, they stepped back, granting him room to withdraw with his hostage toward the balcony. From above, Bjorn's voice echoed across the assembled crowd, demanding their full attention. He accused the Adventurer Guild of orchestrating a plot to unjustly eliminate him. With defiance, he proclaimed his innocence to everyone,
daring anyone to dispute his claim. An abrupt transmission from the Adventurer Guild broke the silence within the magic tower. The elder wizard conveyed an urgent request for aid. Someone dangerous had taken the branch chief's daughter hostage. Upon hearing this, the young sorceress turned suddenly, alarmed by the mention of a madman, resolute. She accepted the task, seeing a chance to pursue her own goal as well. At the guild below, she arrived just as Bjorn stood openly holding the hostage. Shock flickered across her face as she recognized him. This was no unknown criminal. Bjorn requested a memory inspection spell, unwilling to waste time on discussion or negotiation. In return, she agreed, but only after securing his promise for a favor later. Without hesitation, she cast the spell. Blue energy forming between her fingers and Bjorn's forehead. The magic failed, something blocked it. She questioned whether he had mental protection. Bjorn denied it, suggesting visual memory magic as an alternative approach. Nearby, guards discovered the injured branch chief, who was just regaining consciousness. Suspicion spread through the hall as Bjorn was interrogated about his role. Though one guard accused him, the branch chief stayed calm, already aware of the scheme. Instead of blaming him, the chief turned to the investigator, demanding proof behind the barbarian's arrest. The investigator mocked the suggestion of a setup, insisting the evidence was sufficient. At the gate, Bjorn had presented an unusual quantity of gems for someone of his standing. During inspection, his bag contained numerous weapons, many believed to be stolen items. A tracking stone confirmed the weapons were tied to missing Alliance property, deepening suspicion. However, the wizard challenged the reliability of claims based on a single clan member's testimony. Annoyed, the investigator argued the witness was untrustworthy, frequently lying and avoiding magical verification. He claimed the story made no sense. Surviving fatal injuries by consuming vampire essence was ridiculous. There were no prior records of vampires on the first floor, making the claim even more doubtful. Lacking evidence, he dismissed the possibility and saw no reason to involve high-ranking mages, completely opposing him. The tower magician stated she had witnessed the event herself. Her words silenced the room, shattering the investigator's argument. When she questioned his authority, he quickly retreated, clearly shaken, panicking. He apologized as she accused him of disrespecting mages and abusing his authority. Tower magicians, closely connected to nobility, were not to be challenged lightly. Even she admitted that until now, no one believed a vampire existed within that rift. The branch chief first expressed gratitude to the wizard, but then immediately challenged her for questioning him. He fell silent as she highlighted the labyrinth's unpredictable nature, filled with unknown elements. Her reasoning stressed the maze's long-standing mysteries, urging him to reconsider dismissing the vampire claim. Meanwhile, Bjorn observed quietly, noting how her firm stance had shifted the situation. Suddenly, armored knights entered, escorting a man with a commanding presence into the hall. Emotions surged as the hostage girl cried out to the newcomer her father, the regional chief. Officials readied themselves to enforce the Enforcers' Convention, preparing judgment for those misusing message stones. Spectators stood quietly as the accused endured examination beneath strict and vigilant gazes. A single man crumpled, overtaken by terror, as everything clearly shifted against him. Yorn interrogated the individual bound to the Crystal Union regarding the fabricated claim. The suspect faltered while denying, yet his shaking tone revealed clear uncertainty. Through magic, a sorcerer verified that his statement had indeed been false. Murmurs swept the chamber as the revealed liar remained stiff in shock. Restoring Bjorn's honor, the authorities accepted the proof as conclusive. The culprit's punishment stayed undecided, awaiting deeper inquiry into his conduct. Focus turned toward the Crystal Union, already infamous for its internal chaos. The inspector objected, yet his command rapidly weakened under mounting scrutiny. Higher officials ordered a full reassessment of all cases he had managed. Attempting to mend the situation, they suggested restitution for Bjorn. An advancement and improved equipment were presented without delay. Unmoved, Bjorn demanded they demonstrate their worth through sheer power. Bjorn, consumed by fury, confronted them directly, releasing a booming roar that hushed the chamber. Strain spread as witnesses called for peace, struggling to restrain the barbarian's immense presence. The mage, Raven, acknowledged his might and referenced a remarkable achievement from his past. She mentioned an uncommon occurrence, devouring the essence of a mighty guardian, as explanation. Nearby, one official grinned, finally inquiring what reward Bjorn actually desired. Instead of authority or status, Bjorn smirked and requested money, precisely 5 million stones. Unexpectedly, the official agreed instantly, astonishing everyone present in the chamber. Raven questioned whether his reason involved her, while Bjorn stayed unreadable. Shortly afterward, the setting moved to the Mage Tower, particularly Raven's messy personal laboratory. Within, she gave him a strange blue potion, sparking wary curiosity in Bjorn. He paused, then consumed it, picturing all the odd possibilities it might contain. Afterward, he questioned why she had called him there, still doubtful of her motives. Raven reminded him of a favor he had pledged previously, surprising him. Even though he accepted reluctantly, Bjorn chose to keep his promise. With an eager grin, Raven disclosed her aim to study the essences he had absorbed. Raven stated the study could also aid Bjorn, uncovering abilities unknown from unexamined essences. A change appeared in her eyes, now shining with boundless curiosity and scholarly drive. Although she had examined rare undead, no documentation of a vampire's essence had ever been recorded. Bjorn remained still, sensing the obligation might carry unforeseen complications. In a memory, she proposed hiding Jandal's role under one requirement. Instead of currency, she asked for weekly assistance in her laboratory for 6 months. Declining the extended request, Bjorn negotiated a limit of 3 months with full transparency. Raven pointed out that her help secured his survival and the 5 million stones. Nevertheless, he insisted fairness required her to give compensation, not merely demands. Suddenly he mentioned her earlier act of forcing essence upon him without approval. Taken aback, Raven could not clarify why that should not be considered wrong. Bjorn continued, describing the act as coercive and inappropriate. Rather than ignoring it, he demanded 10 million stones as compensation for the imposed burden. Raven exclaimed in shock, unable to accept the reasoning behind his claim. Instead of yielding, Bjorn advised her to consult any experienced explorer for validation. Raven activated a magical device to reach someone through the Academy's communication network. She posed a question about essence transfer among explorers and awaited a definite response. The man on the other side replied calmly, his expression steady as he prepared his answer. Tension thickens the chamber as the mage challenges Bjorn over the unapproved use of essence. Despite the heated outburst, Bjorn remains composed, even while the mage fumes about the scarce grade 7 resource. He clarifies that essence used without careful strategy could create more harm than benefit. When questioned about repayment, Bjorn casually suggests an enormous price, 15 million stones. The mage flinches in shock, yet Bjorn steadily explains that essence grows more valuable with repeated application. Had the offender been there, he admits, things might have turned violent, irritated. The mage criticizes the system and the absence of proper planning in managing essence. Bjorn quietly considers that a calmer method might have led to a different result. The entrance swings open, revealing a formidable elder mage, silently observing the situation. Realization sets in. The newcomer is no ordinary figure. He oversees 5 labyrinth levels. Without hesitation, he steps forward, curious about Bjorn's skill and demeanor. A living barbarian wielding magic correctly has clearly drawn his attention. With dry humor, the elder notes that most barbarians arrive lifeless, or offer only their hearts. Bjorn remains steady, reading the meaning behind the elder's eerie smile. He grins, stating that even barbarians can read the atmosphere. Bjorn counters with his own remark, teasing the elder with a mock threat of aggression. Bursting into laughter, he claims it's simply barbarian humor, urging the elder to relax. Initially displeased, the elder forces a smile and takes the comment lightly, entertained by Bjorn's audacity, attempting to soften the mood. Bjorn behaves casually, though uneasy. He may have crossed a line. Unexpectedly, the elder chuckles, admiring Bjorn's boldness and dismissing the insult without resentment. He even jokes in return, wondering if Bjorn belongs to noble barbarian blood due to his composure. As a token, the elder hands Bjorn a rare artifact that enhances magical performance. He explains, it is a valuable halberds item, desired by elite spirit wielders. Bjorn accepts, understanding this tool is precisely what he requires to grow and endure deeper layers. While departing, Pavem reminds Bjorn about their agreement concerning corpse golem essence research. Outside, the girl doubts Bjorn will recall, while inside, the elder conceals the item's low worth. Smiling, the elder imagines how stunned the foolish barbarian will be upon discovering the truth. Stepping into daylight, Bjorn reflects that even great thinkers can overlook simple realities. His confidence strengthens, knowing they failed to recognize the true value of his reward. As he leaves, a voice calls out. Surprised Bjorn is still alive. At his former inn, Bjorn encounters the landlord, who assumed he had died. The man admits he disposed of Bjorn's belongings, believing the room abandoned. Rather than mourn, Bjorn criticizes himself. He no longer values losses that once mattered. Since entering this world, even witnessing death no longer unsettles him. Taking a life felt disturbingly natural, as if survival erased hesitation. Escaping prison hardly troubled him. The transformation in his mindset had become firm. His time with Pavem's mentor confirmed a truth: this world favors ruthlessness. He once feared losing his humanity. Now, he embraces the advantage it offers. To survive here, a barbarian's mindset proves stronger than noble ideals. Facing the landlord again, Bjorn learns the man sold his possessions, not discarded them. Disgusted, he finds new lodging this time, cleaner and more refined. A private bath and a window greet him, simple comforts he hadn't realized he missed. Resting on the bed, he notices its convenience, closer to the plaza and more peaceful. Morning arrives with plans to meet Einar and divide their earnings. Before he reaches her, she notices him first, calling his name loudly across the plaza. Einar excitedly shares rumors about a barbarian of freedom causing a city-wide buzz. People chatter everywhere, describing a powerful fighter who battled alone and disappeared without revealing his name. Bjorn, hearing the talk, pretends ignorance but wonders how no one connected the tale to him. Pride fills the voices of Bjorn's tribesmen as they claim the unknown warrior as their own. They march through the streets, spreading stories of his strength and origin from the Grand Freedom Tribe. Meanwhile, narration explains the structure of Carmel District, a central hub of trade and society within the Labyrinth City. Later, Bjorn meets Einar to split the rewards from their previous raid, giving her a generous share. Einar reacts in shock, amazed by the amount, but Bjorn insists she take it. Suddenly distracted, she points to a street vendor. People are selling fluffy sweets on sticks. They sit together enjoying the snack. Einar treats cotton candy like a magical wonder. Bjorn buys one for her, and she jokes about using sweets as currency. Grateful, she thanks him this time, not for food, but for treating her as an equal. As evening approaches, Einar reflects on how people now gather around her instead of avoiding her. Happiness shines from her as she dances among the crowd, laughing freely. Without warning, she kneels, declaring she can no longer accompany Bjorn into the basement. Einar's exit from the group wasn't driven by her changed looks, but by a higher purpose. Chosen by a shrine, elder famed for mastery of the blade, she received an offer to train under him. Rather than continuing the journey, she dedicated 6 months to secluded practice, severing ties with her former route. With firm resolve, she requested nothing in return, not even the option to come back afterward. Instead of holding anyone back, she wanted to become strong enough to never slow others again. Bjorn listened in silence, accepting her choice, aware her determination wouldn't bend. Memories of past fights lingered with her, times when she could do nothing as companions risked everything. That sense of powerlessness likely influenced her choice more than any recognition or chance ever did. Standing by himself, Bjorn confronted the need to either recruit new teammates or continue alone. Belief in his present ability wasn't sufficient to endure the ruthless second-floor solo. Even immense strength couldn't substitute teamwork within advanced labyrinth levels. He decided to find dependable companions capable of surviving the ascent ahead. Raven, a mid-tier sorcerer, greeted him with unexpected ease as he stepped inside. Partnering with her could potentially be the opportunity he was searching for. Ready to face the portal's threats, he advanced without pause. Raven dismissed forming a group of only 2 barbarians, labeling it absurd and poorly structured. She outlined her conditions: an elite 6th rank fighter and a priest were essential. Without waiting for a reply, she changed direction and introduced notes examining the vampire's essence. Bjorn glanced through it, already familiar with the essence traits without needing explanation. Nothing caught him off guard. He already understood the vampire's abilities and dangers beforehand. Its mix of healing, curses, and blood-based attacks made it extremely lethal. Before he could depart, Raven halted him with a pointed question about the vampire encounter. Referring to a burst of divine energy, she asked what he had inserted into its mouth. Pretending ignorance, Bjorn dodged the question, unwilling to expose the truth about the goddess's tears. Saying he was suddenly hungry, he made a humorous escape to avoid further interrogation. Raven remained still, doubtful of his reaction and convinced he concealed something. Driven by curiosity, she hurried off to find anything that might validate her suspicion. Within the archives, she discovered an old manuscript mentioning both the goddess's tears and a golden mask. Though some sections were unreadable, the items aligned with what she sensed during the fight. Certain she was close, Raven eagerly continued searching through documents for more clues. The goddess's tears proved to be a sacred artifact with potent healing effects. Its last known usage traced back to the conquestal era, more than 100 years earlier. As she studied, Raven wondered how such a rare relic ended up in someone's possession. Another famed artifact, the golden mask, required defeating a dungeon boss under strict conditions. Previously, Bjorn had sold it carelessly, treating it like ordinary treasure. Understanding the weight of that mistake, he now chose to act more carefully. Instead of discarding it again, he resolved to keep the mask for later use. At the same time, rumors spread in the tavern as a white-haired elf shared startling information. The Crystal Union, a powerful clan, had collapsed overnight. Seen as an unbreakable alliance, its downfall left adventurers confused and unsettled. Many questioned the cause, uncertain what could shatter such a stable organization. One woman suggested their error was provoking someone far more dangerous than expected. Discussion centered on a barbarian who destroyed the clan without warning. Though listed as a third-rank explorer, few still believed that ranking speculation rose had this lone fighter surpassed the system entirely. The elf considered whether a mere fifth-rank barbarian could have crushed such a dominant clan. Despite uncertainty, she couldn't ignore reports that the warrior hadn't been seen for days. As she walked alone, doubt grew: was he truly responsible for the destruction? Later that evening, she murmured Erwin's name, conflicted about the decision ahead. Revealing the truth to her sister now felt far more difficult than before. Meanwhile, Bjorn actively looked for skilled allies willing to tackle the third floor. At the guild counter, Bjorn handed over his identification plaque confidently. The clerk read it aloud: 7th rank, 5 stars, and reacted instantly with shock. Unaware of the reaction, Bjorn simply stood there, puzzled by the sudden atmosphere. Although the staff tried to continue, Bjorn focused on assembling a balanced party. One name on the roster caught his attention, making him stop in recognition from across the hall. Juan called out loudly, confirming it was truly him. When questioned about the others, Juan mentioned they were waiting for a mage to arrive. Hearing this, Bjorn was surprised mages rarely joined standard groups. He turned as Juan shouted again, eager to meet this mysterious companion. A self-assured young aristocrat stepped in, exuding confidence as he presented himself with elegance and flawless posture. Introducing himself as Leo Wakran, he openly declared his desire to join their guild without any doubt. The dwarf appeared puzzled, leading Leo to explain that his reason was entirely of his own choice. Shocked by the mention of noble lineage, the group traded uneasy looks. Although Leo wasn't affiliated with the guild, he somehow possessed more knowledge than anticipated. Without saying much, Bjorn gave a curt introduction and gestured for Leo to take a seat. Instead of avoiding the topic, Bjorn bluntly asked why Leo wanted to become an explorer. Leo composedly stated his aim: to elevate his distant noble house's name through dungeon achievements. The others were taken aback, particularly by how far removed his noble standing truly was. Leo assured them he had no plans to act superior. Even with his polished appearance, Bjorn questioned whether he could endure beyond the city's safety. Despite doubts, they accepted him and divided the paperwork, though Bjorn handled most of it. With their party complete, the dwarf voiced relief at Bjorn's decision. Fresh equipment replaced worn gear, signaling their readiness for the journey ahead. At the guild counter, an inquisitive clerk observed them, already fascinated by their unusual group. Bjorn proudly displayed his new gear, shining Latanium armor paired with a matching shield. He also donned a functional expandable pack, ideal for carrying necessities during long expeditions. As he got comfortable, a guild official courteously asked him to remove the gear to avoid disturbance. While strolling through town, Bjorn noticed someone resting in an alley, sparking his interest. Turning slightly, he saw a seated barbarian strangely without a weapon, which seemed suspicious. Weapons were vital to barbarians, and even the poorest would never willingly part with one. Bjorn approached carefully, startling the man, but reassured him calmly that there was no threat. The stranger confessed he had sold his weapon out of desperation to survive. Something felt unusual. The man's polite tone didn't match typical barbarian behavior. After introductions, he revealed his name as Terracon, son of Lears. He ate the offered food with tearful appreciation, deeply moved by the rare act of kindness. Bjorn listened quietly, learning Terracon had mistakenly entered the city. Though he had left his tribe, Terracon failed to find allies or support. Rejection followed him relentlessly, as no one wanted to team up with a lone barbarian. Curious about his story, Bjorn urged him to explain what happened after that month. Bjorn asked what Terracon did. After failing the previous month's labyrinth attempt, struggling to survive, Terracon admitted facing hunger, rejection, and even guild authorities. Eventually, he was driven away for eating food meant for someone else. Leaning closer, Terracon questioned whether his tragic story had stirred Bjorn's sympathy. Although he claimed knowledge of the labyrinth, he made no effort to enter it again. Bjorn answered plainly that he wouldn't accompany him but would provide another kind of help. A pouch containing 150,000 stones was placed on the table without hesitation. Overwhelmed, Terrakon vowed he would repay the favor someday. Rather than prolong the moment, Bjorn told him to leave and never return. With a cold expression, Bjorn warned him not to come back after walking out. Seeking confirmation, he waited for a response from the stunned man. A soft okay was all Terrakon could say before stepping outside. Sitting alone, Terrakon silently processed the weight of their interaction. Bjorn reflected on his own conflicting nature, caught between reason and emotion. Still, he remained firm if nothing else. Terrakon needed to live and survive. The party officially entered the labyrinth's first floor, known as the Crystal Cave. Leo Dwaki, still inexperienced, looked around with curiosity, unsure what to do next. Rona, an experienced 7th-rank explorer, paused to evaluate their surroundings before choosing a path. Harigdo, the team's dwarf lancer, stayed cheerful while preparing for battle. Bjorn stood beside him quietly, serving as the group's main tank, completing the team. Misha, a beastkin crusader, radiated energy and eagerness for combat. Despite her fierce attitude, Misha insisted no one call her princess. With preparations finished, Rona gave the signal to advance together. The group moved forward, marking the beginning of their first real expedition. Led by Portmiller, the team reached the rotating gate leading toward the 3rd floor. Evidence left by prior entrants caught Bjorn's eye, sparking caution among the group. Although precise portal information was missing, he chose to advance without further hesitation. They entered a canyon enclosed by massive rock walls inhabited by creatures of this floor. Surveying the surroundings closely, Bjorn mentally went over the limited knowledge he possessed. Behind him, companions joked lightly to hide tension, though vigilance remained strong. One warrior stated he had experience, dismissing worry with steady confidence. Traversing the den demanded instinct. The twisting terrain provided neither maps nor guidance. Compared to earlier floors, this landscape held stronger enemies and narrower pathways. Battle broke out rapidly. Bjorn's attacks felled foes and granted him surges of experience. Once threats were eliminated, the group found cover, getting ready to rest and recover. During fireside conversation, a warning emerged. Other explorers were the greatest threat here. Shocked, one teammate asked whether that danger was actually real. Portmiller replied, explaining how every floor became harsher the deeper they traveled. With their goal defined, the group prepared to move into the dangerous Shadows Passage. Kanna firmly confirmed her prior experience on the 3rd floor, drawing attention from others. That knowledge comforted the team, especially since the route ahead remained unclear. Rather than compliments, she faced teasing comments about her noble origins, which annoyed her. Their playful exchange intensified, causing Bjorn to interrupt with a sharp command. Surprised, both quickly apologized, noticing Bjorn's mood had suddenly changed. Before calm returned, a swift ambush threw the party into disorder. A beast's charge sent tremors through the formation, knocking several members off balance. Only his shield prevented Bjorn from being crushed beneath the initial impact. Nearby, an ally hurried to heal, triggering an emergency restoration skill. The attackers, identified as Tier 7 Avantro, overpowered the team with savage strength. While defending himself, Bjorn struggled with doubt, questioning his power during the fight. To stabilize the situation, one teammate struck back, using a strong balance technique. Magic surged as Bwok cast a supportive curse to weaken the opponents. Seizing the chance, the front line unleashed a decisive finishing strike. Even after victory, the group stayed alert, sensing the conflict was not truly finished. Bjorn cried out in warning, as one last Avantro lunged forward, taking them off guard. From above, Kanna descended quickly, gathering her energy mid-air, without pause. With a forceful blow, she drove her blade down and ended the threat completely. The system confirmed success, yet the atmosphere remained uneasy. Studying the scene, Bjorn observed the unusual positioning of the creatures. To confirm suspicions, Rottmiller used his thermal scan to search for hidden presences. Conversation shifted to theories, suggesting someone might have intentionally lured the beasts. No evidence of recent movement appeared, but the team remained cautious. Kanna voiced concern, warning they could still be watched in silence. Instead of staying, the group chose to leave before the situation worsened. On the way, Rottmiller admitted his surprise at the frequent encounters. Kanna casually mentioned she had encountered plunderers several times this year. That statement shocked the group, especially because of what it implied. Although humor followed, Rottmiller became clearly irritated by the discussion. With no conclusions reached, the team pressed forward, eyes alert and pace steady. After multiple battles, the group earned experience by defeating several powerful enemies. They chose to rest near the area's edge, where monster presence was lower. Kanna checked on Dwaki, who admitted feeling uneasy since earlier that day. Though uncertain of the cause, Dwaki confessed he had felt unsettled throughout the encounters. He admitted others might see him as inexperienced or overly naive. The reality of explorers killing one another weighed heavily on his thoughts. Preparing for that brutal truth, Dwaki tried to convince himself he was ready to act, despite his determined response. Doubt remained about whether he could truly follow through. His hesitation was evident, though his bravery still persisted. Bjorn quietly assessed him, believing honesty was preferable to arrogance. Instead of criticizing, he asked the group to give him some time. With everyone watching, he offered to share something important he had kept secret.
A single member steps ahead, urging the party to observe something strange, concealed beneath the ground. They pause in amazement as the night sky reveals itself above, scattered with glittering lights. In front of them, a radiant city unfolds under countless drifting orbs, lighting the silent trail ahead. No one understands why this phenomenon manifests only on the third floor. It remains an enigma, yet the explanation feels insignificant compared to the stunning view surrounding them. Facing the others, one ally questions whether this vision rekindles their determination. As night deepens, the lights disappear. Shadows gently reclaim the labyrinth. While the rest fall asleep, Bjorn takes the first watch, sitting quietly beside the fire. Only Dwaki's steady breathing echoes, softly, breaking the silence around him. At sunrise, progress is evaluated. Bjorn measures his growth through accumulated experience. Up to now, 2 essences have been absorbed. 1 slot still remains at his current level. Instead of hurrying, he seeks a strong essence worthy of filling that final space. They arrive at the boundary of the orc territory, a perilous region ahead. It teems with enemies, ranking just below the most difficult zones on the 3rd floor. To push onward, they must conquer this harsh domain before ascending further. Murad suggested forming a temporary alliance, leaving future decisions open as events unfold. Before any strategy could shift, orcs burst from the forest in a fierce charge. Everyone immediately took their positions, reacting quickly and with confidence. The front line met the first wave, cutting down several orcs in an instant. Magical arrows ripped across the battlefield, fired by Rottmiller and Dwaki from behind. Enemies who closed the distance were handled by Murad and Viviana, maintaining the formation. While staying alert, Rottmiller spotted an orc shaman performing a forbidden spell. A crimson aura wrapped around a warrior. The berserk enchantment had been cast. His muscles swelled as he roared, now enduring far more damage than before. Breaking through the defenses, the berserk orc lunged past their shield wall. Rottmiller staggered backward, forcing Bjorn to step in with raw strength. Without hesitation, the barbarian delivered a heavy counterattack to stop the assault. Viviana rushed forward, capitalizing on the opening to strike exposed foes. Kill alerts appeared. 2 orcs, and the berserk warrior had been defeated. Bjorn concluded the encounter by eliminating the witch doctor behind the spell. After regrouping, the team reviewed their condition and progress, noting effective coordination. Though slower than anticipated, their steady formation provided reliability in battle. Confidence stayed strong as they pushed deeper, encountering tougher resistance near the core. An elite orc suddenly ambushed the front line but was quickly dealt with by Viviana's precision. Despite the increasing challenge, the group continued overcoming enemies efficiently. Without warning, an explosion shook the area, signaling a new danger approaching. A robed orc appeared, declaring the land as territory of the Darken clan, and ordering them to leave. According to the map, that clan should belong to the 6th floor, confusing everyone present. Seeing them here defied expectations, raising doubts about the dungeon's structure and rules. The elder refused to elaborate, giving only vague remarks about overlapping clan territories. Unease spread as the party questioned whether this was even part of the true labyrinth. A strange moment followed. Someone recognized the halfling girl and called her out. Her reaction confirmed it. The orc boy was her brother Talon, now dressed in enemy attire. He reprimanded her for exposing their bond, though it was already too late, even as the truth emerged. Talon insisted his reasons no longer held importance. The elder eventually spoke, explaining their clan held claim over the orc warrior essence. He stated it was a 6th floor clan matter, and asked the group to respect their rights. With their presence halting further monster spawns, he urged them to leave immediately. Despite their frustration, the party accepted the silent rule power determined ownership in the labyrinth. Bjorn recognized the dwarf's anger, but urged caution over reckless pride in such danger. Unexpectedly, Dwaki stepped forward, attempting to introduce himself to the opposing side. The elder dismissed him instantly, belittling his worth and cutting him off. Without warning, Murad struck first, unleashing lightning magic directly beneath their feet. His sudden attack shattered any negotiation, plunging the situation into chaos and turning it into battle. Lightning crackled around Bjorn as he charged ahead, shield lifted to smash through opposing ranks. With flawless timing, he crashed into his target, his strength amplified by magical enhancement. His battle cry reverberated across the field, compelling the enemy leader, Hikarad Murad, to act at once. Allies nearby regained their footing, using the opening Bjorn created to reorganize and maintain formation. Several warriors looked toward him, restoring their focus and preparing to dive back into combat. A spellcaster noted that without Bjorn's intervention, their entire squad could have been destroyed. Afterward, Rottmiller expressed regret, admitting his flawed decision had nearly caused catastrophe. Although still irritated, one companion chose to forgive him, deciding to move beyond the error. Others reacted with confusion, surprised he wasn't disciplined more severely. Bjorn acknowledged that Rottmiller's actions stemmed from loyalty, despite being misguided. Another admitted she might have been cast out if not for Bjorn stepping in when he did. Someone called out to the mage, easing the tension and bringing a lighter mood to the group. Abruptly, the atmosphere shifted. Bjorn felt a presence that triggered an instinctive sense of danger. Misha opened up about her past, explaining she could never form a contract with a spirit. Visions of spirit beasts appeared, mighty beings that bestowed power upon chosen individuals. Only a limited number of people were selected by such spirits, yet Misha was never among them. Her failure brought shame, particularly as a member of the main bloodline of House Karstein. That shortcoming stained her family's reputation, leaving her isolated from her relatives. She remembered brighter days spent with her siblings before adulthood altered everything. Once she remained unchosen, they distanced themselves, branding her a half-blood, unable to bear their rejection. She departed and chose a solitary path as a fighter. The others respected her honesty, understanding how difficult such a confession must have been. Another teammate shared his story, hoping to strengthen their bond. He once dreamed of crafting weapons as a blacksmith, yet a decade passed without progress, and he failed to complete his training. Financial burdens forced him to become an explorer after turning 30. A third member spoke up, claiming he lacked talent more than anyone else. He admitted feeling insignificant, especially when compared to accomplished mages. Support from the group eased his worries and filled him with gratitude. Observing their openness, Bjorn found himself unable to fully understand the situation. Another stepped forward, confessing his earlier hostility came from envy. Listening to Misha and Murad's experiences had stirred feelings he hadn't recognized before. Jealousy clouded his judgment, causing him to ignore the unseen struggles others endured. Misha remarked that only a handful of humans ever became saints or spirit mages. Laughter broke out as someone joked about their team being a group of halflings. Every gaze shifted to Bjorn, silently expecting his reaction. Caught unprepared, he suddenly said he had no mother. His unexpected words shocked everyone, leaving them uncertain and uneasy. To clarify, he added that his father vanished in the labyrinth years ago. He raised his voice, declaring he had grown up without any parental support. The group stood still, unsure whether to comfort him or stay quiet. Instead of accepting sympathy, he demanded distance and told them to leave him alone. Some began to realize that Bjorn had suffered more than he ever revealed. Even so, he reminded himself of how quickly he had advanced as a ranked explorer. Before anyone could respond, Misha noticed the change in his expression and hurried toward him. Bjorn reflected on his reaction, annoyed at how easily his emotions surfaced. As the team debated their next move, he listened in silence while suggestions were made. After weighing both distance and risk, he decisively ruled out the witch's forest and dismissed other weak ideas. Their hesitation made him rethink their current abilities and lack of preparation. Memories of earlier fights reminded him how unready they had been against stronger creatures in the labyrinth. Based on that assessment, he determined the fourth floor was the most suitable option and made the final decision accordingly. Around the campfire, the party debated which dungeon layer to tackle next while unease slowly grew. Despite their optimism, Bjorn observed the group lacked dependable fighters and steady attacking power. He silently assessed their odds as poor if drawn into long, exhausting battles. A decision was made to head for the fourth floor. Without hesitation, they gathered their things and returned toward the labyrinth entrance. That night, they made camp in a known area beneath the calm, silent sky. Bjorn checked the hour 9 p.m., identical to previous nights. It became obvious Rottweiler had carefully planned their stops using accurate travel calculations. When questioned about what came next, Rottweiler calmly explained the path forward. As the others settled down to rest, Rottweiler abruptly called out to Bjorn. His sharp tone stopped everyone. Odd sounds drifted from beyond the fire's glow. They prepared themselves, uncertain whether it was a beast or something more dangerous. Cries rang out in the darkness, drawing all eyes toward the unseen. Bjorn immediately recognized it as a setup, not a genuine plea for help. Rottweiler confirmed the tracks matched the looters they had faced before. Tension spiked as a red-haired girl warned of enemies closing in quickly. Seeing the confusion and firelight, Bjorn recognized the ideal chance to move. After steadying his nerves, he charged ahead, shouting wildly to appear panicked. A man dressed in black shouted threats, telling them not to advance further. Fear marked his expression as he begged for assistance, claiming allies had fallen. Even with monsters nearby, he demanded they surrender their weapons at once. The orcs did not move forward. Instead, they remained watching from behind. Their stillness confused Bjorn, who assumed they were waiting for humans to resolve it. Giving a final warning, he demanded they either surrender or retreat immediately. Weapons were handed over reluctantly, gathered efficiently under Rottweiler's supervision. Unexpectedly, the orcs began to withdraw as if acknowledging submission. A woman dressed in purple stepped forward, introducing herself as Elisa and thanking them. Introductions followed, with her companions stating their names one by one. A hint of amusement appeared in Bjorn's eyes as Murad was clearly captivated. Recognition hit when one man introduced himself as Hans, a name tied to betrayal. Hans dismissed it casually, saying that the other Hans had already died. Elisa, visibly emotional, claimed divine luck had saved their group from ruin. When asked about her role, she confidently revealed she was a priestess of light. Doubt lingered in Bjorn's thoughts, convinced she was another deceiver. Still, she responded calmly when someone requested treatment for an injury. A glowing spell formed in her hands, proving her divine power was real. Gasps spread through the group as they realized she wasn't pretending. Even so, Bjorn refused firmly to return the seized weapons. His stance showed barbarian principles differed from human beliefs. He demanded payment, citing the custom of rewarding those who save lives. Although Elisa offered money, Bjorn suggested valuable gear would be better. Understanding the situation, one member agreed armor was a fair exchange. Bjorn accepted the deal and declared the matter resolved. Another asked if they could rest now, and Bjorn permitted it. Through everything, he realized survival rules remained unchanged in any world. Elisa offered healing, unaware danger was already aiming for her from the shadows. A sudden attack struck her, throwing her violently onto the ground. Bjorn reacted instantly, crushing the attacker and protecting the group from further ambush. The party panicked, shouting in confusion as Bjorn stood over the fallen foe. He explained his uncontrollable anger, driven by irritation toward the deceitful newcomers. Their expressions turned from shock to fear, sensing something far worse approaching. Without warning, dark energy surged, lifting one man into the air. A cursed being appeared, drawn by the hostility surrounding Bjorn. Its voice echoed in his mind, declaring him a true enemy to eliminate. A chilling laugh cuts through the stillness as a tainted force stirs again within dense, shifting shadows. From below, the priest's mangled body jerks upright, leaking sinister power. Startled by the revival, Bjorn braces himself as nearby warriors stand frozen in shock. A fierce surge of crimson power explodes, marking the priest's complete return through dark sorcery. Without hesitation, Bjorn charges at the figure, confusing his stunned companions. Instead of falling back, he insists immediate attacks are the only path to survival. The priest, once slain, had forged an agreement with Karui to escape natural demise. Through rites and offerings, he consumed souls to sustain his horrifying rebirth. Known for orchestrating widespread killings, he became a dreaded name among cult followers. Maintaining the pact required constant sacrifices, condemning many innocents as tributes. When defeated, his spirit unleashed minions to carry on the slaughter. Enraged by disruption, his essence lashes out over the loss of his summons. Seeing the pattern, Bjorn determines the soul connection must be broken. He ignores the priest's warnings and readies a final blow. Behind him, allies regroup, preparing for one last clash. Dark power surges as undead beings rise, their faces warped with rage and hunger. Answering their master's call, the swarm rushes toward the overwhelmed group. Moving quickly, Misha and Bjorn steady themselves against the relentless assault. A strong ability erupts from Misha's hands, aiming to shatter the advancing wave. Frost magic shoots forward as Riolo casts with skilled accuracy. Sadly, the undead remain unharmed, their resistance nullifying cold-based spells. Sensing danger, a retreating ally throws a fireball behind him. Flames spread across the battlefield, and the creatures howl as they burn. Bjorn observes the result. Fire clearly weakens these undead foes. A priestess responds by gathering all nearby flames into a blazing orb. Bjorn's face tightens. Fire, once useful, is now being absorbed. Without delay, he shifts the group's focus toward taking down the casters. While Bjorn holds the line, the others rush toward the exposed enemies. At that instant, the priestess calls forth a dark creature named Shadow Garnal. As it rises from the earth, Bjorn shouts a warning to remain cautious. With a scream, the priestess releases her minions, ordering their enemies destroyed. The team steadies as black tendrils lash out, forcing Misha to evade quickly. From afar, Riolo counters with a burst of magic while the priestess laughs wickedly. A dark presence wraps around Misha, its heavy nature showing she has been cursed. From the darkness, shadow beasts appear, surrounding them from all sides. Rushing into the fray, Hikarad reveals he was told by Bjorn to stay with her. Alone and wounded, Bjorn battles at the front, keeping the enemy leader occupied. His allies remain tied in combat, unable to assist him. Furious, the priestess scolds her servants for failing to protect her. As the others fight, she begins forming an escape spell beneath swirling power. A promise of vengeance leaves her lips before she disappears. Bjorn grits his teeth, angered they could not stop her escape. From above the battlefield, the priestess vanishes into the twisting void. Looking upward, Bjorn accepts the bitterness of an incomplete fight. Soon after, system alerts confirm success, though the danger is not gone. Bjorn asks for curse removal, hoping the mage can undo the lingering effects. The mage explains his limitations, stating casting curses differs from removing them. Understanding the situation worsens, Bjorn grows frustrated as cursed vines tighten around him. Curses start consuming Bjorn as he drives his wounded body onward through the lethal forest. Disregarding his allies' worries, he chooses to continue, relying on stamina instead of taking a break. The atmosphere grows ominous as horrific creatures appear, attracted by the curse spreading from him. A faraway priestess delivers a harsh judgment, afflicting him with the stamina rejection curse. Every movement turns into a struggle, his stamina fades quicker than it can recover. Aware that pausing would mean immediate death, he forces his body to keep advancing, with blood staining his armor. Bjorn notices a warped fog-covered land ahead. Sinister birds circle above as the forest transforms into something even more unnatural. He realizes with unease that it is the witch's forest, a place filled with legend and peril. Earlier that evening, the group had talked about their pursuer, a high-ranking Karui priest. Bjorn explained that facing such an enemy directly would guarantee their destruction. Only an ambush could offer them a chance to avoid instant losses. Misha smiles brightly, admiring Bjorn's bold behavior during the fight. She remembers how he crushed an opponent's head before it could retaliate. Even so, the priestess escaped, leaving behind no trace to follow. Alert for another attack, Bjorn expects the enemy might strike from the sides during a monster encounter. To prevent this, he suggests moving directly into the witch's forest without hesitation. Their formation tightens as the group quietly agrees to the dangerous yet necessary plan. Within the forest, thick mist and distorted terrain prove its reputation was accurate. Though filled with monsters, the place nullifies most negative status effects upon entering. Relief spreads among them as the curses disappear, easing both body and mind. Amazed, Rottmiller notes that Bjorn had memorized everything purely from reading. Laughter breaks out as even Misha teases his barbarian intelligence with admiration. Their mood shifts instantly when a surge of hostile voices floods the forest. Cries of "die" repeat endlessly, distorting the air with violent illusions. While Misha struggles, Bjorn stands firm, enduring the mental assault calmly. Others manage to withstand it, but Dwaki collapses, overwhelmed by the pressure. Disturbed by the visual distortions, Bjorn suspects lingering magical influence. Despite everything, Rottmiller confirms his magic is still functioning properly. Seeing their exhaustion, Bjorn orders the group to rest before moving on. Taking command, he offers to stand guard, while urging the others to recover. Fatigue overtakes him as he slumps, murmuring that death feels close. Sensing this, a companion mentions a past encounter with a mysterious woman at the Adventurers Guild. She had repeatedly questioned him during recruitment. Only now does he realize she may have entered the dungeon under disguise. A rare item she wore, the Guardian's wrist guard, proves her deeper involvement. Bjorn silently grows irritated,
frustrated by their worsening situation. Even his teammates begin piecing together clues about her hidden identity. Her worn-out clothing had apparently fooled everyone into ignoring suspicion. The dwarf is mocked for failing to recognize her due to distractions. Ashamed, he blames the chaotic tavern environment instead. Meanwhile, the enemy woman observes quietly, already ahead of them. Suddenly, Bjorn is shaken awake by his worried companions. Without delay, they report something unusual within the forest. Glowing faintly in the darkness, a group of fairies floats harmlessly in-game, yet unpredictable here. Bjorn believes their strange behavior signals the arrival of something far more dangerous. Confidence returns as Dwaki stands prepared, clearly recovered. With determination, Bjorn begins casting a spell to draw their enemy out. Lightning bursts forth, breaking the forest's silence, and triggering an unexpected reaction. A piercing screech echoes as a monstrous being charges forward violently. Trees shatter under its force, forcing the group into defensive positions. Its body radiates spores, confirming a connection to corrupted fairy magic. With a roar, it attacks swiftly and heavily, sending allies scattering. Bjorn steadies himself, realizing brute strength alone will not defeat it. Studying its movements, the team prepares a layered strategy. Their coordination aligns as each member releases synchronized magical attacks. A powerful explosion stops the creature, stunning it in mid-attack. A brief silence follows the clash, yet tension remains. From the darkness, several unfamiliar figures appear, watching closely. One woman steps forward, shouting in fury that they were responsible for killing her companions. Chaos breaks out as armored knights shout for Lady Elisa to retreat from the front lines at once. Facing a vastly superior enemy force, the party realizes they cannot win through sheer strength. Without delay, Hikarad reveals a powerful relic, their sole chance at survival. A radiant burst of light erupts outward, forming a shield and canceling all harmful effects. The enemies stagger as Hikarad's body surges with energy, granting his allies a chance to escape. One individual moves in the opposite direction, causing confusion as danger still lingers nearby. Doubt begins to rise. The enemy may be setting up a pincer maneuver using bait and timing from the darkness. A smiling predator prepares to strike both sides in a single ambush. Once the relic's power fades, the group rushes forward as hostile pressure begins to return. Bjorn takes the lead, alert to movement while directing the team with steady confidence. Drawing from experience, he navigates the maze-like labyrinth up to the third floor. True skill in navigation, however, will be tested deeper within the witch's domain. His sharpened sense of smell detects magical traces that no one else can perceive. Even within misleading terrain, he identifies the correct path toward the fourth floor. With an enemy scout rapidly closing in, he quickens the pace to maintain their advantage. Everything now depends on who reaches the fourth floor portal before the others do. Fatigue begins to show, especially in Misha's unstable steps and increasingly heavy breathing. Suddenly she stumbles and collapses, crying out in pain from the fall. Though she insists she's all right, her shaking hands reveal the truth. Her ankle injury is not minor, it is clearly a sprain caused by the impact. Bjorn orders her to remain still, realizing they have become separated from the others. Both pause, uncertain, when exactly the rest disappeared within the forest maze. While Misha urges them to continue forward, Bjorn chooses caution instead. He believes their scout, Rottmiller, will notice their absence and come for them. Moving through the witch's forest without guidance is extremely dangerous. Sudden screams echo loudly through the trees, drawing their attention instantly. It is the dwarf's voice, panicked nearby, and clearly in danger. Bjorn decides immediately, telling Misha to follow him without hesitation. Though tempted by loot and supplies, he places escape above everything else. Misha, despite her injury, pushes herself to keep going. Bjorn tells her to stay calm, emphasizing the need to face reality. She panics and blames herself. But Bjorn's voice cuts through. Survival requires obedience. He orders her to drink a potion and walk on her own, focusing on the present. After traveling some distance, Bjorn calls for a short rest to recover. Misha, still unsettled, remembers how difficult it was to drink a potion on his back. Although her injury is not fully healed, she says she can walk and fight for now. Their situation remains dire, especially with only a melee fighter and a tank. Because field monsters cannot be harmed without elemental abilities, they are nearly helpless. Bjorn silently decides it is time to act and commits to his decision. Without warning, Bjorn asks Misha if she has ever been married. Surprised, she answers no. Confused by the sudden question, He then asks about her views on modesty and nudity before she can respond. He reaches for his belt, startling her. She panics, misunderstanding his intentions, until he reveals a small ring in his hand. Bjorn presents it with a vow, saying that if she accepts, she will stay with him forever. Misha is stunned by the proposal, unable to process his sudden boldness. Bjorn promises loyalty through the ring and asks her to do the same. Her expression softens as she recognizes his sincerity, but hesitates to respond in kind. Misha politely refuses, explaining she never saw Bjorn that way despite their time together. He listens, confused, trying to grasp her meaning. She blurts out her unusual preference for lean men with a mouse-like scent, shocking him annoyed. Misha declares he has no appeal as a man, and calls him a barbarian. Bjorn quickly explains. The ring was meant as a companion contract. Relieved, Misha laughs and agrees once she realizes there is no romantic pressure. With the agreement settled, Bjorn explains the ring's cost and magical function. Its expensive price surprises Misha, but he assures her it is worth it. Resolute, Bjorn prepares to use the ring's power to awaken her potential. Marked as number 9425. The Frost Spirit Ring was acquired through treachery at Artemian School. At first glance, its look implies it is merely a worthless ornament. Only when shattered does its hidden ability trigger, unleashing an unusual magical pulse. Under certain circumstances, a beastman lacking a soul contract its secret effect eventually appears. The system responds with an abrupt event, calling forth something ancient and immense. From long sleep, the gigantic ice beast Skadia rises in a dazzling burst of light. Without delay, Misha agrees to the creature's sudden proposal. A swirl of frozen energy surrounds her as the contract ceremony starts. She lifts upward, overtaken by the magical force, as the pact reshapes her body and presence. The contract finalizes, leaving everyone nearby shocked by the change. Bjorn, taken by surprise, questions how such a mighty bond formed so effortlessly. Misha, confused, wonders why even her father never spoke of this occurrence. An ally proposes her father might have been ignorant of the ring's real nature. Suddenly realizing her uncovered state, Misha reacts in embarrassment. Garments arranged by Bjorn wait for her, along with news. Her item level has risen by 356. With an uneasy tone, Misha demands clarification for why she awoke unclothed. Bjorn calmly explains her equipment was ruined, an anticipated result of the soul-binding ritual. He awkwardly mentions marriage, describing concern for how a partner might have reacted. That explanation irritates Misha, who scolds him for failing to inform her earlier. Switching topics, Bjorn asks if she has anything to say in return. Flushed, she murmurs her thanks, struggling to show sincere gratitude without embarrassment. A distant gaze replaces her irritation as painful memories begin to surface. She reveals she once tried to take her own life, her voice calm yet quiet. Rescue arrived from her father, who found her just in time. Instead of comfort, his first words were cruel, telling her to die within the labyrinth. His pride mattered more than her suffering, and it wounded deeply. She entered the labyrinth not to perish, but to escape his shadow. Freedom from her family's expectations became her true goal. She believed that achieving success without a soul number might earn her father's approval. Now, after everything, she realizes that his acknowledgement may no longer matter. With a deep bow, Misha genuinely thanks Bjorn for remaining at her side. She vows to remember his kindness and repay it until her final breath. Hearing her words, Bjorn understands she has made a formal oath before the guardian spirit. There exist 3 known soul contract types for beastmen: summon, enhancement, and utility. Most who create contracts usually gain only one of these separate abilities. Misha's transformation with Skadia, however, granted her the rare and powerful enhancement type. She attacks rapidly, overwhelming the foe with newfound ice power. A single strike defeats a wraith, confirming she can damage even ethereal beings now. Despite the victory, something about striking spirits feels unsettling. Soul numbers and barbarian engravings both increase over time through experience. Though challenging, merging elemental traits with weapons becomes achievable through mastery. Before they adjust further, Misha warns of incoming threats closing in fast. Both fighters dash forward as more wraiths surround them. While retreating, Bjorn notices ominous signs of a greater enemy nearby. Their speed increases, reinforcements appear, and battle becomes unavoidable. Bjorn reflects on their encounter with a high-grade creature and its unexpected aftermath. Destroying the Frost Spirit Ring had triggered a powerful sealed curse. As a consequence, the acidic blood from the beast eroded and weakened their gear. While hiding, they evaluate their progress, but realize elemental essence remains insufficient. Bjorn estimates they have explored about 30% of the witch's forest. Time keeps passing, intensifying the effects of the area's mana-induced weakening to prevent separation. Bjorn ties a rope between them as a precaution. He recognizes the danger of staying too long under the forest's abnormal mana field. With urgency increasing, they advance, aware that stopping could mean death. A forbidden technique, Nation's Eye, ignites as Bjorn's iris radiates intense violet light. Its impact is instant. Creatures concealed behind deceptive veils lose their camouflage. Foes begin to awaken, their existence revealed, while Bjorn's squad readies for unavoidable battle. Fighting spreads throughout the cavern as the party clashes with numerous monsters in scattered encounters. Moments stretch with every fight. Misha's breathing becomes heavier, her movement increasingly unstable. Without chance to pause, they push onward, trying to prevent more fights by remaining vigilant. Clear signs of fatigue consume Misha, not from injury but sheer bodily exhaustion. Bjorn observes carefully, judging whether she can last through the rest of the descent. As threats grow, he quietly braces himself for the worst if she falls. Although she attempts to speak, her shaking hands reveal her weakness. Bjorn carries her without hesitation, forcing her to depend on him. Appreciation replaces reluctance as she murmurs a soft thank you. A sudden ambush interrupts them. Violent screams resound through the corridor. Bjorn faces the enemies, eyes tightening as ominous energy gathers around them. Stepping from the darkness, a wicked woman grins, exposing herself as the real danger. Without delay, a tempting figure resembling Bjorn's former lover appears, speaking as if she knows everything. He identifies her immediately, yet she seems too vivid, too tangible, to be mere memory. While Misha rests across his back, he stays cautious, unsure if this is illusion or snare. Each motion she makes copies the woman he once loved, mimicking her voice and mannerisms. Mocking words cut deeper than expected, striking at lingering emotional scars, not yet healed. Instead of responding, Bjorn contemplates the past, silently wondering who truly hid the truth. The illusion draws nearer, her expression shifting between warmth and dominance. Alterations in her clothing expose inconsistencies, yet her voice remains flawlessly familiar. Revulsion rises inside him as he realizes his instinctive response was clouded by longing. She extends her hand, urging him to leave Misha and return to her side. His body falters, muscles rigid, while her grip tightens around him. Everything fades until sensation proves she is no harmless recollection. A sharp cry cuts through, snapping his awareness back to reality. Blinding radiance shatters the illusion, sending her collapsing onto the ground. Bjorn breathes out slowly, gazing at the broken deception that almost consumed him. Misha appears just in time, announcing the dryad defeated and the illusion dispelled. Confusion seizes Bjorn as he understands the woman he saw never existed. Reality strikes hard. He had been caught in a rare monster's powerful enchantment ability. This clarity explains the vision's strength. It wasn't environment, but direct mental manipulation. Thankful yet composed, Bjorn expresses gratitude to Misha, realizing how close he was to ruin. Soon after, unknown individuals appear, a band of explorers crossing their route unexpectedly. Polite greetings are exchanged, yet their abrupt arrival sparks quiet suspicion. Despite their friendliness, Bjorn remains wary, remembering how few groups wander this forest. He responds simply but instructs Misha to remain cautious. One woman insists they pose no threat, mentioning children as evidence of sincerity. Unconvinced, Bjorn refuses assistance, his instincts warning him otherwise. To him, desperation driven by family duty can lead to dangerous decisions. Rather than react, he studies their actions, choosing caution instead of trust. These strangers may conceal their motives, trusting them quickly would be foolish. He introduces himself carefully, probing for intent behind their polished demeanor. Bjorn states his name cautiously, but suspicion rises when the stranger fails to recognize the familiar warrior title. Their party setup seems too flawless, increasing doubt about their real purpose as smiles stretch unnaturally. A cold realization dawns: something is wrong. Bjorn's instincts surge with warning. This group is dangerous. A menacing aura encircles the nearby party, immediately sparking suspicion in Bjorn and Misha. Without delay, Misha follows Bjorn's silent intent, placing full faith in his instincts. Instead of risking entanglement, Bjorn chooses to retreat, feeling the situation as anything but normal. Strain heightens as the other group's faces harden, exposing their predatory nature. Facing away, Bjorn clearly declares they will not help and tells Misha to go. An abrupt ambush breaks out,
The strike proves their caution was justified. One assailant exposes his reason, craving the rare gear Bjorn possesses. Pretenses of friendship fade as greed pushes them to claim his items. The expandable pack, unbelievably valuable, becomes their main target. While one man wavers, another advances, excusing theft through hardship. Escape appears unreachable. Scouts are already placed to seal every path. Trapped, Bjorn understands they must delay instead of escaping. He gestures to Misha to stall them, gaining crucial moments. Offering equipment and coins, Bjorn tries to negotiate for survival. Unexpectedly, Misha declares royal lineage, leaving Bjorn briefly shocked. Failing to settle on a strategy, the hostile adventurers rashly pick violence over planning. They rush ahead, eyes fixed on Bjorn and Misha, each aiming to strike first. From the shadows, Carnivaro emerges, shattering everything with a grim proclamation of death. Hearing the creature's name sparks terror among the attackers, halting their advance. Bjorn, remaining calm, orders Misha to hold tight as escape becomes essential. She reacts instantly, while behind them, Carnivaro begins its relentless chase. Confusion and dread spread among the enemies, unable to understand why the creature is free. The beast lunges, crushing reason and hesitation beneath its rage. As intended, Bjorn directs their sprint straight across the magical minefield. Each stride over the explosive traps only increases the gap from their enemies. Bjorn presses forward without stopping, certain in the strategy they prepared. He never planned to avoid the mines only to turn them into weapons. Carnivaro roars and summons allies, amplifying the chaos trailing behind the fleeing duo. Shifting shadows form, ripping into the bewildered adventurers. Screams ring out as the ambushers become casualties of their own reckless greed. Anger erupts as one attacker curses the situation, blaming the mines for their defeat, caught unprepared. Several are hurled aside by the unrelenting blasts. A massive creature rushes forward, tearing into Bjorn before he can react. Carnivaro activates a lethal skill. His body erupts in a grotesque explosion of flesh. Stunned and bleeding, Bjorn falters, realizing his injuries are severe. With his foot ruined, escape becomes impossible, without extreme measures. Misha receives fresh commands, manage the obstacles and shift focus toward Carnivaro. Without pause, she leaps into action, blades slicing through the darkness. Her strikes connect cleanly, and her gaze fixes on the remaining threats. The battlefield grows quiet as surviving enemies beg desperately for healing. Misha observes coldly, unaffected by their desperate pleas. Beside Bjorn, she anxiously wonders whether healing will suffice. To her astonishment, his foot starts regenerating immediately. Shocked, she watches as flesh and bone rebuild before her eyes. Through a rare racial ability and unique potion, Bjorn recovers beyond natural limits. Misha looks at Bjorn in disbelief, questioning how he endures pain so easily. He calmly explains it as the barbarian's mental strength and endurance. While others screamed, Bjorn stayed composed, his tolerance far exceeding normal levels. They get ready to leave swiftly, wary that Carnivaro could return at any time. As they move, Misha asks how Bjorn detected danger earlier. He says it was the name Hans that sparked suspicion, leaving Misha confused. Bjorn considers that appearances deceive. Even the kindest face can conceal cruelty. Had they met elsewhere or under different circumstances, that woman might have seemed different. Instead, she struck first, revealing her true nature. Misha remarks that surviving the labyrinth requires tough choices and constant vigilance. Bjorn agrees wealth may be the only real shield in this harsh world. Soon, the system announces they have exited the witch's forest area successfully. A gentle light shines ahead as Misha happily calls out to Bjorn. At last they discover the resting place calm and untouched. With hopeful relief, Bjorn steps into the witch's hut, hoping for a moment of peace. A hidden cabin materialized deep within the witch's forest, appearing unpredictably for a short period, for 8 hours. The area cancelled all field effects and prevented hostile monster encounters. With Misha's tracking ability, they discovered the second cabin more quickly, with 53 hours still left. The moment they stepped inside, the entrance sealed, signaling the start of their temporary refuge. Misha welcomed the peace with excitement, but Bjorn grew tense, sensing something was off. Noticing faint disturbances and unusual noises, he deduced someone else was already present. A recognizable man previously seen alongside Elisa lay collapsed and barely conscious among the brush. Before anyone else could respond, Bjorn struck, attempting to eliminate any hidden threats. The blow connected, yet the man stayed conscious, casting doubt on its impact.
Inside, restrained survivors began to stir wounded, but not critically, bleeding from the head. One captive groaned, clearly shaken yet still alive. Without warning, he jolted awake and met Bjorn's gaze in terror. Panicking, the prisoner claimed they had been controlled by an unknown woman. He explained they attacked a scout to slow his escape, causing only a slight injury. Suddenly, the wound released a bright light, pulsing with strange, unfamiliar energy. When he reached their scout, he found him trembling, impaled by a glowing, unnatural spear. Confusion deepened as he realized the opposing group had disappeared without any trace. Unable to pursue, they wandered the forest aimlessly, directionless. After the ambush, days later, a disturbing encounter with Elisa revealed something far more dangerous. One of their companions collapsed instantly, his life drained within moments. Only then did her fanatic loyalty to a dark cult become evident. Inside the cabin, the captive pleaded innocence, blaming everything on manipulation. Desperate to live, he begged for mercy and offered compensation. No response came at once. Bjorn only listened, his expression unreadable. Conflicting thoughts clashed: survival instinct against remnants of his former life. One side held on to fairness, the other questioned if it still mattered. Balancing morality and necessity, he struggled to decide. When asked, Misha expressed clear distrust toward those who once tried to kill them. To her, mercy had no place after betrayal, regardless of reason. With hesitation gone, Bjorn accepted the harsh logic of the world he now lived in. Without delay, he issued his final warning, judgment already decided. Cries of innocence echoed, but mercy did not follow. The execution was swift, granting him a hidden achievement, and marking a brutal turning point. The name Bjorn Yandel became more than a title, it had become his identity. Survival required more than strength. He needed to fully embrace a barbarian mindset. When Misha showed concern, he brushed it aside, telling her to prepare to leave. Silently, he dragged the bodies toward the hearth, completing an unspoken ritual. Flames consumed the corpses, accepted by the system as a sacrificial offering. Watching the fire, Bjorn recognized mechanics from the game he once knew. Though exhausted, true rest was still out of reach. He lay down, taking the bed while Misha remained nearby. The mattress provided warmth, and for the moment, silence replaced guilt. As modern values faded, primal instincts grew stronger with unsettling clarity. Memories of his past life flickered distant, brief, and strangely hollow. In this brutal world, he finally began to feel alive. A sudden jolt pulled Bjorn from sleep, his heart pounding from a fading dream. He sat upright, sweat forming as he tried to separate illusion from reality. To his surprise, Misha lay beside him, sleeping peacefully and unaware. Flexing his fingers, he examined the strength within his unfamiliar body. No longer just a player, he accepted that facing monsters meant real survival. Noticing Misha had shifted during the night, he quietly wondered about her unease. Gentle attempts to wake her failed, forcing him to shake her awake. She jumped up with a cry, briefly confused before regaining awareness. The cabin's time was almost finished. They had to move quickly. Departure was near, but their exit was interrupted by a sudden system alert. Dark mist began to spread, followed by a growing ominous tension from the depths. A massive figure emerged, stopping them in place. Not an ordinary enemy, its presence radiated overwhelming, suffocating power. System messages confirmed the truth. The ritual had summoned something disastrous. The Lord of Chaos had appeared, a Layer Lord had entered the field. Shock flashes across Misha's face as she realizes the Tier Lord's manifestation wasn't accidental. The bodies they incinerated had unknowingly completed a summoning requirement. Even though she believed the final ritual had long been erased, someone had already arranged the location. Misha begins to panic, blaming Bjorn for the catastrophe. Keeping the event hidden becomes their top concern. Misha warns that any information leak could trigger severe repercussions. Bjorn quickly steadies himself, choosing to exit the forest now that the anomaly has subsided. Instead of staying behind, they head directly toward the orc settlement, seeking a sense of stability. The Zark clan appears as a dominant force operating beyond the 6th floor. Aligning with them could improve their chances of survival, even if the clan isn't among the absolute elite. Within the crowd, Misha feels uneasy, while Bjorn quietly surveys the surroundings for guidance. Rumors begin to circulate. Fear spreads among adventurers as whispers about the Tier Lord grow louder. Some shift their frustration toward Bjorn, demanding explanations and casting blame. A soothing ritual from a priestess eases tensions, gradually calming the restless crowd. Authorities declare the dungeon sealed and promise to escort survivors out securely. Strict warnings follow: any defiance will face immediate punishment. Bjorn studies the announcement, recognizing its effectiveness. Even agitated adventurers begin to relax. A sacred glow expands outward as the priest activates evil banishing, creating a protective zone against monsters. As they rest beneath the dimming sky, Bjorn and Misha take a brief moment to recover. Calm won't last long. Bjorn senses another problem approaching. Curious, Bjorn asks whether Misha possesses keen hearing, only to receive a remark about her ears. He clarifies his intent, and Misha confidently confirms her ability to detect faint sounds. Nearby whispers reveal relief that a sixth-floor clan arrived just in time. Respect for the clan's swift response spreads through the gathering. From Bjorn's viewpoint, their presence significantly altered the balance of power. Suddenly, Misha reacts playfully, surprising Bjorn with an unexpected action. Without hesitation, she declares that something is about to happen. Looking around, Bjorn notices the overwhelming number of adventurers packed together. Estimates suggest more than 500 individuals, far beyond what the clan can effectively manage. An elderly figure calls for silence, stressing that the sanctuary is the only safe haven. He announces a heavy fee, 1 million stones per person, required immediately. Bjorn instantly understands the tactic equipment, confiscation disguised as a donation. Framing it as a sacred offering, the priest enforces the 1 million stone payment as mandatory protection. Some adventurers willingly comply, convinced the sanctuary justifies the price. Bjorn, however, sees through it. It's a calculated move to seize gear and control the masses. After evaluating the situation, he tells Misha to carry only excess equipment. Using spare loot, they successfully hide their true gear beneath decoys. Even so, Bjorn wonders if survival now means starving next time just to endure. Murmurs of dissatisfaction spread among adventurers who see the demand as exploitative. As tension rises, some begin to flee to avoid paying altogether. Bjorn remains alert, curious how the clan will handle the unrest. Returning from listening in, Misha shares rumors that the tier lord might still appear. A cold tension settles in as Bjorn realizes the defenders cannot protect such a large group. If the boss emerges, disaster is inevitable with no proper escape. Dark clouds release unnatural rain, signaling the tier lord's aura ability. System alerts confirm deteriorating conditions. Players' stats begin to decline. Now disarmed and trapped, panic spreads as the monstrous entity emerges from darkness. As the tier lord Riakis reveals itself, chaos erupts. The commander urgently orders battle preparations. Support scrolls activate across the field, boosting stats and defenses before the clash. A leader channels divine energy from a Sunday Lord relic, casting radiant light to enhance morale and strength. Bjorn quietly observes their strategy, relying on rare relics and scrolls to delay the boss. He suspects this display of power is also meant to justify earlier confiscations. The front line steadies itself, shouting in defiance as the battle against Riakis begins. The demon's emergence destroyed any sense of safety. Its presence revealed what an actual raid felt like, consumed by fire. Numerous fighters charged ahead, weapons lifted, as turmoil seized the battlefield. With a single motion, the creature delivered a fatal strike, forcing everyone nearby to flee in panic. Frontliners concentrated on dodging instead of guarding. Despite wounds, exhausted troops rotated back into battle, refusing to abandon the breaking formation. Still hesitation appeared. One man halted over a fallen comrade, briefly disrupting the chain of command. One heavy stomp obliterated a warrior instantly. Nearby mages fell soon after to relentless force. While some doubted the plan, leaders maintained that progress continued carefully along the assigned route. Holding formation with resolve, fighters engaged while spells poured down to keep the demon contained. Unaffected, the monster surged ahead, stronger than any form the players had ever envisioned. Leaders shouted urgent commands, aiming for the demon's spear to weaken its attack reach. Everyone there realized this wasn't merely a raid, it was survival without another chance. Time showed 22:37 as Bjorn, alert and focused, stood within the formation with Misha nearby. Although their numbers appeared enough, inner doubts increased with every fallen ally. The true threat lingered behind the lines, explorers, shaken by death. Each push from Rakas caused deaths among unprepared explorers who depended only on paid protection. As panic spread, Bjorn silently assessed the situation, measuring his options while others hesitated. Close by, pressure grew. Some demanded action, but few had the ability to contribute effectively. Discarded armor and bodies showed the aftermath of those who failed to withdraw in time. Bjorn acted quickly and told Misha to follow. Delay would only guarantee death. Across the group, chaos erupted as survivors fought over stolen equipment and broken agreements. Misha stayed close, As Bjorn moved through the collapsing rear lines, wailing spirits blocked their route, manifestations of pure chaos born from the dungeon's depths. Instead of retreating, they advanced into uncertain territory. Rushing between flames, the pair avoided pursuit while searching for an escape route. Demons closed in from every side, pushing them dangerously near the outer boundary. Bjorn suddenly halted. Something unnatural was rising nearby. It became evident the enemy had absorbed every dark orb. Next to him, Misha shook, overwhelmed by the growing fear. Before them, the creature-evolved Gap of Malice had fully awakened. A deadly zone-wide ability released an unavoidable pull, dragging everyone toward the anomaly's core. No matter their position, players were forcibly drawn as the death radius expanded outward. Only around 200 survivors remained, their numbers reduced by confusion and chaos. Within that total, the once dominant Drazen clan had already fallen to 20 members. In only 3 hours, the casualties revealed everything about what occurred between the official counts. Arguments erupted, blame was thrown between explorers and elite clans. Angry shouts broke out from outsiders, accusing the elites of theft and betrayal. Some begged to be accepted, others demanded justice with tightened fists. The Drazen forces held their ground, vowing death to anyone who tried to approach. A voice rose from the crowd, calmly saying he understood what was happening. He revealed a potential escape 5 kilometers away, if they moved fast and together. People began to gather, driven by the only hope presented. Bjorn chose to advance, unwilling to die standing idle. But a sudden command stopped him. A figure blocked his way. It was a known face, and their meeting happened at the worst moment. With a mocking smile, the red-haired fighter mentioned the orc hero's essence. A brief look of surprise crossed his face. He hadn't expected that information to be known. Bjorn remained steady, hiding his thoughts as the first gamble proved successful. Migraine observed the group. Most were healers and support roles, unsuited for the front lines. Among them, only 2 real melee fighters remained, far too few for what awaited. The earlier conflict had left the formation damaged, fragile, and exposed, driven by urgency. The vice-captain struggled to create a workable plan. Their chances seemed bleak without more strength. Any escape attempt would likely fail. One dependable fighter could change the outcome, but none came forward. A sudden shout broke the silence. Someone offered to clear the path. Questions about his identity appeared, but Migraine focused on what mattered. The man confidently stated he possessed the orc hero's essence. With it, he claimed access to the rare skill Survival Instinct. That ability increased one's chances in deadly situations, guiding toward the safest path. For a moment, hope appeared. This light might lead them out alive. The vice-captain understood the armored man might be the only way forward through the crisis. Bjorn stayed calm, preparing his next move while considering the weight of his claim. With certainty, he stated his name, Bjorn, son of Yondel, and confirmed the second gamble had worked. Irats Migraine, the vice-chief of the dwarf clan, steps ahead and questions Bjorn's awareness of the orc hero's downfall. Without offering a response, Bjorn's quietness confirms the assumption, unsettling everyone present. Migraine explains their real aim was never orc domination, it was something much more dangerous. At the heart of the orc domain stood a 5th-grade creature, the orc hero. Asked to demonstrate his value, Bjorn answers by declaring himself a barbarian, bearing the immortal engraving. He also reveals his hybrid nature, a corpse golem with extreme resistance to pain. Migraine reacts with curiosity, impressed by Bjorn's capability to fight while drinking potions. His abilities may not appear extraordinary, yet they exceed those of the clan's remaining fighters. With a confident smile, Migraine decides to fully support him. One subordinate protests, concerned about wasted resources. However, Migraine insists that a single superior essence is worth more than minor losses. He commands Karlstein to deliver the essence, marking Bjorn's initiation. On the battlefield, 3 monstrous orc champions stand waiting, each posing a lethal danger. Their strength requires organized raid groups to defeat them. Each drops a unique colored essence trophies of immense worth. Bjorn receives the green essence, a rare reward linked to raw strength and endurance. With a firm grasp, he absorbs it, feeling energy surge through his body. The essence enhances every attribute: strength, agility, fighting spirit, reshaping his physical limits. Power floods him, making his heart pound with unnatural intensity. He quickly prepares, removing his armor to begin full activation. Potions, scrolls, and elixirs are collected support items for the risky path ahead. A sequence of enhancements begins. Scrolls for stamina, energy, defense, and magic are applied. Elixirs and spirit tears boost his elemental resistance and pain tolerance. With Aaron Deplane's magic enhancement, his magic capacity increases drastically. Selecting Master of Blood, Bjorn prepares to absorb Karlstein's special passive. A blood pact is formed, merging their essence through direct contact. His body reacts immediately, activating the powerful Unholy One ability. Karlstein confirms the absorption by pointing out Bjorn's glowing red eyes. When maximum essence is present, the passive increases all abilities by 1.5 times. Activating giant growth, Bjorn's power surges, signaling the beginning of battle. Bjorn triggers giant growth, his muscles ripping through fabric as his body expands with strength. Gasps spread across the room as his form enlarges, shaking the ground beneath him. Now towering above the others, he radiates overwhelming strength called Barbarian Hero Mode. Some onlookers are stunned, and Irats asks for extra cloaks to maintain modesty. Bjorn adjusts his clothing, calmly prepared for what comes next. With 30 minutes left, Migraine asks if he can succeed. Bjorn answers without hesitation. Without delay, Bjorn charges ahead, roaring the enemy's name. Each step echoes across the dungeon floor, surpassing his allies' pace. Migraine urges the team not to fall behind as Bjorn leads the charge. The group, stripped of equipment, had exchanged everything for temporary buffs. Using Unreasonable Rush, Bjorn boosts his speed as magic surges through him. Smiling confidently, he dives straight into a horde of demonic creatures. Though smaller than the monstrous enemies, Bjorn remains fearless. Activating Lariat's hatred, he cuts through the enemy swarm. Despite his resistance to pain, the pressure builds, yet he refuses to withdraw. Bjorn endures as corruption spreads, empowered by the Shroud of Darkness. He warns his allies not to kill enemies too quickly, or more will appear. Using his giant growth and taunting presence, he draws monsters away from the group. Meanwhile, Talon rushes recklessly and attacks, triggering unexpected reflective damage. Staggering backward, he realizes the pain mirrors exactly what he inflicted. Instead of retreating, he shouts for the priest to heal him, but Bjorn harshly rebukes him. Talon mutters curses, frustrated by Bjorn's criticism. At the front, Bjorn's health falls below half, activating the hero's pain resistance boost. The Orc hero's passive skill surges Wrath of the Hero, pushing Bjorn's endurance beyond limits. Bjorn orders the others to stay back as he holds the front alone. From behind, Irats and Talon observe the rear threat, preparing accordingly. They both agree the Vice Chief's decision to guard the rear is wise. Talon, retreating, regrets his earlier arrogance and feels ashamed. Among the advancing group, a priest watches in awe at Bjorn's inhuman determination. To them, he is merely a barbarian warrior, yet no one can look away. Bjorn pushes forward, shouting as the power of hatred overwhelms his wounded body. With every strike, his presence intensifies, forcing allies to reflect on their weakness. The Vice Chief acknowledges that such strength from a barbarian is rare and valuable. Observers question Bjorn's identity, comparing him to legendary warriors. Despite the mystery, his power leaves no room for doubt. As light surrounds him, the others rush forward, his name soon to be known. Power surged through Bjorn as he charged along the crumbling passage, his massive body radiating brilliant energy. With clenched jaw and unwavering resolve, he forced himself toward the dim glow ahead. His stride weakened as the transformation began to flicker. Breaking free from the dungeon's exit, Bjorn fell onto the ground outside. The energy vanished as his form reduced, escaping at the final second. Behind him, companions staggered out, shock and relief visible across their expressions. A scarlet shockwave burst forth as the dungeon collapsed inward. Bjorn looked back, eyes widened as wild energy swallowed the entrance whole. Another blast erupted, deafening and destructive, consuming the skyline in blinding light. Brushing sweat from his forehead, Bjorn understood their survival had depended on mere seconds. The giant form had ended the moment they cleared the exit. His ally spoke up, warning that the danger was not yet finished. A cold system message verified it one among them would be hunted. Bjorn's thoughts spun rapidly. Reason suggested either Misa or himself. Without any signal, Misa fell, her body rigid with paralysis. The system announced her as the selected prey, helpless and exposed. Terror filled her face as she struggled in vain to move. From the shadows, threatening shapes advanced, silent, emotionless, and armed. Bjorn tightened his fists, anger building. The second trial had started. Fear clouded Misha's eyes as the debuff held her still. The system confirmed her as the target. She could not escape or fight, marked by the entity named Riakus. Frozen and isolated, she remained beneath the weight of death. Riakus would pursue her until the end. Bjorn observed, quietly absorbing the merciless turn of events. The seasoned warrior offered to shield Misha and invited them to join his clan. Their agreement was over. With final words he departed, leaving the group and lingering responsibility behind. A mage stepped ahead, casting Wind's blessing. His movement and soul recovery were instantly enhanced, a crucial advantage for what lay ahead. Thankful, Bjorn accepted the aid. They understood survival required avoiding pursuit. A system alert stated 15 minutes remained. Time was slipping away. As the dungeon quaked, Ryakis awakened. Crimson eyes blazing with rage, Bjorn dashed forward, heat and strength rising behind him as the chase began. Misha, holding tightly to his back, felt the danger closing in. Her voice shook, pleading for him to stop. She knew Ryakis sought only her. Even her own family had rejected her. This fate was something she could no longer escape. Misha's thoughts turned grim. Since childhood, she had been treated as a threat alone and unwanted. Her voice quivered as she told Bjorn to abandon her. Carrying her would mean death for them both, yet she smiled, faintly, grateful she had met him. He had already given more than enough. Bjorn's sharp response cut her off. He accused her of lying. She clearly feared death. As enemies closed the distance, he kept running, refusing to leave her as others had. He wondered whether her words came from fear of dying or fear of solitude. Misha retorted, irritated. She did not need sympathy or indirect kindness. Bjorn pressed for honesty. If she truly wished to survive, she should say it plainly. Those words struck her deeply. Even a barbarian knew survival demanded truth. Surrendering was unfair to the one risking everything to save her. She vowed to follow and support Bjorn if he saved her life. With a grin, she added a reward. She would give him all the expedition's earnings. Suddenly, the enhancement ended. Wind's blessing had faded. Rain started falling. Their pursuers slowed, though the threat remained. With no time left, Bjorn activated geontification once more, ready to force a path through the chaos. Bjorn triggered geontification, his entire body blazing with power. Every attribute surged as he prepared to fight. Charging into the swarm, he used his enormous strides to move swiftly, while monsters poured in. He asked Misha for the remaining time. She answered precisely 196 seconds left on the skill. Bjorn realized fleeing was not enough. He turned and began striking, crushing enemies with overwhelming force. Each blow eliminated more foes, yet the surroundings grew increasingly corrupted by chaos. Even as the countdown continued, he fought relentlessly, every moment vital for survival. As the timer fell below 100, the strain increased. Fire and lightning burst around him. He pressed onward, breathing heavily, aware the enemy was nearing. He readied himself to unleash the final strike. Crimson spikes burst from the ground, reacting violently to even the faintest vibration. With deliberate movements, Bjorn and Misha navigated the turmoil, aware the enemy could attack at any second. A massive shadow stretched over them as the creature leapt, its body crashing down with brutal force. Agony flickered across Bjorn's face, yet he continued forward without pause. Looming overhead, the terrifying Ryakis exposed its twisted shape, crimson eyes burning with raw hatred. Even so, Bjorn kept moving, guarding Misha while watching the danger pursuing them. Resolute, he swore he would not abandon her, regardless of the price. He recalled his promise and focused on the frost spirit ring connected to her protection. With certainty, he claimed they would endure, even standing before death itself. A sudden spray of blood shocked Misha. Bjorn's arm had been ripped away. Ignoring the agony, he urgently demanded the remaining time. Crying uncontrollably, Misha shouted the countdown. 60 seconds were left. Above them, the beast prepared another assault. Bjorn surged ahead, carrying Misha with pure strength and determination. Shifting his footing, he steadied himself as the monster aimed at his injured side. Bjorn rushed beneath the creature's towering limbs. One mistake would mean instant death. He sprinted forward as the enemy's claw barely missed them, blood dripping from his wounds. With sweat pouring down, he tracked the seconds. By now, he understood the creature's attack pattern. Avoiding a wide strike, he remembered watching the Jarwi clan fight the same monster. Roaring behind them, the beast launched another blow. Bjorn twisted sharply to evade. Momentum carried them onward. Clenching his teeth, he forced his body forward, despite the pain. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. A heavy slam from above pushed Bjorn into sudden movement. He realized his timing was faltering. There was no longer enough space to dodge properly. Snarling, he shouted and threw himself aside. Just before impact, a claw lunged toward them. He prepared himself, knowing escape was impossible. Right before the strike hit, his body shone, his stored power awakening. Wrapped in golden light, Bjorn stood transformed. The giant's attack could no longer reach him. As the countdown continued, every second felt endless. Holding Misha tightly, he pressed on, evading through the chaos. He leapt high, confronting the monster's jaws directly, unshaken and unwavering. The countdown approached its end. Ryakis roared as it readied the final strike. Bjorn held Misha close, narrowly escaping the beast's relentless attacks.
Time reached the last second, covered in blood yet unbroken. He smiled and declared the monster had already lost. Far away in Raffonia Square, a portal flared violently before a puzzled crowd. Villagers speculated casually, unaware of the disaster unfolding beyond. Suddenly, the portal burst with energy, spreading fear throughout the town. Cries rang out as wounded adventurers poured through. Panic swept across the people. Guild members rushed in, setting up aid and tending to the injured. Among them, Misha regained consciousness in shock, realizing she had survived. Onlookers whispered about the man who had barely returned alive. Seeing Bjorn, Misha forced her way through the crowd, begging him to wake. Collapsed and unmoving, Bjorn appeared, shattered, his body destroyed beyond recognition. Tears filled her eyes as she leaned closer, only to feel his faint heartbeat, relieved. She laughed softly, scolding him for frightening her. Around them, news spread quickly. Bjorn had returned after defeating the Floor Lord. Inside a quiet tavern, talk spread about the recent dungeon disaster and the few survivors. Witnesses claimed that most had been saved by a lone warrior who appeared at the last moment. That warrior was Bjorn's son of Yandel, a barbarian who had only reached the 3rd floor months ago. Another account described Bjorn as the sole survivor of the labyrinth's deadliest battle. People wondered about his rank and strength, questioning if it surpassed known limits. Official systems began tracking his actions, marking the potential for special events tied to him. Bjorn's achievements were compared to legendary heroes, including those recorded in history. Others recognized his rapid progress, debating whether it came from talent or something else. One observer, gazing into the distance, quietly wondered if Bjorn was truly a hero or something entirely different. A terrifying figure bursts out from darkness, its massive form crashing down with savage force. Upon impact, the monster slams into the ground, sending violent shockwaves ripping through the terrain. Even in peril, Bjorn shields Misha's collapsed body. Her state triggers an alert that she has entered a critical near-death phase. Another beast lunges ahead, its mouth stretched wide. Bjorn responds instantly, stepping in to block it with firm resolve. The party is pushed back as additional creatures flood in. Panic spreads while they fight desperately to endure. Without warning, the labyrinth's exit seals shut. A mocking voice declares there is no escape left for them. Soft sunlight streams through the trees, laying warm light across Bjorn's face. He slowly awakens from unconsciousness. Clarity returns as he notices the girl resting next to him. Relief begins to replace his strain. They made it out somehow. Both lived and returned side by side. In another place, rumors spread rapidly. Word of the disaster travels across the streets. People whisper about a lone barbarian who survived the collapse. Still, the real cause behind the incident remains unknown. Inside a tavern, companions gather again over meals and drinks. Hikuro starts recounting what happened after the chaos. Interest grows as everyone listens, thinking back on the decisions that ensured survival. He describes how emergency restoration allowed them to reuse an important item. They treated Rottmiller after escaping and began searching for Bjorn's group. On the 3rd day, a volatile enemy forced them to escape through a portal to the 4th floor, barely making it. Climbing upward from the 4th floor was dangerous. Passing the portal meant they couldn't easily return. The system resembling a game became clearer. Some members struggled to understand its rules and structure. Bjorn stayed quiet, though inside he realized he had gained rare, high-tier loot far beyond normal reach. Among those rewards were 2 numbered artifacts worth thousands. Despite the excitement, Bjorn declares he will sell them and divide the earnings. Envy quietly builds behind smiles. Naya congratulates him, yet he unintentionally snaps utensils, weighed down by pressure and recent events. When teased about his fortune, Bjorn brushes it off. Naya continues probing, seeking clearer answers. He hesitates, then decides to explain, but only partially. Certain truths must remain concealed. Memories flicker Misha, collapsing, the desperate escape, their return. He shortens the story to what is safe. The group expresses admiration. One praises him for forming a bond with a spirit beast. Another commends his bravery, saying they owe him their lives. Laughter spreads, and someone jokes he might be a ray of light instead of a dwarf. Bjorn looks confused upon hearing the nickname Little Valken. News circulates that his achievements resemble those of the legendary barbarian Valken. Though somewhat pleased, Bjorn frowns. Fame here isn't rewarding, it invites danger and unwanted attention. Misha changes the topic to money. She's excited about the reward for reporting a criminal. The bounty was large, 3 million stones shared among the group. Bjorn hands her his entire portion, surprising everyone. She protests but ultimately accepts while acting annoyed. Time passes. Misha wonders if their hardships are finally over.
yet uneasiness lingers within her. Bjorn reminds her that the outside world is equally unforgiving. Even so, he continues managing their resources. He notices her hesitation when she mentions visiting her family. Her gaze avoids his. Bjorn senses something is off, but chooses not to push. He respects her space, though it troubles him. He responds with encouragement, despite knowing she hides something deeper. Their goodbye is light. She throws a playful insult while he accepts it calmly. They exchange final words telling each other to eat well and stay safe until they meet again. He reflects that Misha treats him like a savior, yet her care feels almost motherly. Bjorn sets a new goal: Misha must become stronger. He decides to remain with his current team for now. They arrive in the 8th district. Bjorn considers advancing but postpones it to support Misha's growth. He prepares the materials needed for her contract ritual. Nearby, a public execution begins. A prisoner is dragged forward. The crowd watches, though fewer people are present than usual. Bjorn questions the charges. This contradicts claims that the man is an evil spirit. The accused is revealed as Tarakan, son of Lean. Bjorn is stunned, recognizing someone he once tried to help. Bound and battered, Tarakan meets Bjorn's gaze. Recognition passes between them. Suddenly, Tarakan shouts Bjorn's name, exposing their connection to everyone. Realizing pity cannot change destiny, Bjorn decides to stop helping others so easily. As he walks away, a stranger calls out to him using his father's name. The man claims they share something in common, hinting at hidden knowledge. His cryptic words suggest that something dangerous is beginning to unfold. As the suspicious fair-haired man drew closer, Bjorn remained steady, watching his overly relaxed demeanor with suspicion. Without delaying, he evaluated the circumstances, understanding that unclear speech signaled trouble. He seized the man by the collar and used the Einar method, a blunt, aggressive reaction to deceit. Pretending amusement, the man attempted to soften the mood, yet Bjorn stayed cold-faced. Then, a careless remark exposed the man's link to someone called Guam, confirming danger. Despite praise directed at him, Bjorn saw through the manipulation and became more aggressive. A proposal to join an external faction was instantly rejected as Bjorn demanded honesty. He directly questioned whether the man was an evil spirit, creating clear confusion. The man chuckled uneasily, admitted it jokingly, but Bjorn had already acted. People nearby stiffened as the barbarian charged ahead. Driven by justified fury, he believed wrongdoing required instant retribution. His strike burst with immense strength, removing all uncertainty later at the agency. A civilian expressed gratitude to Bjorn for saving his sibling. While waiting, Bjorn grumbled about losing his opportunity to end matters. Pulling the wounded man inside, he accused him of being an evil spirit. Conflict intensified when a guard revealed the unconscious blonde man carried a token tied to an evil spirit hunter. Another authority explained the man wasn't an evil spirit after all, opposing previous statements. Bjorn yelled in disbelief, enraged that someone who confessed was now deemed innocent. Attempting to settle him, an officer said the system frequently misidentifies people due to flawed reasoning. Perplexed, Bjorn discovered that some had mistaken him for an evil spirit as well. Enraged by the confusion, he demanded identities, threatening to destroy whoever spread the rumor. Latter, while wandering alone, he understood how much everything had fallen apart. The blonde man's awareness of earthly countries proved he wasn't a typical native. Bjorn confirmed the man originated from Guam, noticing his pronunciation of game as a vital clue. As he analyzed everything, the city's odd behavior became clearer. He suspected interference and realized nothing in this world could be trusted. Upon returning, he noticed a note beneath his feet, a message directed specifically at him. Inside the envelope rested a strange red pill, unlike anything encountered before. The attached letter revealed a hidden group of players communicating secretly. It advised silence, promised protection, and welcomed him, signed only as Ghostbuster. A report was presented to a high-ranking officer of the secret security organization regarding Bjorn's behavior. The subordinate delivered a device, enabling his superior to observe the memory recording personally. As the orb activated, it showed Bjorn's clash with the alleged evil spirit. The superior noted that Bjorn hadn't fled, something an evil spirit would have done. Instead, Bjorn attacked immediately, defying expectations. This verified he wasn't an evil spirit, but someone who gained a title through sheer ability. Elsewhere, the city's demand for skilled individuals increased, and Bjorn's growing reputation began drawing notice. At the Magic Tower the following day, he reflected on the truth behind the mysterious letter. Inside, a mage welcomed him, acknowledging his rising fame. Their discussion turned to the red pill, which the mage described as a means to reach another dimension. The pill, created by a master alchemist, could unlock paths into dimensional spaces. These realms allowed mental entry, while the physical body stayed in reality. However, the mage warned that others had perished after consuming the pill. Bjorn was stunned, realizing how near he had been to danger unknowingly. She assured him it wasn't poison yet, still warned against careless use. The mage explained that spirit realm guardians could sever the souls of intruders, creating a deadly risk. He understood how dangerous the pill was, as unknown players might die without warning. Even visual recognition failed, since users appeared differently in the city and magic couldn't reveal them. She stated that entering the realm required abandoning one's body in this world. Bjorn thought about using it to uncover truths and possibly discover a way back home. Standing before the chair, he paused, uncertain whether he should take the risk. Within a silent chamber, he gazed at the letter resting before him. The longer he pondered the choice, the more doubt settled within him. Given a strange pill, he concluded that something commonly accepted couldn't be deadly. The sender of the invitation could be observing, waiting to verify the newcomer's identity. Postponing the choice felt prudent. If nothing urgent pressed him, waiting 3 to 6 months would be safer. Beyond the walls, the dusk sky stretched quietly above the house. It had been 15 days since he came back from the labyrinth. High above, inside the massive research complex, others carried on their tasks, unaware of his inner struggle. A cloaked figure floated above a radiant orb, searching for signs of the newcomer. Upon discovering no trace, the mage assumed the person wasn't a recognized player. Deciding firmly, he commanded the pending letters be sent without delay. Though he had expected someone different, his assumption had been mistaken. Meanwhile, the protagonist merged into everyday life at the guild, completing explorer responsibilities. Routine concealed him effectively, allowing time to pass unnoticed. Training consumed his resources more quickly than anticipated. He stopped by the weapon shop, improving his equipment to align with his growing strength, remaining vigilant. He concealed his presence, blending seamlessly into the world around him. At the training grounds, weapons collided as the red-haired girl practiced tirelessly. She adapted quickly, building confidence through repeated effort. A hint of pride shone in her eyes. Meanwhile, Bjorn watched and attributed her progress to the second seal's effect. His effort to unlock the next stage of the spirit seal brought him unbearable agony. Despite his resilience, the pain surpassed his limits, overwhelming even his tolerance. Impressed by his endurance, the elder handed him wooden sticks, asking him to draw one and discover his fate. Bjorn hesitated, uncertain about the ritual's meaning, pretending confidence. Bjorn went along while the elder laughed, joking about birthdays and destiny. The elder interpreted his fortune a life marked by recurring trials. Bjorn ignored destiny, concentrating instead on readiness and control. Welcomed by his companion offering breakfast, he resolved to confront the future steadily. Stories of his rapid advancement and third seal spread quickly among observers. The elder introduced 3 choices: the spirits of flame, ancestry, or wilderness. Bjorn felt little distinction and chose wilderness without hesitation. Pain followed. As the seal etched into him, its effects emerged stronger than expected. The third seal's influence greatly increased Bjorn's threat level, turning him into a target for nearby monsters. By activating Wild Outburst, his threat rose even more, along with a major physical boost perfect for frontline combat. He considered Amplification, another ability to intensify aggression. Before leaving, the elder disclosed an unspoken warning from the reading, a danger connected to those harboring hatred. Bjorn's destiny drew such individuals closer, and if unmanaged it could become deadly. He departed quietly, now realizing that strength alone wouldn't be enough in this world. While walking, Bjorn encountered Anar hiding among bushes. She behaved secretly, afraid of being seen. She congratulated him on receiving the name Little Vulcan, but he brushed off the praise. With enthusiasm, she urged him to share the whole story. Their discussion shifted to training and her strange explanation about compressing muscles. Neither truly understood it, yet the moment passed lightly between them. As her family called out, Anar hurried away, promising to meet again. Just before parting, she shouted one last remark: how much he had changed. She observed he seemed more at ease now, likely due to his new trusted companions. Left alone once more, Bjorn stood silently, watching the road ahead, lost in thought. Bjorn reflected on his own change in mindset, realizing he had begun settling into this life. Inside the room, a blue-haired mage suddenly spoke to him, noting his rising reputation. Unsure of her intent, he hesitated. He decided to leave, judging the encounter unnecessary. As he walked away, he convinced himself the decision was practical. He already had a mage in his party. He believed her position as a librarian made her less useful. Still, he knew he was rationalizing. Survival had always been his main focus, leaving no space for emotional judgment. Bjorn had always evaluated others based on usefulness or danger. He accepted and discarded people according to their risk. But Naya's earlier words echoed that such thinking could lead to his downfall. Now, he found himself wanting to choose differently, not purely by logic. Returning to the mage, he admitted he didn't know the correct path. In the end, he decided to act freely, no longer bound strictly by survival. The next day, Bjorn entered the cozy Ca promise of flowing waters, a place decorated with gentle tones and floral accents. His presence drew attention, as his tall build and rugged aura sharply contrasted with the refined surroundings. From the other side of the room, a lively woman waved and introduced herself as Shaven, his assigned contact. Once seated, Bjorn awkwardly asked for beer and meat, clearly uneasy in a shop filled with desserts. Shaven brought up Lagna, and he realized he had never learned her full name. She explained that Lagna was not born into nobility, even though her demeanor often suggested otherwise. Shaven added that several patrol members were absent after a recent dungeon incident, in need of a substitute. She revealed that Lagna had personally suggested Bjorn. Smiling, she mentioned that his recent fame made him a fitting choice. By teaming up, she hoped to improve their standing among guilds and agencies. Though taken aback, Bjorn admitted it was the first formal request he had ever received. With firm resolve, he agreed to take on the mission. After he departed, quiet settled over the table. Shaven, lost in thought, found his honesty refreshing and unexpectedly reassuring. Even with limited knowledge about him, he seemed sincere and possibly someone she could rely on. She quietly motivated herself to widen her connections beyond Lagna, deciding it was time to meet new people. Meanwhile, Bjorn wondered why no one had informed him about the team he would join. Assembled together, the outcast team was presented as an unusual group assigned to explore the sewers. At a prior meeting, several volunteers had stepped forward to participate. Dwaki wanted a break from his studies. Rottmiller viewed it as a chance to refine his sixth sense within the maze-like passages. Misha joined to train with her dual blades, unfazed by whatever dangers lay below. Although uncertain of their abilities, Bjorn accepted the added support. Inside, the group moved through the expansive sewer network, astonished by its scale and complexity, with Dwaki lighting the way. They advanced while discussing rumors of a creature lurking beneath. Conversation shifted to magical waste, which could alter animals through toxic exposure. Some questioned the creature's existence, while others stayed alert. Rottmiller abruptly halted, detecting a concealed presence nearby. Tension grew as the team trusted his instincts, which were rarely mistaken. Their suspicions were confirmed when Misha noticed a shadowy figure crouching close by. Alert and confused, the team readied themselves to face the unknown intruder. When ordered to show himself, the figure screamed and charged forward in desperation. Bjorn reacted instantly, restraining the frantic man before he could strike. The attacker, snarling with wild eyes, was forced to the ground and subdued. Holding his weapon, Bjorn disarmed him and stated that resistance was useless. The team encircled the man, demanding to know why he was hiding in the sewer. When he groaned and refused to answer, Bjorn gave him a choice: speak or suffer. Begging for mercy, the man insisted he was harmless, merely poor and avoiding taxes. Rottmiller pointed out that the symbol on his forehead showed he was not a major criminal. Even so, Misha reminded Bjorn that their orders were to detain anyone found inside. In desperation, the man offered information in exchange for freedom. He described a sinister woman surrounded by corpses, radiating dark magic. The group listened closely as he portrayed her as undead-like, powerful, and cruel. Realization struck Bjorn. He believed the woman was Elisa Vehench, a notorious priestess. Understanding the threat, he declared they could not allow her to roam freely. Bjorn asked his teammates for support in verifying her presence and preparing for action. The group debated their next step, and although some wanted to confront her immediately, Bjorn chose to focus on completing their current task. After some time, they ordered the captured man to guide them deeper into the unexplored section of the sewer. He warned them about the confusing maze-like routes, explaining he had been searching for a safer place to hide before being found. Eventually, the guide stopped and said they had reached the hidden area he mentioned earlier. Bjorn confirmed there were no other exits, realizing the spot could be used to trap their target. Following strict orders, the man moved ahead while the others advanced carefully behind him. Suddenly, a distant sound alerted the group, and they proceeded quietly to avoid being noticed. A surge of dark magic erupted nearby, revealing that traps had been set throughout the area. Bjorn quickly ordered the team to retreat, as the spreading energy filled the chamber with danger. In the quiet of the hallway, a hooded figure paused, unsettled by a haunting noise resonating through the gloom. An unusual aura filled the surroundings. She understood. The ritual call of an evil god had been triggered. Aware that an offering was required, she held a talisman tightly and braced herself to shed blood. Battle alerts appeared. 120 revenants had been engaged. Bound ropes slackened as Bjorn inhaled sharply, assisting an ally after an exhausting fight. With difficulty, the group regained composure. Their survival depended on determination and quick reflexes. Close by, a man's body lay still, his condition indicating 0 health left. Recognizing the loss, Bjorn stated that the fallen man had protected them all. One fighter inspected the corpse, taking an identity tag that showed his name Hans Markham. Using the tag as proof was proposed, yet discomfort remained within the group. Within Hans's quarters, the neat, orderly space felt strangely misplaced. Carefully, they proceeded ahead, knowing someone might still be concealed in the darkness. A faint magical trace under the ground drew the notice of a teammate. Acting quickly, Bjorn lifted his weapon and announced his plan to break through. Focusing a skill, he strengthened his attack to destroy the magic hiding the truth. Bjorn shouted as power surged within him, delivering a powerful hammer blow to the ground. The surface split harshly, yet the magical barrier stayed unbroken. He realized force alone was insufficient. The team watched in disbelief, eyes widened as the ground shook from continuous strikes. Through the dust, someone confirmed the attempt had succeeded. The sealed route had been revealed. Another expressed doubt, admitting their earlier hesitation had been incorrect. One of them detected the woman's presence nearby. Without hesitation, the group chose to proceed. In the city of Nork, chaos spread as guards announced a sealed entrance had been breached. Authorities speculated about trespassers. The incident was unrelated to the royal family. They believed the Forgotten Gate had been opened again, perhaps by a rogue priest. A red-haired warrior received orders to investigate and departed without delay. Deep below, the party moved cautiously, their environment eerily quiet. Bjorn's team started examining structural clues, discussing the hidden roots of the underground city. Elsewhere, the cloaked woman moved quickly through a dark, cursed passage. Discomfort grew as she questioned the labyrinth-like design around her. Suddenly, distant laughter rang out. She froze, recognizing it as an evil god. The chilling laughter echoed once more, stirring fear in the woman's chest. She knew it instantly, realizing the threat was close. She ran through the narrow corridor, hoping to avoid confrontation. Behind her, the group pursued. The scent trail vanished, yet they continued without stopping. Abruptly, she halted and turned. Her confidence rose as energy gathered around her. With rage, she created a portal to the demonic realm, summoning corrupted beings. Shadow Guardian Knights appeared from the swirling void, forming a dark barrier around her. One fighter charged forward, blades cutting through summoned creatures with practiced skill. Bjorn recognized the familiar energy pattern. It confirmed this was the same evil force as before. The team launched their attacks, certain they had become stronger since the previous battle. Another combatant joined, casting a powerful lightning spell alongside sword strikes. The enemy's curses ignited in response, reducing stats and amplifying pain. A radiant healing spell neutralized the debuffs, restoring power and removing the magical effects. Amid the turmoil, a precise blow created an opening to end the fight. Bjorn shouted to Dwaki, commanding him to act at once. Without hesitation, Bjorn raised his blade as the enemy realized too late that defeat was near. Elisa activated a defensive skill, making her body resistant to physical attacks as she drifted away. Daki answered with a spell that nullified her resistance through precise casting. Caught by surprise, Elisa hesitated. Bjorn advanced, prepared to subdue her fully. Bjorn delivered a strong strike, knocking Elisa down with a direct hit. The group debated whether to keep her alive for the reward, eventually deciding to restrain her. With the objective secured, Bjorn instructed the team to prepare for withdrawal and move carefully. Suddenly, a concealed trap triggered. One member of the group was poisoned by basilisk venom. Due to high stats, the poison's impact lessened, though movement became slower. Recognizing danger still remained, they moved cautiously, expecting more traps ahead. With narrowed gaze, the red-haired woman observes the situation, her expression impossible to read. A chilling smile appears as she questions if the man remained out of loyalty to his allies. Caught off guard, he rejects the claim yet glances toward the unconscious girl. Wrapped in darkness, she remembers being chased, convinced it was a deliberate effort to keep her silent. Tension rises as she demands to know how he discovered the location. Pretending confusion, he asks for a clearer explanation, clearly ignorant of the place's importance. He explains that a glowing object on the ground was broken with his mace during the pursuit. Puzzlement grows when she hears this, leading her to question why he ruined it. He blames the girl's sudden flight. Realization flickers in her eyes. The fugitive is a hunted priestess. The reasoning starts to align. He proposes leaving, assuming the confusion has been settled. Her answer is unwavering. She refuses to release them no matter the circumstances. Understanding words are useless. He readies himself for battle. Taking the lead, he rushes forward, using words as a distraction to seize her focus. His sudden strike slices through the air, driven by sheer strength and determination. Without pause, she retaliates with a powerful kick, refusing to yield. Throwing his shield with force, the barbarian launches it like a spinning weapon. She tracks the incoming attack but responds with quick reflexes. As she evades, he closes the gap with explosive movement, aiming for a finishing blow before she recovers. Their clash echoes as she blocks, their forces colliding mid-air in a surge of raw power. Though the impact leaves her shaken, she regains balance, keeping space just outside his reach. Noticing her defensive pattern, he shifts strategy and begins activating a skill. His body starts to expand. With rising strength, his gigantification finishes. In a swift hold, he lifts and slams her down, clenching his teeth as she struggles beneath him. He roars, preparing another strike, but hesitation creeps in as she begins resisting. Suddenly she releases an aura-infused blow, cutting toward his arm with lethal accuracy. A spray of corrosive blood bursts from her wound, splashing around and forcing him to retreat. Ignoring the pain, she advances. He responds, delivering another crushing strike. Landing a kick, he sends her flying backward, bruised yet smiling. He believes victory is near until he hears her voice once more, perplexed. He turns. She stands behind him, unharmed, showing the fight is far from finished. The system declares Amelia's use of cataptronduction, followed by Astra Kick, a devastating final technique. Power surges as Amelia unleashes a destructive kick. Despite the heavy blow, the man survives due to a passive trait. Regaining consciousness later, he lies on the ground with only light injuries. She responds calmly, noting his behavior remains unchanged since their previous encounter. With arms folded, she criticizes his tendency to attack first, urging him to resolve matters through dialogue instead. He defends his actions, claiming her earlier threats forced him to stay prepared. Their discussion shifts as he asks what she intends to do with him now. She assures him she has no intention of killing him. He admits he never planned to strike, only to remain cautious. She explains she cannot use potions because they react poorly with her essence. Seeing her condition, he offers her an item and urges her to take it immediately. It is a rare substance, Leets, blessing that removes 1 hour of memory designed to protect secrecy. He questions why she had not used it before, while she explains its scarcity and worth. Doubting her ethics, he is surprised she did not exchange their lives for profit. He reluctantly swallows the pill, accepting it as his only means of survival while she watches closely. She explains the effect causes memory loss, telling him to rest, and he realizes he has no choice. Before it takes hold, he remembers her earlier remark about 2 ways to anger someone and tries asking again. The effect spreads, coursing through his body as his sight blurs and senses fade. A notification appears within him, stating the blessing is merging with his soul. He opens his eyes in confusion as the blessing is rejected. At daybreak, Bjorn reached the administrative office, where operations continued beneath cloudy skies after the sewer incident. Inside, an official confirmed Hans Narkom as a wanted fugitive and finalized the reward payment in Dragonstones. After a short visit to the guild, Bjorn asked about repair expenses, but was informed his case was classified as a special exception. His mind wandered back to awakening in the wet sewers, still carrying his gear, though the headlamp and recorder were damaged. Oddly, the others remembered nothing about what had happened. Amid the uncertainty, a woman's body was discovered, her identity unknown, yet her death likely connected to their survival. A conclusion was swiftly drawn: she had attacked them, using monsters, causing heavy injuries and memory loss. Despite the turmoil, they must have succeeded in killing her. Upon exiting the sewers, Bjorn was startled by Shawin and Lagnya's arrival, both visibly concerned. Although Shawin insisted she was merely caught up in events, teasing followed as she blushed and denied having feelings for Bjorn. Clarifying her role, Bjorn explained she was a librarian he frequently visited. One night commended Alyssa Vench, vowing to remember her assistance during their time of crisis. Nearby adventurers whispered about Bjorn's rumored power, mentioning the little Valken. Irritated by the attention, he tensed as someone abruptly slammed a hand down to restore order. Inside a cafe, Faye Bjorn startled a woman and was almost accused of misconduct, forcing him to step back quickly. Holding back irritation, he smirked, inwardly deciding to pardon her only because he had been dragged into visiting a dessert shop as he got ready to leave. Shawan called out, reminding him to stop by the library and hinting that Lagnia was preparing something for him. At the tavern, laughter rang out as the dwarf loudly made claims, causing everyone at the table to burst into disbelief. His ridiculous name, Dick Johnson, became the focus of jokes. Bjorn observed the scene unfold, mentally noting how unruly things had become before another toast was raised in his honor. When the bounty was finally disclosed, 10 million stones, it left everyone stunned. Despite enduring serious injuries during the mission, the others were too thrilled to complain. Since their memories had been wiped, they celebrated like winners of a lottery. A red-haired girl leaned closer to speak with Bjorn. Hans Jorge, someone Bjorn vaguely remembered, eagerly introduced himself and asked to join their group, though not appearing in the original game until much later. Doubt remained. Bjorn did not trust Hans. Even without clear reason, something about him felt suspicious. Rejecting him firmly, Bjorn ended the discussion, leaving Hans shocked and withdrawing. Known as the Moslin, they were an elite order of noble warriors, rarely appearing in ordinary taverns. As the armored knights gestured across the room, Bjorn and the others were instructed to move without explanation. A mysterious warning followed: those who harbor hatred attract danger. Though unsure if the knight referred to Hans, chaos erupted as Bwaki collapsed, unconscious, leaving everyone shocked and uncertain about what occurred. While unconscious, he muttered incoherently, barely forming words as his condition worsened. Several hours later, the group found themselves quietly waiting outside the Moslin facility for updates on Bwaki's condition. Hikarat expressed concern about the situation, prompting others to plead with him not to bring bad luck. Their discussion stopped when approaching footsteps drew their attention to a familiar figure. Recognizing Bwaki, they rushed toward him anxiously, eager to learn what he had experienced. After rejoining them, Bwaki calmly declared his intention to leave the team, causing confusion. In a nearby tavern, he explained that he was of noble lineage, though only partially. Despite being raised as a servant's child, he had lived among nobles and received magical education. The others demanded further explanation, confused about how his background related to quitting. He revealed that his second brother, now the Baron, Bwaki believed Moslin's visit was a warning, meant to force him back into obedience, especially since he traveled with a renowned adventurer. Bjorn became frustrated as Bwaki admitted he could no longer continue as an explorer due to pressure from his noble family. Though unwilling, Bwaki confessed he had no alternative in exchange for avoiding punishment. With nothing left to say, the group chose to part for the night, agreeing to talk again the following day. Later, Bjorn stated he had business at the library, sparking curiosity from the red-haired girl. She offered to accompany him, but he refused. Reluctantly, she stepped back, admitting she had no other plans. Arriving at the quiet library, Bjorn greeted the librarian and realized they had never shared names. He introduced himself formally. She acknowledged she already knew his background. Bjorn asked for her name and pronounced it incorrectly. Bjorn proposed she join an expedition into the labyrinth, but she declined immediately. Without hesitation, she repeated her refusal, leaving no chance for persuasion. Bjorn smiled lightly, stating that if she was not capable of entering the labyrinth. Bjorn smirked, doubting the silver-haired girl's earlier statement. She became flustered under tension. Embarrassed, she asked whether that was truly his issue. Changing topics, he mentioned something Shannon had said earlier, that a gift had been prepared. She appeared surprised. Clarifying, she explained the item wasn't from her, but from Shannon, who had told her Bjorn was interested. Bjorn understood, though he believed there was more behind it. In response, she handed over a restricted-use spell, usually reserved for nobles, capable of locating highly secured books. Bjorn assured her it was all right, since few cared about the place. He assumed no one would notice. His curiosity deepened about her background. Still, he concentrated on reading and discovered several valuable books. One specific book described the structure of Raffomona's base. He opened a second book, World of Evil Spirits. Its dark content startled him. The next volume discussed Riftless. While reading, a familiar name caught his attention. Shocked, he froze, recognizing the author Oriel Gabus. The name Oriel Gabus matched the creator of the game itself. If the developer authored the book, it suggested his presence within the world was deliberate. Bjorn wondered if the developer was divine. Bjorn remembered the mysterious sealed door, known as the Gate of Abyss. He speculated that learning more about Oriel Gabus could reveal a way home. Choosing to avoid suspicion, Bjorn decided to investigate quietly and began reviewing documents again for missed details. As sunlight streamed into the room, he realized he had been reading all night. The blue-haired girl sat silently, watching him without interruption. Bjorn offered to leave, but she said she was only resting due to delayed sorting work. Firmly, she insisted her explanation was honest. Bjorn accepted it. Moments later, she questioned his hesitation to leave. He paused, confused by her kindness. Elsewhere, at the magic tower, Bjorn called out to another mage named Raven. Raven answered sleepily, irritated by the late visit. Bjorn asked if she would join their team before he finished. She slammed the door. He mentioned a second request. Curious, Raven opened the door again when he presented a rare research paper. Letting him in, she questioned how he discovered the method to obtain the goddess's tears. Bjorn explained it came from breaking a statue, unaware of its real value at the time. When pressed, he admitted it was simply boredom. She demanded he swear on his honor that it was true. Seeking information on a rare compound, Bjorn visited a professor, but hid certain details. Instead of a direct answer, she proposed a deal: assist senior students with their research and receive what he needed. He agreed under her conditions, and after a strict warning not to visit unexpectedly again, he left to meet Nian, who greeted him angrily, caught off guard. Bjorn explained he had spent the night reading in the library. Though doubtful, Nian held back, prompting him to change the topic and ask about the previous day's conversation. Their exchange was interrupted when another teammate appeared, commenting on their early arrival. As everyone gathered around the table, Bjorn noticed Nian acting oddly. Discussion began quickly, and he was the first asked to share ideas. Rather than hesitate, Bjorn suggested replacing someone and revealed he had already spoken with 2 mages. Miradai stepped forward, claiming he and Bwaki had planned overnight. They proposed contacting Baron Martuan, though others questioned the idea due to his status. To their surprise, Miradai revealed they were already at the Baron's favorite tea house. Bjorn tensed at the sudden development, but the promise of gold convinced him to stay. A new group entered the tea house, drawing everyone's attention. One member recognized his brother among them, and rushed forward to greet Baron Martuan. Lior begged Baron Martuan for a chance to explain. Martuan recalled the Bwaki household, connected to a former baron's third wife. Lior stammered nervously, unable to respond. Martuan found it unusual to speak with a barbarian and asked Bjorn to state his reason. Bjorn explained that a companion had been unjustly banned from the labyrinth and requested the baron remove the restriction. At first surprised, Martuan dismissed the issue as trivial. Another noble confirmed Bjorn's background, and the baron laughed off the misunderstanding. Bjorn persisted, requesting the ban be lifted. Skeptical of Bjorn's ability, the baron couldn't sense any magical power from him. Just then, one of Martuan's aides revealed Bjorn's identity as Little Valken, catching the baron's attention. The revelation intrigued Martuan, who acknowledged Bjorn's reputation in exchange for lifting the ban. Martuan asked Bjorn to accompany him to a banquet. He requested Bjorn to display an unusual skill, something entertaining for nobles. When Bjorn heard the reward was 1,000,000 stones, he became interested. Martuan was shocked by the generous offer, unsure how to respond. Bjorn declared he would do anything for his teammates, sealing the agreement with confidence. As dawn broke, a booming voice rang out at the gates. Dworki had come back in urgency, stirring unrest. To everyone's astonishment, he openly confessed to entering the labyrinth once more without facing much opposition. Though his tone sounded casual, Bjorn sensed interference, most likely from Hikarod's side. The reward presented was declined by everyone. Thinking over recent happenings, Bjorn reflected on the road he was taking, one that mirrored that of a genuine warrior. Even with Hikarod eager to take charge, the group remained resolute in refusing. Before long, the day of the labyrinth's reopening came, and Jandal's son stepped forward confidently, taking the lead prior to setting out. Vulcan offered meaningful advice, giving confidence to the new recruits. Motivated, the young explorers shouted in support and vowed to follow his guidance without doubt. Many observed as Vulcan departed. Murmurs of respect trailed behind, acknowledging his silent strength. Brushing aside the compliments, he stated he only acted within his boundaries. Meanwhile, Karako described the tragic loss of his team caused by outdated methods and rigid traditions. His remorse was evident. Proper readiness might have saved them. Final preparations were completed as the party assembled before the radiant portal. Without delay, Bjorn stepped inside, recalling earlier struggles. He steadied himself for what was ahead, prepared to face danger without hesitation. With his luck stat fully adjusted, the group pushed through fights, gradually progressing within the labyrinth. Numerous monsters were defeated by their weapons and arrows as they concentrated on efficiently gaining experience. By the 8th day, they arrived at the 3rd floor, where stronger creatures began appearing in groups. Seeing the threat, Bjorn recognized an opportunity greater risk meant faster improvement. He rushed forward, eliminating enemies with precision while accumulating valuable magic experience. After steady grinding, the team left with fair earnings, though Bjorn felt dissatisfied with the rewards. While resting in town, Bjorn considered how ordinary his achievements had become. He spent his spare time learning magic theory and improving team coordination tactics. An ancient book from 150 years prior suggested unusual incidents connected to the labyrinth's history. Eventually, Bjorn readied himself for his 5th expedition, receiving 790,000 stones each. Despite the fortune, he felt uneasy, sensing stagnation and fearing concealed threats. He attempted to relax, assuring himself that everything was still fine. Moments later, anxiety struck Bjorn, scolded himself for becoming careless. He remembered every occasion when disaster followed moments of comfort. Resolute, he decided never to stop advancing, vowing to grow even stronger. Pressure filled Bjorn's thoughts as he questioned whether he would survive the coming challenges. He chose to accept madness if necessary to remain alive, preparing for the worst possible outcomes. By morning, he wore a composed expression. When Misha asked if something was wrong, he denied it with a smile. During breakfast, Misha noticed a shift in his gaze, sensing an unusual aura from him. Although he concealed it, Bjorn realized he had been distant and needed to control his stress better. Misha suddenly offered her ears as comfort, explaining it once helped her older brother cope. Her action came from kindness, but Bjorn misunderstood it, unsure of her real intention. He cautioned her against speaking so freely, worried others might misinterpret her behavior. Still, she reassured him softly, insisting he was different from others and deserved sincerity. Later that day, Bjorn met another girl who asked if he was all right. She implied something was off, encouraging him to speak openly if he had concerns. Studying his face, she claimed his eyes revealed everything, especially to fellow explorers. She warned about a dangerous occurrence, an approaching dimensional collapse within the labyrinth. Bjorn remembered how rare and devastating such incidents were in the game's past. When he asked for evidence, she mentioned a mage from the Terrapun school who researched such disasters. Bjorn accepted the warning and prepared to look into the mage further. He left quickly, mentioning a new quest that required immediate action. Although determined, he could not find any clues, starting to doubt whether the mage truly existed. After 10 days, rumors of a dimensional collapse began spreading across the city. While people talked about the possibility in taverns, Bjorn remained doubtful due to the lack of evidence. He suspected someone might be intentionally spreading fear without proof, sensing hidden motives. Realizing he lacked access to confidential knowledge as a barbarian, Bjorn felt restricted. Desperate, he chose to use a pill he had intended to save for later. Despite the danger, he swallowed it, deciding that 2 months of waiting was enough. As the clock reached midnight, the pill's effect triggered immediately. Bjorn's soul started separating from his body, drawn toward an unknown realm. He appeared within a strange space, standing in a different environment, unsure of what awaited him.
Authorities initiated an inquiry into Lee Bjorn, a 29-year-old who had not shown up at his workplace for more than a month, although the report was submitted by his employer. His only known relative, his mother, responded with noticeable indifference when reached. Even with the lack of urgency, the case was unusually transferred to the violent crime team for deeper investigation. Security footage distinctly showed Bjorn entering his apartment. All access points remained secured, with no signs of tampering or forced entry. Strangely, his clothing was found neatly folded on the floor, implying a sudden and unnatural disappearance. Before calling for forensic inspection, an officer noticed a powered monitor still running in Bjorn's room. Displayed on the screen were strange system messages, resembling game notifications rather than anything official. Alarmed by the scene, the investigators exchanged uneasy looks, uncertain about their next step. Without explanation, the environment began to warp as a game interface titled, "Surviving the Game as a Barbarian" appeared. On the display stood a muscular avatar gripping a weapon, quickly typing. Bjorn tried to make sense of the unfamiliar system flashing before him. A sudden vibration traveled through his fingertips. A strange sensation spread across his body, prompting him to confirm whether it was real. Moments later, the surroundings broke apart into pixels, pulling him into another dimension. Reaching into a cabinet, Bjorn's hand shook as he found a familiar red can. He sighed in relief, confused that the storage contained nothing but Coke. Without delay, he opened it and drank, driven by thirst and instinct. Oddly, the liquid had no flavor, and the carbonation was gone, more like plain water than soda. A sudden chime cut through the silence, and he turned. A voice politely asked for permission to enter, catching him off guard as he struggled to understand the situation.
The woman introduced herself as the Soul Queen, a guide for newcomers, appearing calm and confident. She explained that the environment reflected his comfort zone and noted his high defense stats limited his perception. While speaking, she guided him through the system, suggesting deeper truths would be revealed later when attempting to create a username. Bjorn found it difficult due to availability issues. The guide teased him lightly, asking if he admired someone with the same name. Maintaining a tutorial-like approach, she soon left, allowing Bjorn to explore on his own. Browsing forums felt natural, and chat rooms revealed glimpses of other users' lives. People welcomed him warmly around a virtual campfire. Meeting the group leader, Bjorn considered the strange importance placed on usernames and identity in this world. Suddenly, he activated an unfamiliar command that displayed his alias. The name Elf Nona appeared above him, triggering strong reactions from nearby users who recognized it immediately. Surprised whispers spread, as some believed he was a well-known contributor or even a developer. Bjorn returned to his room, confused by the sudden attention surrounding his alias on the forums. He remembered the guide's earlier question and realized she may have known more than she revealed. Back at the campfire, he attempted to explain the misunderstanding. Excitement shifted into awkward silence when Bjorn admitted he was not the person they assumed. Despite the confusion, the group quickly accepted the truth and continued their conversation normally. A pink-haired user approached, curious about how long Bjorn had been in the system. Their discussion revealed that time flowed differently. 70 days there equaled only 1 month on Earth. The pink-haired user shared ideas about returning home. Still adjusting, Bjorn listened carefully while hiding that he had just arrived. During their conversation, the user explained the community had existed for about 20 years. Bjorn reflected on his own progress, surprised that others had taken 5 years to complete the game. Soon, they asked what difficulty level he had cleared, catching him off guard. He casually revealed he finished the game at 50 times difficulty, shocking the other user. He began to understand that modifiers like cheat modes and adjustable stats were common. Hearing this, he wondered how many players had chosen easier settings. Elsewhere, a hidden organization confiscated Bjorn's computer, wiping all digital records. While examining his background, they found nothing remarkable except his gaming achievements. Despite living an ordinary life, he had accomplished what no one else could, beating Dungeon and Stone. The game had failed and shut down 5 years earlier, yet Bjorn succeeded regardless. His victory reignited debate over whether the game was flawed or simply too difficult. Now under close observation, Bjorn continued his exploration. Bjorn quietly recognized that his exchanges with the pink-haired man offered more than tactics. They provided a kind of mental ease. As they rested beside the campfire, casual conversation drifted toward food cravings. Bjorn missed pizza, now a far-off indulgence. His companion spoke highly of hot soup with rice as the most practical meal, leading Bjorn to appreciate the comfort within simplicity. Back at his desk, Bjorn stared at the timer. The gateway to the next stage would open soon. He accessed the Ghost Point Market, where crucial knowledge was traded like treasure strategies, secrets, and floor details. To move faster, he sorted items by price. With extensive experience, Bjorn felt untouchable. Inside a silent lounge, he encountered a dealer to purchase rare insight about the rumored dimensional collapse. Exchanging ghost points for information, he leaned forward, fully intent on capturing every detail. The source explained that a faculty of labyrinth research had ignited the rumor. Their failed trial had fueled speculation and fear throughout the city. A magical display demonstrated the dimensional instability caused by the experiment. To delay outside involvement, the institution spread misleading warnings, attempting to discourage adventurers. Soon, the royal family would step in, putting an end to the falsehoods completely. Bjorn finalized the transaction, prepared to turn secret knowledge into his next edge, maintaining calm and quiet strength during the negotiation. The man understood Bjorn wasn't pretending, tossing around ghost stones with ease. For Bjorn, this instant echoed his earlier hardships. When knowledge like this demanded days of effort, this world was no longer a game. It followed the harsh law of survival, where only the strong persisted. Even now, with all his advancement, Bjorn understood he was merely one among many. Still, a strange excitement rose within him. This challenge, it was enjoyable. Others pursued the same objective. One searched for ways to defeat the first floor boss. Another chased information about Skull Island, while some had climbed through years of grinding. Yet the idea of them overtaking him never crossed Bjorn's mind. Far away, observers monitored Bjorn's progress, astonished by what he had accomplished. His attributes defied logic. No player with his disadvantages had ever reached such heights in 2 months. Chance couldn't explain it. His rise was no coincidence, it was something extraordinary. Even seasoned veterans were stunned, whispering stories of the monstrous barbarian's ascent. For the first time, the impossible was happening before them. A warning appeared. Bjorn's health had dropped to a critical level. The timer began. As a hand struck the desk, an alert was triggered. Bjorn's growth was too rapid to overlook. A moderator started watching him carefully. His development had now attracted attention from above. Elsewhere, a man remembered the past when an experiment once labeled a failure left behind a final message of faith. Bjorn regained awareness. His mind adjusted as he realized time had resumed. The surroundings aligned with what he had learned. 1 second here equaled an hour there. Though wary of the 12-second vulnerability, Bjorn felt pleased that his early information had proven useful. A yawn slipped out. After hours of concentration, rest was necessary. By morning, he was expected to attend a gathering at Baron Wadaran's estate. Later, within the imperial capital, a caravan advanced through the streets. The Baron's presence drew attention. A loud order stopped the movement. Accusations followed instantly. The Baron ignored the noise and continued forward, unaffected by the scrutiny. Ahead, the Count's residence stood 8 kilometers away. The summer heat pressed down on them. Anticipation grew. Spectators whispered as Bjorn's group passed. Few realized he was alone. Though misunderstood, Bjorn tolerated the gazes. His silence concealed deeper thoughts. A noble admired his determination. Bjorn composed, stayed focused on what lay ahead. His steady demeanor impressed Karls, who introduced himself in return. From their first interaction, Bjorn sensed Karls was sincere an exception among nobles. Just as the moment settled, a butler abruptly interrupted, questioning Bjorn's right to remain seated. Karls defended him, stating it was by his command that Bjorn rested. Despite Karl's authority, the butler persisted, claiming a barbarian sitting would bring ridicule. Bjorn, irritated, yet recalling his reward, forced himself to endure a single day of humiliation for 1,000,000 stones. Declaring himself a savage fighter, Bjorn exaggerated the act. Rushing forward, he shocked the guests with wild intensity, delivering a clear sign of dominance. While others stared in disbelief, Bjorn announced his behavior was simply because he felt like it. At the feast, Bjorn began devouring food like a beast, drawing gasps and fearful looks. The nobles recoiled at his raw strength, murmuring in awe as bones snapped in his grip. Ironically, the butler was pleased the chaos matched the image he wanted Bjorn to display. Internally, however, Bjorn burned. His forced act fueled his desire for revenge. Barely holding back anger, he threatened the butler through clenched teeth. His tone hardened. This was no longer a joke, it was a warning. A harsh memory resurfaced in Bjorn's thoughts, contorting his face into a grim expression. That expression reflected the brutality once witnessed during the guild's darkest times. Rather than escalating, Bjorn restrained the tension with a blunt remark, softening the mood while others traded uneasy looks. Bjorn, now seated, ate with assurance, embodying the image of an easygoing barbarian. His presence attracted attention. Curious nobles, especially the young women. One lady requested to touch his muscular arm. With a nod, he permitted it, unfazed by the growing curiosity. Another request followed a reenactment of his earlier roar. Bjorn agreed without hesitation. He raised both arms and roared, his voice carrying across the field with dramatic exaggeration. Their eyes clouding with memories awakened by his act. They tugged at him, treating him more as a spectacle than a warrior. Amid the excitement, he began to feel diminished, a sideshow surrounded by hollow praise. One vulgar comment drew Bjorn's cold, steady stare. A well-dressed noble stepped forward and cut through the chatter, ordering the barbarian to follow him. Bjorn obeyed without protest, aware this shift in focus served a greater purpose. Though ridiculed, he walked with purpose. Bjorn's measured replies gained praise from nobles, raising his standing one exchange at a time. His name and renown grew with each interaction, like points accumulating quietly behind the scenes. Among the many present, only a handful of individuals held real influence. A distinguished paladin approached. Introductions revealed him as Paul Kravitz, a respected leader among the Holy Knights. To Bjorn's surprise, Kravitz showed gratitude for an earlier deed. The moment sparked interest. Observers noticed that even high-ranking figures spoke to Bjorn with sincerity. Kravitz assured everyone that the order valued their connection with Bjorn. His words held weight. Impressed, the Baron's gaze softened. Fame notifications appeared quietly in Bjorn's mind. Then came news of Count Ferdihilt's arrival. The hall shifted as attention turned. The Count greeted Bjorn directly. It felt unusual this meeting shouldn't occur so early. Their conversation hinted at deeper intentions. The Count seemed eager to build rapport. Proposal followed. Bjorn would be offered something rare, but uncertain. A sudden quest appeared, the Count asked Bjorn to join an event. The reward was a low-numbered necklace collectible, not powerful, yet symbolic. Despite its modest worth, the item hinted at influence. Accepting could alter future outcomes. An ominous presence lingered. The necklace event wasn't merely symbolic, it concealed a hidden quest yet to unfold. Surrounded by nobles, Bjorn couldn't shake the unease. Despite fear and the voice of caution, he dismissed hesitation. Retreat meant ruin. A challenge arose. One noble tested Bjorn, downplaying his strength, confident in his own reputation. Without hesitation, Bjorn declared he could finish most fights in 10 seconds. Surprised, another noble offered a fortune if Bjorn succeeded. That sudden wealth sparked a new ambition. Tension rose as rival knights mocked him. While the Baron was absent, insults flew freely. Bitter resentment from earlier returned. They questioned his pride, belittling him before the gathering. Taunts intensified. One threatened to slit his throat, another smirked, completely unaware of the storm forming. Bjorn's fury reached its peak. Cold anger replaced his usual calm, igniting a fierce presence. He confronted the knights directly. Their bravado faded as they realized the danger. Charging forward, he declared their cowardice. His sharp voice cut through the chaos. Their doubts shifted to concern as Bjorn's seriousness became clear. One knight tried to flee but stumbled. Bjorn seized him without hesitation. Grinning, Bjorn promised he'd fix the knight's mindset next by force if needed. The tournament progressed swiftly as names were called. Bjorn's own was announced for combat against one of the knights who had mocked him. With steady steps, he moved to the field. His opponent, Sylvana, stood with formal confidence, declaring pride and honor. Bjorn recognized him instantly, the most irritating of the three. Sylvana raised his sword, ready to speak more, but Bjorn rushed him mid-sentence, showing no interest in ceremony. Blades clashed before the match could settle. Spectators gasped at Bjorn's aggression. Insults followed from Sylvana, but Bjorn remained focused, waiting for the signal to truly begin. With a shout, Sylvana lunged. His blade sliced the air with speed, creating illusions. Bjorn couldn't tell which was real, so he deflected all. Muscle memory overpowered technique. A clean strike landed. The crowd watched as Sylvana staggered back, stunned. Bjorn reaffirmed his place, not as a guest, but a true barbarian. His opponent retaliated quickly, slashing with fury, but Bjorn calculated each move with caution. Though skilled, Sylvana's strength wasn't equal. Without buffs, he stood no real chance. Bjorn activated Wild Outburst. His threat level and body stats surged instantly. The 10-second claim echoed in his mind. With fire in his eyes, he lunged forward. Time hadn't run out yet. A savage roar burst from Bjorn, amplifying his combat aura. The knight staggers backward, mentally unaffected, yet visibly shaken. Though it has no effect on the resolute, the sound drives the timid into chaos. One mage runs in fear, while another fighter smiles with insanity. Instead of withdrawing, the knight regains composure and readies himself to confront the towering barbarian. Energy surges as Bjorn counters with a devastating blow. Even without a shield, he ignores the apparent disadvantage. His opponent, stunned, wonders how Bjorn withstood the impact. Bjorn answers plainly he is simply superior in strength. A fierce follow-up strike draws blood. The knight's confidence begins to crumble. Reeling, the knight accuses him of cheating. Bjorn, unfazed, states he has not moved at all. He reminds his opponent of an earlier warning. This time, he intends to fulfill it. The knight collapses. Bjorn lifts him by the throat, unaffected by the surrounding destruction. With a single motion, Bjorn hurls him into the ground. The impact reverberates loudly. Onlookers question whether he survived. Knights do not fall so easily. Bjorn believes no one could endure such force. The priestess confirms the knight is only unconscious. She observes quietly. The knight awakens, disoriented, unaware he has been defeated. She explains his memory has faded. Bjorn stands behind him, prepared to strike once more. Bjorn questions the knight's recollection. Stepping closer, the knight recoils, disturbed by his presence. Doubt grows, but the priestess senses no deception. She suggests a simple test. The knight is told to repeat his earlier statement. Bjorn recites it exactly for him. After hesitation, the knight agrees. Bjorn urges him to speak it aloud. As he repeats the vulgar phrase, his memories return in a painful rush. Sweat drips as realization sets in. Bjorn calmly confirms his memory is restored. Fear takes over. The knight pleads as he retreats. His apology is frantic, yet Bjorn believes the issue is resolved. The priestess yells at Bjorn, ordering him to leave. He exits cheerfully, claiming success. Outside, a nobleman approaches Bjorn. Bjorn explains he checked the knight's condition. He remarks that the trainee was unexpectedly weak. the noble reassures him. Weak knights reflect poor training, not personal fault. Concern arises about injuring noble trainees. Bjorn dismisses it casually, with the noble's support. Bjorn prepares for his next battle. The match begins. Within moments, Bjorn overwhelms his opponent with sheer force. The crowd erupts, chanting, "Night Slayer," as Bjorn dominates the arena. Disturbed by their excitement, Bjorn wonders who the true savages are. Without hesitation, he launches another opponent into the air, ending yet another match instantly. Advancing to the semifinals, Bjorn uses a brutal move called Spinefold, instantly defeating his opponent. Victory is announced. Though he wished for a stronger challenge, he accepts the result with a sigh. Nearby, trainees admire his power and techniques, asking where he learned them. Bjorn casually answers, "Cartoons." Now entering the final round, Bjorn recognizes his opponent, a formidable knight named Albatross. He recalls watching the knight's previous matches. Bjorn notices he carries no equipment. Albatross explains it limits his movement. With confidence, Albatross invites him to attack. Bjorn immediately sees through the obvious trick. Patience works in his favor, as Albatross lowers his guard during a feint. Bjorn wastes no time, preparing his counter with controlled fury. A thunderous roar signals the activation of two abilities, Gigantification and Wild Outburst. The transformation terrifies the audience. Bjorn's body expands in size and power, radiating energy. He towers above his opponent, a true barbarian colossus. Bjorn releases a terrifying roar, engulfed in flames, his face twisted with rage. His opponent, overwhelmed, trembles under the pressure. Not only his aura but his physical strength increases drastically. The knight panics and drops his weapon. Running across the arena, he cries for help, abandoning the fight entirely. Bjorn watches the retreat without emotion. He ends the transformation completely unbothered. The referee declares a forfeit. The knight's fear costs him the match before any blow is exchanged. Inside a silent chamber, Erwin whispers one word: stronger. Her mind begins to unravel as radiant energy coils around her, repeating the same line again and again: "I must grow stronger." With widened, unfocused eyes, she remains standing, overtaken by the force, until a voice from the entrance interrupts her daze. Pretending composure, Erwin grins and says she is merely practicing with spirits. Although somewhat convinced, the visitor feels an unease hidden beneath her light-hearted voice. Suspicion remains as she walks away, wondering if she should reveal what others have been saying about Erwin's unusual state. Stories spread. Erwin's power has risen at an unnatural speed. She has gained multiple rare essences, far beyond what someone at her level should possess. Her fighting ability matches seasoned warriors, even without proper instruction. Piecing everything together, the observer remembers Erwin taking in an essence not long ago. Research in the archives uncovers a book explaining essence properties. 1. Kanabaro. Enhances strength but dangerously amplifies fixation. Another, Goblin Archer, produces comparable side effects. The realization forms Erwin's actions are influenced by these essences. She resolves to locate alternatives before Erwin completely loses control. Erwin sleeps restlessly, unaware of the movements beyond. Her fixation may change if she learns he still lives. Moonlight stretches long shadows as the carriage moves across the quiet streets. At 2 a.m., he returns to his house. Close by, a figure observes quietly, prepared to move. Bjorn considers the massive reward from his recent mission. The aristocratic client commends him, foreseeing rising recognition. He recalls Count Fedor's dissatisfied expression, watching everything with restrained annoyance. Soon after, a warning is delivered: disregard any approach from other nobles. Grasping the danger, Bjorn agrees inwardly. He is not reckless enough to oppose the wrong person. He is given a rare pendant, something nearly unattainable in the game without fortune. By the next morning, his desk is filled with invitations, proof of increasing attention. Though drawn to them, Bjorn remembers the Count's warning and declines everyone. He senses hidden intentions and chooses to study events carefully. Doubt grows. Why would a noble focus on an ordinary barbarian adventurer? Bjorn decides to look into it at the upcoming gathering and reconnect with Erwin's matter. A fresh assignment begins as he encounters a flashy adventurer, ready for the next task. Bjorn is caught off guard when greeted by an old man who calls himself his senior, not by rank but by years. Despite confusion, Bjorn soon understands the meeting was intentional. The elder explains he invented a magical device capable of sensing malevolent spirits and wishes to test it on Bjorn. Bjorn suspects the man believes he is influenced by something unnatural. He chooses to act as though the situation is genuinely dangerous. Keeping a calm front, he laughs and plays along while internally analyzing everything that brought him here. Bjorn observes that if such a tool truly existed, it would have been used already. He concludes the device is likely fake, and assumes the situation is a trap meant to catch him off guard. Even so, he agrees to continue, wanting to settle things quickly and return to rest. When confronted, he ridicules the elder's motives, insisting he is not naive enough to be deceived. Bjorn ignores further warnings and orders the test to proceed, showing no fear. He steps forward with confidence, closing the door behind him. She confronts him, claiming he suspected Bjorn and orchestrated the situation. Her irritation deepens. She had unknowingly helped in questioning someone innocent. His judgment had been incorrect, and Bjorn emerged unharmed. Aluia, disturbed by the elder's earlier behavior, questions why he chose to test Bjorn instead of reporting him. She argues that reporting him would have been simpler, but the elder suggests such an action would have resulted in death. He ends the discussion and leaves, leaving Aluia unsettled and confused. As he walks away, Aluia reflects on his words, slowly grasping their meaning. It becomes clear the elder requires a living evil spirit, which may explain the purpose of the test. Meanwhile, Bjorn relaxes, relieved the situation has passed, though uneasiness remains. Thinking back on it, Bjorn feels he managed well, yet uncertainty lingers. Without warning, Misha appears beside him, shocking him with her sudden presence. She casually states she needs him, leaving Bjorn briefly stunned and unable to react. Summoned suddenly in the middle of the night, Bjorn ends up burdened with unexpected paperwork. Reluctantly, he starts writing, attempting to mirror the refined tone expected by nobility. After completing one letter, he firmly states he's too occupied to attend, and suggests they find another barbarian instead. Although he questions her authority, Bjorn restrains his criticism while Misha stays composed. News of the labyrinth's arrival spreads rapidly. With just 10 days remaining, some begin to worry a dimensional collapse could occur. The rumors intensify. A noble subtly implies that signs of catastrophe may have already begun. He briefly considers sharing what he knows but ultimately decides against it. Some knowledge is safer left concealed. He recalls the blood-tinted castle along with the in-game mechanics connected to it. Instead of facing it alone, Bjorn informs Misha she'll accompany him. Startled, she protests. Irritated, Misha insists on proper manners. Bjorn reflects and recognizes her point. With unusual humility, he politely asks her to join him. Taken aback yet pleased, she accepts. Their partnership is set. Sudden news spreads through the marketplace, claiming the earlier panic was false information. Blame is placed on a rogue magical faction, leaving citizens uncertain about the truth. Even when a dwarf offers to team up, Bjorn declines, remaining consistent with his earlier decision. Bjorn casually admits his earlier excuse about needing a bodyguard was fabricated. Revealing his true plan, he mentions the rupture, intending to investigate it alone. He confirms her suspicion but avoids involving others, using her own hidden secret as an example. Misha admits she never disclosed her spirit contract to anyone. He challenges her perspective, asking what others might have done. In Hikarod's case, he would have revealed everything while drunk. When questioned about Dwaki and Rottmiller, Misha thinks Dwaki might slip, but is uncertain about Rottmiller. Everyone except Rottmiller seemed predictable. He believes Rottmiller would keep the secret, though others might question how he obtained such knowledge. Misha realizes that's why Bjorn remains silent. Curious, she asks why he trusts her now. Bjorn explains, it's because she's a poor liar. If anything leaks, he'll notice immediately. His reasoning is simple, she's someone dependable. The statement surprises her. As Misha hiccups in flustered confusion, Bjorn notes mentally that only 8 days remain until the labyrinth opens. On the 8th day, they visit the armory to upgrade their gear. Misha questions how often they return. Their equipment receives lightning enchantments, temporarily granting elemental strength. To justify the cost, he mentions their shared funds and his own contribution. Bjorn's magical abilities and stats improve greatly through intense training. Misha brings food, worried about his condition. Despite exhaustion, he enjoys a brief moment of rest and nourishment. Though surprised, Bjorn accepts it, and soon a familiar spell surrounds them both. A blue-haired mage reveals the spell was intended only for Bjorn, causing tension with Misha. He senses complications arising. He chooses not to dwell on it, brushing aside the awkwardness. The next day, Bjorn thanks the blonde mage for her help. She hints she may ask for his assistance in return. Inside the labyrinth, a party expresses gratitude for his earlier advice. While others admire him, Bjorn remains wary of excessive friendliness. As the group leaves, Rottmiller prepares to enter. Bjorn delays, calculating how to gain advantage from the timing. He decides to wait, knowing a later entry increases experience gain. After a brief pause, they activate the portal, earning bonus experience for opening it first. Surprised by their immediate access to the second floor, Misha demands an explanation. He gives a vague answer, calling it a dimensional glitch he exploited. Her excitement grows. Unable to fully explain, Bjorn admits he's relying on knowledge he cannot openly share. Misha feels sympathy for Rottmiller, who unknowingly missed the opportunity. They discuss how Rottmiller would react if he discovered the shortcut, acknowledging his dedication as a scout. They reach the second floor but find themselves in the stone desert, forcing them to return. After retracing their steps, they re-enter the crystal cave. Bjorn estimates it will take 2 days to reach their objective. Hours later, they encounter hostile mushroom-like creatures, only visible at close distance. Misha quickly recognizes the danger. As they advance, she notices others moving quickly in the same direction. Bjorn analyzes the situation and realizes others are attempting to speed-run the dungeon. Unwilling to fall behind, they increase their pace through the corridor. Misha wonders why others seem shocked, unaware their equipment surpasses most. While moving forward, she compliments Bjorn but is misunderstood, creating slight tension. She clarifies, calling him cool, and Bjorn quietly accepts the remark. Watching her rush ahead, he wonders if she also sees herself as a barbarian.
Inside the dim dungeon, Bjorn's equipment attracted attention. A huge mace and an apparently endless backpack astonished the others. Suspicion arose in one man's thoughts. He couldn't figure out why someone that strong would remain in a beginner area. Standing together, the party's presence on the first floor felt out of place, especially considering their obvious power. Bjorn's mind wandered to former companions, fights endured, and losses suffered before joining his current group. A noblewoman with silver hair surfaced in his memories. Her wealthy background didn't stop him from wondering about what became of her. Looking up, he saw another adventurer watching him. The expression wasn't neutral, it was filled with envy. Instead of overlooking it, Bjorn confronted the man, asking why he looked at him with hostility. Caught unprepared, the man denied everything. Still, others noticed the growing tension. Even after the apology, Bjorn remained unconvinced. The doubt lingered. The man awkwardly introduced himself as Hanst, though the name didn't seem genuine. He claimed it was a recent change, dismissing further suspicion. Bjorn decided to drop it for now, though uneasiness stayed beneath the surface. Firmly, Bjorn told him to keep that name permanently. At that moment, a teammate noticed danger. A glowing rupture began to form. Without hesitation, Bjorn shouted a single order run. The rupture's early activation surprised him. It should have taken 3 days. He realized someone else had triggered it, likely using the same method he planned to use. With no time left to think, Bjorn and Misha rushed forward. The sudden environmental shift left them briefly disoriented. Another group approached and introduced themselves as Carlson and Jensia, noting Bjorn and Misha's usefulness. Bjorn stated his name calmly, but Misha reacted awkwardly, struggling to match his serious tone. As they formed a temporary alliance, Jensia described her scouting abilities and ranged combat experience. Carlson, meanwhile, highlighted his sword and shield style, typically used for frontline combat. Bjorn evaluated their skills. They were beginners, probably lacking deep dungeon experience. Carlson then turned his attention back to Bjorn, curious about his role. Bjorn answered bluntly, saying he was a tank, though that wasn't enough for Carlson. To clarify, Bjorn explained his past as a 6th-rank explorer, specializing in dangerous labyrinth areas. Carlson questioned why he was on the first floor, sensing inconsistency in his story. The explanation remained unclear. His previous team had disbanded, and he had been inactive for some time. Despite the uncertainty, Bjorn's physical presence made his claim believable. Few could fake such readiness. The group confirmed their roles and revealed their identities openly, avoiding secrecy or deception. As name cards appeared, a brief silence followed. Everyone now knew who had entered the labyrinth first. Even with the openness, Bjorn compared it to a deceptive game, like Mafia. With roles decided, they chose to move forward, even though the ideal plan would involve a more experienced group. Bjorn, still doubtful, understood the risk of entering a rupture with only one advanced explorer. At the signal, the team tightened formation and advanced into the snowy terrain. Visibility was low as they moved through the snow, their boots crunching with each careful step. Bjorn stayed alert, knowing an attack could happen at any moment in such unfamiliar ground. Suddenly, a roar echoed. An elite gatekeeper monster appeared, massive and aggressive. Carlson ordered the others to stay back. He stepped forward, determined to strike first. Drawing his weapon, he lunged precisely, cutting through the monster's thick hide. Despite the blow, the creature endured, only slightly injured, but far from defeated. It thrashed violently, blood staining its snowy fur, while the arrow lodged in its body hindered its movement. Carlson, composed and focused, gave instructions for the others to finish it. Misha, ready for combat, prepared to act as the team moved in on the weakened enemy. The monster charged again, but the earlier strike had slowed it, leaving it more vulnerable than before. Bjorn closed the gap, using his shield to push it back while keeping its attention fixed on him. Meanwhile, Michelle hesitated briefly, unsure whether directly engaging was the safest choice. Carlson signaled her to act, prompting her to leap high above the creature. She descended quickly, landing on its shoulders to disrupt its balance and limit its movement. Her strike caused the monster to stagger, opening an opportunity Bjorn needed to maintain control of the fight. Michelle repositioned smoothly, showing precise coordination as she distanced herself after the attack. Bjorn observed her landing and evaluated her carefully, recognizing her effectiveness in close combat. The others watched silently, realizing that once they acknowledged her skill.
With a final blow, the frost wolf was defeated, its body collapsing as a system notification declared experience gained. The party advanced further into the frozen den, fending off relentless waves of ferocious beasts that sprang from the darkness. Although others participated, it was Bjorn and Misha who carried most of the burden in combat. Even so, one man proudly claimed his lone kill. Ahead of them lay an enigmatic staircase, leading downward into the depths. The rumble of moving stone resonated below as their feet stepped onto the next floor, hinting that danger lurked nearby. Anticipation shifted into wonder as they entered a luminous cavern illuminated by sparkling crystal walls. Attracted to a radiant structure, the group admired its brilliance. As soon as it was touched, the pillar responded. Relying on his knowledge of the game, Bjorn anticipated the emergence of a powerful foe sealed within. Frost wolves surged out, called forth by the artifact's activation. Acting quickly, the team moved toward elevated ground. Scores of wolves attacked, their speed throwing the battlefield into turmoil. Misha stepped in just in time to shield Niang from a deadly strike. A massive ice golem appeared next, its freezing aura slowing movement and making its defeat the top priority. Bjorn destroyed the ice golem with a calculated strike, gaining experience as the system confirmed the kill. From the depths, a mutated yeti revealed itself, Frostlord Cthulhu emanating strength and hostility. Its opening move was Suppression, a skill that instantly immobilized several members of the group. Multiple allies stiffened. Powerless. Fear crept in as they realized they couldn't move. Misha bit her tongue to stay bleeding and resist. Bjorn, trusting his attributes, withstood the effect without trouble. Releasing a fierce roar, he activated Wild Outburst, charging forward with amplified power. He cut through enemies surrounding his comrades, clearing a path with ruthless efficiency. In response, Cthulhu unleashed Cold Outburst, sending waves of frost crashing across the chamber. Bjorn endured the freezing assault, striking back with relentless aggression. Others joined the battle, weapons flashing as blood splashed across the frozen ground. Bjorn confronted Cthulhu head-on, exchanging devastating attacks in a fierce struggle. Despite his injuries, he pushed onward, refusing to collapse. Then, Aemon activated Reinforcement, boosting his strength with raw mana. He followed up with Dangerous Material, preparing a devastating attack. A burst of crimson energy erupted outward, marking his entrance into the fight. Aemon's empowered strike hit the Frostlord directly, its red energy driving deep into the creature's chest. The impact triggered a huge explosion that ripped through the cavern. His attack had unexpectedly eliminated nearby enemies as well, leaving allies stunned by its scale and power. The others wondered if it had always been an area attack. Bjorn seemed uncertain whether it was deliberate. Despite the confusion, the ninth wave ended quickly. A new item appeared among the aftermath. To everyone's surprise, an essence dropped. Its glow suggested great value. While two essences were presented, one was taken without hesitation. Distribution continued smoothly without conflict. Bjorn selected the Yeti's essence. No one objected as the others accepted the lesser reward. He confirmed his decision, facing no resistance from the group. The mood remained calm. Unexpectedly, she offered the essence directly to him. He hesitated, unsure if she truly intended to give it away, but she insisted it belonged to him. Misha explained there were no hidden motives. Still uncertain, Bjorn awkwardly asked if he owed her anything for using it. She reacted in disbelief, questioning what kind of person he thought she was. Meanwhile, the essence's attributes were revealed: high stamina, agility, and cold affinity, but with reduced bone resistance. Bjorn studied the essence's properties, noting how its affinity enhanced existing elemental powers. Misha learned about its passive and active cold abilities. Bjorn considered how well balanced the system was, realizing her improved skills would strengthen the team's future fights. Curious about its worth, Misha questioned Bjorn again,
unsure how rare the essence actually was. Reassured, she accepted his explanation and absorbed the essence. The transformation startled her, but Bjorn explained the sensation was normal, something every explorer experienced with their first essence. Bjorn asked the remaining members about their decision, but both refused to take the remaining essence. Their refusal surprised him, since the essence held significant value and potential benefit. He realized they were about to waste a rare resource, leaving him briefly speechless at their choice. Conversation begins with the Frostwolf essence Janissa had discovered, sparking curiosity among the group. Instead of using it immediately, she and another member mention the high cost of extraction and choose to delay. Doubt creeps into Bjorn's mind. Their responses feel too synchronized to be mere coincidence. Determined to identify potential suspects, he realizes that no one has claimed the essence. A sudden sound from above interrupts everything, redirecting everyone's focus instantly. Envan is warned as a danger rapidly descends toward them. The creature slams down, its massive icy body clearly marking it as a serious threat. Recognition dawns. This is not an ordinary monster, but the dungeon's ultimate boss. With a fierce roar, the lycanthrope strike shatters the frozen surface beneath their feet. Ice fractures violently, causing everyone to fall into the darkness below. System alerts confirm a transition in chapters and a shift in the environment. Bjorn regains consciousness underwater, struggling to breathe within the cave's depths. Unlike a paused game, the fall felt real and left him in pain. He narrowly avoids being dragged over the edge of a waterfall. From nearby, Envan calls out, making sure he survived. As they recover near a campfire, Bjorn reassures the group that he's all right. Nearby, Misha checks on a dazed teammate. Envan, already seated by the fire, calls others over to warm themselves. His preparation raises questions because of the firewood he brought. He explains that traveling alone often requires him to carry such supplies. Despite the warmth, several members feel an unusual cold shivering. They remark on the cave's odd temperature. Envan suggests they have entered a special zone, possibly one that drains body heat. While Misha seems unaffected, the others feel the chill more strongly. Bjorn, puzzled by this, reflects inwardly. He tries to describe that it doesn't cause pain, only numbness. Misha teases him lightly, calling him slow. Moving closer, she offers to share warmth, surprising everyone. Bjorn becomes wary as her action attracts attention from the others, including Envan. Choosing distance, Bjorn stays cautious, unwilling to rest near uncertain allies. Misha follows him, mentioning their limited firewood, but insisting he rests first. Before sleeping, Bjorn asks her opinion of the group, searching for inconsistencies. She shares her doubts, pointing out a small detail she noticed earlier. Bjorn compliments her perception, admitting he had reached the same thought. 6 hours later, the team resumes movement, their next actions more deliberate. They proceed carefully along a narrow frozen path, reassured by its single direction. Suddenly, an ice-covered creature bursts from the wall, prompting Bjorn to counter immediately. Misha dodges another surprise attack while cutting down enemies. The monsters, though 8th rank, are highly aggressive. A warning spreads about the cave's debuff, which increases incoming damage. Realization strikes the group they are in a zone that reduces their resistance. Time passes as they battle more enemies. Eventually, they reach a chamber filled with ice orcs encased in crystal. A tense question arises: will these ice orcs awaken as well? With glowing eyes, the creatures begin to move. A fierce battle erupts as one leaps forward, roaring loudly. Several orcs break free, charging together in formation. Bjorn calls for discipline, ordering everyone into position as the enemies approach. Even while giving commands, he studies Matthew's intentions, unsure if they are genuine or not. He decides to proceed carefully, hiding his true strength during the fight. Combat intensifies. Bjorn blocks an orc's attack with precise timing. A brief exchange of words occurs, but his focus remains sharp. With a calm tone, he states that his real move is yet to come. As the chaos continues, 2 adventurers panic, struggling to maintain their stance. Nanvan, noticing the disorder, prepares to step in himself, realizing the others cannot handle it. He summons Iron Bear Irathun, a huge beast that charges into battle. The summoned creature clashes with the orcs, overwhelming them with sheer strength and stopping their advance. Bjorn quickly evaluates Envan's ability and concludes the man intends to end the fight alone. With danger still present, Bjorn prepares to act before Envan clears everything. An ice orc suddenly lunges, striking an adventurer before anyone can respond. Misha reacts as the hit lands, while Bjorn watches closely. A heavy crash follows as one adventurer is hurled violently across the chamber. Driven by sheer desperation, Misha rushes ahead, her voice ringing with fierce determination. Tears blend with adrenaline as she forces her way through the turmoil. Her gaze shows urgency as she readies herself to execute the next action. At the same time, Bjorn remains wounded yet alive. His helmet, durable frame, and innate recovery slow the damage, keeping him awake just long enough to give Misha a nod from behind. A companion sprints forward, eyes widened in shock at Bjorn's condition. Just before the orc's hammer strikes, an arrow shoots through its skull, ending the threat instantly. As blood bursts outward, a system notice confirms the kill. You have defeated the ice orc warrior. Relief washes over the team. Dark power coils upward as the sorcerer forms an unstable spell. With the air crackling, the group scatters, evading the incoming surge of destruction. Alerts flash dangerous substance and iron ice wall, indicating both danger and confinement. The spell detonates, freezing the ground and stopping movement entirely. Acting quickly, a crossbow bolt strikes true, bringing down the sorcerer. Bjorn regulates his breathing. The essence is secured. The strategy remains unchanged. A fighter activates armor change, instantly shifting into a sturdier form. Then, Beastly Walk grants rapid speed and smooth mobility. The blow connects perfectly, finishing the enemy with ruthless precision. Bjorn and his companion ready themselves for what comes next. Confident, he calculates the earnings from the chaos, estimating a huge reward. Out of nowhere, the enemy's summoning is interrupted. The forming Iron Bear disappears, showing that the momentum is shifting above. A projectile descends rapidly. It slams beside one opponent, knocking her off balance. Gensia turns, confused, questioning the strange object thrown at her. The team takes advantage of the moment. Bjorn releases a powerful strike, while another ally signals the attack. Gensia regains composure, realizing she is the target. She activates Beastly Walk and tries to escape. Her stealth collapses mid-sprint due to a concealed effect from the witch's lamp. Her behavior had always suggested she knew more than she admitted. The group reflects Gensia had been suspicious from the beginning. Evidence supports the claim. A cat-eared ally detects traces from the beast's den on Gensia. Even the dirt on her boots links her to the restricted area. She couldn't have reached the ice cave otherwise. The verdict is undeniable. Gensia Nifrin is the Mafia. Gensia strikes back immediately, clashing fiercely with Misha. Misha attacks, catching her off guard. Gensia falters and tries to flee, but is blocked. Bjorn steps forward. With a heavy strike, he delivers the final blow, ending her betrayal with a crushing smash. Despite her wounds, Gensia clenches her teeth and stands again, blood dripping from her mouth. Her fingers claw into the ice as she forces herself upright, refusing to collapse just yet. Bjorn observes her endurance. She has invested heavily into defense, making her difficult to finish. Realizing she is not an NPC, Bjorn confirms she is a player that changes nothing to him. She attempted to kill him, and that is enough. Suddenly, one of the summoned beasts charges toward him. A warning is shouted, but Bjorn remains composed. With wild outburst active, the blows do not affect him. His only focus now is stopping the real threat before the boss appears. Gensia attempts to escape, panic overwhelming her. She runs blindly along a path. Bjorn watches, unimpressed by her lack of knowledge about the dungeon layout. Even so, he stays cautious. Desperate enemies often act unpredictably. As monsters close in, Misha offers to handle one and is instructed not to kill it. Bjorn shifts his attention back to Gensia, who hesitates under pressure. She pleads to speak, claiming it is all a misunderstanding, but her words sound empty. It should still be on cooldown for a few more minutes. A rapid assault bursts from her, despite the danger. Though unsure it will work, she risks everything, lunging forward in desperation. Gensia's weapon dropped to the ground. She begged for mercy, insisting everything had been a mistake. Bjorn questioned her motives, coldly asking if her excuse was convincing enough to spare her. Gripped by fear, she stuttered. But before she could finish, Bjorn struck brutally, ending her act. He stared at her body, unimpressed by the failed lie. Among the spoils were valuable items, and Bjorn considered giving some to Misha. With the looting complete, he prepared to ask questions, but not before taking one last precaution. All of Gensia's escape options were destroyed. Her armor change tools and stealth equipment were completely removed. She begged once more, desperate. Bjorn, unmoved, questioned her about the attack and the opened rupture. Her responses sounded logical at first, but something felt wrong. Bjorn's suspicion grew. Her knowledge was too exact. Panicking, Gensia stumbled over her words. Her voice trembled. She collapsed into tears, begging to return home. Her body shook as she reached out. Her pleas continued. She insisted she was a real person, that she did not want to die. Bjorn watched quietly. No sympathy arose in him. He had heard enough. With a single strike, he executed her. A system notification followed achievement, the first player execution. Footsteps rang across the battlefield as a lone figure advanced with calm intensity. Fragments of blood-stained armor dragged behind him, yet the feeling brought no remorse, only a peculiar excitement. Sensing motion, a red-haired girl spun around, her eyes widening as recognition set in. Relief softened her expression, and she dashed toward the towering warrior. A piercing scream nearby drew their attention. A companion was pinned beneath a monstrous foe. Without delay, Bjorn entrusted the task to her, assured of her capability. Taking a deep breath, Misha triggered her enhancements, strength flooding through her body. The creature bellowed as it lunged toward its defenseless prey, who shook in terror. Blade clashed with flesh as Misha intercepted the attack mid-charge, stopping it cold. Icy energy spread rapidly across the terrain, locking the beast in place. Its body strained against the encroaching frost, but breaking free proved impossible. A realization surfaced: cold affinity halted regeneration, turning its power into a liability. Seizing the opening, Misha struck again, driving her weapon through its hardened hide. Blood burst outward as the strike landed with deadly accuracy. Observing carefully, Bjorn confirmed the outcome. The trial was complete. She had proven herself. Bjorn steadied his posture, calm and prepared, as Misha regrouped behind him. A deafening roar tore through the battlefield. The boss had awakened. From the darkness, the monstrous tyrant Tarumbas revealed itself, its full strength unleashed. Unlike lesser enemies, this creature carried multiple lethal abilities. Standing at 1.5 times the size of a normal lycanthrope, its attributes were doubled. Gripped in its claws, a frost-coated club could inflict fatal hypothermia. Despite its intimidating presence, Bjorn's gaze sharpened with certainty. He activated a rare item, lightning fiber, to boost his offensive power. Energy surged through him, lightning crackling wildly across his form. Electric currents danced along his body as he lunged forward. Blows struck in rapid succession, exploiting the boss's vulnerability to lightning. Though stunned, the creature retaliated with fortitude, resisting immobilization. Bjorn pressed on relentlessly, leaving no opening between attacks. Lightning exploded across the battlefield, leaving the beast frozen and charred. With victory secured, he reaffirmed a simple truth: lightning-infused equipment could fell even tyrants. Shock spread across the young adventurer's face as the system confirmed the defeat of Tyrant Tarumbas. From the corpse, a glowing blue essence rose, pulsing with energy. Misha hesitated when told to absorb it, unsure about the casual suggestion. A faint groan nearby caught their attention. Another ally, stirred weakly on the frozen ground. Blood leaked from his injury as he clutched his side, voice trembling and faint. Bjorn knelt to inspect the wound while Misha retrieved their strongest healing potion. Crimson continued to pour out, ignoring the potion's effects as worry set in. Bjorn concluded the weapon must have been coated with a toxin that suppressed recovery. Even the antidote proved useless, forcing them to search for alternatives. Without hesitation, Misha demanded the highest-tier potion, determined to save him. She applied it while Bjorn watched silently, aware of its immense value. Slowly, the injury began to mend, proving both the poison's potency and the potion's effectiveness. Once stability returned, Bjorn offered the loot to their uneasy companion. Though stunned, the man accepted, wondering if it was overly generous. Bjorn simply observed, quietly noting the man's curiosity as something to monitor. Carson eventually regained awareness, murmuring that survival had been sheer luck. Bjorn privately admitted that Carson's death would have yielded greater profit, yet he remained silent. When asked to compensate for the potion, Carson casually proposed 5 million stones without pause. Bjorn accepted, recognizing that value often shifted depending on urgency. Carson then presented a unique item, Necromancer's bracelet, capable of reviving its wearer after death. A hint of suspicion crossed Bjorn's eyes. He knew Carson was hiding something. Misha thanked Bjorn sincerely as Carson departed with a subtle smile. Before leaving, Bjorn guided her elsewhere, revealing he had secured a rare artifact. He handed her an ice crystal, which would permanently enhance her cold affinity upon use. They rested beside a fire, using the quiet moment to prepare for departure. Misha reflected silently, wondering how things might have turned out without him. Bjorn's thoughts drifted inward during the final strike. He had glimpsed a reflection of himself. Regret surfaced as he remembered a girl who had not survived. Though he wished she had lived, he had moved on. Still carrying the weight of guilt, holding another valuable item, Bjorn admitted to himself that his greed remained unchanged. Bjorn poured healing potions over the injury, conflicted about saving someone he could have abandoned. He acknowledged his flawed morals, but sensed Misha's presence restrained his darker instincts. As the flames crackled softly, Misha's warmth reminded him of the humanity he believed he had lost. Above the silent cavern, stars spread infinitely across the darkened sky. Warmed beside a crackling flame, Bjorn and his partner paused briefly after their ordeals. As exhaustion eased, they silently readied themselves for whatever the deeper dungeon might bring. The third day opened with a brutal clash. A monstrous creature charged, its maw agape. Without hesitation, Bjorn passed her a mighty blade, rare and beyond measure. He urged her to adapt to both the weapon and its mystical power. Soon after, she declared herself prepared, confidence growing stronger with every strike. Bjorn, still doubtful, tested her resolve, pointing out her earlier moments of weakness. Embarrassed, she insisted on her determination and cast aside hesitation. Observing her battle, Bjorn felt a deep sense of pride in her development. She now handled a lycanthrope's essence efficiently, fast and filled with untapped strength. Abilities like cold concentrate and fortitude enhanced her fighting adaptability. Bjorn suggested combining skills to form stronger chains against greater enemies. Since foes fell in a single blow, she hardly required those boosts. Even so, they advanced toward the second level, without delay. With a confident grin, Misha expected Bjorn's usual caution about the tougher route ahead. Bjorn signaled to proceed, and they pushed onward into unknown peril. While descending further, Bjorn noticed Misha's footsteps sounded too soft behind him, too light for her burden, indicating that something unnatural was occurring. Bjorn calmly deduced that someone had called forth the floor boss, the feared floor lord. Despite his calm voice, Misha panicked, yelling in disbelief as Bjorn wondered if past fears still lingered. Explaining that the glowing crystals showed another adventurer had intentionally triggered the boss. Misha struggled to comprehend it, disturbed by the idea that someone would act so deliberately. Bjorn thought back to a suspicious individual connected to the event, someone who once faced the floor lord alone. A portal flickered ahead, and they stepped onto the second floor of the lethal labyrinth. There, Bjorn remembered earlier ordeals battling skeletons, fleeing a deranged woman, and nearly dying. Those memories weighed heavily on him, reminding him how fragile life was in this realm. From the darkness, fresh dangers appeared, creatures moved as if awaiting challengers. Misha expressed her suspicion someone had lured these monsters intentionally to this place. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a swarm of enemies rushed toward them together. With a sharp shout, Misha charged forward, releasing cold energy with accuracy. Bjorn followed closely, slicing through the tide of creatures surrounding them. Attacks came from every direction, yet both fighters acted with trained coordination. One beast froze mid-attack as Misha activated cold concentrate with icy destruction. Her skill held steady even as the death fiend used a summoning technique. A legion of undead surged forth from the shadows, drawn by the conflict. Misha warned Bjorn of the threat, but the death fiend had already advanced. Claws ripped and teeth tore at his armor before he could respond. Despite the strike, Bjorn fought back fiercely, hurling enemies aside without pause. Alarmed, Misha called out his name, but was shocked to see him unharmed. She wondered how he recovered so fast, amazed by his resilience. Bjorn brushed off her concern, telling her to stay focused and continue fighting. As they ventured deeper, Misha sharpened her mastery over cold-based powers. She learned to apply hypothermia instead of freeze and utilized fortitude efficiently. Though cautioned about MP usage, Misha confidently claimed she could handle it. Afterward, Misha leaned weakly against Bjorn, her energy nearly gone. Though she insisted on walking, Bjorn told her to prioritize recovery as they moved forward. Time passed, and by night, they rested near a small fire beside strangers. Nearby, unknown adventurers spoke of their encounter, unaware of Bjorn and Misha nearby. Bjorn watched quietly from afar, realizing the others had camped beside them unknowingly. He moved toward Misha softly, preparing to wake her without drawing attention. One man spoke with intent to gather fresh bodies, suggesting sinister plans. Bjorn, now vigilant, could not ignore the danger hidden in the conversation. Standing up from his place, he prepared to act as the threat became evident. Amid the ritual, Bjorn remained within a crowd of fresh barbarians, all keen to prove themselves. Time has gone, and now fewer than a third remain. Others failed to endure the brutal trials. He wonders if monsters were truly the only reason behind so many deaths. As darkness settles, a companion goes to sleep, leaving Bjorn alone on watch. A troubling idea enters his thoughts. Removing the others might make things easier, before he can consider it further. Misha's voice pulls him back to reality. The fire flickers softly while the group rests beneath the quiet night sky. A sudden noise cuts through the calm, forcing everyone to react. A solitary girl steps out from the shadows, her appearance disturbing the group. From the forest, two unknown figures advance, their silhouettes stretching in the firelight.
The campers respond quickly, shouting alerts and rousing the others. Bjorn snaps awake, uncertain what danger faces him now. Still drowsy, he asks for answers. Annoyed by being disturbed, recognition follows one of the arrivals is clearly a barbarian like him. At ease, Bjorn smiles and waves, greeting the familiar figure. Karen boldly introduces himself, clasping Bjorn's hand in a firm grip. Bjorn answers with equal excitement, declaring himself the son of Thor. Laughter rings out as the two barbarians connect, baffling those watching nearby. Karen tells the others to lower their weapons, assuring them Bjorn poses no threat. The explorers, still wary, accept Bjorn but struggle to say his full name. Bjorn corrects them firmly, stressing they are not close enough to shorten it. One man forces a grin, telling them to move on since the group was resting. Bjorn, unfazed, says they were also searching for a place to stay overnight. Confusion spreads among the explorers as they grasp the barbarians intend to remain. The talk turns to watch shifts. The barbarians suggest dividing duties evenly. Their reasoning is simple: with 7 people, everyone gets better rest. Bjorn yells in disbelief, shocked they never considered this before. The explorers are stunned by the clear logic and feel ashamed. With the argument unresolved, Bjorn chooses to ignore them completely. As Misha walks up behind him, one man suddenly notices her presence. Misha's look catches one explorer off guard. His eyes widen as he observes her form. A single thought appears pretty as he stares, unable to turn away. Flustered, he swallows hard and nervously asks what others think about her. Turning with a slight grin, Misha replies vaguely, but notes they must be decent to keep a barbarian. She explains Bjorn lost his weapon and couldn't stand watch, offering a half-truth easily. Bjorn defends himself, saying a monster took it during battle, earning uneasy acceptance. Growing impatient, the explorers demand a final choice about the night's arrangement. Reluctantly, they agree to let the newcomers stay, giving them the last shift. Later, while resting, Misha whispers to Bjorn, who quickly hushes her. Footsteps draw near, the explorers quietly stand as tension rises. Sensing danger, Misha urgently warns Bjorn as he begins to wake. He slightly opens his eyes, instinctively feeling something is wrong. Enemies approach from both sides, clearly planning a coordinated strike. Bjorn suddenly sits up, confused by the shouting and chaos. Assuming a mistake, he offers food beef jerky. The attackers retreat, stunned by the reaction. In a quick motion, one explorer swings his weapon, barely missing the target. The attacker nervously mutters, claiming it was an accident. Confusion spreads through the group. Pretending innocence, he says his hand slipped, trying to hide clear hostility. Before anyone reacts, another explorer charges and stabs Karen without pause. As the strike lands, the attacker whispers an excuse saying hunger drove him. Karen's ally draws his bow, ready to respond without hesitation. Bjorn, shocked, grabs his weapon and charges forward, shouting in rage. Blood sprays as he delivers a crushing blow in answer to the betrayal. He demands answers from Louis, who struggles to justify his companion's actions. Tension erupts as Louis is thrown down and held firmly. He panics under pressure. Bjorn pins him, demanding to know why the attack happened. From afar, Misha watches quietly, weapon in hand and prepared. Louis trembles, but remains silent. Fear fills his face. Misha steps forward, confirming what they had suspected. She calmly reveals the truth: they were indeed plunderers, just as Bjorn believed. A man anxiously presents food, trying to win favor with the group. His shaking hands reveal tension despite his strained smile. Bjorn and his allies arrive, radiating silent menace. Without a word, they pull tension tight like a drawn blade. Seated around the fire, their quiet suffocates the atmosphere. The man's rising fear shows in his tight expressions. Instead of backing away, Bjorn presses him to speak. Dominant eyes pin him down. Within moments, the man understands the reality: these people don't pause. They consume resistance. As his mind unravels, someone challenges him directly, demanding who dared disrespect them. Victor remains tied, quietly watching the strain. A woman questions Bjorn's brutal nature. Critique follows, accusing him of being too direct. The red-haired girl nods, though unease flashes in her gaze. Bursting with rage, she slaps a companion, hard, stunning everyone present. Blows are thrown. Anger erupts. No one interferes. Observing without emotion, Bjorn allows the chaos to play out. At the same time, one man schemes against Kurochi. That plotter, however, fails to grasp how quickly fate can strike. Standing apart, Bjorn reflects. doubting his direction. Uncertainty fills his mind as he tightens his grip on his weapon. In a heartbeat, he kills the traitor. The archer's head drops. The enemy leader met a savage end. Misha crushed him beneath her foot mercilessly. Nearby, the final survivor sobbed and pleaded for mercy, tied and shaking, swearing he would change. Bjorn interrogated him coldly, asking if he would become a kind plunderer. The man, terrified, stumbled over empty answers. A puzzled sound escaped the captive as Bjorn lifted his hand. He failed to grasp the meaning. Without further explanation, Bjorn struck, leaving a lasting scar. His strike carried intent. Barbarians believed scars conveyed meaning, marks of survival and consequence. Spoils were shared among the group. Kurochi hesitated, feeling undeserving of rewards. Encouraged by his companions, he took a sword, determined to use it when axes fell short. Not everyone claimed much. Some equipment didn't fit, and others intended to sell excess later. A proper introduction followed. Bjorn revealed his real name, Yandel's son, not Thor's. His allies reacted with awe and respect, recognizing his lineage. Smiling, Bjorn declared plans to sell loot and grow stronger, embracing his barbarian roots. The story shifted to a larger truth. Barbarians, though powerful, remained the weakest race. Despite physical strength, they lacked backing, dying young and never reaching full potential. Still, a different future was forming. Smarter, longer-living barbarians. A new cycle begins as barbarians start to unite and evolve. Kurochi considers his own identity, realizing his future may improve with this rising influence. Elsewhere, the Mage Tower stands tall, its pride, showing how far magic society has strayed from humility. Bjorn tells Karen that understanding others means seeing how they behave under pressure. With a sharp grin, he warns that betrayal or disloyalty will not be tolerated within his group. His statement unsettles everyone, but his meaning is unmistakable. He will destroy betrayal without pause. Bjorn's wild smile seals his warning. Anyone targeting his people will face bloodshed. The others slowly step back, allowing the tension to fade into the cold air. Meanwhile, Kurochi questions himself, wondering if leaving magic behind was the right decision. She tries to encourage him, reminding him that knowledge alone cannot replace experience. As they walk, both suddenly stop, an eerie feeling chills them. System alerts appear. They are affected by resentment, weakening healing and recovery. Kurochi silently checks his pulse. His wound remains open. A grim sign confirmation arrives. A death knight is nearby. Rapid footsteps echo in the darkness. Its skill resentment is already active, meaning it was summoned in combat, ready condition. Bjorn examines a broken token, realizing it proves a player triggered the Death Knight encounter. As fear spreads among his allies, Bjorn analyzes the situation, weighing danger instantly. The Death Knight attacks suddenly. The group prepares as battle erupts in darkness. Bjorn moves first, striking with accuracy. His weapon clashes with immense force. The Death Knight falls. A message confirms its defeat as the group regathers. Bjorn loudly declares he will protect them all, charging again with reckless intensity. Though they win, others react differently, criticizing Bjorn's excessive approach. Suddenly, a hooded man identifies Bjorn by the name Little Valken, surprising everyone. More adventurers arrive, unsure whether stories of Bjorn's power are true. While some doubt remains, Bjorn's reputation prevents conflict from escalating. Bjorn introduces himself properly, prompting the stranger to reply with the name Hans. As Bjorn extends his hand to greet him, something strange happens just before contact.
Burning with intensity, Hans Krisen storms into the clearing, attracting immediate attention. In spite of urgent commands to stop, he rushes ahead, disregarding the alarmed voices behind him. The red-haired woman realizes something is wrong. Hans is possessed. She quickly signals retreat. Another man dashes past, urging his ally to escape without delay. Amid growing tension, the Hans effect takes control, bringing chaos to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, in Raffonia, calm scenes appear as families reunite in relief and joy. Crowds celebrate at the arrival of a familiar warrior, once thought lost. He's swiftly recognized as Karen, and his gear-packed bags spark curiosity. Denying any wrongdoing, he calls for everyone's attention, promising something meaningful. Barbarians lift their voices, defending their honor and demanding respect as warriors. Bjorn is praised as a mentor, whose guidance brought survival and victory. Yet some stay unimpressed, whispering criticisms from the sidelines. One proclaims a new beginning, vowing to pass on Bjorn's teachings to others. Reality settles, and Bjorn, son of Yandel, holds real influence among his people as he leads, preparations quietly start for deeper trials ahead. Stepping out from the portal, the team moves forward cautiously. The red-haired woman questions whether going back from the first floor might have been wiser, doubting the danger of Hans's name. Despite her hesitation, she decides that finishing the mission is safer than returning empty-handed. Bjorn eases the mood, suggesting hardship feels lighter when shared. Though she snaps at his blunt remark, playfully, he deflects her frustration, while she blushes at her own unexpected reliance on him. A short moment of sincerity passes between them, interrupted by Bjorn's usual teasing nature. Suddenly, a threat is noticed, prompting the woman to raise her weapon and shout for a halt. They move down toward a riverside rest stop, barely arriving before the safer spots were all taken. Bjorn jokes again, minimizing the close call as they secure a temporary place to stay. Familiar faces bring smiles and greetings. Hikuro's presence signals a reunion, and Bjorn naturally becomes part of the team. As tasks are shared, updates reveal some clients had already returned after completing their lower floor missions. With everyone gathered, Hikuro's third floor request becomes the group's next mission. They finish it quickly, succeeding in under 3 days and celebrating the teamwork. Others believe Bjorn's presence is the real reason behind their rapid victories. At the edge of the third floor, the group discusses whether to advance further or end the expedition. Unanimous agreement pushes them to continue toward the fourth floor, knowing time is limited. For 3 days, they move forward without rest. The portal shines with energy, it's now or never, and the team steps through without hesitation. Bjorn leads the charge into the swirling light, determined to continue the mission. Suddenly, a voice calls to him from within the light, catching him off guard. The fourth floor reveals a distorted battlefield. Memories blur as visions of the past flash before Bjorn. A familiar face appears briefly, before reality snaps back and battle erupts around them. Monsters descend immediately. Without pause, the team engages in intense combat. Dark magic spreads from the enemies as a powerful foe strikes with overwhelming force. One by one, teammates counterattack, while Bjorn surges forward to break their formation. The red-haired warrior lands a decisive blow, shifting momentum in their favor. Bjorn warns the group to remain focused, as the enemy may have reinforcements below. The team ends the fight with surprising ease, confusion lingering over the battle's brevity. With the trial complete, they now face a new choice deciding which path lies ahead. The group reaches a branching path where the correct route must be chosen to continue the expedition. Bjorn selects the Stairway of Wisdom, a difficult route known for mental trials and monster ambushes. As they step into the portal, Bjorn briefly wonders what outcome might have awaited if he'd chosen another path. Visions of a blood-soaked battlefield flash before him, revealing a darker alternative. Several companions lie wounded and lifeless, hinting at a failed journey through another route. Bjorn quietly acknowledges that his current decision spared them from a devastating fate. After choosing the Stairway of Wisdom on the first level, the party continued deeper into the dungeon. By switching between the routes of courage and wisdom, they managed to advance to the 12th floor. To their astonishment, a massive troll emerged, a top-tier X-class creature, far beyond anything anticipated at this stage. Understanding came swiftly. It was the rare keyboard smasher, infamous for devastating force and nearly unmatched might. Encounters like this simply did not occur below the 20th floor. Suspicion turned toward Hans, whose presence, often dubbed the Hans effect, appeared to distort the dungeon's natural order. Even with fear tightening their chests, the team held formation, readying themselves to confront the impossible. Weapons struck against the monster, sparks bursting as steel, and spells collided with its hardened skin. The troll roared, reacting instantly and violently, hurling attackers away without pause. A defender barely endured a crushing hit, armor bent and footing unsteady. Other allies rushed forward, relying on abilities such as knockback resistance and shock mitigation. Still, the troll's sheer strength sent several fighters sliding across the ground. Shifting tactics, Hikuro equipped a reinforced shield to withstand repeated blows. Even then, each strike felt futile, leaving almost no visible damage. Finally, the mage completed her enhancement. An ice-forged spear shimmered. A brilliant surge of frost energy shot across the battlefield, aimed straight at the troll. The empowered spear pierced its chest, forcing the creature to stagger under freezing pressure. Yet despite the hit, the monster snarled defiantly, its gaze still burning with fury and life. The team pressed on, attacking relentlessly from every direction to shatter its defense. Even under heavy assault, the troll's hide stayed largely intact, its durability surpassing all expectations. Fear began to spread. Even considering retreat brought desperation, as escape paths were limited. In an earlier battle, a grade 5 sun mage nearly defeated a vampire with a single spell. That vampire, though powerful, lacked defense yet still endured with lingering vitality. This troll, however, possessed overwhelming regeneration and near unbreakable endurance. Hans regained focus, directing everyone to follow his commands precisely. Devalki started channeling a massive curse, pouring his strength into one spell. Time stretched as the fight continued, exhaustion creeping over the group. Rottmiller drew the troll's attention, giving Misha a perfect chance to strike. With careful precision, she launched a series of attacks at a single weak point, blood spraying as the focus damage finally broke through. As the troll lunged ahead, the call to evade echoed, but not all could respond in time. DV absorbed the impact, sending nearby teammates stumbling from the force. Struggling to stay upright, one fighter likened the chaos to standing on cracking ice. Desperation surged. Aaron shouted for DV, fearing the worst as the clash continued. Breathing heavily, DV estimated his mana remained barely 2 minutes. Maybe 3 if strained, Hans suggested, removing slow from the spell cycle. That could extend the duration to 7 minutes. Orders were firm, no slow. Misha rushed forward again, striking with precision, though the troll's hide held strong. Responsibility passed to Hikarad. With a nod, he stepped ahead to execute Plan B. With intensity, Hikarad charged, his mace slamming down with raw force. The troll retaliated by activating Frenzy, increasing its speed and power for a deadly counterattack. A violent blow sent Hikarad flying, but he stood again, enduring the pain. Momentum grew as strikes connected. Magic and strength clashed in a brutal rhythm. The troll lashed out in fury, forcing Misha into direct combat. Her companions shouted as she was thrown backward, yet she steadied herself for another assault. The wounded and enraged troll activated hyper-regeneration, flooding its body with dark energy. This skill enabled it to rapidly restore damaged areas, regenerating specific parts at alarming speed. However, it required 2 full minutes to complete, creating a brief window of weakness. During that interval, the ability could not be used again, limiting its recovery. With a clear objective, the team focused on destroying vital organs before the regeneration finished. As the countdown began, the fighters advanced in formation. Blood splattered across the battleground as a massive creature roared, its eye torn open by a vicious blow. Yorn's eyes fixed onto the sight. Urgency rushed through him as he sensed the threat. Guided by instinct, he flung himself ahead, thrusting his blood-stained weapon toward the monster's eye. Misha jumped with intense resolve, her sword cutting down through the turmoil. Seizing the creature's body, Bjorn kept it in position, letting her to strike repeatedly from above. Nearby allies coordinated, yelling orders as Misha delivered relentless blows. Despite her attempts, the weapon refused to pierce in the skull, was too solid. Bjorn swiftly redirected her aim, shouting out to strike the brain instead. Another warrior joined the battle, strengthening their assault as the creature faltered. Suddenly, the creature broke loose, roaring as it fixed onto a new target. It rushed toward Dworki, driven by noise instead of vision. The mages froze, but one dodged just in time as the creature's arms slammed down. Bjorn intercepted again, striking at its side with intense fury. He realized it responded only to vibrations, not sight. Before anyone could halt it, the creature hit another soldier, killing him instantly. Bjorn stood steady as the creature raged, swinging its claws through soldiers. Limbs and weapons flew within the chaos. Amid the slaughter, he shouted for focus. His voice cut through panic as he urged Misha to ignore fear. Misha answered with a scream, throwing herself forward again while energy flared around her weapon. The enchantment on the creature's body faded. A chance finally appeared. Bjorn's shout drove Misha onward. She did not hesitate and surged ahead. As her body glowed blue, she activated her ultimate skill and launched a devastating strike, screaming. Misha unleashed blow after blow onto the target. Crimson aura burst with every slash. Releasing her fury, she cursed the creature, pouring all power into her assault. The massive form shattered. The creature collapsed as the transformation ended. Its enormous body convulsed before crashing onto the ground. Bjorn kept his gaze fixed until the final tremor disappeared. A red magic stone rolled out from the corpse. The danger was over. Silence followed. Bjorn stood among blood and stone, breathing heavily. Across the ground, Misha trembled beside their fallen allies. He looked at her and knew this fight was real, and survival had changed them both. As the dust settled, Bjorn noticed Rottmiller's leg was intact, a miracle after the chaos. His focus shifted to Dworki, who lay unconscious and bleeding. The team gathered with rising fear. Misha panicked, saying he was not breathing. Bjorn stepped in, ready to act without hesitation. Dworki, a fragile mage by nature, had suffered severe trauma. His spine bent and his limbs twisted unnaturally. Blood seeped from his nose and mouth, a clear sign of internal injury. Bjorn cursed his earlier decision to use the supreme potion too early, but a comrade stepped forward, offering another. Relief washed over them as the potion was given. Dworki's condition slowly stabilized. Misha quietly cried in gratitude. They had all survived. Despite the result, unease remained. Not everything felt like a victory. Memories of the fight lingered. It had not been tactics or strength that saved them. Bjorn understood it had come down to luck. A different outcome had been inches away. Accepting this truth deepened his understanding of what survival truly meant. The group regrouped. One gave thanks for escaping unharmed. Bjorn blamed himself for the near disaster, but his allies reassured him. They insisted his judgment had saved them. No one else could have guided them through it. Dworki slowly woke, blinking as his vision returned. Bjorn and Misha reassured him that everyone was safe, telling him to stay still. A smile appeared on Dworki's face as he expressed relief. Though Misha scolded him tearfully for speaking in his state, the group reflected on their near-death experience, questioning their actions. They wondered whether their efforts had truly earned victory. Bjorn turned the discussion serious, shifting focus to what would come next. The following afternoon, sunlight illuminated a signboard in town. A mysterious woman arrived at the building, her eyes shining with emotion. She smiled brightly, overjoyed that she could finally meet someone once more. After a brutal journey, the party enters the city and heads directly toward the Temple of Furlias. With danger now behind them, the adventurers trade a few short remarks, agreeing to rest before addressing anything else. Once their visit concludes, the group parts ways, returning to the streets they know well. Bjorn and the red-haired warrior leave together quietly. As rewards come up in conversation, some voice disappointment over the absence of rare items, despite their exhausting efforts. The red-haired fighter suggests going to the inn. Surprised when Bjorn agrees, she responds with awkward, flustered energy. Her voice shifts defensively, suspecting he might run off again. Bjorn remains silent, his presence calm and unchanged. They head straight toward her inn, avoiding unnecessary turns. Inside, he quickly cleans himself and starts organizing his gear. When she returns, she's taken aback by how quickly he's finished. He motions for her to take her turn. Methodically, Bjorn separates valuable items from those meant for sale. Each piece is considered carefully in silence. A knock breaks his focus. A guild courier stands outside the door. Wary Bjorn asks for an explanation. Karen Tarson, a young barbarian, has asked for Bjorn to act as a witness. He's accused of being a marauder, and only Bjorn can clear his name. Without delay, Bjorn stops what he's doing. Someone requires his help immediately. Just as he gets ready to leave, a startled voice questions his sudden urgency. The red-haired girl speaks up, feeling dismissed without any proper explanation. Bjorn offers nothing in return. His thoughts are elsewhere as he steps out, leaving her shocked and calling after him in confusion. Along the busy street, Bjorn moves with determination. A few days earlier, deep within the witch's forest, a silver-haired woman guided her companion in sensing magical currents. They stood still, concentrating to follow the trace of the portal's magic. Their hearing picks up a faint signal. She points toward it. Certain of the direction together, they move forward through the darkness, careful and alert for any changes. Suddenly, a stronger surge of magic interrupts them. Erwin dashes ahead without hesitation, pulled by a voice she immediately recognizes. She runs faster, convinced the familiar sound belongs to the man she calls Mr. Even with different gear and a hidden face beneath a helmet, she's sure it's him and rushes forward. A bright light surrounds the figure ahead. Erwin calls out to him. Desperate to confirm his identity, her pace increases. She reaches toward him, ignoring everything else. Without pause, she leaps into the portal's glow, determined to follow wherever it leads. Erwin charges straight toward the portal, certain the voice is Bjorn's. Behind her, Rottmiller shouts for her to stop, grabbing her arm. Rottmiller warns her of the risk. Entering without preparation could mark her as a raider. Erwin argues through tears. Even without seeing clearly, she insists it was him. Other adventurers remember him as Little Vulcan, recalling stories connected to him. Confusion grows. A girl realizes she had shut herself away and completely missed his return. As she steps outside, regret overwhelms her thoughts. She promises herself she will apologize when they meet again. She thinks about how she didn't search sooner. Embarrassment lingers, but hope pushes her onward. A quiet corridor welcomes her as she knocks softly, her steps slow as anticipation builds. To her surprise, a familiar face opens the door, and recognition lights up her expression. Nervous excitement rises. Her heart pounds at the idea of seeing Bjorn again. Instead, the red-haired girl greets her, confused by the unexpected visit. Realizing her mistake, the visitor asks about Bjorn's room, unsure of her place. The red-haired girl hesitates but admits she knows him. She invites her to wait inside. Panic sets in for the visitor. Realizing this might truly be his room, she freezes. With confusion growing, she struggles to explain herself. The silver-haired girl reacts sharply, surprised by the redhead's casual attitude. She questions the situation, puzzled by the suggestion that the redhead and Bjorn might be living together. Despite her uncertainty, she chooses to stay and politely asks to wait until Bjorn returns. The redhead lets her in, warning her about the mess inside. Recognizing the surroundings, the silver-haired girl mentions she's been in similar situations with Bjorn before. Hearing this, the redhead realizes she might also be an adventurer and becomes guarded. The guest calmly explains the items were taken from marauders, not stolen. She insists Bjorn would never do such things, fully confident in him. However, her voice darkens as she adds that anyone who covets what isn't theirs deserves to face the consequences.
At the Explorers Guild within Zone 7, Bjorn Yandel receives an unforeseen message. An individual from his history wants to see him. Skeptical, he questions the motive behind the request, particularly since the woman had once been his captive. Unpersuaded by the unclear reasoning, he declines the invitation. Standing up from his chair, Bjorn prepares to depart without delay. The receptionist grows anxious, reaching out urgently, insisting that the meeting carries no danger. Without pausing, Bjorn states firmly that he refuses to engage in uncertain matters. Guards soon appear, confirming the previous event was self-defense and ordering everyone else to disperse. It becomes clear that Karen was merely bait, used to draw Bjorn into the guild. The name Lady Urbans triggers faint recognition. She is revealed as the guild leader's daughter. Bjorn remains indifferent, dismissing the recollection without interest. Elsewhere, officials debate the young woman's audacity and her hidden role in recent guild operations. Suspicion deepens. Her connection with Bjorn appears to be part of a broader calculated scheme inside the hall. Bitterness builds as one advisor views her conduct as a challenge to authority. He tightens his grip on a teacup, concealing his irritation behind composure. Both Lady Urbans and Bjorn have now been marked. Their resistance will bring consequences. A sudden storm covers the town in darkness as Bjorn hurries through the streets, muttering in annoyance. Villagers look upward, startled by the abrupt weather, while Bjorn searches for shelter with a rumbling stomach. Finding refuge, he decides to eat while staying alert to his surroundings. A server delivers his meal, catching Bjorn off guard with the speed and size of the serving. As he tastes the meat, his expression shows slight dissatisfaction despite its appearance. He quietly compares it to Mshe's cooking, already longing for her superior grilling ability. The sound of rain outside reminds him of pancakes and rice wine from home. Although he misses those flavors, he realizes such dishes likely don't exist here. Still, he has grown comfortable. The desire to return has faded. Warm memories of laughter with companions drift through his thoughts. Despite the struggles, this life has begun to feel familiar. Sitting alone at a tavern table, he acknowledges his quiet attachment to this world. Bjorn considers his future, aware that his current team cannot endure tougher encounters. The monsters ahead are far more dangerous. Luck will not be enough next time. Just as his thoughts settle, someone calls his name, pulling him back. Bjorn realizes he is dining at a shop surprisingly owned by another adventurer's wife. He finds it strange that a married man would risk the labyrinth alone. Though intrigued, Bjorn keeps his thoughts private, deciding it is not his concern. The man praises Bjorn's strength and asks to join his group. He defends his request by highlighting Bjorn's honorable actions. Bjorn acknowledges his ability but explains the team was only temporary. They agree to revisit the idea later if a position becomes available. After they part, Bjorn briefly reflects on a past deal involving valuable stones. Meanwhile, lightning strikes ominously as a new figure, declares judgment on those who desire what belongs to others. A white-haired girl watches quietly, emotions stirring as she sees someone arrive. Though he was not taken from her, she cannot suppress a growing jealousy. Her rival Misha Karlstein appears with cheerful confidence and greets her brightly. The girl timidly introduces herself as Erwin Fornakshi di Tertia. Misha praises her name and casually begins cleaning the surroundings. Still wary, Erwin cautiously asks if Misha has a relationship with Bjorn, but Misha brushes it off as simple teamwork. Erwin assumes Misha and Bjorn shared a bath, causing an embarrassed reaction. Misha teases her about using the Barbarian's bathroom, hinting at closeness and familiarity. Silently, Erwin accuses Misha of manipulating things through subtle tactics. The topic shifts to Erwin's connection with Bjorn,
which she explains formally and with respect. A nickname known only to them is mentioned, quietly increasing tension. Erwin insists on a stronger bond formed through shared hardship, while Misa questions its meaning. Erwin becomes defensive, unsure how to answer Misha's challenge. Misha continues, noting that despite her claims, Bjorn never spoke of her. A warning follows hostility, and delusion will not earn trust or patience. Erwin regains composure, realizing Misha is not an ally but a rival. She declares the woman an enemy trying to take something precious. In anger, she summons an ice spell, escalating the confrontation. In that frozen instant, Erwin understands Misha is stronger and cannot be defeated. Fear overwhelms her. She remembers losing someone dear before. Overcome with emotion, she silently begs, desperate not to lose Bjorn again. As Bjorn climbed the staircase, the stillness of the hallway made him instinctively slow down. A faint creaking sound from a cabinet reached his ears just as he pushed the door open to his astonishment. Erwin stood inside, her eyes widened in alarm as she froze completely. Nearby, a red-haired woman noticed his arrival and casually remarked about the visitor present. Suddenly, Erwin rushed toward him, her voice urgent as she called out loudly. She halted abruptly, confusion crossing her face as she glanced at the unfamiliar woman. Bjorn knitted his brows, uncertain why Erwin seemed so distressed. Trying to ease the situation, he briefly recounted what had happened during the earlier raid, with a cheerful grin. The other woman praised his actions and lightly placed her hand on him. Bjorn grew puzzled as he sensed the abrupt change in atmosphere. Erwin remembered the harsh words spoken about barbarians, her irritation quietly growing. Interrupting the tension, he mentioned he had intended to visit Erwin himself. He reminded her about their time together during the labyrinth expedition. Her expression brightened, hope rekindled by his statement. Filled with joy, she eagerly began talking about her progress with elemental spirits. Bjorn listened as she proudly explained that 3 elemental spirits had already awakened. He wondered if it was natural ability, since very few could reach such a stage so fast. Erwin smiled innocently, unaware of the thoughts forming about her talent and her sister's influence. Despite her success, an uneasy feeling lingered, as Bjorn avoided explaining why he relocated. Erwin hesitated, clutching her sleeve, while the red-haired woman added playful remarks. They exchanged light jokes, but Bjorn noticed Erwin watching the woman carefully, uneasy. Though she verbally agreed, her tone lacked certainty, and something in her gaze shifted. Bjorn proposed they leave now that the rain had stopped, concealing his exhaustion. As he walked ahead, the 2 girls shared uneasy looks, both hiding their doubts. Suspicion lingered when Erwin said she would follow later, but the redhead dismissed it with laughter. They walked alongside each other, tension quietly building beneath their silence. Choosing to avoid conflict, they agreed to continue together peacefully. With each step, Erwin's mind replayed their earlier encounter. She recalled her desperation, how close she had come to pleading to remain by his side. Though embarrassed, she questioned whether she looked foolish, yet did not regret her decision. While walking together, she felt relieved upon hearing the red-haired woman was heading elsewhere. Curious, the woman asked if she would return the next day, and Erwin simply nodded. Inside, frustration grew. This was not how she imagined things. She only wanted to stay with him. Before they parted, she softly thanked the woman for keeping everything from Bjorn. The woman suggested making a promise. Sensing Erwin's determination would not fade, she insisted the earlier incident remain secret, not wanting to burden Bjorn with it. Back home, when asked about her visit, Erwin confirmed that he was indeed alive. With firm resolve, she declared she would become stronger, her voice now unwavering. At the same time, the red-haired woman strengthened her own determination. Resolved, Erwin asked her sister for help, pleading for continued guidance. Her sister replied bluntly if she wanted him, she would need to earn him. The following morning began with loud banging as Bjorn was jolted awake by shouting. He groaned, realizing it was only 6:30 a.m., far too early for any disturbance. When he opened the door, he found the energetic redhead already demanding his attention. Beaming brightly, she told him to get ready, as the day would be a busy one. Later that evening, Bjorn said farewell to his guest outside the building. As he turned back toward the entrance, footsteps sounded behind him, catching his notice. He saw Erwin standing there, smiling as she called out to him eagerly. Bjorn asked how long she had been waiting, and she replied it hadn't been long. She explained she would soon begin intense training and could not visit often. Though she wished to come more frequently, the travel distance made it difficult. Erwin waved goodbye, promising she would return the following week. Bjorn watched her leave, sensing a lingering weight in the atmosphere. Elsewhere, A secretive conversation took place, hinting at a deeper interest in Bjorn himself. Inside the tavern, the party gathered to evaluate the gains from their most recent dungeon expedition. Through careful skinning and efficient resource handling, their rewards surpassed what they had originally expected. Bjorn tallied his earnings at over 1.67 million stones, greatly exceeding his earlier achievements. When factoring in rare loot and gear, the overall profit margin appeared even more remarkable. Without noticing, Bjorn lifted his mug by himself, interrupting their usual group drinking custom. Swiftly restoring the atmosphere, the dwarf called for a proper toast, and everyone joined in celebration. Gradually, each member excused themselves, beginning to leave the table one after another. Although he considered departing, Bjorn paused, uncertain how the dwarf might respond. Noticing the dwarf engaged in conversation elsewhere, he relaxed until someone suddenly called his name. A tense companion stepped forward, hoping for a rare private conversation with Bjorn. He found it difficult to speak properly, while Bjorn listened with calm curiosity. Still unsure yet focused, Bjorn waited patiently to hear what troubled the man. Eventually, the man confessed lingering effects from their previous dungeon encounter. Though shaken earlier, he now claimed to feel fully recovered and ready to speak. Interested, he inquired about Bjorn's rune-marked transformation seen deep within the labyrinth. A sharp memory surfaced in the young man's thoughts, facing death beneath a massive golem's crushing attack. He had believed his final moment had arrived, terror overwhelming. All logic holding his drink tightly, he admitted that despite the lingering fear, Bjorn remembered the man's earlier statement that his goal had been to honor his late father's ideals. In a somber voice, the man admitted that story was false, created only to gain attention. After his father passed and his brother ignored him, he felt unseen, drifting without direction. Yet, with shaking hands, he confessed that companionship helped pull him from that void. Touched, the dwarf replied with unusual sincerity, then vowed to stop questioning the past. Bjorn smirked, impressed by how much his companion had grown through adversity. Suddenly, Bjorn leaned closer with a casual question, asking if he was seeing Misha. Startled, the man stammered, his thoughts spinning with embarrassment. Realizing that was Bjorn's true reason for staying, he watched him leave, shaking his head. Elsewhere, a district manager examined performance records, comparing his slow progress to Bjorn's rapid rise. Despite years of effort, he could not match the barbarian's sudden growth. Coldly, he concluded that Bjorn and his group were not ordinary humans. They were something entirely different. Outside the building, the manager harshly questioned whether the man's teammates would remain loyal out of sympathy, suggesting abandonment was unavoidable without power. With a smug expression, he advised making the wise choice before walking into the fading light. Back at his inn, Bjorn cursed while recalling how his companion drank excessively and collapsed. The scene replayed, downing several drinks before passing out, leaving him with another responsibility. Suddenly, a red-haired woman entered without permission, saying she came because he avoided her. He looked at her in confusion, struggling to remember who she was. She mentioned Braun Rottmiller, connecting him to her father and implying Bjorn's involvement. Despite uncertainty, she declared her plan to bring down her father with Bjorn's assistance. Her tone sharpened as she insisted it was the only way to free herself. Bjorn, uninterested, told her to leave, unwilling to risk trouble with the district authority. Annoyed by the refusal, she stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Before departing, she warned that only she could stop her father's plans. He exhaled in relief once alone, thinking about the name Rottmiller. As normal life resumed, he enjoyed a filling breakfast prepared by Misha, ready to continue forward. After finishing his meal, Bjorn went to the library to study the world's systems and structure more thoroughly. He later reunited with his companions, including Erwin, sharing food while discussing recent developments. Along with team discussions, Bjorn confirmed receiving a large payment from Mr. Bear, aiding their preparations. As time went on, the 15th night arrived, triggering a shift between reality and the game. Bjorn's soul briefly separated from the game, returning to his original world and desk. He checked chat rooms, observing ongoing activity. Noticing a Korean chat group, Bjorn entered without hesitation. He was surprised to see the room designed elaborately instead of the usual format. A familiar voice recognized him. His real-world identity had been revealed within the game.
A close view of the uniform displayed the name Sergeant Lee Baiko, awakening vivid memories inside Bjorn's mind. From across the hall, a man in formal attire moved quickly, shocked by the recognizable face before him. That moment marked Bjorn's official discharge from military duty, a scene now entwined in an unexpected reunion. Laughter erupted between them as disbelief shifted into shared irritation over fate's strange timing. After their emotions calmed, the two paused briefly to properly exchange introductions. Bjorn stated he was 29, while Baiko revealed he had been 23 when he arrived.
Baiko confessed he had survived in this world for over a decade, astonishing Bjorn. Although Bjorn chose to use his original age, Baiko casually brushed aside the idea. Without hesitation, Baiko shifted topics, asking to conduct a brief experiment. Despite trusting Bjorn, Baiko explained he needed to verify something himself. The confirmation required a reflex test, often used to expose imposters. Bjorn was told to reply with the first word that appeared in his thoughts. Baiko initiated the test with a sharp clap, signaling Bjorn to begin. Kimchi, Bjorn responded, followed immediately by JG and Cowhead. He finished with soup, answering instantly, demonstrating his instinctive familiarity. A sudden reaction from Baiko rang through the room as Bjorn mentioned Saudi Arabia, triggering a dramatic military chant. Standing upright, Baiko yelled a patriotic phrase with unexpected force, attempting to clarify himself. Bjorn admitted he was a civil servant, not a soldier, trying to calm the situation. With a firm tone, Baiko leaned closer and declared it was time for the final test. Bjorn paused, confused by Baiko's intense gaze as he prepared himself for another odd question. The answer came out incorrect, Bjorn, said Li Wanyang, offending Baiko. Baiko laughed softly, satisfied, confirming Bjorn's Korean identity without hesitation, still uneasy. Bjorn observed Baiko's strange behavior and began questioning his mental stability. Composing himself, Baiko admitted he had imagined this reunion and expressed relief at meeting someone after so long. Years of loneliness had affected Baiko, who lacked any companions when he first arrived. Bjorn agreed to support him, but quickly realized Baiko expected guidance from him. They exchanged gaming accounts, comparing their experience with 10 attempts and obscure updates. While Bjorn insisted he was not pursuing profit, reflecting quietly, Bjorn showed caution but also deliberate thinking behind every decision he made. Baiko eased the tension, offering to talk casually. Realizing Bjorn did not know the answer to his question, though disappointed, Baiko did not insist, instead giving a serious warning to keep his identity hidden from others. When Bjorn questioned why, Baiko explained that certain factions were closely connected to the royals and could become dangerous. Curious, Bjorn wondered if it was possible for someone to uncover a player's true identity. Baiko shook his head and explained the world was not originally designed for players, it had only changed after their arrival. The explanation that followed was unexpected. These players were evil spirits. A hidden text stated they originated from different dimensions, possessing rare and varied abilities. One among them even altered the very laws of the realm itself, reshaping reality according to their will. This knowledge, concealed from most, proved Baiko's understanding of the world's deeper truths. Although Bjorn questioned how Baiko knew so much, Baiko admitted he lived in isolation, relying on an underground forum for recent information. He offered Bjorn entry to Observer of the Round Table, a secret veteran player group. Baiko explained the group provided survival guidance. Bjorn was amazed by the unusual life Baiko had experienced in this world. After departing, Bjorn gained access to the Round Table and entered a new stage of adaptation. Masked individuals filled the vast chamber, each wearing detailed disguises, observing the newcomer with suspicion. One masked member expressed concern about the unfamiliar presence, stating that no new participants had been approved recently. The leading figure demanded the stranger's identity and sponsor, warning that deception would break their mask and lead to removal. An internal rule stated masks would only react once the official meeting had started. Bjorn recalled Baiko's firm advice: avoid revealing personal identity and simply follow his instructions if questioned. Bjorn hesitated as attention centered entirely on him. In reply, Bjorn gave a daring excuse, claiming he arrived by recommendation from their mother. That unusual response shocked the room. Though Bjorn insisted he had heard everything about them from Baiko, the group's uncertainty increased. Though none could confirm or deny his claim directly, suddenly, the narrative returned. Baiko asked one final question, appearing more serious than before. Bjorn's casual response offended Baiko, provoking a sharp reaction. Despite the moment, Baiko smiled, confirming Bjorn's Korean identity with certainty. Engulfed in a scarlet haze, Bjorn faces a monstrous entity that demands truth. He studies the circumstances, concluding he exists within the spirit domain not naturally, but through possession rules. The golden masked watcher observes as the creature orders him to restate everything with precision, rather than react with fear. A masked woman answers with poise, altering the atmosphere. She casually brings up a suggestion, surprising the fox-faced interrogator completely. Shock replaces his expectation of panic. To the others, her tone appears arrogant. The masked man quietly recognizes her conduct could invite serious danger. Instead of hesitating, she begins shaping her persona with intent. Reputation here determines survival. Irritated by her attitude, the fox-eared figure silently judges her as presumptuous and bothersome. A spectator reflects that such pressure isn't designed for beginners, yet some carry strong mental resilience from the beginning. A sinister grin emerges in memory. Someone had once warned about this very risk. Without notice, magical tendrils burst forth, pulling her violently into the void. No one steps in. She descends rapidly, surrounded by crimson energy. One participant pleads innocence. Afraid to attract attention, the tension rises. Her mind feels as if it's being ripped apart. Screams echo across the chamber. Observers remain unmoving. Her suffering is the trial, and she's nearing her breaking point. The fox-masked judge grins, intrigued by the escalating tension. Bjorn's deliberate act gains attention. Nearby participants whisper, suspecting insanity. The impression of an unpredictable lunatic spreads. Suddenly, the chamber responds. The doors seal shut. Bjorn internally confirms his aim: create fear, not familiarity. A voice declares the session has begun. Members adjust their posture with focus. Lion, unfamiliar with the gathering, is questioned about their background and who invited them. Instead of demanding answers, another offers compensation for information. Words now carry deliberate weight. Speculation arises regarding Lion's sponsor. The mood darkens. Being incorrect could trigger hostility. Bjorn's silence reflects caution. The group's rules require restraint over boldness. Even the crystals appear to throb with energy. Every reaction is quietly judged. The golden mask dismisses vague remarks. Value exists in clear, verifiable knowledge. Bjorn feigns ignorance, concealing what little he understands. The deception grants him time. Eyes pressure him for explanation. Internally, he prepares. Remaining still is survival. Suddenly, another voice announces success. The Jaglian clan defeated a floor boss. Bjorn links this to earlier clues. His decision to join the group proves well-timed. As details emerge, attention shifts. Questions about a concealed fragment suggest deeper mysteries. The golden masked man attempts to steady the situation, reminding Crescent Moon that risky claims don't confirm true knowledge. Bjorn recalls observing Crescent's behavior and calculating his response. News spreads that the fairies have uncovered traces of the relic thief, information considered highly restricted. As the discussion continues, Lion is prompted to speak. Internally, he realizes it's his moment. He states that defeating a half-demon with a group of 3 ensures an essence drop. The room reacts with disbelief. Crescent Moon and others question whether such a feat is achievable. An image of the third-rank monster appears, intimidating and clad in dark armor. It's explained that encountering one is rare, and their strength rivals high-level field bosses. This disclosure validates Bjorn's knowledge as credible. The first round concludes, one after another. The masked individuals announce their departure. Bjorn chooses to leave as well, understanding that continuing might raise suspicion. Eyes quietly focus on him, expecting a final statement before his exit. Without adding anything, he disappears. The room falls silent. Those remaining reflect. His information, though limited, disrupted the group's balance. Even Crescent Moon admits his influence was undeniable and occurred swiftly. A masked figure considers Bjorn's sudden departure, surprised by how completely he vanished without a trace. Discussion shifts to whether Bjorn's knowledge was authentic. Before conclusions form, one member suggests that Bjorn's information may not originate from the game at all. Tempers rise. Another participant storms out, expressing frustration over a missed opportunity. Concern grows that someone like Bjorn might leave permanently. They fear losing valuable insight. A voice cautions the others: provide something worthwhile, or risk losing everything. Motivation intensifies. Around the table, the atmosphere becomes heavy. Despite their rank, all except one had failed to stand out. Bjorn's silence conveyed meaning. As the chamber fades, members are transported back. The first round ends. Bjorn lies on his bed, reflecting on the experience. He describes the place as fascinating. He has no intention of freeloading. Gaining knowledge matters more than receiving it. His instincts warn him that relationships must be handled carefully. Veterans do not forgive recklessness. Suddenly, a red-haired girl shouts his name, pulling him from thought. She demands explanations. Bjorn had slept the entire day, causing her concern. Pretending confusion, he listens. She says she's been training seriously, defensive, yet sincere. Bjorn listens as the red-haired girl explains she met Gwaki and visited her family. Upon learning Gwaki arranged the meeting, Bjorn becomes cautious, gently questioning her. He tries to uncover Gwaki's purpose. She hesitates, unsure whether to reveal his motives. Returning to his quarters, Bjorn was surprised to discover the cat-eared girl already waiting inside. She dismissed the situation, claiming they were close enough to skip any formalities. Attempting to sound relaxed, she brought up Devalki's problem about confessing his feelings to someone. When Bjorn asked for more details, she said she had advised him to be straightforward and courageous. Internally, he realized she still hadn't understood that she herself was the one being mentioned. Then, with slight hesitation, she invited Bjorn to visit her home, explaining her father wished to meet him. Bjorn agreed immediately, and simply asked what time he should come. She panicked, saying she wasn't ready and needed to inform her father first. He noticed the irony that she often avoided spending time with him, yet seemed eager for this meeting. Her unusually timid behavior left him confused. By the following day, Bjorn was already heading toward her residence. Defeating beasts along the way, he gained valuable combat skill and mental experience. 3 days later, they traveled by cart along twisting roads. As they approached the village, she cheerfully announced their arrival. Walking side by side into the sanctuary, Bjorn quietly observed the unfamiliar surroundings. While passing through the village, a child pointed at Bjorn and called him a barbarian, drawing attention. The father quickly silenced the child, showing that tension still lingered around Bjorn's presence. He said nothing, but Misha noticed his silence and asked if he wanted to leave early. Compared to the wild barbarian camps, the sanctuary looked organized and peaceful. Bjorn studied the orderly layout and wondered if all sanctuaries were like this. Misha explained that their ancestors once lived in forests, but traditions had changed over time. Eventually they reached her home, a large and imposing estate. Bjorn was amazed by its grandeur, though he hid it behind calm eyes. Misha paused at the gate, visibly anxious, and Bjorn urged her to move forward. Inside, her father questioned her about a magical beast called Skadia. She admitted she had told no one and promised to keep it secret. Coldly, her father ordered her to bring Bjorn to him next time, maintaining his distant demeanor. Fearfully, Misha remembered a terrifying moment involving her father's power. Although others knew, she deliberately kept it hidden from Bjorn, not wanting him to see her burdens. She tried harder to act normal around him, even though her siblings disapproved of her frequent visits. Misha continued returning home. She endured isolation and cold treatment during meals, with servants casting judgmental looks. What kept her going was a lesson she learned from Bjorn that avoiding problems would not solve them. Her father gave her an ultimatum to bring Bjorn soon or face uncertain consequences. Though puzzled by her father's obsession, she agreed, hoping family acceptance would strengthen her confidence. Bjorn accepted the request without hesitation, but her relief soon turned into anxiety. At the gate, Misha hesitated, revealing only her father knew about her spirit beast pact. She warned Bjorn not to be upset by whatever might happen inside the estate. As they entered, a voice asked who had arrived, prompting her to answer nervously. They were greeted by a hostile servant who insulted Misha at the entrance. Trying to ignore it, she told Bjorn to overlook the remark, but he silently smiled. His unsettling grin worried her more than the insult itself. Misha stayed hopeful, convincing herself everything would soon be fine, but Bjorn sensed resentment and hostility spreading throughout the estate. To him it felt less like a home, and more like entering a dungeon. Bjorn's expression hardened as he unleashed a series of strikes across the courtyard. The force of his attack cracked the gate and shattered the estate's calm. A servant shouted at him to behave, but Bjorn questioned the idea of manners in hostile territory. He approached another servant, stating that something was clearly wrong with his reasoning. Misha tried to stop him, realizing he might go too far with his actions. Bjorn calmly explained that, based on his logic, the next step was to break the man's spirit. Bjorn stood before Misha in quiet stillness, studying her defensive stance. Although she attempted to seem composed, her gaze flickered with uncertainty. Hesitation clearly held her back. Rather than forcing a reply, Bjorn spoke calmly, urging her to remember she had the right to choose for herself. A stern inner voice made her question whether devotion to family outweighed her own survival. Her eyes widened, as if finally grasping the full burden of that decision. Bjorn seized the initiative. He reassured her and moved ahead without pausing for consent. An opponent's taunt ended abruptly as Bjorn felled him with a single strike. He continued relentlessly. His advance cut through several enemies, crushing them with raw strength. Cries and confusion spread, as witnesses tried to comprehend the sudden chaos. Urgent footsteps rang out as someone shouted, "The warning, a barbarian has attacked the gate." Misha's concern intensified. Yet Bjorn remained steady, already prepared for what would follow. Her brother soon appeared. Upon seeing Bjorn, he understood this was the outsider their father had mentioned. Despite earlier assistance, the brother reacted coldly, disregarding any past favor. Bjorn spoke out about his treatment, having been reduced to something beneath a servant. With arrogance and no regret, The man admitted his prejudice. He never planned to show respect. A spectator proposed punishing Bjorn, hoping to resolve the issue swiftly. Bjorn, however, rejected that idea. His intention went beyond fairness. It was meant to make a statement. He stepped forward with purpose. This was not about vengeance, but proving he would not tolerate disrespect without consequence. A strike came before the opponent could respond. Silencing any objection, Bjorn delivered a crushing blow, overpowering his target with sheer might. Others shouted in alarm as they watched Sir Tylon collapse under the barbarian's assault. Bjorn shifted attention to Misha's mistreatment. His tone burned with anger. He issued a demand. If they wanted peace, they must recognize Misha as one of them. The brother forced a faint smile, offering an apology that clearly lacked sincerity. Bjorn gave a command. Misha was instructed to speak honestly, to act by her own will. She hesitated, fearing her father's reaction. Yet Bjorn pressed her forward. To him, family should admit fault when wrong. He vowed to support her. They advanced together, tension building as they approached the estate. Misha faltered briefly, overwhelmed, but then spoke out with newfound resolve. Bjorn recognized the figure at once. This was the one responsible for everything. He stepped ahead, releasing a powerful presence against the patriarch's pressure. The patriarch erupted in fury, declaring Bjorn's actions unacceptable. Dark energy radiated outward. Fear filled the space. Bjorn remained upright, acknowledging the overwhelming force, now understanding Misha's fear. As the pressure faded, the patriarch seized Bjorn's shoulder in anger. Bjorn responded instantly, striking back with strength. He spoke of simple respect. His mind returned to his original goal, stopping Misha from being forced into the party system. The situation risked exposing her abilities. Bjorn knew her awakening would attract attention. To shield her, he needed a justification, and hoped this visit would provide it. Even so, the family's hostility remained unchanged. The patriarch now attempted direct dominance. He demanded submission, threatening death. Bjorn answered without fear. He believed no one would dare kill him, especially after what happened in the labyrinth. Deep down, Bjorn understood the reality. His death would only bring greater trouble upon them. The patriarch accused him of using a forbidden object. Bjorn realized the man had noticed. Pretending ignorance, Bjorn stayed composed, acting as if he knew nothing. Bing's contract. The clash had not reached its end. The patriarch spoke vaguely, saying the truth would surface if acknowledged. Bjorn sensed deception. He had encountered enough schemers to recognize falsehood. Behind the calm expression, the patriarch's aim was evident. His words carried hidden intent. Bjorn understood the plan was to extract information, even if it harmed Misha. Anger surged within him. The manipulation had gone too far. Standing in the right position, Bjorn prepared to activate his defining ability. He made a daring move, swearing falsely upon an honor he did not hold. The patriarch paused, seemingly deceived by the act. Bjorn remained focused. He intended to uncover the truth behind the object and keep Misha safe. The city of Karlstein glowed beneath a golden dusk, yet Bjorn's thoughts refused to settle. Resting against rough bedding, he went over everything: Misha's situation, her fragile position, and the careful politics ahead. Instead of relying on force, thoughtful choices would shape what came next. Within a dimly lit hall, the family head reflected on recent unrest with quiet focus. A knock broke his concentration. Hearing that Misha had returned, he signaled for her to enter, anxious yet resolute. She stood before him and attempted to speak. Acceptance was granted without conditions. She was no longer an outsider, but now acknowledged as his daughter in name. Startled, Misha hesitated. The declaration felt abrupt, undeserved, and suspicious. Later, when she confronted Bjorn, she questioned his promise, asking whether he truly meant the oath he had made. Taken by surprise, Bjorn faltered, lowering his gaze without an answer. After a pause, he quietly confessed the truth: he had lied. But the lie was not meant to hurt her. She mattered more to him than any warrior's code. Conflicting emotions stirred within Misha as she grasped the sincerity of his words, yet anger resurfaced when she stood again before the family head, her voice sharp with refusal. She exposed the truth her mother had concealed: they shared no blood relation. Alberni Karlstein burst into anger, unable to comprehend why Misha would reject the chance to fully join the family. His voice echoed through the hall, demanding to know why she would turn away from such a rare opportunity. Misha's response was simple but firm: she chose to, no longer bound by expectations. 10 days later, a quiet tavern in the 7th district became the setting for another discussion. Bjorn reflected on how difficult it was to distrust someone based only on rumors. Despite the warnings, he He struggled to believe Rottmiller would deliberately betray him. Curious, Bjorn asked Rottmiller about visiting the guild after their last expedition. Rottmiller paused, clearly uneasy, before admitting he had been summoned there. Growing suspicious, Bjorn confirmed that his information came from someone within the guild. At last, Rottmiller revealed the truth. The district manager had attempted to bribe him into betraying Bjorn. He insisted he refused, acting as though he had not even heard the proposal. Bjorn accepted the explanation with quiet gratitude, though a sense of tension lingered between them. The following morning, a white-haired girl departed after promising she would return. Shortly after, Misha rushed in, wary of the unfamiliar visitor. Bjorn calmly explained the girl's purpose, though Misha appeared unimpressed and slightly flustered. Night had arrived as Bjorn waited in the square, mildly irritated by Bwaki and Hiccup's absence. Misha pointed out a nearby group young barbarians, inexperienced and unfamiliar. When approached by a stranger, the boys were told to follow the explorers, causing unease. One introduced himself as Valken, proud son of Jandal, eager yet naive. He seemed confused, unable to understand why his presence appeared unusual. Their training lacked structure. They had not been taught caution or navigation, only to follow their instincts. Another stepped forward, Karen, son of Tarson, wearing an unsettling grin after a brief exchange. The group moved on, leaving behind an unusual impression. Watching them depart, Bjorn sensed hidden danger beneath their innocence. Dwaki and Hiccup finally arrived, flustered and apologizing for being late. As light-hearted banter continued, the group prepared and stepped into the glowing dungeon. They entered the first floor's crystal cave, the atmosphere immediately growing tense. Inside, their footsteps echoed. The trial had begun. Earlier, Rottmiller suggested a speed run, hoping to prove himself by taking the lead. As they progressed, their pace increased. For Bjorn, speedrunning in reality felt strangely exhilarating. Without warning, masked enemies attacked, forcing the team to react instantly. Rottmiller dashed forward, urging everyone to follow him deeper into the cave. Alarmed by his recklessness, Misha pushed the group to move faster and keep up. Without hesitation, she surged ahead, cutting down enemies that blocked their way. The team advanced through waves of goblins, with Misha leading the charge. Amid the chaos, she maintained control while shouting for Rottmiller not to slow down. Commands rang through the tunnel: guard the left, shift right, push the center. Everyone followed the orders with urgency, each movement carefully coordinated to maintain formation. Although their stamina exceeded normal limits, the relentless pace began to wear them down. Between breaths, a teammate teased Bwaki about gaining weight during the run. Embarrassed, Bwaki admitted he had bulked up because he believed Misha preferred stronger men. Bjorn had only said that to delay an awkward confession now. He slightly regretted it. The group pushed forward, spotting glowing lights that marked the entrance to the next floor. To their surprise, the portal to the second level was already open. Confusion struck Bjorn. Someone else had reached it before them, leaving him uneasy and frustrated. Upon arrival, the squad realizes they have fallen behind several parties that already crossed the gate. Despite the delay, Bjorn stays calm, evaluating the probable power of those ahead. As uncertainty grows, Brain Rot Killer ridicules the team's resolve. Rejecting their odds entirely, they continue onward into the third floor, entering unfamiliar territory without any hesitation. The structure unveils a wide, foreboding region, far more expansive than earlier levels. Shadows deepen as they camp, each person contemplating how far they've traveled. Following tradition, the team pauses briefly to admire the unusual beauty of the surroundings. A massive tower rises ahead. Bjorn quickly recognizes it as the Sky Tower. He explains the route forward is one way, demanding total commitment without turning back. There are 4 stair options, each presenting a unique trial: bravery, wisdom, patience, or fate. While bravery requires battle and delay, wisdom exchanges danger for quicker advancement. Agility and uncertainty make wisdom a favored yet dangerous option. Few willingly select patience, which forces adventurers through psychological ordeals. Fate remains entirely mysterious. Its route is determined randomly. As they rest, one quietly declares departure after this journey. Sitting alone, the man reveals his motives aren't about the team, they lie elsewhere. He mentions a tempting proposal from a larger guild, realizing it's time to leave. Though unsure, he accepts the truth. Excitement for new chances showed his departure was overdue. He reflects on the imbalance between ability and social status. Those at the top advance rapidly. In former teams, he moved freely, adapting or leaving whenever necessary to survive. But this team made it harder. He had grown attached to them. Even so, he understands all journeys must conclude, including his own. A ticking pocket watch signals the hour, marking the beginning of a new day. Another teammate urges the others to wake, keeping the party progressing forward. After regrouping, the squad defeats another wave of monsters with ruthless precision. They prepare to climb. But notice the staircase glowing red fate's route has appeared. All 3 stairways shimmer simultaneously, an unusual and dangerous occurrence. The probability of a fate staircase appearing is low, only 5%. Some consider entering it, but past experience and randomness make it unpredictable. What worries them most is the remaining 20%, the route. Nobody understands. In the game, 32 kinds of fate trials existed, each with varying effects. Among them were harsh challenges, like defending against 99 goblins, or being sent back to the first floor. Still, the team chooses action over hesitation. Their aim remains clear: keep hunting and advance. Rotkiller confidently agrees to continue, interpreting the triple fate stairways as a rare chance. One door opens, revealing a hidden field with no markers or visible exits. Bjorn realizes this isn't a stage from his memories. It's something entirely new and unknown. Despite discomfort, the team agrees to check their condition before acting. One by one, they notice slight changes: more endurance, lighter bodies, and increased mana. Confused, Bjorn senses his strength has risen unnaturally, and others feel empowered too. Yet something feels off. While others grow stronger, Rotkiller feels strangely weak. Bjorn suspects their stats have shifted, but the system remains unclear. They decide to explore, hoping to discover the exit and avoid further imbalance. Venturing deeper, the group realizes the layout is organized, possibly a concealed maze. They theorize it might be Garbarus arrangement, a field known for hidden traps and tricks. With only 4 days left, their final expedition as outcasts officially begins. While scouting ahead, Misha senses an unsettling stillness in the air, expecting danger to strike. As tension builds, her allies begin exchanging awkward words of protection, trying to ease the mood. The moment is interrupted by Rotkiller's confusion, clearly uneasy with the display of camaraderie. Without warning, a savage beast ranked 6th appears, its roar echoing through the corridor. The creature charges violently, forcing everyone into instant action. Rotkiller shouts a warning as the enemy rushes in with frightening speed. Clashing steel and flesh fill the chamber as the team scrambles to defend. Rotkiller struggles to match the monster's power, feeling weaker than expected. Bwaki steps forward, unleashing a powerful ice spear infused with sub-rank magic. As the ice hits accurately, the monster shatters in an explosion of frost and force. Its defeat is confirmed, and the team exhales a brief sigh of relief. The others are shocked, unaware the final blow came from someone unexpected. Bjorn realizes the spear's magic belonged to a teammate, someone who had unknowingly grown stronger. To their surprise, the once weak mage now has the mana capacity to cast high-tier spells. With this triumph, doubts fade, clearing the level suddenly feels achievable. Within Larakaza's maze, the group moved forward carefully, encircled by walls designed to confuse any trespasser. Rottmiller stopped briefly to mark the surface, aiming to avoid getting lost. Though some doubted a scout's value in such an area, his composed behavior suggested hidden expertise. Without protest, he accepted the map and started refining it. Soon after, he sensed movement approaching and alerted everyone. Without hesitation, Dwalik began reciting. Power surged from his stance, radiating outward with steady force. He cast 2 spells back to back. The enemy's advance was met with overwhelming magic, stopping them instantly. The strike exposed a creature with multiple heads. Shocked but steady, Dwalik stayed in control. Another burst of energy detonated on impact. The team remained vigilant, observing carefully. While they assessed the situation, Dwalik prepared another incantation. His display surpassed all expectations. Confidence followed. The group divided responsibilities as Dwalik calmly assured he would face any threats. Earlier skepticism disappeared. His improvement was undeniable. It became clear the terrain unnaturally strengthened spell users like him. His power rose as limitations disappeared. The surroundings enhanced his magic beyond usual levels. Everything felt seamless. Dwalik cast without restriction. Although the party cooperated, discomfort remained. He still felt detached from them. Bjorn, sitting away from the others, quietly thought this could be his last effort at teamwork. He had no intention of trying again. Naya called out to him, irritated by his silence. He replied vaguely, showing little interest. Close by, Owen slept peacefully. His talent for resting during dungeon runs was always surprising. Bjorn glanced at Owen in disbelief. It was difficult to imagine such a relaxed man enduring dungeon life. Dwalik approached, awkwardly mentioning Misha's taste in men. The timing made Bjorn uneasy. Realizing where it was going, Bjorn became increasingly uncomfortable. Dwalik admitted his feelings, saying he would confess to Misha after the expedition. His face was genuine. Bjorn understood the seriousness behind it. Declaring such intentions before battle felt like a bad omen, a typical death flag. The group arrived at what seemed like a dead end. Confusion spread. Bjorn observed something strange about the wall's design. A light push triggered a hidden mechanism, revealing a pathway. The wall trembled open. Mist flowed from the darkness inside. Everyone stayed cautious. The knight volunteered to move first. Odd symbols covered the ground. The chamber ahead felt dangerous. The party stepped into the eerie space where the atmosphere grew heavier. Despite the tension, they believed this path was better than the others. As the knight advanced, the sigil beneath him glowed. Dark radiance engulfed him. His body surged with sudden strength, armor light, movements sharper. Everyone stared in confusion as Rottmiller shouted his name. The effect was not just visual, it changed him physically. Bjorn realized others had passed here before. The power was not random, it adapted to intruders. Multiple expeditions had likely entered the maze. The system adjusted enemy strength in real time. Whatever awaited them next would be unusually powerful due to this balance system. The Guardian of Balance field had activated. Their foes would not be ordinary, elsewhere in the labyrinth. Another team entered a stone chamber. An old priest cried, questioning why sacred power was granted to someone so corrupted. With a mocking grin, the dark figure stepped forward, revealing his intent. The priest's arm was cut off mid-prayer. Agony overwhelmed him. Laughing, the attacker ignored the loss. It meant nothing to him. His purpose was clear: sacrifice others to gain favor from his god and strength for himself. The old man questioned the warrior's treatment of his ally, but the man dismissed the wounded as useless. While the priest showed compassion, the dark figure forced the injured to continue, showing no mercy. As tension increased, the priest begged, but the warrior's corrupted aura flared, silencing him. Suddenly, the dark warrior sensed something wrong with his power. Shock appeared on his face. He asked if divine power had shifted. The priest confirmed it had weakened. Confused, the warrior saw it as a strange effect, especially under the Guardian's influence. The injured scout also claimed his strength had decreased. He became suspicious, wondering who was interfering. He sensed intruders nearby. Smiling coldly, he activated an ability to locate them. His identity was revealed: Ligar Vagos, a dragon slayer. Sensing overwhelming power from the nearby party, Bjorn judges their abilities to be far beyond what he once possessed. They resemble veteran adventurers who have likely reached at least the 6th level. Standing before a sealed dungeon entrance, their confident posture and well-worn gear suggest years of experience, without relying on any clan. A red-haired girl cautiously proposes working together, yet doubt lingers in Bjorn's thoughts as he studies their actions. While a few members seem lively and upbeat, others stay distant. Bjorn silently critiques their lack of urgency. Without warning, fire bursts forth as a terrifying creature. Baronel appears with deadly intent. Following a fierce battle, the group manages to defeat it. A system alert announces that a rare labyrinth map has been acquired. Recognizing the object, one adventurer confirms it is an incomplete map of the current level. Bjorn cautions that staying longer could attract further danger and urges immediate movement. Gripping the map tightly, he tells everyone to remain cautious and ready for threats. An ally's wound increases the tension. Every moment becomes critical. A distant tremor signals approaching enemies. Bjorn steps forward to lead. Behind him, the mage begins gathering a surge of powerful magic. Rushing enemies are met with a sudden wave of frost. Cold tempest surges outward, freezing several foes instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Bjorn guides the group's retreat through the frozen path. As the icy effect begins to fade, Bjorn realizes the monsters will break free at any moment. There is no time to delay. Acting decisively, he shatters the frozen enemies with heavy strikes. After the clash, the party rests briefly in a silent corridor to recover. Forming a circle, they check each other's condition. Hilkrud assures them he is fine due to a lingering enhancement. Despite fatigue, he admits feeling better than in earlier dungeon runs, showing improvement. One member calls out to Bjorn. His sharp response catches everyone off guard. Bjorn admits something feels wrong. Even after resting, unease continues to trouble him. He asks for the group's trust, convinced danger is still nearby. The team hesitates but eventually agrees. One companion asks where they are heading. He reveals Bjorn's chosen route might lead them toward the final boss. Even so, a strong sense of unease drives them to trust Bjorn's instincts once more. Others begin recognizing Bjorn's judgment.
especially after seeing the benefits of his earlier decisions. Miller's rare agreement surprises the group, reinforcing Bjorn's warning. With renewed resolve, they prepare to move forward, though tension remains. They continue onward, nerves strained, but united by the will to survive. Enemies kept advancing relentlessly, yet the group fought back without stopping. Bursts of ice magic struck flying creatures mid-air, stopping their assault before they could regroup. After 12 exhausting hours without rest, they finally reached the labyrinth's ominous center. The gate reacted to their presence, glowing as it triggered a hidden trial. Without warning, mechanical restraints snapped into place. From the depths emerged Larrakaz, a monstrous minotaur radiating pure killing intent. Bjorn steadied himself, aware the creature's strength matched high-tier bosses. Blazing fire erupted from Larrakaz, forcing the team into an immediate defensive stance. A scorching explosion filled the room, revealing the minotaur's devastating area attack. Everyone suffered burn damage from the flames, and Bjorn knew it was dangerous to ignore. Fortunately, Dworki cast a defensive spell, Ice Blood, without hesitation, protecting allies from further fire damage. With resistance established, Misha dashed forward confidently, preparing her next attack. Hikarad unleashed lightning strikes, while Dworki applied curses to weaken the enemy. Misha followed with poison magic, combining their efforts flawlessly. Bjorn watched in amazement, noticing how naturally they coordinated, as if acting on instinct. The group confirms the Minotaur's defeat as Bjorn inspects the body. Noting the experience gained, he reflects on how efficiently the team worked together. As they regroup, Bjorn reviews their formation and acknowledges each member's role in surviving the battle. The explorers begin searching the chamber, checking for remaining threats or hidden triggers. One teammate finds a marked spot, identifying where the portal should appear based on the map. Bjorn leads them forward, confirming the portal's activation as a red glow begins to form. A horned fighter proudly takes credit for the boss's downfall, anticipating thanks from the team. Unease rises as quiet fills the chamber while the others stand still, cautious of his motives. The barbarian feels something wrong. His instincts ignite as discomfort slips into his mind. Expecting trouble, he mentally prepares for the worst as the torch burns with an eerie flicker. Rather than act, he heightens his senses, observing each motion and every subtle reaction. The foe's speed and awareness show this meeting wasn't random, it had been carefully planned. Doubt increases when he spots the priest's tense stance beside the horned figure. It becomes obvious the priest isn't an ally but a captive, forced into submission. Connecting the clues, the barbarian concludes the horned figure is dangerously unpredictable. Another armored warrior steps forward, misunderstanding the tension between both sides. Identical yellow rings worn by the horned man and priest verify their shared deception. He understands the encounter was arranged. He has walked straight into a trap. With a chilling grin, the enemy unsheathes a blade crafted from arc, a lethal high-grade metal. Such a weapon isn't ordinary. It signifies he is elite and extremely dangerous. In quiet resistance, the barbarian displays a glowing red gem, showing readiness for combat. The horned warrior gives a harsh proposal: surrender the red gem, and they may leave unharmed, afraid of battle. The cat-eared girl and her ally refuse, uncertain about the gem's meaning. Still, the barbarian recognizes the truth: bargaining with someone who forced a priest is pointless. Out of nowhere, one of the fighters bursts into laughter, shifting focus to the tense confrontation. The horned man stares with shining eyes, while the barbarian tightens his jaw, anger building. Without delay, the enemy charges ahead, weapon raised, calling out the barbarian's name. Weapons collide in a dazzling clash of power, the strike barely stopped by a swift defense. The horned man pauses mid-strike, puzzled by the unexpected restraint from his opponent. Instead of pressing forward, the barbarian stops, initiating a change in tactics. Plan B. Stepping back, the attacker ridicules the pause, asking what the barbarian intends. Calmly, the barbarian asks for 1 day, promising no deception in exchange. He cautions that if denied, he will show no mercy to their allies next time. Though weary, the group begs for compassion, hoping their plea might gain time. The barbarian speaks with honor, yet questions the enemy's true intentions. With dark glowing eyes, the horned warrior mocks them, certain of his dominance. The barbarian considers yielding does not always mean losing, especially when survival matters. Without warning, the group dashes out of the chamber, creating space from the danger, gasping for air. They stop. Tension lingers, but a temporary agreement is necessary to recover. As they steady themselves, time becomes urgent. They've gained only hours, not days. The horned warrior allows 12 hours, reminding them he has already predicted their moves. Frustration grows without that ring.
they might have earned more time, but now each second matters. Memories of past fights and terrifying beasts fill the barbarian's mind, then clarity returns. He chooses to discard doubt, trusting his allies and focusing on survival. Now united, the group wonders if trust can still remain among those who once betrayed. One after another, his allies express belief in him each, remembering a time he protected them. Their loyalty stands firm, they rely on him to lead, even without knowing the strategy. However, one companion hesitates, revealing he possesses vital knowledge to share. From gathered hints the cursed blade, his look they deduce the enemy is the Dragon Slayer. Shock spreads. The Dragon Slayer is connected to Orculus, a feared extremist faction. This group, hidden in secrecy, openly states their purpose to kill the king. The team studies the cursed mark left by the Horned Warrior, proving his link to the Dragon Slayer group. They identify him as Ligar Vagos, a notorious killer and former knight turned merciless foe. Though feared, his crystal heart exposes his weakness. He needs extra essence to remain strong. Ligar's weapon, the Arc Longsword, is known as the Dragon Slayer Blade. He holds 6 potent essences, different in rank and power, making him nearly flawless as an opponent. To oppose this, the barbarian takes out a concealed weapon meant for a threat of this level. Sudden motion ahead signals enemies nearby. The team gets ready to fight. They rush through the corridor, alert for traps and hidden illusions. Blood traces and fallen bodies reveal the labyrinth's demon Argos has awakened. The demon senses life, reacting fiercely to the smell of blood. Spellcasters and fighters join forces, preparing magic and weapons. Without hesitation, the barbarian leads the assault toward their monstrous enemy. After overcoming 2 mid-level bosses, a concealed chamber opened, revealing a scroll encircled by fire. Bjorn took possession of the scroll named Flames of Greed, uncertain of its purpose, but resolved to save it for later use. Without hesitation, he directed Rottmiller to start searching for yet another hidden section, maintaining a steady pace. Rottmiller discovered secret chambers every 2 hours, proving his sharp intuition. Even with these findings, Bjorn realized none aligned with what he needed, and unease grew as time ran short. As they neared a shadowy hallway, a strange feeling stopped him. The atmosphere itself seemed to change. A mechanism triggered nearby, and Bjorn quietly marked where the hidden entrance was located. Instead of exploring right away, he instructed the team to rest, keeping the room concealed for the moment. As he lay down among them, he mentally rehearsed what he would say if questioned later. His thoughts surged while he held tightly onto the restrained hope relic. Using it transported him into the glimmer of balance, a realm between decisions. Resolve steadied him. Surviving mattered more than justifying everything. Inside a crimson haze, a figure observed him with clear interest. This was no longer merely a game-trading essence, now carried genuine consequences. He moved forward without doubt, already aware of the path he would choose. The vampire's essence was not something Bjorn would discard. It was vital to his final build, despite being only 5th rank. Even though the corpse golem showed potential, he rejected wasting a high-rank exchange on it. Instead, he chose the vampire's essence, which matched his role as a frontline tank with rare synergy. He acted without delay. The restrained hope relic activated and presented a guardian's essence in exchange. Unexpectedly, one of the options wasn't even recorded, a strange essence no one had ever obtained. Called the Soul Colossus, it broke away from standard stat expectations. An ogre's power appeared suddenly, though this wasn't the first time such an event occurred in the game. He attempted to dismiss it as chance, yet something about it felt intentional. This couldn't be random. The 3rd-rank creature's essence was 2 levels higher than predicted. 4 hours afterward, his group faced another ogre, one not included in his planned build. Though suited for tank roles, the essence wasn't optimal. Drop chances were harsh, and aiming for a specific type made planning nearly impossible. If someone managed to gain a master-tier defensive essence, Bjorn consistently valued defensive strength above all. He relied on his instincts and reached toward the door with unwavering determination. Bjorn quietly calculated the increased survival rate, now nearing 40%, yet the pressure remained intense. A teammate warned him as something quickly moved through the corridor's darkness. The party prepared themselves just as a figure entered, the warrior who had disappeared earlier. His sudden return came with bitter words. He believed someone had died, restoring his own strength. That ruthless reasoning exposed a disturbing element of his strategy, one dependent on his allies' deaths. Amid the tension, he concluded, someone must have absorbed an essence, sparking suspicion and conflict. The armored warrior demanded the agreed jewel from Bjorn immediately, pretending ignorance. Bjorn said it had broken accidentally. That response angered the man, who recognized the lie and stared with violent intent before Bjorn could respond. The man attacked only his shield, managed to block the strike in time. A counter followed as his ally released Cold Tempest, filling the area with freezing winds. In retaliation, the opponent used Blast Furnace, unleashing flames against the swirling frost. The battle intensified, yet the icy storm began weakening the enemy's fire abilities. Bjorn's scroll, Flames of Desire, instinctively locked onto flame skills within its range. He was swallowed by the tempest and dragged into its frozen core. Bjorn noted how flawlessly the enemy's strategy unfolded, though it revealed a key skill, Dark Curtain. Recognizing it from Rottmiller's earlier accounts, he confirmed one of the strange alterations in enemy abilities. Without delay, Bjorn executed a swift counterattack, aiming to break his opponent's flow. The enemy struck back fiercely, forcing Bjorn backward with a barrage of shadow blades. Bjorn endured the darkness, waiting patiently for the perfect moment to strike accurately. Noticing the opponent's repeated pattern, he prepared Iron Leader, his first significant offensive ability. Without pause, Bjorn dashed toward the caster, intent on sustaining unyielding pressure. On defense, Leor Woodery released a sinister curse that bent space and dragged foes closer to him. Responding at once, Bjorn activated Advanced Acceleration, slicing through the distortion in a dazzling rush. All his strength was funneled into the next blow, disregarding pain to keep his offensive relentless. Leor attempted to withdraw, yet Bjorn used Autumnal, driving himself ahead with heightened momentum. With yet another brutal swing, he drove the Dark Mage down to his knees. Right then, Misha struck from behind, taking the opponent by surprise. Bjorn capitalized on the opening and pressed on, their joint attack crushing Leor's defenses. Irritation fractured the mage's focus as Misha mocked him mercilessly. Leor's counterattack failed to connect as the turmoil escalated. Lightning ripped across the field, Mukrad's spell arriving at the perfect moment. Sparking energy tore through the air, forcing the mage to stumble backward. Unwilling to collapse, Leor called upon Seal of Terror, tapping into forbidden might. The Crimson Eye burned, increasing his strength with every trace of fear surrounding him. Unshaken, Bjorn moved forward, steady and unafraid. Mukrad cast Berserker's Ward Circle, forming an immense protective barrier. Its effect pushed enemies away and safeguarded all allies from magical assaults. Aware that time was short, Bjorn unleashed Wild Outburst, raising his physical abilities for a direct clash. Leor Vagos readied a response, shouting while summoning his technique Holy Blade. A luminous energy sword carved across the battlefield, forcing everyone to disperse. Bjorn narrowly evaded as the immense wave of light sliced into the stone behind him. Even after taking a hit, one ally confirmed, they remained standing, refusing to retreat. The foe bellowed, proud of downing someone, then charged ahead recklessly. A barrage of arrows broke the advance, forcing the Dark Warrior into an awkward withdrawal. Bjorn studied the chaos, swiftly examining the flow of attacks. The prolonged battle dragged on, yet he noticed his potion timing had been flawless. He regained focus, depending on instinct and combat skills forged through countless fights. Leor's bruised face contorted in anger as he stared at Bjorn. Sensing the turning point, Bjorn prepared for the decisive blow. He chose to finish it now before reinforcements could appear. Bjorn's gaze sharpened when he noticed the red glow flashing on the enemy's ring. Without delay, he threw a sudden punch aimed directly at Leor's exposed side. Realization crossed the enemy's expression. Bjorn's setup had succeeded perfectly. Leor reeled from the impact, barely managing to defend with his cursed weapon. Bjorn pressed closer, pinning him down and yelling the trigger for his ultimate move. Using instinct, he forced his body beyond its boundaries, smashing Leor into the core of the barrier. Fractures spread along Leor's armor as the energy shield started collapsing inward. With the illusion shattered, the transformation ceased, and his borrowed strength diminished. Bjorn didn't hesitate. He prepared for what he sensed was still approaching. Abruptly, Misha faltered, weakened by a mysterious field effect. The Guardian of Balance equalized all stats, evening the battlefield entirely. Yet Leor disclosed he had sealed a 4th-rank essence to maintain superiority. Even with preparation, Bjorn misjudged the Arc Greatsword's sheer power. He delivered his most powerful strike, driven by Ogre Essence and precise timing, but his stamina drained, his stats fell sharply, leaving him gasping. Bjorn remained still, breathing heavily, as despair began surfacing behind his steady stare. Memories of earlier tragedies haunted him, illness, accidents, and endless misfortune piling endlessly. He remembered the blaze that destroyed his temporary shelter, taking away stability and safety again.
Thoughts of his mother's abrupt disappearance added further burden to his heart. Each loss, each unanswered event, formed a reality where hope vanished without notice. At the same time, Leo regained composure, unaware his advantage was slipping away. A failed strike left Leo irritated, as his strength briefly diminished. Bjorn and Misha regained balance, both panting from fatigue, yet unwilling to surrender. Lost time couldn't be recovered, but determination drove Bjorn forward without pause. A sharp warning echoed Misha shouted as danger approached once more. Weapons collided, and Misha's aggressive strike landed, throwing the opponent off balance. Quiet settled as Bjorn and Lior met each other's gaze again afterward. Arrows poured down once more, forcing both combatants into action. Even while injured, Bjorn's mind analyzed openings and patterns. Instinctively, he realized the enemy's arc sword was depleted, and that the moment to attack had come. Bjorn reflected on the priest's final words as tension intensified between them. The opposing priest cast a vast divine spell, enclosing the battlefield in radiant light. Power surged outward, indicating a massive shift as the spell approached completion. A barrier seals off the heart of the Laryxia's maze, halting pursuit as heavy tension fills the air. Once a faithful high priest, Hector Ludwig now stands corrupted, bound to the will of the Dragonslayer. Haunted by murmurs of darkness, he grips his staff as the corruption draws ever nearer. Glimpses of the past show his desperate effort to halt a vile ritual, choosing compassion instead of doctrine. Despite the cost, Hector insists he would choose that same path again. Without warning, a demon leaps forward, forcing Bjorn to react and protect their fragile companion. Gathering his magic, the young mage prepares to defend Misha with steadfast resolve. Doubt grows as Bjorn senses something off. Only Misha remains entirely herself. Understanding the threat, the mage casts aside hesitation, ready to step in. An ice spell erupts, freezing the battlefield and provoking the demon's fury. The creature strikes back, chaos spreading as allies falter under pressure. With no moments to spare, Bwaki is commanded to cast even if allies are caught in the blast. A memory resurfaces warnings once given about the risks of venturing forward. Even then, she had chosen bravery over safety, holding her ground. Resolute, she cries out for the spell, knowing it is their sole option. A blinding surge of ice crashes outward as Bwaki releases his ultimate attack. Overpowered by the impact, the enemy is hurled backward. Electric sparks snap through the air as the monster staggers, its limbs thrashing before it collapses, screaming in agony. As the dust clears, Bjorn hurries to Misha's side. Understanding the seriousness of the moment, the young mage hesitates yet feels determination rising within, while dark energy lashes violently across the battlefield. Memories echo past words, urging him to grow strong enough to protect those he cares for. Now, with that vow burning inside, he throws himself into battle. As the fight escalates, doubts emerge. What did others see in him to trust him this far? The demon attacks fiercely, knocking allies aside. Rottmiller rushes forward despite the danger, placing himself directly in the path of the attack. Weapons collide as he blocks the creature with resolve. Rottmiller triggers a hidden skill, summoning a rare artifact from his inventory. The Viper's Fang remains stored, its deadly venom reserved for the perfect moment. Bwaki casts once more, this time unleashing mana until, as magic clashes against monstrous rage, flames burst across the ground as fighters dash through the collapsing chamber. Bjorn and Misha charge ahead, intercepting the enemy's advance in perfect coordination. Just as Misha attempts to warn Bwaki, she is struck directly, falling from the impact. Bleeding and exhausted, Bjorn barely maintains his stance, evading waves of dark energy. Despite his struggle, his lack of refined technique becomes clear as his defense weakens. Mockery from the demon cuts deeper, as the mage's weapon is called useless and ineffective. Cruel words from memory return accusations of worthlessness, rejection by his own people. Though once abandoned by fellow mages, he had continued training with silent determination. Still, uncertainty creeps in as he watches the enemy speak confidently of their triumph. A bleak prophecy echoes claims that their resistance is already doomed, yet encouragement from allies sparks a flicker of hope. Their belief begins to change his perspective. Holding on to that faith, he remembers why he joined the group from the beginning. With renewed determination, he rises and rushes across the battlefield again. He refuses to surrender to despair, not while the others continue to fight. At the front lines, Bjorn continues battling alone. The mage grips his staff once more, ready to follow. Two figures speak quietly, one proposing an offer. The boy reflects on his connection with his comrades, yet a warning lingers. Resolute, he activates powerful spells acceleration, mana amplification, and heart acceleration. More layers of magic ignite perception expansion and sensory enhancement.
Strength grows further with mana control and blood resonance. Weapons drop from above as Bjorn charges forward, trusting pure instinct. Fear flickers in his eyes, yet he does not stop. Power erupts outward in a storm of mana and steel. The spell is released, Thunderstorm Shell Awakening. A surge of power erupts as Bjorn drops from above, slicing through waves of magic with relentless momentum. The fierce collision drives his opponent violently into the earth, shaking the battlefield to its core. A burst of dazzling light radiates outward, throwing both allies and enemies into disarray amid the chaos. Though gravely wounded, the foe forces himself upright, his body torn and bleeding. Bjorn studies him carefully, realizing his attacks avoided any fatal points. At last, reinforcements appear as another fighter joins the battle. The mage swiftly inspects the injured, urgently calling for assistance. Bjorn confesses that the healing potions cannot be reached inside his pack. Rather than delay further, they resolve to eliminate the enemy first. With chilling resolve, the opponent declares their time has expired. He releases an immense spell, Awakening, Ice Spear, gathering overwhelming energy into shape. Bjorn clenches his jaw and activates his cursed arm, aware of its dangerous cost. Shadowy energy spirals around his hand as he charges forward. Before the spell can fully manifest, his strike shatters it instantly. A wave of disbelief spreads. Bjorn has destroyed magic through sheer physical force. A powerful explosion hurls his body away, trapped within a raging storm of magic. Lior casts a 7th rank spell, Cold Tempest, engulfing the area in a deadly vortex of ice. Even amid the danger, Bjorn is dragged upward into the storm's center. Gripping tightly, the warrior steadies himself, prepared for what comes next. Remembering his duty as a tank, he pushes forward to shield his companions again. He dives downward, striking with fury as the enemy prepares a lethal attack. Fear rises as one ally wonders if death is unavoidable. Bjorn, bloodied and enraged, retaliates with cursed power. That corrupted force surges, allowing his weapon to pierce magical defenses. A teammate cries out. Lior has unleashed consecutive curse spells. Though battered, the group still believes victory is within reach. Yet a strange unease lingers, as if something is off. Tension builds as their remaining time slips away. Bjorn orders Lior to cast Cold Tempest once more, despite the danger. With no alternatives, the mage complies, releasing one final devastating attack. Snow churns violently as figures emerge from the blizzard, dragging wounded allies along. Bjorn, barely able to stand, pulls a companion to safety while clutching his injuries. Blood streams down his face as he forces himself forward, refusing to fall. A crimson glow suddenly erupts across the battlefield, signaling a new phase of destruction. One fighter charges through the blood-stained snow, delivering a brutal finishing strike. System notifications confirm it. The death of one triggers another's awakening. A red-haired berserker rises again in monstrous form, covered in thorns and fury. He had secretly held onto a hidden count and a healing item, defying all expectations. Driven by hatred, he unleashes furious words at his enemy with renewed strength. Faced with a difficult decision, the team divides their healing supplies among the injured. Though hesitant, they act quickly under pressure and uncertainty. Both warriors now sit among the wounded, their fate uncertain. Life and death intertwine as recovery begins. Mana stabilizes and strength returns. With relief, one fighter stands again, grateful for survival. All eyes turn toward Dworki, whose silence fills everyone with dread. Bjorn reassures the group that the worst is over, though tension remains. Misha tends to the injured, insisting rest and minor care will suffice. Still, another warrior admits the wounds are too severe for potions alone. Kneeling beside the fallen, he listens to final words meant for Rottmiller. A dim lantern flickers as the mage begins his last confession. He speaks of his mother's wish to see the ocean, a dream that guided him. He reveals how he finally found something he lacked: true belonging. His voice shakes with gratitude as he calls his comrades something precious. Tears form as Misha begs him not to speak like it's farewell. Bjorn answers sincerely, calling Lior a noble mage and valued ally overcome. Lior reflects on being remembered by someone he respected. He feels peace knowing he became part of another's story. Grief overwhelms them as death becomes undeniable and real. Bjorn offers to leave, giving them space if needed. But Misha, sobbing, clings to Dworki, begging him not to die. Blood trickles from Lior's lips as his fading strength holds on to one last truth. He looks at Bjorn, urging him to understand what was left unsaid. Bjorn finally responds, but before more can be spoken, the cursed seed pulses nearby. Lior assures him that as long as he lives, the others will endure. His expression softens, accepting his fate after fulfilling his purpose. With calm in his eyes, Lior worried Dwarki meets a heroic end. Bjorn stood motionless, attempting to mute the chaos surrounding him. Even with his eyes shut and ears covered, the echoes of violence would not disappear. All around warriors clashed with reckless urgency. Their bodies were torn, yet their will stubbornly held onto life. At first their struggle felt pointless. Watching them fight seemed like witnessing pain without purpose. Despite shattered bones and agony, they pushed onward. Not a single one withdrew. He couldn't grasp their resolve. What drove them to continue? That defiance stirred something within him. Doubt shifted into curiosity, then silent respect. A blade cut toward him, he evaded on instinct. The distance was razor thin. Memories resurfaced. He had been warned, act too late, and everything is lost. Bjorn finally saw his weakness. He hesitated too much, always responding, never taking charge. Understanding hit him. He never truly committed when it mattered most. His allies fought for others. He fought only for himself, and that was never sufficient. Now, he understood this time. He must kill, or they would all perish. Commands rang out. Hikarad stepped forward, fury burning behind his helmet. Their armored opponent stood waiting, surrounded by bodies, his weapon thirsting for more. Bjorn handed a shield to his ally. Rage wasn't enough, survival required discipline. A blue glow flared as Hikarad activated emergency restoration. Magic surged through his armor, marking renewed strength. With steady confidence, he reassured his allies. Bwaki's motives were obvious. They had to act immediately, not delay. Without pause, they rushed ahead. It wasn't just revenge, it was a final effort to finish it. Collisions began at once. The enemy fought like a trapped beast, refusing to retreat. In a savage exchange, flesh tore and blood poured. Bodies slammed together with brutal force. Despite his noble title, their opponent fought like a wild creature, driven by fury and survival instinct. Neither side showed mercy. Every strike was deadly, a rhythm of desperation and rage. The injured refused to withdraw. Blood loss meant nothing. They fought to tear each other apart. This wasn't a knightly duel, it was a savage clash, stripped of honor and restraint. Ally surged forward, joining the attack with lethal speed. Bjorn and his allies struck together. Steel met flesh. This was the final moment. As his vitality dropped, a passive ability activated. Power surged within, refusing defeat. His blade shone with holy energy. He activated Holy Blade. Light burst toward the heavens. The battlefield shook beneath its force. All eyes turned. He rushed forward, shouting his final order. His strike descended, meant to destroy everything. Lagar's holy blade missed its target as the old man made a desperate interception. The weapon spun away and landed harmlessly at a distance. Bjorn shouted in shock. The old man had stepped forward, alone, his body shaking but his resolve firm. He thought of the goddess, how her grace once gave him hope in his weakest moment. As magic gathered around him, he called upon a sacred farewell, a vow of sacrifice and belief. Though trembling, he stood tall. He asked, not for safety, but to be cast into the heart of chaos. Memories flooded him. Once, he had learned that nobility could emerge at any moment if chosen. Even now, as death approached, he believed that choice remained his. Facing the enemy, he resisted the demonic pull. Instead, he pleaded, grant him the strength to protect. Dark tendrils pierced his body. He did not resist. Shadows twisted around him as others looked on in horror. He did not waver. In his eyes burned a single plea: grant me power to end this. Darkness responded. Energy surged violently, lifting him from the ground. He screamed, overwhelmed by the force consuming him. Bjorn cried out, unable to stop him. The ritual was complete, and too late. The old man, consumed by darkness, finished his ritual without hesitation. Though questioned, he accepted the sacrifice. Lagar screamed in agony as the swirling force dragged him upward. The dark vortex overwhelmed him. Bjorn, wounded and on the ground, realized too late the enemy was disappearing, along with the cursed blade. Suddenly, a hand burst from the void, reaching for the enemy. The fight was not over. Bjorn lunged, grabbing Lagar's arm, refusing to let him escape without resistance. Energy exploded between them, both men shouting, one in fury, the other in pain. Before vanishing, Lagar gave a chilling promise they would meet again. Bjorn answered with certainty. He felt no fear. Next time, he would be ready. He vowed to endure each day, relying not on luck, but strength. As Lagar faded into the vortex, Bjorn reached forward, eyes burning. He swore to find him again when the moment came, wherever he hid. The void consumed Lagar entirely, only silence and violet mist remained. Divine power burst forth as Bjorn grasped the glowing spear, his form wrapped in blazing radiance. a gentle heat flowed through him. His injuries healed at once, and his mind sharpened beyond before. Within the brilliance, the aged mage fell. The realization struck this power demanded the old man's life. Barely aware, the mage reached out a relic, murmuring its destination to loyal servants of Letless. Bjorn doubted the sacrifice. Rescuing unknown people felt pointless, especially in such a merciless world. Only a single faint word escaped his lips. Mage. It was the only reason he offered before shutting his eyes forever. Bjorn remained still as the others slowly reacted. Misha inhaled sharply, the dwarf groaned, and Rottmiller wiped blood from his face, wounded, yet breathing. Amid the turmoil, every one of them had lived. Guilt settled in. The vow to defend had not been carried out by Bjorn. Their true rescuer had been the dying mage. His action shifted the result of the entire fight. They now learned his name, Lior Wuridwaki. His legacy was not merely magic, it was their survival. Together, they departed, swearing to remember the man who granted them life. Questions lingered as they examined the odd mechanism nearby. Rottmiller clarified it was a trap chamber, designed to launch intruders into the central zone, originally his backup escape if things failed. The dwarf confessed escape would have failed anyway. System notices verified their exit. They had reached the 4th floor's sky tower. They made camp. While the team rested, Misha remained beside Dwaki's body, refusing to abandon him. Bjorn explained that bodies could not be brought back to the city. Still, a barbarian's heart could return to the surface through ritual. The cruelty of reality became clear. The one who saved them could not even receive a proper burial. Choosing to remain, Misha quietly grieved within it. He discovered a grandson taken to the underground city, connected to a deeper scheme. Names appeared, Nork and Orculus. The mage had uncovered a hidden gateway and tied them to a broader threat. This was absent from the game. The letter contained unknown secrets, pointing toward dangerous foes. Each detail exposed a larger web, and Bjorn understood the danger stretched further than expected. Flames crackled as Bjorn chose to set aside thoughts for now. They required rest. The labyrinth felt safer than the city after the Dragonslayer's fall. Though fatigue weighed on them, something about the silence felt unnatural. Lying awake, Bjorn stared upward, unable to sleep, despite their recent triumph. Misha quietly passed by, sharing his restlessness as the labyrinth prepared to shut. Moments later, the party was transported to Raffonia's Dimension Square. Their next objective was clear: exchange the magic crystals collected inside. At the guild, they reported Dwaki's passing. The officer recorded it within minutes, reducing the mage's life to mere paperwork. Bjorn reflected bitterly. Death, though sorrowful, was ordinary here. They were simply another party with another name. Next, they headed to the Temple of Letless to deliver the relic and Dwaki's final words. A temple knight welcomed them and described the gravity of the request. Evidence would be necessary. Due to the large reward, many had fabricated claims before. The knight stayed cautious. Bjorn inquired about the reward, but the man answered it depended on proof and the value of information. He handed over the letter, hoping it would confirm their story. The knight treated the letter with seriousness and asked them to wait briefly. After a short time, a door opened. They were guided to the 2nd floor, an area reserved for those with special permission inside. Priests in elaborate robes waited, and a new phase of their journey began. The group entered with respect, and Bjorn greeted the highest authority present, the Holy Archbishop himself. Bjorn had read of this rank of clergy in an old text, and recognized the figures before him. He mentally noted 3 paladin captains, the Archbishop. Among them stood the Pope, like Holy Archbishop and high-ranking priests. A young boy wearing ceremonial robes drew Bjorn's attention, someone unfamiliar among so many notable figures. As introductions were made, Bjorn awkwardly followed temple customs. The Archbishop expressed gratitude for delivering the letter. Bjorn briefly described what happened in the labyrinth and handed over the letter Dwaki had entrusted to him. Although the relic was missing, the contents of the letter were enough to confirm the priest's final moments. The group had not recovered the relic, likely taken by the Dragonslayer, yet their honesty was undeniable. Cardinal Greyond sanctioned their reward, 70 million stones, astonishing everyone present. Shocked, the group could hardly react to the immense sum awarded. Bjorn, overwhelmed, began to feel something unfamiliar. Was this faith? Before he could answer the Archbishop's question about their next step, divine light surged, a heavenly force descended, and the Archbishop declared, "Do not fear, great warrior." As brilliance filled the hall, the sudden burst of light signaled a divine message. Bjorn observed the child radiating sacred power. He realized the boy was no ordinary priest, but a living saint. the child revealed a new divine relic, said to be forged by the goddess herself for the one chosen to carry her will. A divine decree proclaims that the ring will cut off ties to an approaching danger. Bjorn believes the danger points toward Luca's Wardo, the slayer of dragons. The word connection intensifies the meaning. Guidance lingers once the divine presence fades, as fate itself begins to loosen. He must stand prepared to resist destiny's fall. Shock spreads among his comrades, astonished that a barbarian could gain divine acknowledgement. Such a moment overturns all belief. Instead of explanations, the priests withdraw quietly. The ritual concludes suddenly, leaving nothing but uncertainty. Within a silent room, Bjorn and Croats ponder, struggling to understand what has just happened. Among the learned, bewilderment remains. This marks only the third occasion a barbarian has been granted an oracle. Those chosen earlier were cast out, shunned by their people, branded as heretics, and driven away. These incidents were concealed by the church, the facts hidden to prevent turmoil. Exile would break his link with the spirit seal, stopping further growth. Promises of silence resonate among his allies. Their devotion appears sincere. Still, discomfort lingers. Confidence must now be proven. Bjorn abandons alcohol, favoring vigilance over ease. Although the ring shields him for now, it will not last forever. He calculates that half a year remains and starts preparing for what lies ahead. A sudden crack is sensed. Misha's face shifts from confusion to fear. A wave of disbelief strikes Bjorn as he confirms the damage. The ring that preserved his fate has been shattered. High above the stronghold, the goddess's presence slowly withdraws. Elsewhere, a wounded man named Lagar Vagos collapses, bleeding heavily. The woman standing over him believes he has betrayed someone during his task. She examines his injuries: a scorched arm, a torn shoulder. Observing his pain with disdain, she takes pleasure in the thought of ending him. Certain no one would interfere, as he pleads for aid, she ridicules him. His request reminds her of a past agreement. An old deal once made, prevents her from killing within Nork, but does not stop her from letting someone perish. Taking his possessions, she twists the rules without truly violating them. Content, she ensures his wounds will be fatal. Another opportunity cannot be allowed. Despite brief doubt, she summons guards to remove the barely living man. Whether he survives now depends on chance. Before leaving, she uses life's blessing, a rare relic capable of rewriting memory. 7 days of events will disappear. He will awaken believing he was robbed, unaware of who abandoned him. Bjorn breathes out slowly, understanding that the true issue is not the original ring. A knock breaks his focus. Intrigued, he turns as a voice seeks permission to enter. She asks to step inside, catching him somewhat unprepared. Her visit carries no personal intent. She only wishes to discuss the earlier incident within the labyrinth. As their discussion stretches on, Bjorn ends it, telling her to leave. She resists, yet eventually complies. The next day, the group is called to the guild regarding news from their latest fight. They discovered Dwarkit had written their names into his will, expecting death without informing them. Though hopeful while alive, he prepared for the worst. His will leaves them his house and possessions. Bjorn remains alone to settle unresolved issues. He speaks to the priest about the weapon that refuses them. The blade, identified as a draconic artifact, was not cursed, it simply denied the unworthy. Only genuine draconic humans are able to wield it. That act of betrayal placed a curse not on the weapon but on Lagar Vagos, who had taken it, changed into a hybrid. His distorted form results from that theft, in the end. The curse attached to him explains his agony. Bjorn is advised to cleanse the Dragonslayer's weapon by delivering it to a holy temple. After expressing gratitude, he jokingly requests free blessings. Understanding the goddess's warning was meant for him, Bjorn agrees to trade assistance for future favors. He walks toward the tavern where his companions are waiting. The group grieves for their fallen ally, Dwalit. All mourn quietly, sharing their sorrow. Bjorn joins them in silent respect. Later, they depart together, the atmosphere heavy. Even in grief, they continue onward. As they move, Misha suddenly catches his arm, forcing him to pause. She quietly thanks him, her tail swaying as they approach their destination. With the sun setting behind them, Bjorn softly notes their arrival. Misha stops and asks a clear question, her face serious. She seeks certainty about their bond beyond simple teammates. Bjorn's gradual understanding allows her meaning to fully sink in. A sudden strain passes across her face as a strange feeling grips her chest. Standing beside her, Erwin quickly notices something and asks with worry. She attempts to brush it off, saying it's only her heart reacting,
Doubt grows as Erwin brings up the Barbarian. The girl falters, insisting he did nothing wrong, only that he seemed unwell after coming back from the labyrinth. Erwin proposes to check on it herself. The girl pauses, caught off guard by the suggestion. With a gentle look, Erwin reaches out and tells her to stay calm. Elsewhere, the Barbarian reflects silently, unsure if she ever truly knew his name yet, unable to stop thinking about it. Her emotions remain unspoken, yet obvious, leaving him with no escape. She asks what he thinks. Though reluctant, he replies that she's a valuable teammate. Those words hurt, let down. She lowers her gaze, quietly wounded, trying to remain steady, she says. Feelings complicate survival. He recommends keeping things strictly professional. She bursts with emotion, striking him with ice magic out of frustration. Shouting, she blames him for pushing her into confessing. Magic sparks again as she accuses him of brushing off her emotions. Tears follow as she leans on him, whispering she never asked for much, only not to be rejected. Still shaken, the girl accuses him of making her reveal her feelings against her will. She storms away, footsteps sharp, leaving him alone beneath the dim night sky. Before vanishing, she declares she won't cook for him tomorrow. The next morning, he wakes to the smell of simmering stew, confused by its presence. She sits nearby, smug, while he questions whether the meal is safe. Despite the odd taste, he eats everything without pause, feeling guilty about the night before. He enjoys the dish, noting it was unexpectedly good. She interrupts, telling him not to think too deeply since she's acting by her own choice. Inside, he reflects on her growth. She had clearly accepted her emotions. He agrees not to mention it again, and she accepts, together with their allies. They head toward the Central Administrative Agency. Plans are discussed. She insists she can handle things with her own money. They assess the old house Bwaki left behind for purchase. After confirming the value, they split the cost evenly between them. With matters settled, they toast with drinks to finalize the agreement. At a table in the 7th District, Bjorn prepares to talk about the team's future plans. Before he can begin, Murad declares his own choice. He's leaving exploration behind. Shocking everyone, he explains he will open a smithy, which is why he bought the house. Murad admits the labyrinth was only an escape, and that he lacks skill as an explorer. He wants a future without regret, one Bwaki would respect. The group shows their support. Misha promises to visit, and Bjorn steps away to maintain his gear. To lighten the atmosphere, the others reveal they also plan to retire after the last evaluation. Each member shares their doubts, but they encourage one another. Bjorn lifts his mug and announces a new goal. He and Misha will build a new team and aim higher. Misha jokes she might struggle to keep pace, but she is ready. As stars shine above, they agree to raise a toast together. With everyone's approval, the toast is made for the graduation of the outcast team. After drinking, Murad and Misha fall asleep at the table. Bjorn quietly thinks that even this final gathering suits their team's nature. Murad stirs slightly and turns to Bjorn with one last question. A voice echoes with suspicion, asking if he's an evil spirit as tension thickens around the table. Rottmiller reacts instantly, gripping a weapon, clearly angered by the accusation. His warning is firm. He demands a reason for such an insult, his eyes sharp with restraint. Though composed, his words carry weight. He knows Rottmiller well enough to sense the difference. Bjorn listens as his companion explains that Rottmiller does not value oaths or pride. Instead, he is methodical, not driven by emotion. His control is what defines him most. Suspicion met Bjorn upon his late return, confronted by Rothmiller's piercing stare and stern questioning. Despite the charge, Rothmiller withheld conclusion, relying on the Bjorn he had grown to trust. Understanding that simple explanations would fail, Bjorn altered his approach, discarding shallow lies for something more layered. Rothmiller confessed he took no pleasure in doubting a trusted companion without cause. Instead of pushing harder, he observed Bjorn's calm response with quiet interest. A faint grin appeared as Rothmiller recognized what made Bjorn different. He was undeniably strange. Reading, maintaining discipline, and behaving logically were qualities uncommon among barbarians. Another explorer highlighted flaws in Bjorn's divine story, openly challenging his claim. Though doubtful, he refrained from outright judgment, uncertain how to interpret him. The memory of the goddess descending erased Rothmiller's hesitation, recalling what he had seen. No illusion could imitate that force. It had been unquestionably genuine. Recognizing Bjorn's habit of minimizing himself, Rothmiller reminded him of his value. Though uncertain of his role, Bjorn listened as Rothmiller named him a hero. Entering a new group carried risks, and his reputation made him noticeable.
staying unnoticed, Rothmiller advised, could protect him from future danger. Facing the statue, Bjorn searched for purpose within the silence of the divine. No response followed, only the burden of expectations he hardly grasped. Rather than speak, he concealed his thoughts while Missa stayed close with concern. Disturbing memories returned visions of the goddess and a brush with death still vivid. Sharing such experiences risked disbelief, so he chose silence instead of confusion. Rather than explaining, he trained alongside Misha, hiding truth behind routine. Night came as they went back home, exhaustion lingering quietly behind them. Misha's question about preferred teammates surprised him unexpectedly. Her direct dislike of fairies left him quietly confused. Rain started falling as Bjorn reflected on her unexpected prejudice. Instead of confronting her, he allowed the moment to pass without response. Soon after, the guild's familiar chatter drew him out of thought. Inquiries about his previous party received simple replies, concealing deeper reflections. He spoke little, choosing instead to observe others with guarded attention. Deciding to move ahead, he focused on what the next day might bring. Uncertainty filled Bjorn's thoughts as he tried to understand his sudden link to the name Jandal. Nearby adventurers exchanged rumors, leading to sudden recognition from a stranger. Without knowing it, Bjorn had earned a reputation as a barbarian tied to ancestry. Word of forming a new party spread fast, prompting a strong reaction from the tavern pair. Laughter rang from the woman, pleased her husband would join Bjorn's group. Despite his appearance, the burly man acted carefree rather than dependable, surprising Bjorn with his reckless attitude. The following morning, Bjorn reached the barbarian sanctuary, puzzled by the empty space. Another warrior mentioned a funeral, revealing a ceremony Bjorn hadn't realized was happening. Caught unprepared, he paused as others gathered for an event he didn't expect. When they entered the woods, the ritual had already started, drawing focus from the assembled clan. A familiar woman saw Bjorn arriving alone, questioning why he had no companions. His quiet reply hid confusion, unaware of the deeper purpose behind the gathering. Among barbarians, 6 months of harsh training was called tempering. After completion, it led to spirit succession, a sacred right to inherit power. This powerful ceremony could occur only once, requiring the life of the one who gave it. Bjorn stood within the crowd, realizing the elder had chosen him for a sacred purpose. Shock filled him as he learned no one had explained the ritual's cost. Tension rose when the vice chief accused Kiduva of cowardice, provoking a fierce protest from another warrior. The vice chief questioned her anger, asking if she truly accepted the elder's decision. She charged forward but was quickly restrained, the atmosphere growing heavy with tension. Silence followed as an elder reminded her of the warrior's path, one demanding focus and strength. Tears blended with blood as the elder's face grew stern, sorrow blazing deep behind tightened teeth. A heavy hush settled while the tribe listened. Aluna's spirit had returned into the woodland. In silent respect, warriors advanced, each hoping to honor the fallen through sacred rites. Within a modest hut, the masked shaman welcomed Bjorn. Already aware of his presence, the young warrior set the items down, confessing they had been bought instead of collected. Entertained, the shaman mocked his expense, implying that sacrifice carried deeper worth than riches. Bjorn sidestepped the deeper inquiry, his quiet earning a cryptic teaching on strength through grief. Without delay, he requested the spirit seal, demonstrating his determination to continue the rite. The shaman accepted, arranging the vessel as the ritual formally began. Dark feathers scattered across the sky as mystical force surged from the sacred seal. Power flowed through Bjorn's body, igniting attributes, awareness, and an enhanced physical limit. Reborn now, he stood resolute, one stride nearer to mastering the barbarian path. With armor tied to his essence, his equipment would evolve alongside his transformation. The trouble of undressing vanished, gear adjusted instantly with his growing size. Laughing madly, Bjorn imagined crushing enemies with a giant mace as observers murmured, uneasy. Sunlight streamed into the shelter as Bjorn slowly awakened, body still humming with ritual power. Breaking the quiet, the shaman asked him about interfering with human spirits. Taken aback, Bjorn was unsettled by how precisely the shaman sensed the truth. Stories handed down for generations spoke of a grand journey led by ancestral spirits. Barbarians once abandoned their homeland to welcome an age of knowledge and cities. Through that change, they discovered civilization and confirmed that deities truly existed. Perplexed, Bjorn questioned the shaman, uncertain what hidden meaning lay beneath the story. Instead of answers, he received a subtle warning: power brings conflict and rejection. Opposing the chief meant risking exile or death.
the cost of defying authority. Races like dwarves and fairies endured by abandoning tradition when survival required adaptation. Even Earth's past reflected this cycle of loss and advancement. To endure, one must evolve or seize control to shape what comes next. Strange as it seemed, the answer matched a warrior's reasoning: remove the obstacle. Bjorn pictured himself as chief, armored, and towering above the tribe. The more he considered it, the more sensible the madness appeared. Along the shadowed forest trail, Bjorn moved with intent, his thoughts weighing recent truths. Before attempting anything bold, he understood the need to gather allies within the tribe. Unexpectedly, Einar rested nearby, asleep and unaware of his arrival. Awakening suddenly, she blinked in confusion as Bjorn spoke her name. Jumping up, she hurried to explain, insisting she hadn't intended to fall asleep. Once calm, she admitted, she felt slightly irritated but physically far better. Memories of earlier humiliation flooded back, the sting of betrayal still lingering. Trust had been misplaced, leaving her vulnerable and ashamed before others. In her view, Keduva's deceit had reduced her into something lesser than herself. Sensing unease, Einar softly asked if Bjorn was facing his own struggles. Though he tried concealing it, she saw his expression lacked its former vitality. Eventually, he confessed a companion's death had left a void he hadn't faced. Gently, she asked what truly happened during his absence. Bjorn explained briefly. Lior, a comrade, was now gone. Rather than grieve alone, Einar suggested a sparring match, hinting at moving forward together. Bjorn assessed his updated team lineup, confirming all essential roles were filled. The final position, intended for a mage or ranged support, remained vacant. Facing Einar, he said the role was open, though originally meant for someone else. As the duel began, Einar charged with full strength, testing her power without restraint. Momentum shifted between them as fierce strikes collided, neither giving ground. Watching her display, Bjorn thought about pushing further to evaluate her capability. Bjorn triggered his abilities, releasing a sudden blend of raw strength and combat techniques. Onlookers gasped as the earth cracked, realizing the escalation was no mere display. Now drawn into a true trial, Einar confronted Bjorn's crushing pressure without hesitation. Training ends as Bjorn lifts his hand, marking the finish with a sharp and quiet motion. Although Einar doubts how she performed, he curtly states she's sufficient, giving no further praise. Instead of stepping back, she requests extra time, claiming her stamina is far from exhausted. He considers her determination, recognizing her raw drive, despite lacking refinement in combat technique. Her swollen expression reveals irritation, yet Bjorn formally admits her into his group. Drained and shaken, she collapses to her knees as the reality of success settles in. With one objective achieved, Bjorn leaves to start gathering the remaining members. Both Misha and Einar still need improvement before facing more dangerous trials. After learning she succeeded, Einar quickly prepares while Bjorn heads toward the village entrance. An old acquaintance, Karen, calls out to him loudly, surprised by his sudden return. Conversation turns to clan politics. Karen seeks leadership and invites Bjorn to watch training. Recognizing an opportunity, Bjorn accepts. Understanding influence grows through presence and power. Exercises begin brutally, portraying all outsiders as enemies needing swift elimination. The teaching shifts into fear, focusing more on dominance than true instruction. Bjorn stays silent, knowing opposition now could threaten future intentions. Karen gestures proudly, presenting Bjorn as a symbol of genuine tribal power. Voices rise as trainees chant his name, swept up in the show of unity. Instead of embracing it, Bjorn quietly merges into the crowd, keeping the expected persona. Raising his arm, he echoes slogans meant to provoke hostility toward outsiders. Cautions about the guild and strangers follow, casting suspicion on familiar structures. Without warning, a cold sensation grips him, instinct signaling an incoming danger. A rogue fighter suddenly rushes forward, interrupting the gathering with reckless fury. Acting immediately, Bjorn strikes the attacker down with a single powerful blow. Shortly after, the chief arrives, demanding answers with firm authority. Bjorn remains steady. He questions the tribe's beliefs, calling their methods flawed. Reasoned arguments follow, warning that blind bravery only leads to death. Uneasy whispers spread. His words hit harder than expected, even unsettling the chief. Referencing harsh statistics, he explains most newcomers die within their early months. When questioned if weakness is the cause, the chief firmly denies it. The real threat, he admits, comes from monsters disguised as humans inside the labyrinth. One fighter expresses anger, comparing their situation to being treated like goblins. Bjorn responds sharply, denying bias,
and instead blaming silence and inaction, preparation. He insists should have been the elder's responsibility, not left to chance. Shouts rise as someone demands the chief recognize their hardships, no longer hunters. They confess they've become prey within the labyrinth. As traditions are challenged, Bjorn urges the chief to provide at least basic survival knowledge. The chief's booming rejection echoes, yet uncertainty lingers beneath his anger. Standing firm, Bjorn declares he will act if leadership continues to delay. His statement is firm. He'll defend the tribe, not for pride, but for their survival. Morning light spreads across the camp as Bjorn awakens unexpectedly. Surprised, he realizes he is resting inside the chief's personal quarters. Fragments of past battles flood his mind, anchoring him to earlier failures. After his speech, the chief had given no reply, only silence. Memories of a fatal clash return, replaying his helplessness in sharp detail. Despite resistance, the result was defeat, proof he still had much to improve. Bjorn rises early and prepares to exit the tent, still reflecting on the prior day. The chief notices him and invites him to sit, showing a calmer attitude. They share a quiet exchange, where the chief asks if Bjorn truly despises humans. The discussion shifts as the chief recalls an old conflict involving a powerful labyrinth relic. Distrust from the fairies led to the warrior's capture and eventual death. Under questioning, his defiance triggered war, which ultimately took the former chief's life and many others. Bjorn suggests things might have improved through direct negotiation, but the chief dismisses it as naive. He argues that hatred will only widen the divide and destroy any chance of coexistence. Though Bjorn accuses him of fear, the chief admits it just not of the royal system. What the chief truly fears is not authority, but the man who commands it. A particular figure, one with overwhelming presence, lingers in his thoughts. He admits that facing the king himself is a fear he hopes Bjorn never experiences. As the heavens dimmed, a deep voice reminded Bjorn that real power must be earned. Instead of giving praise, the elder set a trial before him, prove his value through progress. With a final look, the man recognized Bjorn's promise and vowed to observe from afar. The following morning, curious townsfolk gathered as Bjorn returned from his encounter. Shocked by his arrival, some questioned whether he had been spared out of kindness. He quietly stated that he'd been instructed to become stronger, not rejected. Assurance guided Bjorn as he rejoined his allies outside the refuge. They argued about the elder's warning concerning blindly trusting humans. Bjorn supported them, recalling the courage of a human named Bwaki. Mentioning Bwaki stirred admiration among the companions. Though a mage, his deeds had reflected a warrior's spirit. Chuckles followed as they agreed that sacrifice defined real strength. Later that night, Bjorn arranged for Einar to stay beside his room. She paused, uncertain if she deserved such kindness. Smiling, she promised to follow him always, her devotion sealed. In a steady but firm voice, Bjorn reminded Einar that they were no longer inside the refuge. Rather than escalate matters, he kept her near, attempting to avoid any confusion. Suddenly, Misha rushed in, shocked by the scene, and demanded to know who the girl was. Instead of panicking, Bjorn asked Einar to present herself properly. With excitement, she greeted Misha, who was still recovering from shock. Misha then pulled Bjorn aside, puzzled about how someone like Einar could be a barbarian. Doubtful and irritated, she questioned Einar's identity more directly. That comment caused Einar to erupt with emotion, thinking she was being judged for her appearance. Trying to correct the misunderstanding, Misha awkwardly praised her instead, only making it more chaotic. The next day, Bjorn attended a small meeting at a tea house near City Hall. Although not fond of gatherings, he joined to follow up on information from Clerk Shavine. Apparently, the true reason behind his invitation was a woman named Ragna. During their discussion, Ragna once again offered him the role of explorer. To everyone's surprise, she declined the same offer herself without hesitation. Even as Chauvin responded with concern, she calmly reassured him with quiet confidence. Ragna politely rejected the invitation to become an explorer, choosing to remain at the library. Though unexpected, her firm decision surprised Bjorn, especially considering her ability as a fifth-tier mage. Even so, her choice made sense. Such strength hidden behind simple work suggested deeper intentions. Meanwhile, Bjorn visited Arua Raven's laboratory, where recruitment talks resumed. To qualify, all members needed to be at least Tier 6, preferably with a priest included. He began listing his team, starting with Misha, a melee fighter nearing Tier 8. Her recent fights and development impressed Raven enough to show interest. Next came Einar, who provided vital support and crowd control strength to the group.
Lastly, Bjorn introduced Urkreift, whose mobility and flexibility filled an important role. Only then did he reveal Urkreift's hidden role as a labyrinth guide. Mention of profit and secret routes immediately shifted the tone of the discussion. Grinning, Bjorn emphasized the possible rewards Floor 9 access, hidden zones, and treasure. Raven, now interested, hinted at agreeing if one condition was fulfilled. She clarified her focus: research first, exploration second. Before negotiating further, she asked Bjorn to explain the agreement simply. Raven stated her condition: if an urgent breakthrough occurred, research would take priority. Bjorn agreed without hesitation, seeing it as a fair compromise to gain her support. With a handshake, they confirmed the agreement, officially making Raven part of the group. Time passed peacefully, the sky above calm as daily life continued. Bjorn visited Ragna, while Einar happily enjoyed her treat nearby. In the corridor, Misha encountered them, surprised to see Einar living in the same building. Trouble soon appeared when a deceitful man from the labyrinth was exposed, lying. Despite his pleas for forgiveness, Bjorn and the others delivered swift judgment. On day 15, a clock struck midnight, marking the opening of a new gate. Hansu sat at his desk, studying the monitor with sharp focus, bracing himself for what was coming next. Seeing names such as Orcus and Dragonslayer, he reflected on how every element could shape his destiny. With changes to his character now permanent, he searched through forums, intent on collecting every vital detail. A sudden shout disrupted his concentration as a man hurried over, calling out Hansu loudly. Complaints arrived moments later, worry overstated, feelings spilling out in an overly dramatic way. Instead of debating, Hansu sat down, sensing this man acted differently from everyone else. Fragments of old friendships resurfaced, yet Hansu stayed cautious of potential deceit. Even with friendly expressions, trust remained difficult to grant in such an environment. Still, light conversation started, easing the strain that lingered between them. Their discussion turned toward army life, bringing laughter and familiar memories. Remarks about celebrities caused surprise, quickly shifting the atmosphere into awkwardness. Neither could find the right words, leaving the silence suspended between them. A sudden chuckle shattered the quiet that had settled. It wasn't only dialogue, it felt like a glimpse of the past. For some time, they spoke freely, momentarily ignoring the dangers around them. Concern returned as he admitted he viewed everyone as players hiding dangerous potential. Even simple encounters sparked doubt, a mindset forged through constant survival. The earlier warmth disappeared, replaced by a silence heavier than before. Thanks came first, yet he admitted trusting others was difficult after everything he faced. Though uncertain, he continued sharing, acknowledging the rare connection they had formed. Interest grew as the discussion moved to Orcus and the vanished relics. Instead of blaming anyone, he wondered aloud, what if someone had taken them? A calm reply came, confirming the theft and reducing his rising suspicion. That answer brought comfort, proving his reasoning wasn't entirely wrong. Baiko's statement lingered. All 6 relics had been stolen simultaneously, 6 months prior. Considering that scale, it was obvious Orcus wasn't responsible. He encouraged his companion to reveal any clues, holding on to hope of going back home. A burst of laughter briefly lightened the heavy atmosphere in the room. While one joked, the other quietly questioned the sincerity behind it. Despite uncertainty, a delicate sense of trust slowly began to form, built on shared goals. Details about Nork uncovered secrets the narrator had never known before. A key development involved plans to deploy forces against the Nork-Orcus alliance. A fighter called Dragonslayer disappeared after losing both a captive and his memories. Occurrences once believed real were revealed as carefully constructed illusions. Warnings were given rushing into rebellion without thought could end badly. Before finishing, the man suddenly disappeared, leaving behind unanswered questions. Back at his desk, the protagonist realized he couldn't remain connected much longer. At the same time, figures in that world acted under royal authority. To stay unnoticed, he deliberately maintained a low profile. Within the masked assembly, someone's absence was quickly recognized. Participants became uneasy toward the newcomer, uncertain of his intentions. A warning echoed hesitation would only bring danger. A violent display of strength followed, establishing control over the others. Instead of reacting with fear, the newcomer remained calm, carefully watching though. Called inexperienced, he had returned seasoned and ready to prove it. The masked figures stayed quiet as earlier tension slowly shifted into curiosity. Each individual studied the newcomer, unsure how to perceive him. Some doubtful, others interested. One hinted at coming turmoil, while another silently looked forward to what would unfold next. A quiet hall is occupied by masked individuals, tension mounting as massive doors indicate the meeting is about to begin. One participant calls for haste, while another ridicules their previous failure, unsettling those gathered. Uneasy looks circulate as several masked figures prepare themselves, fearing another disgraceful outcome. Disturbing thoughts briefly overwhelm the man in the lion mask, burdened by pressure and expectation. He offers a rigid apology, steadying himself as the others watch with a mix of worry and doubt. Instead of starting, he declares he will speak last, insisting his role carries the greatest importance. The first to present mentions a missing priest, suggesting an abduction that happened weeks before. The protagonist feels confused, most already know, while he only discovered it not long ago. A fox-masked individual dismisses the secrecy, implying such matters are common within their circle. Others confess they were unaware, speculating about a stronger alliance between the temple and the crown. Abruptly, the lion interrupts, accusing someone of breaking their rule about exposing informants. An apology follows, and the group silently agrees to enforce tighter secrecy from now on. The protagonist wonders if the lion's reaction was sincere or carefully calculated. His suspicion grows: was the revelation meant to hint at the lion's identity? If so, he could be connected to the temple, or perhaps the concealed underground city. The paladin cautiously mentions a prophecy from the goddess, though its details remain unclear. Others demand clarity, even offering payment, yet no one knows the oracle's true target. The fact that even a paladin lacks information suggests the temple is hiding something intentionally. Apologies come half-heartedly after another rule is broken, the mistake brushed aside as trivial. Amid the strain, a sudden notice announces a newcomer, shifting everyone's attention. Without pause, the discussion continues with coded reports about events across the continent. A powerful artifact is scheduled for auction next month, stirring quiet ambition among several members. The Dragon Slayer's equipment appears on the black market, yet his legendary sword is missing. This absence leads to one conclusion: something unusual has happened to the famed warrior. Initial confusion turns into speculation. Baiko may have lost his memory due to a past event. Old records suggest a drug capable of erasing memories could be responsible. Someone likely wiped his past, deliberately, a strategic act to conceal who he truly is. When it's his turn, the clown confidently claims to possess a spell that can link 6 minds together. Silence fills the room as the crystal glows green. It becomes clear he is not lying, or at least believes he speaks the truth. A major shift is proposed, a system change that could transform how parties are formed. Players once unable to cooperate in the same mode might now unite under shared roles. Because of this, the chances of clearing the game rise dramatically, capturing everyone's interest. The lion-masked man casually hands over the turn, signaling the next speaker to begin. Though ready, the man in the blue cloak struggles to choose information worthy of the group's expectations. In the end, he shares a single piece, considering it a suitable contribution for their earlier entertainment. News of a newly emerged divine relic shocks the gathering with its significance. The paladin reacts in disbelief, frustrated that such vital knowledge escaped him. However, the clown insists on exchange. Only valuable information earns further details. Hints about returning to the tower are given, but specifics remain intentionally unclear. Gasps and murmurs spread. Some impressed, others doubtful of his vague approach. To their disappointment, he dismisses the reaction as unworthy of more information. The deer mask clarifies their stance: they belong to no guild, only conducting business through secrecy. The room settles once more, preparing for another round of discussion. This time, topics include auctioned relics and royal plots, each more daring than before. The clown takes his turn again, stating that each mask represents the destiny of its wearer. He explains that the goblin's weakness is not random, but reflects cunning rather than brute force. Though the claim sparks argument, the group allows the matter to pass after brief resistance. Another member reveals rare knowledge. The legendary Stone of Resurrection truly exists. Its existence immediately draws attention, but confusion arises as someone interrupts midway. The speaker clarifies that the stone can bring the dead back once, then disappears forever. A strained exhale slips from the crimson-haired woman as she unveils the rumored artifact believed to bring back the dead, seated across from her. Several adventurers question whether such a miracle could truly exist in their harsh world. Their doubt begins to waver when the masked informant verifies the artifact's ability. Every effort to seek further explanation is cut short as the informant suddenly halts the discussion. Motivated by desperation, the lion-masked man attempts to redirect the conversation, hoping to gain hints through bargaining. Keeping up his disguise grows harder as the protagonist struggles to maintain the detached persona he portrays. He eventually declares uncertainty about his own desires, deepening the enigma surrounding his conduct.
Those watching exchange cautious looks, unable to decipher the motives behind his ambiguous replies. Their uncertainty increases as they argue over what kind of information could even interest someone so unreadable. Standing up from his chair, he closes the conversation with a deliberately short statement. The abrupt motion startles several individuals, forcing him to improvise a composed departure. With a courteous goodbye, he ends the tense meeting and walks away from the council. After he leaves, 2 members quietly suggest the newcomer might belong to their hidden faction. Another experienced member rejects the idea, criticizing the reckless assumption. He warns his companion that careless judgments can be dangerous. A silent tension lingers as the council reflects on the masked man's presence. Agreement slowly forms that his behavior aligns too perfectly with recent events to be coincidence. One person leans back, admitting they may have underestimated the stranger's true ability. Suspicion deepens when someone remembers his knowledge of a classified raid strategy. The Fox masked member suggests he either possesses access to royal-level intelligence or power comparable to it. In a grim tone, another states that such confidence belongs only to those soaked in bloodshed. A theory emerges that they might already recognize who he is without being aware of it. When he mentioned the resurrection stone, his eyes fixed on a single individual, that intentional glance now feels deliberate, almost like a hidden message directed at someone. Others remain doubtful, wondering if they are reading too much into the situation. Yet previous moments, his silence, timing, and reactions continue fueling their suspicion. Attention turns toward the distinctive mask, a possible clue to the man's identity. Elsewhere, a dim tavern hosts a quiet meeting among newly formed allies. Introductions are exchanged, and the tension softens into casual talk over a meal. The discussion soon shifts to business, how they will divide rewards fairly in the future. Conflict erupts when Egfried insults a teammate's competence, triggering an emotional outburst from her. She feels betrayed, believing their relationship had grown beyond simple cooperation. The table descends into chaos as others attempt to calm the dispute and restore order. Changing direction, the mage defends her worth by highlighting technical abilities that improve essence gathering. She confidently claims her expertise in distortion magic, increases profits through enhanced byproducts. When she demands a larger share, tension resurfaces as Egfried challenges her reasoning sharply. Memories of past volatile incidents surface in the narrator's mind, reinforcing caution in team dynamics. Despite the friction, the mage maintains that her contributions justify a higher portion. After a short silence, Egfried agrees, setting the distribution based on logic and risk. The mood lightens as the group moves on to trivial choices like food preferences. Amid the conversation, one member realizes they have barely addressed the core of their plans. As the evening ends, the protagonist quietly feels relief over choosing the Barbarian class. Morning comes with team registration completed, and the group heading home to rest. Upon arrival, a mysterious letter marked with Lethal's seal draws their attention. Its message hints at an impending clash with the draconic warlord, signaling a new danger ahead. The glowing letter suddenly releases a surge of magical energy, enveloping Bjorn in brilliant light. Within seconds, a teleportation spell activates, transporting him to a strange structure filled with arcane markings. Bjorn realizes the letter served as a summoning device, likely sent from the elusive dragon temple. Darkness surrounds him as a voice announces he is the first outsider to enter this sacred place. A massive entity known as the Dragon Fear appears, its form crackling with sinister energy. Bjorn steels himself as the being warns that moving forward will demand a deadly cost. A wave of oppressive darkness spread across the surroundings, clearly meant to instill terror. Instead of reacting, Bjorn carefully examined the purpose behind the display. He ignored the intimidating presence completely, showing no sign of being affected. A massive ghostly dragon formed overhead, gazing down at everyone without a sound. Unmoved, Bjorn remained steady as the others looked on, puzzled. With a faint chuckle, the horned entity apologized, saying the incident wasn't deliberate. Bjorn introduced himself as Jandal's son and asked the figure for its name. A joking title was given at first, then replaced with the more straightforward Laffer. Ignoring formalities, Laffer requested to inspect the dragon sword for verification. Bjorn immediately produced the weapon and presented it to Laffer. Holding it with care, Laffer sensed the familiar power belonging to his brother. He softly questioned how Jandal had fought during his final moments. Laffer then revealed that Jandal had actually been his younger brother. Powerless to intervene, he could only witness the dragon sword disappear. Even so, he praised Bjorn, calling him a hero beyond any expected reward. While thinking it over, Bjorn wondered if asking for compensation would seem improper. In reply, Laffer offered vast riches and piles of gold beyond measure.
He went further, proposing that Bjorn join his group for 2 years. Instead of agreeing, Bjorn inquired whether there were other options. To tempt him further, Laffer introduced a rare item created yearly by his kind. Even that didn't sway him. Bjorn instead demanded a dragon tattoo. A burst of power followed. As the marking ritual began, pain coursed through Bjorn while the tattoo etched itself into his skin. Despite the suffering, he shouted for Laffer to continue. His voice grew louder, irritated by Laffer's reluctance. Laffer warned him, concerned about consequences from his own people. Bjorn fired back, accusing him of betraying their earlier agreement. He referenced the prophecy given by the goddess of light. Driven by past experiences, he begged for power to defend others. At last, he vowed to defeat Yandel if granted the strength to improve. After the ritual ended, Bjorn went straight to settle unfinished business. He reached Jules' home, where she reacted in shock at his sudden arrival. Skipping pleasantries, he directly asked where her father was. Understanding that avoidance was pointless, he chose to face things head-on. Gripping his weapon, Bjorn insisted on meeting her father. Misreading the situation, Jules panicked, thinking he intended harm. Their abrupt entry caused chaos, alerting everyone inside the house. Guards quickly intervened, but the father's composed order calmed the scene. Following his command, the guards stepped back, allowing Bjorn to speak. He explained that Jules had approached him first, not the reverse. Instead of denying everything, Bjorn admitted the misunderstanding while standing firm. In time, the man accepted his words and allowed the discussion to proceed. Worried about reputation, the man cautioned him about possible legal trouble. Bjorn countered, stating that exposure would damage both parties equally. Bringing up the upcoming election, he subtly pressured the man to rethink his stance. He added that barbarians would be present wherever the official went, shaping public opinion, declaring himself the new successor. Bjorn forced the district leader to reconsider. With unwavering confidence, Bjorn demanded total submission without resorting to force. Though angered, he chose to issue a warning rather than act violently. He made it clear that another betrayal would not be tolerated. After concluding the matter, he walked away calmly, simply saying he was hungry. After a tense accord with the regional supervisor, Bjorn proceeded toward getting ready for the journey together with his companions. A single urgent task remained: reviewing Raven's detailed list of 31 preparations before anything else. Quite unexpectedly, the group redirected attention toward choosing a team name, igniting a disorderly flood of suggestions. Raven's bold idea, apple pie, surprised everyone, prompting uneasy responses from Bjorn and the rest. Adopting a more solemn approach, Ayana suggested Narak, meaning those who walk in darkness within an ancient tongue. Ultimately, both suggestions combined into the strange yet approved team name, Apple Narak. Their practice sessions occurred at the city's authorized training facility, where combat exercises became habitual. Every participant exerted full effort, reacting to instructions and sharpening coordination through constant repetition. As a unit, they gradually built genuine synergy through effort, speed, and mutual intent. During spare time, Bjorn often visited the library, searching through text for understanding. Unexpected encounters with acquaintances, like Hikarad, created small distractions, but never caused real issues. Soon enough, the labyrinth's opening day arrived, signaling the beginning of their real trial. Inside the crystal cave, the party gathered before the Great Sage's monument, prepared to advance. Disorientation struck early as one member's poor navigation skills sent them astray. They roamed without direction for 15 minutes, annoyed yet still unharmed. A penalty followed, due to their delayed arrival, and the guide's weak reasoning offered little support. Claiming it was her first experience navigating at night, Ayana only increased the group's uncertainty. Instead of complaining, Bjorn chose to take charge and demonstrate how a guide should lead properly. He stepped ahead, asking Ayana only to indicate the portal's position while he managed direction. With that arranged, they advanced deeper into the cave, relying on Bjorn's decisions. Although it was his first time leading, he relied on knowledge and survival lessons from Rottmiller's training. Before long, the team descended safely to the next dungeon floor without trouble. They found valuable mineral stones, later used for crafting equipment, and gathered them efficiently. Moving onward, they stayed vigilant, searching for the next portal through dim forest surroundings. To enhance sight, Raven summoned additional light spheres immediately when requested. Her precise casting impressed everyone, particularly those accustomed to weaker magic users. The brightened environment revealed concealed traps, allowing safe progress through the hazardous forest. Unfortunately, the added illumination drew nearby goblins hidden in the area. They launched a quick ambush, but the team reacted with precise coordination and strength. After dealing with the threat,
the party advanced into a strange new spatial domain. Mist spread throughout the labyrinth on the third day, covering the terrain in thick, unsettling fog. Rather than rushing ahead, Raven highlighted the danger caused by restricted visibility. Using Rottmiller's teachings, Bjorn kept the group cautious while moving further into unknown territory. Near a glowing river, a group of monsters stood ready, clearly guarding an important passage. Without delay, Yandel activated all enhancements and charged forward like an unstoppable force. His momentum carried the others as they followed behind, breaking through enemy defenses. Blasts erupted as Raven unleashed, a powerful fire spell, consuming enemies in flames. Her immense strength earned admiration, proving the team possessed several formidable fighters. With their current abilities, Bjorn believed they could control challenges up to the 5th floor. Advancement slowed at the Stairs of Wisdom, a harsh trial of timing and reasoning. Unlike Rottmiller, who passed quickly, Bjorn's attempt appeared awkward and inefficient. Eventually, they stopped at nightfall, agreeing rest was more sensible than pushing onward. The warmth of the campfire eased their exhaustion as the group settled into calm discussion. Raven assessed their progress and warned Bjorn they would not reach the 5th floor efficiently at this pace. Bjorn argued that improvement would come with time, though Raven's intense reaction unsettled him. Raven assessed their progress and warned Bjorn they would not reach the 5th floor efficiently at this pace. Bjorn argued that improvement would come with time, though Raven's intense reaction unsettled him. Despite her stern attitude, he stayed determined not to fall behind during internal disagreements. Later that night, Bjorn noticed something unusual while recovering and alerted Jandal immediately. He sensed another presence hiding nearby and advised caution before taking any action. The concealed individual stood directly behind Raven, placing the entire group in immediate danger.
An unforeseen presence inside the cavern breaks the stillness, triggering a detection barrier spell nearby. Without delay, the woman declares she has cast a tracking spell that penalizes any aggressive action. Trust becomes a tool as she cautions the intruders that reckless behavior could result in death. Bjorn considers the idea that the foe used stealth items to slip past the barrier earlier. He dismisses high-tier stealth abilities, believing their exposure now signals a lack of battle confidence. After evaluating the scenario, he gives Raven a subtle signal, initiating a plan into motion. Momentum changes as Bjorn lunges forward, fists lifted, intending to remove the threat by force. His sudden strike hits with harsh accuracy, sending one opponent crashing across the stone floor. Nearby companions respond in confusion, their ambush destroyed by Bjorn's abrupt and violent action. With a shout, he triggers blastification, releasing a shockwave tearing through the enemy formation. He swiftly secures Raven, protecting her while disorder spreads and attackers rush for cover. One masked adversary disappears into the darkness again, escaping Bjorn's relentless chase. Though the danger withdraws, Bjorn stays cautious, alerting the group that the enemy remains nearby. Weapons ready, the entire team prepares to guard Raven and confront professional-level assassins. Confidence grows as Bjorn's rapid response earns respect, proving crucial in revealing hidden dangers. Raven's senses fail her as the enemy's presence fades beyond detection once more. The group soon determines only one opponent remains concealed, likely depending on stealth to survive. Rather than pursuing shadows, they stay vigilant, expecting an attack that will reveal his location. Moments drag as the group holds formation, tension heavy within the silent chamber. From among them, a challenge is voiced urging the hidden opponent to surrender peacefully. Finally, Raven activates her spell, exposing the figure crouched beside the portal's edge. Recognition sparks as the masked man appears, narrowly avoiding a lethal spear. Without delay, he dashes toward the portal, leaving chaos and destruction behind. Bjorn, calm, instructs the team to regroup and prepare steadily for pursuit. Entry to the next floor stays sealed until the full party gathers, blocking his escape. On the ground rests an expandable bag, possibly left to deceive them. Raven examines it carefully, observing traces of expert-level preparation. Shifting footsteps echo as the enemy advances deeper, his purpose uncertain. Suspicion arises he could be preparing a trap rather than fleeing. Carefully, one fighter slips through the doorway, unaware of what awaits ahead. Upon entering, the group spreads out while Raven readies her detection spell. Suddenly, creatures erupt forth, forcing the team into a chaotic clash. After the fight concludes, Raven detects the same mana from the fallen enemy. A staff nudges the body, confirming it is not a decoy or illusion. Though the method is unclear, the man seems to have died intentionally. No identity plaque appears, strengthening the idea of a planned disappearance. A short exchange recalls Raven's earlier response to a foul-smelling golem. She insists this situation differs,
remaining unaffected by the present case. Despite careful inspection, nothing more can be learned from the corpse. Later, the team rests, each reflecting on the strange outcome differently. Bjorn wonders whether the enemy was slain by dungeon forces, or something darker. A shadowed vision hints at the involvement of a horned figure tied to the labyrinth. Morning discussion shifts to the enemy's purpose and what he was protecting. Raven believes the man chose death, rather than expose vital information. Bjorn decides the sacrifice was intentional to erase evidence of his mission. A quiet moment follows, as he admits the journey is not always cruel, despite hardship. To offer comfort, he recounts the outcast team's past, including Dwalt's struggles after his first encounter. He remembers how Rottmiller once showed a calming sight to ease a teammate's burden. While resting, the girl recalls a dismissive explanation from her seniors about that same sight. Despite others' doubt, she shows interest in seeing it herself someday. As she drifts into sleep, he promises to wake her before the dungeon resets again. Morning conversations started with rumors about a solitary figure seen nearby. Deciding there was nothing urgent to handle, the team shifted toward checking their supplies, interested in the item's worth. The mage clarified its price and subtly emphasized her skill in field evaluations. The group discovered that ordinary item assessment differs from specialized evaluator duties, where understanding replaces skill-based judgment. Although the mage suggested preparing for the license, Bjorn dismissed it, confident in his debating ability. Lacking a scout, they accepted navigating the stairs blindly, even as the feline-eared girl voiced concern, advancing through enchanted gates. They pushed on despite rising fatigue and repeated navigation errors. More than 4 hours passed with minimal advancement. Frustration built as the party recognized their inefficiency. Bjorn reassured them they would improve. Meanwhile, the mage quietly began recording every future run. Times improved a little, though mistakes like Anar activating a trap erased their progress. Each attempt showed better teamwork. Still, minor delays earned subtle reactions from their strict mage observer. By the 12th day, the group finally felt secure enough to sleep without rotating night guards. Bjorn was warned for obstructing the entrance gate. As they continued forward, he reflected on their improvement. Hesitantly, the cat-eared girl accepted the scouting role, determined not to slow the team again. Stepping ahead with resolve, the cat-eared girl declared it was now her moment to act. Meanwhile, Mr. Bear handled his responsibility alone. From stage 100 onward, deeper portals became reachable. Rather than rushing, she carefully tested doors, alternating between paths of wisdom and courage throughout the night. Only a single door remained. A glowing portal behind it promised entry to the 5th floor. Unease filled the group as they remembered previous challengers who never returned from similar paths. Despite doubt, Bjorn chose to act. Waiting longer would not alter the result. Without warning, a troll rushed toward them. Panic rose as its massive body loomed. Instead of retreating, Bjorn welcomed the fight. Facing a troll signaled real advancement. No spells were necessary, he insisted. Essences alone made the encounter valuable. Activating his abilities, he charged forward with fierce strength and sharp instinct. Blows landed quickly and powerfully. The troll staggered under the heavy assault. To Bjorn, this creature was no longer a threat. Unity activated next, enhancing every motion and strike with precision. A focused strike to the shoulder followed. He attacked with relentless force. Victory came quickly. Bjorn ended the battle, declaring his strength undeniable. The troll roared and lunged again. Calmly, the red-haired girl prepared to intercept with her blade. Anar unleashed a storm of slashes, each movement precise and calculated. Though her strikes connected, the troll's hide resisted. Her expression hardened as she pressed further. Bjorn checked her condition, but she dismissed him with quiet stubbornness. Despite internal wounds, she wiped away blood and activated her life-draining ability. Exchanging damage for healing, she fought intensely, mirroring Bjorn's training in every motion. Watching from behind, Bjorn considered intervening. Instead, another ally stepped forward, eager to participate. He admitted curiosity about the women's fighting styles and rushed into the battle. Weapons flashed as he struck with rapid motions, scattering attacks across the troll's body. A signal from the red-haired girl initiated their coordinated assault. Together, they attacked in perfect harmony. Blades tore into the troll before it could recover. Even then, the creature clung to life. Its regeneration began as Bjorn silently observed. Suddenly, the mage stepped forward and cast her highest-tier spell. Lightning burst from her staff, consuming the troll in blinding light. When the storm faded, its lifeless body collapsed, charred beyond recognition. The team stood over the defeated troll, their formation steady after a clean victory. Pride flickered across their faces. Despite the danger, they had triumphed through control and teamwork. Bjorn and the red-haired girl silently remembered fallen comrades, each sharing the same resolve. They moved toward the portal, determined to carve their names deeper into the tower's history. Memories grounded them, but hesitation no longer belonged in their path forward. With sharpened focus, the group stepped into the light, ready for a true expedition ahead. On the 18th day, the system recorded Bjorn's presence on the 5th floor at 7 a.m. A wave of shadowy mist greeted him upon entering the great demonic realm, an area filled with strain. Nearby adventurers instinctively glanced his way, disturbed by the strange pressure now spreading across the camp. This stage distinguished true guilds from minor teams, its brutal terrain forcing many to fail. Just as in the game, the safest haven remained at the entry point, packed with tents. Bjorn's attributes increased rapidly upon arrival, drawing instant attention from those stationed nearby. An unfamiliar sensation passed through them, known as the labyrinth's greeting for newcomers. This effect, called baptism, strengthened mana and sharpened focus, especially beneficial for mages like Misha. Observing quietly, a strategist measured her remaining mana, already planning the next step. Tension intensified as murmurs spread. Several fighters were clearly watching Bjorn's group. An experienced squad approached and confirmed they too had encountered a mysterious attacker. The assailant wore a mask, and their methods resembled what Bjorn's team had faced earlier. The unknown enemy they battled had taken his own life before capture. Among all groups that fled, only 3 survived. Bjorn's team was the only untouched party. Suspicions toward Nork deepened, suggesting a growing conflict against the royal kingdom. Thankful for the information, Bjorn said he would discuss it with his team before revealing more. The group departed quickly, aware that staying longer might draw unwanted attention. Instead of lingering on it, Misha focused on preparing for what lay ahead. They soon entered the blazing Hellfire Rift, activating a severe environmental field effect. Heat surged instantly, reducing their resistance and doubling stamina consumption with each step. To withstand the strain, Alyssa cast an ice blessing, surrounding them with a cooling aura. 2 Ifrits emerged from the flames, their presence signaling a dangerous ambush. Bjorn rushed forward as support magic activated behind him in quick succession. Despite the threat, coordination remained steady, as weapons clashed and spells surged. A decisive strike hit the first Ifrit, fracturing its fiery body. Following through, the team overpowered it and swiftly targeted the second. They won, though nearly all their mana had been depleted. From a distance, another group watched, predicting the battle would take longer. Frustration grew as fatigue spread among them, leading to thoughts of retreat before they could withdraw. A sudden attack interrupted, catching them off guard mid-escape. A sharp pulse in the air warned Bjorn, his instincts heightening as the ground began to move. Without warning, a blazing essence burst forth its presence, unsettling everyone nearby. Adventurers close by prepared themselves, one leader telling his team to hold position while he handled it. Misha expressed concern, but Jandal reassured the group with a calm evaluation, rather than panic. He pointed out the threat consisted of only 5 humanoid figures. Tension thickened as weapons were drawn, indicating a fight might be inevitable. Both groups stood facing each other, neither willing to step back first. Victory would belong to whoever endured longer. Retreat meant loss. After a final warning, Bjorn was met only with smug defiance. He proposed a plan: separate the leader, then push him off the cliff using force. Objections arose immediately, Alyssa criticizing the plan's unnecessary danger. Internal conflict escalated as frustration spread among their ranks. To calm the tension, Alyssa formally introduced herself, prompting the other side to respond. Conversation shifted toward shared knowledge. Mention of classified research created unease. Faced with increasing pressure, the opposing mage faltered. Alyssa subtly urged surrender instead of resistance. Under mounting stress, the enemy mage hesitated, influenced by Raven's confident presence. Velrod, recognizing defeat was inevitable, stepped back, declaring they would withdraw without fighting. Calm returned, as both sides avoided conflict, agreeing to part ways and sell the essence. Jandal's team prepared to leave, but Bjorn noticed Hans staring at him with frustration. Before anyone could react, Hans suddenly lunged forward, causing confusion among his allies. His reckless action stunned everyone, completely breaking the resolution they had just reached. Bjorn carefully revises a sketched map while his companions observe with quiet unease. Even as others doubt the usefulness, he maintains that the act itself strengthens understanding. Instead of depending on anyone else, he welcomes the difficulty. Taking initiative lets him steer the party toward his chosen objectives. They continue their expedition along a familiar trail. Grumbling begins about the shortage of monsters, Powerful guilds control the best hunting grounds, leaving smaller teams like theirs unable to find targets. Frustration grows. Though they have reached a deeper level, the inactivity comes not from risk but from territory being controlled. Lately, their efforts have focused on avoiding trouble rather than pursuing it. Bjorn recognizes the disparity. Those with influence progress more quickly, yet he refuses to feel discouraged by their edge. With resolve ignited, he presses onward. One member notes that people outside often believe monster fights are the toughest part of adventuring. In reality, sleepless nights, exhaustion, and constant strain are what truly drain explorers. Clothes soaked with sweat and damp sleeping gear become routine hardships, highlighting the physical burden beyond battles. Many assume earlier floors come with fewer difficulties. On the 77th day, after dealing with hounds, the group stops. Instead, they choose to indulge in something uncommon, a real meal prepared over fire, rather than another portion of dried meat. Privately, Bjorn wonders why Raven speaks so dramatically when she could simply request better food. Although he cautions that the aroma might lure creatures, she casually promises to erase it using magic. Rather than debate further, the party accepts her method and decides to rest as the meal is safely cooked. A hearty stew bubbles in the pot, rich, savory, and far more appealing than their usual provisions. Delighted shouts rise as everyone tastes Misha's dish, playfully suggesting marriage out of gratitude. Though pleased, Misha hesitates, moved by their reaction but unsure how to respond to the sudden attention. Bjorn notices the total absence of scent, impressed by how well the spell works. Raven explains with confidence manipulating air combined with combustion, removes every trace of smell after eating. Some members remain on watch, allowing the others to relax briefly. Peace settles in as night deepens. Their chatter slowly fades into stillness. A shy Misha glances at Bjorn, who offers a simple, genuine compliment about the meal. Before anyone can reply, rustling nearby draws his attention. Something approaches. The dark moss begins disappearing unnaturally, immediately raising suspicion. Sensing danger, Bjorn urges Raven to inspect the area without hesitation. Her detection magic activates, sending out glowing lines that expose a hidden presence ahead. Energy surges forward as Raven confirms something concealed within the moss. Suddenly, the spell reveals a creature's shape, furry, striped, and alert. A small round rodent emerges, its shining eyes instantly captivating Misha. While she reacts in awe, another teammate eagerly remarks that it looks tasty. Bjorn identifies it as a miller rodent, a rare and fortunate find for novices. Just as Raven attempts to stall, the others move quickly to claim the opportunity. The creature is killed before any magic can be used, ending the encounter in an instant. Holding the corpse, Yandel celebrates, while Raven explains that moss regions boost spawn rates. Its hide holds value, and its organs are essential for magical crafting. Raven points out the most crucial item, a reflective surface shining with enchantment. Believed to reveal hidden areas, it is highly prized among adventurers. Bjorn quietly appreciates that he no longer needs to explain everything. The group finally understands. Unsure how to use it, they look to Raven for guidance. She detects mana being drawn into the mirror and considers feeding energy into it. Bjorn suggests starting with unity magic. She agrees and prepares a cautious attempt. The party moves down to the 6th floor, where cliffs and rugged terrain indicate a harsher setting. Soon after, monsters erupt from the canyon walls, catching them off guard mid-advance. Bjorn prepares to fight, recalling that such ambushes are common in early dungeon zones. Creatures flood in quickly, exceeding expectations and breaking their formation as battle begins. Using a rare ability, Bjorn increases his body's weight and strength to smash incoming enemies. Amid the turmoil, 2 luminous essences rise from fallen foes, suggesting the presence of a hidden reward system.
Blades collide as Misha plunges into the swarm, slicing through creatures with savage accuracy and rapid motion. Encircled by gore and destruction, her gaze ignites with exhilaration, completely absorbed in the rush of combat. Bjorn observes intently, understanding she performs better through instinct than any structured training could ever grant. Above them, Alicia conjures an enormous magic circle, unleashing the devastating 5th-rank spell, Ice Rain. Fragments of ice fall swiftly, halting enemies mid-attack and blanketing the battlefield in freezing frost. Fighting to maintain control, Alicia warns she's approaching her limit, her mana reserves draining rapidly. Yandel ends his transformation, directing Alicia to change roles and concentrate on support instead. The enemy surge shows no signs of slowing, forcing everyone into relentless close-range combat. With abilities depleted,
the group relies on brute force and unwavering determination to stand their ground. Eventually, the battlefield grows quiet, bodies scattered across the barren landscape. While resting, they notice clusters of crimson crystals left behind by the defeated monsters. Misha, still lively and entertained, jokes about gathering loot, while Bjorn remains alert and cautious. The strange coin returns to their discussion, reminding them of the unresolved rules governing their survival. Only one participant can leave alive after 30 days, a rule Bjorn has not forgotten. As evening approaches, he volunteers to stand guard, giving the others time to recover. An unusual aura captures their attention, radiating from somewhere beyond the rocky terrain. They move carefully toward it, aware it could lead to valuable resources or a hidden threat. Bjorn chooses to continue forward, convinced reaching it first could provide a significant advantage. Enemies drop one after another: Hell Guardians, Doom Warriors, and Chaos Beasts, each defeat granting valuable experience. For 3 days, they traverse the arid wasteland, defeating monsters previously blocked by rival clans. Exhaustion begins to settle in. The longer they travel, the more their mana and stamina decline. Ambushes force the team into defensive battles. Every encounter drains more than just magical energy. They stop often to recover, preserving strength and carefully managing their mana stones. Unlike earlier, resources now steadily accumulate from monster drops, especially the coveted mana stones. They arrive at a crimson portal crossing into enemy clan territory can no longer be avoided. Another squad prepares to advance. Casual conversation shifts as tension rises with triggered alerts. Fear spreads when Averter's an elite-level threat begins to emerge from the gate. A thunderous roar silences everyone. The summoned Verters has started to appear. They quickly form up. Every expression tightens as the monstrous figure reveals itself. The creature fully manifests, towering above them, radiating overwhelming killing intent. Within the mirrored side of the burning forest, cursed energy stains the trees with an eerie violet glow. Advancing carefully, the group recognizes the terrain. This is not their first time here. From above, a crimson figure watches silently, its presence sending tension through the entire party. Bjorn activates Wild Outburst, his strength surging as aggression and power multiply instantly. With a furious roar, Vertars charges, its demonic body overflowing with chaotic energy. Encounters with this rare 5th-rank monster are nearly legendary. Some clans witness one, only once a year. Despite the danger, Bjorn stays composed and assumes control of the situation. Instead of charging recklessly, the others step back, allowing Raven to analyze. Before long, the demon's full abilities become clear, its patterns revealed through careful study. Among its skills are wings, radiant beams, and shadows born from pure malice. Taking the opportunity, Alicia casts Latitude Spear, her most powerful offensive spell. The resulting blast signals victory. Vertars collapses, leaving behind a valuable reward. A rare essence rises upward, glowing with undeniable 5th-rank brilliance. Everyone hesitates, but Bjorn steps forward, guided by instinct and ambition. He calmly announces his decision to absorb it, stunning the entire team.
A swirling aura hovers above the ground, shining with energy as the party gathers around it. Instead of holding on to it, Bjorn quietly suggests that Einar should take in the power, caught off guard. Einar responds loudly while Misha grins smugly, having expected the outcome. Conversation soon turns toward value, with someone asking what price the essence could bring. One of the girls insists it's priceless, pointing out how little is understood about the creature. As a middle ground, Einar is given the essence in return for joining future dungeon expeditions. With the choice settled, golden light erupts as Einar absorbs it and her body glows with change. Though startled initially, she begins to feel a shift in her power and capabilities. With support, she concentrates and gets ready to try out the newly obtained abilities. Her first attempts at summoning fail, irritating Einar as cards flicker without success. After a tense pause, her effort finally activates a skill, Wings of Death. From her back, massive dark wings spread, astonishing everyone with their sudden overwhelming presence. Laughing in awe, Einar proclaims her wings and wonders if she has become a Valkyrie. Bjorn observes quietly, unimpressed by her dramatic reaction, despite the striking transformation. With strong resolve, she leaps forward, her new role revealed as a formidable Valkyrie warrior. Unable to mask her irritation, Einar slumps in disbelief, confused by her failure to fly. Doubting herself, she questions why the wings won't lift her, until Bjorn clarifies their purpose. Suddenly, nearby creatures appear from the darkness, forcing everyone's focus onto an approaching fight. Without hesitation, Einar charges ahead, golden energy bursting fiercely around her form. Explosions surge across the area as her strikes connect, crushing enemies in blazing force. Blending her newly gained powers, she releases devastating attacks with lethal accuracy. Crimson gemstones scatter across the ground, evidence of her overwhelming dominance and triumph. Impressed, the team notes the clear boost in her strength after obtaining the essence. Bjorn looks at Misha, assuring her she will also get her chance to improve. Hours later, the group ventures deeper through shadowy passages within the dungeon. They stop before a massive stone monument, simple yet strangely positioned. Though it provides no explanation, they mark it carefully before continuing onward. Bjorn indulges the group's curiosity while maintaining their steady progress. Spotting something ahead, Misha gestures toward a faint shape within the haze. A haunting house stands quietly in the distance, capturing the party's cautious attention. The group enters the scorched hut's lower level, where an unsettling silence dominates the space. Finding nothing of value, they decide to explore the upper floor immediately. Einar suddenly calls out in excitement after discovering a mysterious book hidden in the debris. With focused attention, the mage studies the odd script and confirms it uses an ancient language. The writing contains warnings, directions, and clues suggesting someone from Earth created it. Seeing unusual footprints, they quickly head toward the basement to investigate further. Below, the group discovers a single chest resting ominously in the corner. Bjorn opens it cautiously, revealing a radiant artifact called the Orb of Fire. Without delay, they take the orb to evaluate its importance and possible function. By the following afternoon, the party visits a marketplace for examination. Specialists confirm its incredible rarity, stating that only major guilds own such objects. They explain the orb lessens fire damage within a 15-meter range. However, only the original finder is able to activate the artifact. The realization strikes suddenly, causing tension as the merchant tries to conceal his slip. Clearly, the orb's real value surpasses any normal market estimation. After a brief standoff, the trader finally discloses the activation phrase tied to the artifact. When questioned about its source, the group refuses to share any details for safety. They leave the shop calmly, unwilling to reveal secrets. Others also keep hidden. Walking through the streets, they consider the orb's usefulness in future battles. Bjorn questions refusing the offer, weighing its long-term advantages. The mage insists on keeping the journal hidden, determined to analyze it privately. Their walk continues, as plans for continued teamwork are casually reaffirmed. Bjorn senses a deeper mystery within the labyrinth and decides to uncover it. Without hesitation, the mage declares her intention to remain with the group permanently.
The team's expedition summary disclosed valuable spoils and an unexpectedly lucrative result from the dungeon run. Rather than celebrating recklessly, they quietly split the profits. Excitement flared momentarily, yet worry emerged when someone raised concerns about the steep price of the extracted essence. Estimates revealed the essence had consumed 13 million stones, an amount that altered everyone's standing. Bjorn chose to shoulder the entire expense for now, including portions for those unable to contribute yet. Fiend's surprise shifted into distress after realizing her portion was already swallowed by growing liabilities. Previous spending and outstanding credits drove Fiend into an unforeseen financial predicament. Even with her debt, she obtained tremendous power from the essence, causing others to reconsider her portion. Bjorn pondered quietly, questioning whether his contribution truly merited only a 20% return. After 3 days, Bjorn recovered and reconsidered his approach for confronting the next dungeon tier. Advancing past the 5th level required more than brute force, it demanded flexibility and planning. Nevertheless, he stayed determined, focusing on the next essence waiting for him on the 6th floor. A slaughter involving 471 victims unsettled the tower's equilibrium and exposed a criminal faction's involvement. The royal authority quickly announced a mobilization, presenting rewards for participating in a raid operation. While Misha weighed her choices, Bjorn considered the danger against the appeal of growth. Despite the enticing incentives, Bjorn followed the warning regarding the underground city and declined the raid. Instead of choosing alone, he intended to consult both Raven and Awan about the matter. When Misha mentioned Einar, he volunteered to address the discussion personally. Upon hearing the notice, Einar dismissed it as a concealed war, not a genuine raid. Awan supported her view, reminding everyone that injuries could delay progress for years. In a quieter moment, Yandel suggested having a drink, aiming to reduce tension and strengthen bonds. Night arrived as Bjorn headed toward the tavern gathering. Inside, unknown individuals occupied the space, all subtly watching his every action. Though it appeared relaxed, the atmosphere carried silent scrutiny and anticipation. A sudden taunt escalated, turning conversation into confrontation instantly. Without pause, Bjorn released force, ending his opponent with a single decisive strike. No explanation was required, his actions spoke clearly. After the incident, he made sure his companion safely returned home. With a calm exhale, he allowed the cool night to settle his mind. Unspoken resolve lingered in his eyes as he gazed upward quietly. Anar questioned Bjorn about the raid, and he confirmed their group would not participate. Relief appeared on her face, though she quickly asked him to disregard her words. Rather than pushing further, he thanked her for the concern she found hard to express. Later he wandered through the streets thinking he should check the forums for additional information. Arriving home, Bjorn noticed Misha waiting outside, catching the scent of alcohol on him. After hearing his reasoning, she commended him for behaving like a reliable leader. When she looked into the bag, Misha discovered candied apples intended for the group. Bjorn admitted he thought others might like them, even if he wasn't fond of sweets. Calling him a dad surprised him, yet her words were genuine. One apple slipped out, creating a quiet shared moment between them. As she took a bite, a childhood memory resurfaced in her thoughts. Beneath the stars, that brief warmth felt more intense than usual. Soon afterward, their routine continued, filled with simple tasks and shared meals. Bjorn lent Anar money for her seal, removing her reluctance to proceed. Within a few days, she reached level 3 and unlocked a helpful warrior ability called Satiation. Misha once again invested heavily in beast blood, aiming to improve her distinct powers. The effort succeeded. Her spirit beast achieved its first awakening, triggering a significant transformation. She obtained Glacier's Blessing, a skill that greatly reduced ice element resource usage in battle. Bjorn reflected on her surprising development, impressed by how much she had advanced beyond his expectations. Meanwhile, he concentrated on his responsibilities, now serving as a guide and arriving punctually each day. Under Romiller's guidance, he started considering teaching as a meaningful future direction. During dinner, the group shared meals and light teasing, showing their regular gathering habits. Jokes intensified into playful blame, revealing their growing ease with one another. Bjorn quietly hoped their relationships would deepen, anticipating future team expansion. Later that night, Bjorn's awareness was drawn into the guide realm once again. There, he met a guide urgently warning him to stay away from the upcoming raid. Before any explanation could be given, the figure vanished, leaving only the warning behind.
As the glow of teleportation dims, one figure disappears while another stays engaged in battle. The onlooker becomes uneasy, sensing that no one would fight at such an hour without cause. Remembering the recent monster assault, he pieces it together. Someone could be in grave danger. Seated at his desk, the gamer browses a forum alive with rumors and unusual accounts. Among countless posts, one catches his eye. A solitary barbarian spotted fighting near sunrise. An image shows him encircled by monsters, heavily outnumbered yet still swinging his axe. Numerous replies debate the claim, with many brushing it off as fabricated. The poster, however, insists it's true, declaring himself the barbarian in question. Though doubted, his persistence draws notice, and some begin to support him. Watching the screen, the reader feels a strange tension build within his chest. Ridicule dominates the comments, yet something about the story lingers in his thoughts. His heartbeat rises, pulling him deeper into the narrative of endurance and survival. He scrolls back up, reading again the message that exposed the player's hardship. One kind reply encourages the barbarian to continue, offering hope instead of silence. Without delay, he responds as well, hoping his words might somehow reach the fighter. A newcomer enters the round table hall, only to find every seat empty. Taken aback by the silence, he realizes no one responded. He too was overlooked. With too few present, the gathering ends abruptly before it can even begin. 17 days later, the subterranean city of Nork rests under a silent, cold sky. Before a mirror, a red-haired woman touches her ear, deep in contemplation. She studies her reflection, her expression unreadable, as though bracing for something serious. A knock sounds, calling her with a summons from the Lord. Outside waits a familiar person, someone she never expected to meet again. The conversation darkens, as the man reveals the royal family's ultimate weapon is active. Through stained glass, red skies signal the chaos spreading beyond. He confirms the grim truth: enemies are targeting key figures one by one. Her question about royal forces reflects concern over how dire things have become. Instead of denying it, he admits he once spared a dangerous individual. His casual manner cannot fully hide the tension beneath. Suspicion grows within her. Something feels off. Amelia enters a shadowy chamber, where the Lord shares a troubling report. Camilla interrupts playfully, mentioning the madman lurking beneath the city. A warrior explains their captain is stalling, though time is running out. With no alternatives, the Lord orders a complete lockdown lasting 2 years. He cautions that using the hidden exit will trigger a defensive barrier. Amelia listens, declining extra details, focused solely on the mission. The group readies themselves, while Camilla gives a teasing goodbye. Their footsteps echo through the hall as they head toward the concealed passage. At the gate, magic churns as the barrier parts with a low hum. Flames from torches flicker, guiding them into the depths below. Steadying their breath, they step into the next area, abandoning safety. Amelia looks back briefly, unsure she will ever see the city again. Their mission is simple: collect information in Raffonia. If possible, they must also eliminate a priority target. Finally, Amelia arrives, ready to confront whatever awaits her. He walked the hallway at dawn, still weighing his decision though, already resolved to endure. He knew he had to grow stronger before his protective ring breaks. Meeting with companions, he chose to return to the labyrinth without delay. Later, he approached the structure alone, unaware of someone unexpected nearby. Exhaustion weighed on him, but a cloaked figure caught his attention. Recognition hit. He never thought he would see that person there. Amelia moved swiftly, revealing herself with clear intent. The clash erupted instantly as crimson flames burst between them. Shock filled his gaze. He couldn't comprehend why she had appeared at all. Caught off guard by Misha's abrupt arrival, Bjorn restrains himself, aware that a single misstep could escalate everything. Instead of reacting impulsively, he studies her movements and senses she hadn't come specifically for him. From her stance and absence of aggression, he infers she has no immediate desire to strike. He raises his voice to question her intentions, unintentionally drawing the gaze of nearby adventurers. His attempt at explanation does little to calm her, and her expression tightens with suspicion as the tension builds. Rather than retreating, she readies herself for a confrontation, making him rethink the possibility of fleeing. Trust becomes a critical issue. If she becomes hostile, he would be helpless while unconscious. Even as he seeks reassurance, he realizes his situation offers almost no leverage to negotiate. A faint grin appears on her face as she ridicules his confidence, prompting an abrupt magical change. Her voice reverberates as a skill takes effect, warping the air and enclosing the space around them. Recognizing the spell as sound block, Bjorn tightens his fists, bracing for the impending clash. Without delay, he charges forward, intent on defending himself against whatever she unleashes next. They collide with intensity, trading heavy strikes that push his reflexes and stamina to their limits. She briefly halts to ask how he uncovered her tactic, clearly impressed by his awareness. Though cautious, he concedes she holds the advantage, acknowledging resistance may worsen things. The expedition day arrives, and Bjorn finds himself among a crowd larger than anticipated. An official hands out silver tags, serving as identification and proof of participation in the trial. Misplacing one would mean separation from teams and disqualification, an outcome no one desires. As participants form lines, the portal's energy flickers violently, creating an uneasy atmosphere. Despite the danger, officials encourage entry, hoping usage will help stabilize the gateway. When hesitation spreads, Bjorn prepares to move before anyone else takes the initiative. Acting swiftly, he grabs Anar, hoists her over his shoulder, and charges toward the portal. Nearby mages shout in alarm as combat abilities are forbidden within city boundaries. Guards try to react, but Bjorn's speed and strength outpace their attempts to stop him. Holding two companions tightly, Bjorn plunges into the swirling vortex. Onlookers cheer in amazement, captivated by his daring and determination. A system message confirms entry and boosts his fame stat, acknowledging his bold action. The group arrives inside the dungeon near the monument, surrounded by complete darkness. A quick complaint about penalties is brushed aside. It was for the team's sake. Someone points out an odd detail. The ground appears darker than expected from the beginning. Unease spreads as they examine an unfamiliar wall, suspecting spatial distortion from the portal. It's explained that late entry can disrupt positioning due to dimensional interference from unstable gates. Meanwhile, Bjorn remains unconscious, while others quietly stay alert to avoid disturbing him. A veteran adventurer recalls when such irregularities first emerged over a century ago. He mentions how the magic tower once regulated the rifts, minimizing most portal complications. Instead of revealing this anomaly broadly, the group decides to keep it concealed. One member steps forward eagerly, asking permission to activate the next doorway. Once initiated, a glowing portal opens, revealing a corridor filled with pulsating energy. Though uncertain, the team proceeds, sensing a subtle distortion in the environment. They move deeper into the dungeon, successfully reaching the next stage.
Past explorers once abandoned this point, overwhelmed by endless corridors and deceptive routes. Rather than hesitate, Bjorn recommends heading north, trusting prior information. Their advance is halted by another group demanding validation of their identity, with no way to confirm the authenticity of their tags. Suspicion lingers between both sides. Even so, the opposing group stays silent, perhaps deciding confrontation isn't worthwhile. A knight shares his past, linking himself to a former contestant who fled in disgrace. His statement brings a brief pause as attention shifts to a questionable team nearby. Another member jokes about unexpected recognition, but the tone changes as they prepare to continue. Raven asks to be carried, sparking playful arguments within the group. Bjorn questions the reasoning, suggesting someone less burdened should take on the task. Irritated by his logic, Misha shoots him a glare, and the tension within the group rises again. Bjorn assessed the situation and realized he couldn't lead the way while bearing a heavy load. To solve this, he chose to exchange equipment with Einar, reducing the weight he carried. The group adjusted their formation and continued moving deeper into the cavern, keeping their structure intact. On their 7th day of exploration, they passed through another dangerous section of the Sky Tower. They had progressed about a quarter of the way through the region. No enemies appeared, leading to conversations about food as they started setting up camp for dinner. A generous spread of dishes soon filled the ground, highlighting Misha's refined cooking abilities. Instead of eating right away, Bjorn quietly observed while the others enjoyed the warm meal. Joy and contentment spread through the group as they shared the rare moment of peace. Talk shifted toward night watch, though most felt it wasn't needed after such a calm day. Yandel agreed, mentioning his detection spells had revealed no signs of danger. They collectively decided to rest without interruption, believing the surroundings were safe enough. The fire crackled softly as midnight drew near. Suddenly, countless blades burst from the earth, destroying their sense of security. Bjorn reacted instantly, recognizing the ambush and confirming it matched his earlier suspicions. Word of a rupture appearing on the 4th floor quickly seized everyone's attention. Known as instance dungeons, these ruptures provide rare rewards and higher essence drop rates. Without delay, the group prepared their gear, ready to enter once the portal formed. A direction was selected swiftly. Onan indicated where the portal was likely to appear. Yandel raised concerns about hallucinations, but others preferred illusions over more lethal threats. They advanced toward the entrance together, weapons ready, prepared for whatever awaited them inside. Bjorn understood the true challenge ahead. The dungeon tested mental endurance, rather than physical strength. Dark silhouettes rose from the shadows, twisting memories into threats, meant to break their will. He tightened his jaw and moved forward, determined not to give in to the fear. Voices echoed from the darkness, taunting him with regrets he had long buried. Yet time had numbed the pain. Such suffering now felt almost familiar. With steady steps, he continued onward, barely affected by what once overwhelmed him. Elsewhere, his companions were consumed by illusions, haunted by warped images from their past. Bjorn advanced alone, choosing duty over emotion as the illusions grew stronger. When the trial concluded, he emerged victorious, rejoining the group shaken but unharmed. He gently helped the exhausted girl rest, making sure the surroundings were safe. Misha finally relaxed, placing her trust in Bjorn and the quiet atmosphere. 2 hours later, the portal appeared, glowing bright green and calling the group forward. Shadow Cave revealed itself a 4th floor rupture, unlike the golden ruins they had encountered before. Bjorn evaluated the situation, noting that limited access meant only a few teams could enter. Others waited nearby, watching carefully as the group prepared to proceed. Leadership fell to Bjorn, who accepted responsibility for guiding them through the dangerous dungeon. He recalled past lessons and tactics, planning the safest way to navigate the hazardous terrain. The team regrouped, tension rising as they stepped into the unknown. Morning arrived as they moved ahead, carefully scanning their surroundings while progressing through the forested area. Without warning, a powerful forest warrior appeared, forcing immediate action. Weapons were drawn, and the group launched coordinated attacks against the enemy. Bjorn withstood the warrior's swift strikes, studying each motion for an opening. Blades stuck in the surroundings revealed hidden traps, causing the group to shift into a defensive stance. Together, they executed a precise counterattack, blending strength and skill to defeat the foe. They pressed onward through the rupture, encountering increasingly dangerous forest enemies. Bjorn and his allies coordinated seamlessly, evading traps while advancing with accuracy. Raven delivered a decisive strike, allowing the team to gain the upper hand and continue deeper into the dungeon.
A sudden blow sliced through the air, almost taking Bjorn off guard. Though his reflexes protected him, the sudden pressure reminded him how perilous the situation had become. Smiling, he recognized his power, embracing the challenge with unsettling delight. Time passed, and Bjorn intentionally fell to one knee, pretending weakness. His enemies seized the chance, charging forward as Misha prepared to deliver the finishing strike. Without warning, he grabbed her tightly, leaving everyone shocked by his sudden action. Misha paused as his false confession made her expression soften. Instead of striking, she questioned him, briefly disrupting the flow of battle. From the sidelines, puzzled allies watched quietly as tension shifted. Raven stepped forward, urging him to explain his strange words. Bjorn answered coldly, stating it was merely a tactic to survive. Brushing off their judgment, he admitted he would say anything to stay alive. Rage contorted Avman's face as he realized the trick. Energy burst from Bjorn's body, driven by a hidden technique. With one final, savage strike, he counterattacked, ending the act in a surge of power. Avman tightened his jaw, enraged at what he believed he had seen. As smoke cleared across the battlefield, Misha's confusion shifted into explosive anger. Instead of replying, Bjorn chose silence, carefully reading her reaction. Flames burst violently as Misha unleashed a devastating magic attack without hesitation. Despite the heat and pressure, Bjorn withstood it using raw strength and pure endurance. Seeing the aftermath, the others stared in disbelief at his burned yet standing form. Misha, unsure, asked whether he was truly dead, while tension lingered in the air. No one wanted to face him again, so the team agreed to move forward. Clouds of dust concealed Bjorn's body as they left him behind in silence. Their steps stopped when unfamiliar figures appeared deeper within the dungeon. Asked to identify themselves, one stranger nervously gave the name Chrisen. Not risking anything, Yondel ordered a test to confirm his humanity. Bjorn's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the name Hans Chrisen. Recognition ignited fury, pushing him into an immediate offensive stance. Dark energy erupted around the imposter as monstrous shapes began forming. A single overwhelming thought gripped Bjorn's mind as monsters and dark energy surged. The creature roared awake, releasing a massive flame in every direction, reacting instantly. Bjorn charged through the fire and struck with brutal accuracy. Smoke thickened as he emerged, dragging his shield across the burned battlefield. One teammate flinched back, warning him not to come closer in fear. Confused by her response, Bjorn realized the problem wasn't a trap, but something worse. While he tried to explain, his presence still disturbed everyone nearby. Suddenly, a body dropped from above, signaling a deeper danger. Bjorn's instincts screamed, this wasn't a double. It felt far more unnatural. A thunderous roar reverberates through the dungeon as Bjorn drives his axe into the foe's skull. Even after the savage strike, unease lingers. The creature's fall does nothing to ease their tension. Bjorn and his companions press onward into the cavern. Their task continues, and the danger is far from finished. Later, Bjorn contemplates the curse tied to his name. Every Hans he encounters seems to bring calamity. He recalls several unlucky meetings, Hans Argot, Hans Staub, Hans Horse, all connected to misfortune. Their links to demons or apostles only reinforce the pattern. The name Hans continues to trouble him. A mage within the party notices something unsettling. She reflects on their strange encounters with Hans. Concerned and wary, she offers Bjorn a magical blessing to shield him from further bad luck. Bjorn agrees, puzzled yet open. She begins preparing the ritual while the others observe carefully. Bjorn kneels before her. She rests her hand on his head with steady composure. Her ritual words promise fortune. Bjorn accepts the blessing without objection or hesitation. He rises afterwards, somewhat relieved, though unsure if the magic truly worked. A faint glow envelops them briefly. The mage stumbles as the light fades. The surroundings return to normal. She chastises Bjorn, reminding him to act like a leader. He quietly acknowledges her words. Still lost in thought, Bjorn dismisses it as superstition, though uncertainty remains as they proceed. With an exaggerated thumbs up, Bjorn dramatizes the ritual, leaving his doubtful teammates confused. The mage looks away, visibly uneasy, while the rest remain silent in awkward stillness. Frustrated, she wonders if all explorers behave this strangely, revealing her sharper sarcasm, while regrouping. They revisit the cursed name, Hans, and its dangerous history. It turns out the second expedition team moved ahead without leaving proper communication. Planning their next move, Bjorn decides they will locate the third team before going further. A crimson crystal glows inside a newly opened chest, immediately capturing everyone's attention. They explain such crystals are often tied to doppelgangers or concealed magical traps. Though familiar from games, Bjorn now feels the unsettling realism of this world. As the 9th day begins, Bjorn's group advances into a deeper, unfamiliar section of the cave. Another party appears ahead. Their sudden arrival sparks suspicion and caution. Bjorn immediately demands identification tags to confirm they are not imposters. Reluctantly, everyone complies. The inspection reveals no immediate issues. Yandel introduces himself, followed by the others. One man calls himself Hans Christen. Despite their cooperation, Bjorn grows wary. These individuals clearly aren't from the city, thanks to Raven's keen eye. A hidden marking on the tags is discovered just in time. Tiny numbers in an ancient script reveal ranks 1 for low, 2 for mid, 3 for high. Based on their equipment, the imposters clearly don't match the low-rank tags they carry. That inconsistency exposes them as frauds, likely outsiders attempting to infiltrate unnoticed. They try to remain involved by offering cooperation, though trust is still lacking. Instead of confronting them directly, Bjorn focuses on gathering information and watching closely. Both groups' roles and classes are listed, revealing a balanced mix of fighters and spellcasters. Some are surprised to see a priestess among them. That detail sparks remarks about fortune and hidden potential within the group. With the boss battle nearing, Christen's usefulness is questioned by others. He accepts the criticism, though another teammate rebukes the harsh tone. To divide loot, a penalty-based dice system is proposed for fairness and responsibility. Christen requests a chance to regain lost points through contribution. They agree effort can offset penalties, creating a system that is both flexible and encouraging. Though Bjorn agrees outwardly, he internally doubts their sincerity, sensing hidden intentions. A special quest activates, raising danger and preventing retreat from the forest area. Their goal becomes clear: defeat 3 bosses hidden within the dense forest. After moving forward, Bjorn notices signs of doppelgangers nearby and prepares for combat. The group is suddenly ambushed. A fierce manticore charges at them at full speed. They react instantly, drawing weapons as members spread out to defend. Bjorn leads the counterattack, using his skills while allies unleash spells at the beast. As night falls, chaos intensifies. When the manticore retreats and confusion sets in, Christen panics, unable to track the enemy, worsening the situation. Bjorn calls for composure, preparing dice to activate a power-enhancing essence as a backup. A passive trait named Heredity lets users increase their stats by consuming magical crystals. Even though it caps at 200 points, it appeared underwhelming when compared to superior tier choices. Bjorn initially brushed it aside, yet the team's wary reaction toward the essence suggested deeper significance. Its true worth reveals itself during temple ceremonies, when the ability is removed from the user's soul. Bjorn finished the ritual and retained 20% of Heredity's power, earning 40 lasting stat points. After witnessing the result, everyone except the cleric and sorcerer showed intense desire to claim the rare essence. Disputes erupted within the party, each faction refusing to relinquish such a valuable prize. With no alternative solutions, they chose to determine ownership through a risky roll of dice. Tension rose as the blonde woman began the challenge, urging others to test their fortune. The opening roll came up as 1, causing gasps and frustrated sighs from the group. A surprising 10 followed, overturning expectations and drawing applause from onlookers. Bjorn coolly reminded them of the extraction cost, implying the matter was still unresolved. The dwarf's throw stunned everyone with a fortunate 6, narrowly putting him ahead. Cheers and laughter filled the air, but Bjorn stayed composed, quietly evaluating the changing chances. Despite the loss, he refused to back down. Too much depended on him. Support came from allies as they encouraged Bjorn, hiding anxiety behind loud optimism. Without pause, he grabbed the dice and hurled them upward, trusting fate to decide. All eyes tracked the spinning cubes as they rolled, ending in a disappointing outcome upon stopping. A poor result shattered the momentum, sending disbelief rippling through the party. Laughter burst out immediately, with even the dwarf unable to suppress his booming chuckle. Regret crossed Bjorn's thoughts. Perhaps Misha might have brought better fortune. Changing approach, the dwarf casually requested payment, prioritizing gain over fairness. Bjorn proposed 7 million, only to face a counteroffer with an exaggerated and ridiculous demand. Ashamed, the others admitted they didn't even possess the correct equipment for the essence. Negotiations unraveled, revealing their weak understanding of pricing and availability. Bjorn concluded the discussion with a strict ultimatum:
No reductions, no negotiations. Unable to satisfy the terms, uncertainty spread across their expressions. An effort to pay using city currency was immediately declined, running out of patience. The Barbarian doubled the amount to 20 million. Control secured victory, the essence stayed in his possession. Morning came with another fierce fight, forcing the group to endure waves of creatures. By evening, everyone gathered again at the temple, where the mood shifted into suspicion. Bjorn sensed something off, realizing the numbers didn't align and suspecting an imposter among them. Closer inspection revealed the dwarf's strange conduct and Hans G's uncertain responses. Conversations quickly grew tense as Bjorn interrogated them, leading others to propose magical verification. Shortly after, 2 mages prepared a spell meant to reveal deception without conflict. The ritual started with basic identity checks, examining each individual's awareness. One by one, members passed beneath the spell's light, confirming their legitimacy. When it concluded, 9 individuals were still under suspicion, increasing the tension. Bjorn reduced the possibilities, focusing suspicion on the dwarf and Hans G. He tested their memories by mentioning past events they should have recognized. Their unclear answers deepened doubt, spreading unease among the group. Bjorn pushed further, bringing up books Hans G. had previously claimed familiarity with. Neither suspect responded clearly, and irritation grew among the assembled adventurers. As tempers flared, accusations rang out, while Bjorn remained intent on exposing the imposter. Instead of responding directly, Hans G. purposely stayed vague to redirect suspicion. His strange behavior caused frustration, yet it functioned as a deliberate diversion. At exactly midnight, the anticipated Stone of Truth finally appeared. The group immediately used the artifact to uncover dishonesty. When asked to name the most suspicious person, someone pointed straight at the Barbarian. Both Bjorn and the dwarf denied being the imposter, and the stone validated their truthfulness. Suspicion quickly shifted back to Hans G., who showed visible distress. Bjorn instantly accused him of manipulation and spreading confusion. He rushed forward, delivering a strike as chaos broke out around them. Driven toward the altar, Hans G. struggled to defend himself. Despite his protests, none of his allies stepped in to help. Moments later, his soul was sealed, marking the imposter's defeat. As tension faded, a mage stepped ahead holding another truth-revealing artifact. He revealed broken trust, which prevented lying within its radius. Others looked on in shock, questioning why it had not been used earlier. The mage apologized for concealing the item and prepared to activate it. A magical field enveloped the group as Bjorn tested it with a simple inquiry. When questioned about his origin, the mage hesitated, exposing himself he had fallen into a trap. A sudden blur of movement caught Partherian unprepared, his eyes widening far too late, metal sliced through muscle, crimson spraying outward in a savage arc. Horror seized the group as Partherian fell dead, before anyone could respond. Within the turmoil, commands echoed, urging warriors to regroup as foes pressed onward. Someone declared Hans Krashen an evil spirit, sparking instant disorder. Turmoil intensified when a pouch allegedly containing evidence was shoved into view. Grasping a radiant relic, one man noticed the object still worked despite the claims. A blazing blast consumed the area, igniting a figure with frightening swiftness, filled with regret. The survivor whispered apologies as infernos raged behind him. Remaining fighters debated, unsure whether to believe others claiming the same origin. Blame spread rapidly, while a dwarf insisted they follow the road toward Nohar, drained. Bjorn agreed, quietly weighed down by the burden of recent happenings. Without pause, he rushed ahead, shield lifted high against the advancing threat. Sorcery and blades clashed, every blow forcing back the unyielding enemy. With a final surge, the group pushed through, achieving victory at heavy cost. An abrupt strike halted the martial artist's motion, his face contorting with agony. He sprang backward swiftly, weapons spinning as the red-tailed foe faced him directly. From afar, a woman shouted angrily and lunged ahead to attack the evil spirit. Explosive flashes illuminated the land as 2 formidable skills erupted together, taken by surprise. The golden-haired fighter dodged sideways, narrowly escaping the fiery hit. At the same time, allies encircled her, glowing with magic just as a gigantic beast emerged nearby. Electric currents surged through the air, forcing 2 individuals to stagger from the impact. Green beams rained down repeatedly, fracturing the earth upon impact. Rushing forward, a towering bear-like monster released a roar beyond human or beastly sound. Flames burst outward as a warrior cut forward, his attack infused with explosive force. Amid the devastation, a shadowy figure disclosed a disturbing revelation. With a single step, he entered a realm of darkness, an ominous domain unfolding around him. Concealed passages formed beneath them, shaped like ancient stone corridors. A guiding voice declared escape was achievable only by climbing the platform. Believing the guidance, they ascended together, unaware of what awaited above. Scarlet energy flared as the opponent dismissed the battle, calling it meaningless. With savage speed, he delivered a crushing blow that sent Bjorn to the ground. Regaining composure, Bjorn braced himself as another assault surged toward him. An unusual combat system appeared, resembling an enormous whack, a mole field. Successive strikes hit hard, especially when the 13th strike shattered the dwarf. Thinking fast, Bjorn seized the dropped code token amid the chaos. The fallen foe collapsed as Bjorn remained standing, victorious in the end. Now holding the recovered potion, a sense of relief flooded through him. Seeing his allies still fighting, he readied himself to rejoin the battle. Opponents surrounded the remaining team near the portal's exit. Bjorn propelled himself upward using Leap X concentration, launching above the battlefield. His companions stared upward, stunned by the barbarian's sudden ascent. Like a crashing meteor, Bjorn struck into enemy lines with overwhelming force. Shockwaves rippled outward, scattering enemies and clearing the way beneath. Smiling, he realized the leap had worked better than expected. Bjorn landed with weight, preparing for additional foes as his abilities lingered around him. He triggered Wild Outburst, gaining temporary strength as the remaining enemies faltered in fear. Seeing his presence, the enemies yielded instantly, dropping down and admitting defeat without further struggle. Among the loot, Bjorn finds an unusual gas. Raven casually claims it belongs to her, surprising everyone, rather than explaining. Her uneasy response creates suspicion. Although she says it's meant for study, the others hesitate, wondering why such a thing was carried along. Tension rises as Raven asks for distance. Bjorn pauses, puzzled by her sudden change in attitude. She sets a strict 1 meter limit, though he agrees. The moment turns increasingly bizarre. Elsewhere, the priestess starts tending the injured, bringing relief and restoring calm among the wounded. Misha confronts a companion over reckless thinking. His careless decision had nearly cost them all. Bjorn wonders how the enemy detected them. The man nervously blames it on sensing a dark spirit, though doubtful. The explanation raises concern. The group begins suspecting something more dangerous is present. Later, Bjorn gathers the others to decide what to do with the captured foes. Debates ignite, some argue for execution. Others worry about revenge or hidden risks. Caution prevails over compassion. Doubts grow about whether they face humans or something far worse. Raven promises the Nork survivors will vanish, but warns that 2 suspicious individuals remain nearby. One voice insists evil spirits must be destroyed, recalling severe consequences of misplaced trust. Hidden in the darkness, the suspected enemies linger. Every harsh statement weighs heavily on Jandal, fear of exposure tightening his chest. If the group uncovers his secret, he knows execution will come without hesitation. Asked for his view, he delays, knowing one wrong word could seal his fate. Sensing danger, the 2 suspects suddenly flee into the shadows without warning. Without hesitation, Jandal secures a gag, proving mercy was never in his plan. Their end comes quickly. Blood stains the ground as he embraces violence for survival. Raven protests, disturbed not by their deaths, but by how harshly it was handled. Instead of arguing, Jandal deflects her concern, focusing on the larger threat. Now only Raven remains among those unaffected by the detection spell. The Stone of Truth is activated. Panic spreads as Raven desperately pleads her innocence. From afar, the others observe. Unsure whether her fear is genuine or deceptive, despite her cries, suspicion deepens. No one steps forward to defend her. Bjorn confronts her. If she is innocent, then someone else must still be hidden. Raven suggests a chilling idea, perhaps one of the bodies is pretending to be dead. Impressed, he silently agrees. She voiced what he had already suspected. A decisive moment follows as one clean strike exposes the impostor without question. Bjorn immediately rejects the idea that a corpse could fake bleeding so convincingly. Instead of words, a dagger reveals the truth. The body reacts, and the illusion shatters. The Stone of Truth shines as judgment is carried out. The traitor meets their end. As a result, a hidden quest reward activates, tied to uncovering a royal disguise. As survivors regroup, Bjorn stays composed, ensuring the team regains stability. Humor returns, easing the heavy tension that had surrounded the group. Raven laughs off her earlier panic, but quietly reflects on her own abilities. Moments of calm appear, though Bjorn remains vigilant beneath his steady expression.
With danger briefly gone, roles are reassessed before moving toward the next goal. Bjorn doesn't lecture, he simply asks each member to state their abilities. Reluctantly, one warrior responds. His cooperation earns quiet approval. Though previously dismissed, the mage's unique talents may prove valuable after all. Experience outweighs raw strength. That alone justifies his place, moving forward. Grateful, he offers thanks. Bjorn, without speaking, accepts him back into formation. A rare appraisal spell is used to examine mysterious loot, revealing unexpected magical traits. As they inspect the items, the group realizes some artifacts exceed Raven's evaluation skills. After careful analysis, Jandal confidently declares they now have enough strength to defeat the Guardian. Encouraged by their chances, the team prepares for the next stage without delay. Each step is taken cautiously as every action is watched for possible betrayal. One member quietly reveals a hidden intention: his plan to eliminate the doppelganger has begun. Amid the darkness of the woods, Bjorn's team readies themselves for battle against an incoming hostile force. Numerous enemies advance from all sides, pushing the group into a tight defensive stance. Acting quickly, Bjorn drives his shield into the earth, releasing a shockwave that breaks the assault. A radiant aura surrounds him as the gigantification ability reshapes him into a towering giant. The ground trembles as he lands, hurling foes aside and pulling all hostility toward himself. With wild outburst triggered, his power spikes, making him an unstoppable force at the front line. Moments pass, and the ground is covered with fallen enemies as the team regroups. Though fatigue begins to creep in, relief fades when Bjorn senses something is off. He alerts the group that this battle was likely only preparation for a greater threat. Their mages respond by layering spells, merging lightning with supportive enchantments. A fierce bolt of thunder crashes down, erasing the remaining enemies with immense force. Observing the chaos, one member quietly admires how smoothly their teamwork functions. Enemy arrows scatter across the field, hinting at further dangers approaching. Bjorn steps forward to gather loot, but an odd pressure forms nearby. A hollow in the ground captures their focus, yet caution keeps them from entering recklessly. Standing before a sealed crystal, the party recognizes it as the mechanism to summon the boss. Magic must be infused into the structure to deactivate the surrounding protective barrier. Once triggered, a massive beam shoots upward, signaling the beginning of a major confrontation. They descend into the arena, where the combat interface activates, confirming entry into boss territory. A twisted figure taunts the intruders, identifying them as players who have perished many times before. Bjorn answers with raw strength, launching an aggressive strike to initiate the first phase. By activating overcharged strength, he delivers a flurry of rapid, powerful blows. At the same time, Raven joins the fight, coordinating precise strikes to support the advance. Enemy counterattacks follow, yet the team holds control through disciplined coordination. The surroundings shift as a nameless tree appears, releasing spores that generate clones. To halt reproduction, the mage casts fire magic directly at the source of spawning. Flames spread quickly, destroying the clones before they can multiply. Bjorn charges forward, expecting resistance, but finds nothing remaining. Victory becomes evident as every clone is eliminated before replication completes. As tension fades, he roars, preparing for whatever comes next. Clones scatter throughout the chamber, but Raven swiftly cuts down most before they fully form. Frustration rises as Bjorn crushes the remnants, venting his anger on what remains. With the area secured, the group successfully finishes the first phase. A third tremor signals the release of the final seal, just as planned. Suddenly, the nameless thief activates Switch, creating a duplicate that blends perfectly with the party. The situation intensifies when two ravens stand side by side, identical in appearance. Tension surges as no one can distinguish the real one due to the mimic's distortion. Using the Stone of Truth could disrupt the ritual, yet doing nothing could prove fatal. Before a choice is made, one copy attacks, exposing itself through hostility. Luckily, Aruru's number tag confirms her identity at the crucial moment. Without delay, the enemy shifts into a berserk phase, abandoning mimicry entirely. Clones burst forth rapidly, attempting to overwhelm the battlefield. Shield raised, Bjorn blocks the assault to safeguard his allies. He times his item usage with precision, maintaining their offensive flow. Even without skills remaining, he continues fighting since items function as skills as well. Hours before the confrontation, a tactical discussion takes place. One participant introduces the outlaw class method. Uncertainty arises when the proposal to allow the doppelganger copies to remain alive is mentioned. Worried about Jandal's well-being, the mage strongly refuses the idea of him facing such danger alone.
Even so, Yandel quietly embraces the risk, aware that staying alive is the only condition. He persuades the group to delay the clones, while he prepares his move. With silent determination, he steels himself for the psychological strain ahead. Back in the present, the seal approaches completion as violent energy bursts across the battlefield. Rushing forward, Yandel disregards the shouts behind him and plunges into the turmoil. Blasts erupt along his path as he begins releasing his strength. A surge of green radiance envelops him. The transformation has started. Outburst and frenzy combine, boosting his power far beyond ordinary limits. The decisive strike lands with immense force, ultimate damage. Barbarian cool. The tainted ground fractures, leaving opponents stunned. Yandel continues without hesitation, attacking swiftly and relentlessly as momentum shifts. The team notices the crystal. It's time for the final action. Yandel's powerful strike breaks the enemy formation, granting his allies a brief chance to recover. Relying on instinct, he commits completely. The group places all their faith in this single advance. From above, a destructive lightning spell crashes down, wiping out several enemies in a blinding instant. The barrier begins to weaken, triggering a warning that it won't last much longer. Clones advance from all directions, forcing Yandel to stand firm without stopping. At the same time, the support mages exhaust their mana quickly, unable to sustain the spell. After pushing through, Yorn finally approaches the objective. A glimmer of hope returns to the team. Suddenly, the spell ends prematurely, leaving him exposed among the remaining enemies. Close combat resumes at once as opponents seize the chance to retaliate. A teammate shouts as Bjorn presses onward, ignoring the danger. Refusing to halt, he moves forward with strained breathing and shaking limbs. He realizes he is nearing his limit, and the end approaches. With a final burst, he propels himself upward and activates Berserk Limit. Falling rapidly, his weapon targets the corrupted core beneath the creature. The crystal shatters as his axe strikes down, concluding the desperate attack. The broken crystal releases a massive wave of light that spreads throughout the chamber. Within moments, system notifications confirm the raid is complete, and effects begin fading. Silence follows as Bjorn steps out of the light, still standing among the wreckage. Teammates quickly regroup, checking on each other outside the rupture's exit. Some members stagger or collapse, drained from the fierce battle. The mage and guide depart first, giving Bjorn a token before leaving. Bjorn looks at the so-called reward, a permit to visit Narman School. While drinking water, he admits it's not something he particularly wanted. Even so, the group gathers valuable spoils, including a rare sealed fragment of evil. Later, they organize supplies and confirm mission success, having achieved their objectives. As a new day begins, the team heads back toward the checkpoint. Thoughts emerge: the reward is deserved, but the price was heavy. At a secure outpost, a red-haired man greets them, introducing himself as Elmerus. Bjorn responds carefully, uncertain of the stranger's intentions. Without delay, Elmerus reveals a bounty has been placed on Bjorn's head. Bjorn suddenly remembers the bounty on him, and reacts with surprise. Elmerus explains that due to unstable conditions, his sentence is 20 days in Bifron. Only Bjorn receives punishment. The others are spared, leaving him visibly irritated. A visual diagram shows the city's structure, divided into separate administrative zones. District 14, Bifron, is highlighted below, isolated and tightly restricted. Notably, Bifron is marked in red, indicating danger and disorder within its area. Without further explanation, Bjorn is taken to Bifron and passes through its iron gates. He learns he is free to act as he wishes inside, as long as he does not attempt escape. The environment is harsh, and chaos is evident in the ruined buildings and armed inhabitants. Thinking about his past life, Lee Han-soo admits he would have feared such a place. But now, as a barbarian, he confidently intimidates others through sheer power. After delivering a brutal strike, he grins, unaffected by the chaos around him. Shouting in the center of the road, Bjorn attracted every gaze with his abrupt eruption. Bystanders paused, murmuring suspicions about his stability and slowly backing off to avoid conflict. Reaching his aim, he embraced their fear, since avoiding excess attention became easier through intimidation. In a land governed by power, behaving erratic gained instant respect and caution from others. Bjorn continued forward, observing how people instinctively made way without any further clash. Unexpectedly, he found surviving here could be easier than imagined if he sustained that persona. 2 days afterward, the group assembled to evaluate the outcome of their journey. Their profits reached an incredible 152 million stones, kept safely within one member's pocket dimension. Shocked breaths and disbelief spread across the room, especially from the red-haired girl amazed by the figure. The rewards included spoils from 7 adventurers, and a rare relic still awaiting trade. Although the total impressed her, Something about the gathering felt lacking without Bjorn present. She took a sip of her drink, quietly missing his chaotic presence. As both commander and warrior, Bjorn had led the team with firm control. Without him, conversations slowed and choices lacked direction. She believed it was about equality, but deep inside, she simply refused to fall behind him. Ariel tensed as a sudden idea crossed her thoughts, wondering if someone had noticed her reaction when asked. She quickly brushed it aside, unwilling to reveal her true concern. Meanwhile, another member admitted he had already used his share and now required more resources. Discussion shifted to a recent dungeon run that seemed strangely similar in method and timing. Though the pattern mirrored Bjorn's, most rejected the thought that he could be responsible. They concluded that another person must have coincidentally followed the same approach and rhythm. Remembering Bjorn's ruthless precision, the large man felt uneasy about the chance of his return. That concern wasn't misplaced, since Bjorn had conquered dungeons faster than anyone they had witnessed. Misha ended the silence, questioning aloud whether he had truly returned. In a fierce display, Bjorn yelled while advancing, overpowering his opponents effortlessly. 3 days after arriving, he had already seized leadership of the Western Federation. From above, he mocked the people below, ignoring their desperate pleas. Their effort to deceive him using a child as bait failed immediately. Bjorn charged in, destroyed everything, and delivered a message through pure devastation. No opposition remained, since he secured absolute control exactly as he planned. Bjorn finished the day's training by reminding everyone to act properly and remain disciplined outside. Before departing, he looked at a subordinate and casually requested his name. Startled, the man replied quickly, only for Bjorn to pretend he had forgotten once more. Another individual quietly mentioned plans to skip the next drill, assuming he would go unnoticed. His reasoning collapsed under Bjorn's gaze, followed by a rushed and nervous denial. Instead of pushing further, Bjorn allowed it to pass with a subtle warning. Far from the base, a mystical system silently chose names destined to die in upcoming dungeons. These selected individuals remained unaware that survival was already impossible for them. Among them stood someone Bjorn had once battled, now unknowingly facing another demise. Suspicion grew as Bjorn observed unusual behavior among the townspeople. The Eastern Federation's actions appeared connected, encouraging caution rather than aggression. He suggested retreat, choosing to avoid unnecessary conflict. From afar, Bjorn spotted a familiar red-haired figure within the crowd. Fate had brought them together repeatedly, yet they had remained strangers. Finally, he discovered her name was Amelia Renwells. Bjorn understood avoiding Amelia was no longer possible and rushed toward the encounter. He instructed his subordinate to keep pace as they advanced toward the opposition. Without delay, he launched himself forward, striking swiftly and surprising everyone. Amelia reacted in disbelief upon recognizing Bjorn, confused by his sudden arrival. She questioned why a barbarian was present, while Bjorn responded with equal suspicion. His interest deepened, now focused on uncovering Amelia's true intentions. Misha suddenly cut him off, waving away the question with a firm command to stay quiet. Without delay, she disclosed her objective to eliminate Bjorn in return for assistance with her task. Although intrigued, he stayed cautious, believing her offer of help might hide hidden intentions. A fleeting recollection appeared. He had previously struck her during an earlier clash in the sewers. She had no memory of it due to erased memories, or so she assumed. With a scoff at his guarded attitude, she brushed off the doubt and suggested relocating elsewhere. Before they managed to depart, booming voices echoed as a group theatrically dropped from above. Instead of hearing them out, Bjorn hurled his subordinate upward for interrupting without cause. Applause burst from spectators, while a former ally spotted Bjorn in the commotion. They moved away from the crowd, favoring peace instead of conflict. Misha mocked his actions, calling them immature and unsuitable for someone his age. Rather than respond, Bjorn reversed the question, urging her to explain first. With a casual shrug, she stated she had defeated her intended leader and taken control. Though laced with sarcasm, her voice carried a subtle admiration for his resolve. While seeking an explorer, Bjorn revealed he had traded assistance for proper direction. Grasping Misha's reasoning, Bjorn understood she selected weaker companions to stay unnoticed. Instead of interfering, he accepted her discreet strategy as it matched his own intentions. Her reference to a former promise surprised him, though the memory quickly resurfaced. That agreement never to cross paths again had once been her condition for separation. Even if the meeting was accidental, Bjorn recognized her concern without objection, reassuring her it wasn't deliberate. He promised to avoid unnecessary trouble moving forward. Instead of handing anyone over, he offered to provide his subordinates for her operation. Ascending with confidence, he brushed off concerns regarding comparative faction strength, claiming dominance over the eastern zone. He boldly dismissed minor issues as insignificant. Reports of his takeover rapidly caused unrest within the faction. Followers gathered in support, while skeptics quietly questioned his sudden rise to power. An officer stepped forward, demanding clarification for Bjorn's aggressive actions. Without pause, Bjorn renamed a subordinate Cyclops and ordered complete obedience. His command went unquestioned, issuing directives with clarity and authority. Their next objective: examine every individual in Bifron for hidden symbols. Shock spread as several men revealed identical tattoos across their backs. Bjorn swiftly ordered his team to assemble everyone bearing those marks immediately. Some misinterpreted the instruction, leading him to shut down the awkward misunderstanding in irritation. Curiosity, rather than obligation, pushed Bjorn to uncover the identity tied to Misha's search. The name Oriel Gabus emerged, the very creator behind Dungeon and Stone. Stories suggested he might still exist, preserved through mysterious methods. Locating Oriel could reveal a route back to Bjorn's original world. A possible solution felt closer than ever, concealed behind this unexpected clue. Although Misha remained unclear, her honesty was never doubted. By the 6th day, their routine had grown into something almost tranquil. Hope began fading by the 8th. Oriel was likely absent from Bifron. Even so, Bjorn acknowledged the minor progress they had made. Misha's mention of a hidden passage reignited interest in escaping the city. Though reluctant, she eventually agreed to show the underground route. Bjorn smiled quietly, realizing this was the opportunity he needed. During the still night, Bjorn reflected on how much he had learned about Misha over the past days. Details like her eating habits and fondness for reading revealed parts of her character. When he brought up the barbarian she once mentioned, she completely avoided the subject. Her refusal to answer only deepened his curiosity about the person she respected. He questioned her motives for stealing, certain her actions didn't align with her image. Eventually, she confessed her targets deserved it and chose to end the conversation for the night. Before leaving, she said they would meet again soon, though nothing was guaranteed. Bjorn watched her depart, catching a rare, faint smile as she turned away. Later, he lay in his room, waiting for the community forum to activate. As midnight drew near, his awareness began shifting toward the familiar alternate realm. The transition intensified, signaling the forum's arrival. Just before the transfer finalized, he hoped everyone would log in this time. At a luxurious lounge, Hansu overheard as a man subtly referenced Baiko's sudden disappearance. The atmosphere around him abruptly warped, light and space, twisting strangely, without any signal. Perplexed, he became disoriented, unable to understand what had just taken place. A stern individual mentioned Baiko but swiftly avoided any further inquiry. Declining to elaborate, he implied that Baiko could never be located again. Hansu remained by himself, thrust into a strange and threatening setting. Everything around him felt unreal, filled only with haunting silence and fragmented recollections. Thinking back to an in-game incident involving new arrivals, he made a disturbing connection. The realization struck deeply. He may have just met the dungeon's overseer. Close by, creature-like beings spoke about their unexpected arrival without clear memory. Each individual recalled different moments before being brought into this place. A figure seated on a throne brushed them off coldly, uninterested in their explanations. An armored newcomer became the target of ridicule from a lounging fighter. Despite the mockery, the others recognized the goblin as a formidable paladin. The leader restrained himself, knowing provoking the paladin was unwise. The goblin's sudden appearance drew attention as a masked man greeted him mockingly. Instead of welcome, he faced scorn, accused of acting like someone weak. Though irritated, nobody confronted the goblin, his reputation as a strong paladin keeping them wary. Tension intensified as the gathering formally started, and discussion shifted to the resurrection stone. Lion confirmed the agreement remained, admitting his choice came from desperation. When asked who would start, nobody answered, silence settling around the circular table. Unease spread as masked figures exchanged uncertain looks. Then suddenly, the sealed doors groaned open once more, defying their earlier closure. An unknown man entered boldly, unsettling the one who claimed authority. A girl wearing a fox mask reacted first, calling out to someone she believed she knew. Suspicion grew as Lion admitted he didn't recognize one individual present. Doubt spread, as no one confessed to inviting the stranger to this hidden meeting. Accusations turned toward Lion, suspecting deception, yet he calmly denied any involvement. The group questioned how the man bypassed invitation rules, which should have already expired. Brushing it aside, Lion played along, claiming unpredictability fit his character well. One masked participant demanded clarification, but the elder silenced them calmly. Instead of resisting, the group fell quiet as the man claimed he knew the intruder's origin. He mentioned the military, or possibly a tiger, triggering a memory that explained everything. Sergeant Lee. Lion addressed him carefully, assuming the intruder belonged to a known military figures group. The misunderstanding seemed reasonable, as the false identity appeared convincing enough. From the outsider's viewpoint, posing as Lee Baiko's acquaintance offered a strategic benefit. Several members whispered, surprised by the mistaken identity and the connection to Baiko. Watching their reactions, the outsider realized this confusion worked to his advantage. However, danger still lingered. If revealed, the leader could severely punish him for deception. He quickly observed the surroundings, understanding the space and its rules with experienced awareness. Instead of panicking, he patiently waited for the leader's next question regarding his name. Amused, the elder accepted his vague answer and continued the act. Their brief exchange concluded, but the leader hinted he would not remain in this space long. The group reacted with confusion, unsure why he would depart before completing his objective. Before leaving, the leader revealed there was still something crucial to announce. The masked man calmly warned them, declaring a powerful spell would soon transform the world. He disclosed the existence of 6 keys connected to the Abyss Gate, shocking the assembly. Despite the revelation, one individual remained calm, already aware the truth had been uncovered. Sitting with composure, the clown brushes aside the earlier comments, causing the older man's irritation to become apparent. Instead of ignoring it, the man reflects on the remark, recognizing how unusual it sounds. Setting aside emotions, the clown explains he's present solely to observe a certain response, not driven by allegiance. A faint glow emerges in the man's palm, indicating his remaining time is running short. Without pausing, he declares his exit as energy slowly engulfs his body. Just before disappearing, an ally moves forward, seizing his arm and showing reluctance to let him leave. With a casual shrug, the man recalls being labeled Old Geezer, a title that brings back distant recollections. He reveals it came from someone meaningful, tying it to a past that remains unsettled. While departing, he alludes to what may come ahead, leaving behind a heavy, unspoken tension. Curiosity grows about the master's reappearance and his mysterious year-long disappearance. Observations indicate he had been losing connection, possibly confined by outside interference. Suspicion builds, particularly about how he returned, despite earlier limitations. Though acting unaware, the lion-masked individual cannot completely reject possessing some knowledge. He acknowledges having a hypothesis, but is interrupted before he can explain further. Eventually, he cuts the conversation short, unwilling to continue trivial exchanges. A soft creak resonates as the chamber door opens, signaling the beginning of the moment. Without hesitation, the masked figure initiates the first official gathering of the Round Table. Details emerge. The Magic Tower is investigating whether divine energy can break Nork's barrier. Reports from the Zoran territory describe instability and clans failing to sustain internal order. Doubt arises when someone questions whether this danger was truly unforeseen. Anxiety increases as it's suggested the Zorans might be gathering troops under false pretenses. Unexpectedly, Bjorn Yandel's name surfaces, catching one masked participant off guard. Rather than passing unnoticed, the mention creates tension, hinting at deeper significance tied to him. Remaining silent, Bjorn watches as the discussion moves on before reactions can surface. When addressed, the clown cautions that his report might not sit well with certain members. He reveals that someone has already crossed the barrier, most likely intending to kill. Several individuals quietly consider the target, suspicion spreading throughout the chamber. Taking his turn, another participant brings up the missing divine relics. Reactions vary. Some remember earlier discussions, while others appear confused. Calmly, he announces that all 6 legendary artifacts have completely vanished. Shock ripples through the group as they struggle to accept the disappearance of the relics. Voices erupt, questioning how such powerful items could simply cease to exist. Remaining composed, the informant confirms the truth. The 6 treasures are indeed gone. A crystal projection reveals undeniable proof, confirming the relic's disappearance. Instead of concern, the clown laughs softly, clearly amused by everyone's astonishment. Internally, one masked participant is thrown into confusion, unable to grasp the implications for their authority. Acknowledging the report, the lion-masked man demands to know how such information was obtained. Only a select few should have been aware, raising concerns about a potential leak. Visibly unsettled, the speaker hesitates, unable to conceal his fear under pressure. Realization spreads among the members he must have known and concealed it all along. As a form of reward, he is granted access to the Stone of Recuperation on the 9th level, Confused, he questions the unexpected generosity extended toward him. Rather than kindness, the action is revealed to stem from curiosity and amusement. Expressing desperation, the masked man declares he will claim the stone, regardless of the cost. Beneath his words, others begin to sense a deeper concealed crisis. Remaining quiet, the lion-masked figure observes, choosing to watch rather than engage. Someone accuses him of having known the truth from the beginning, shifting attention toward him. The clown redirects the discussion, calling on the goblin, indicating it is his turn to speak. The goblin is questioned about his earlier claim that someone surpassed even the game master. A clarification follows. The GM did not create the community forum, but only modified it. This revelation shocks the group, leaving them unsettled and uncertain. Members begin to question who originally built the forum, realizing the GM was not its creator. The lion-masked man quietly observes their confusion, satisfied that he has captured their focus. He concludes the matter by demanding more meaningful information next time, reasserting his authority. 3 rounds went by without uncovering anything meaningful. Thrown into unknown surroundings with others, he gained no real advantage. The confinement approach used by Morak felt more like panic than a calculated plan. No valuable insight resulted from it. Based on the silence, the discussion in progress held nothing reliable. He quickly concluded it was a waste of effort. Within the circular chamber, a strange stillness lingered as everyone waited for understanding. A masked woman eventually broke the silence, questioning whether anyone bore resentment toward them. Her voice carried tension. Someone responded by denying it, claiming they weren't important enough to attract hatred or notice. Accepting that reality, another admitted there was nothing useful to gain from where they stood. His earlier certainty disappeared, replaced by vigilance after witnessing the presence of a new threat. Others felt the same, sensing deliberate pressure the moment the visitor arrived. Rumors spread that the master and the lion may have communicated without words. Startled, someone insisted such casual telepathy shouldn't exist. Even the master had denied it before. Even so, another suggested he had perceived something unusual, something that distinguished the lion. No thoughts could be detected from the lion at all, not even the slightest trace. While the master's mind could be faintly accessed, the lion remained entirely sealed. That absence hinted at something far more dangerous than they had anticipated. One hesitated, questioning whether the lion might actually surpass the master in strength. A disturbing image of the lion surrounded by violent energy lingered vividly in their minds. Another nervously speculated the lion might simply lack thoughts, but his words were met with wary stares. No one spoke again, and silence reclaimed the room. From afar, someone observed the situation unfold, curious about how the lion would react. Fear crept in as he imagined the lion's wrath. Perhaps he had overstepped, patience had limits, and forgiveness was never guaranteed even after cutting ties. A trace of sympathy remained. He had once respected that individual. Elsewhere, the outcast searched for redemption, working relentlessly to return from exile. A glowing device suddenly flickered, immediately drawing attention. Without revealing identity, the record displayed a login at 3 a.m., an irregular occurrence. Suspicion deepened. Someone had clearly entered unnoticed with intent. It became evident they hadn't joined at the beginning, but slipped in midway. To uncover the truth, he activated meditation magic and traced the connection. The realization struck sharply. It was the same hidden observer exiled a year ago. A user identified as 0720 had first raised suspicion nearly a year prior. Logs showed no assistance from any guide, leaving unanswered questions. They decided to ban him after noticing his clothing resembled attire from another world. It was believed the mysterious chat room activated at 3 in the morning. Though considered ordinary, it couldn't be accessed directly due to privacy restrictions. Still, outside observations confirmed something unusual was occurring inside. Some believed the chat functioned as a hidden meeting place beyond their reach. Gaining access would take time, but specialists believed it was possible. Attention shifted to a previous user, Elfnunna, known for resisting mental probing. Attempts to read Elfnunna's thoughts failed due to an exceptionally dense mental barrier. Despite repeated efforts, no connection could be formed. As a result, they resolved to investigate him more deeply. Morning light streamed through the window as a red-haired woman shook Bjorn awake. Still half asleep, he questioned why she had come. She announced her departure, saying the current search was pointless. Instead of arguing, Bjorn accepted it and casually remarked they would meet again. She looked back, confused by his certainty, and muttered that he was strange. After she left, he shifted focus to an upcoming inspection.
Crowds gathered at Bifron's fifth supply center to receive the morning distribution. An elderly man reported they had followed instructions. Miners could now collect food freely. Bjorn acknowledged the improvement, but became distracted by a familiar child nearby. Recognizing the boy who once assigned him to a partner, Bjorn approached with curiosity. He frowned at his own wording but ignored it. During their talk, the boy admitted he had been reading at the public library. The books arranged neatly on the shelves were not Bjorn's doing, he had only preserved them. Satisfied, he encouraged the boy to continue learning and aim higher. Before leaving, he reminded him that a scholar must protect his head. Their footsteps echoed as Bjorn revealed a hidden path leading outside. Fear spread across the elder's face, realizing his brief freedom might soon end. Bjorn smiled, he couldn't leave forever. Without him, everything would eventually fall apart. Through the stone passage, Bjorn moved forward, the quiet disturbed only by the echo of his footsteps. The strange task lingered, retrieving skewers from a known place, clearly intended to measure his loyalty. All at once, a faint pulse from Leffer's item indicated something had shifted, the waiting had ended. Without much pause, he triggered the signal, ripping the scroll that emitted intense magical pressure. Sparks of light burst as power coiled around his hands, teleporting him in a flash of violet lightning. The arrival was instant. Bjorn stood within a sacred chamber, dozens of formidable figures waiting silently. The demon elders observed him carefully, uncertain of his purpose or value. Bjorn released a fierce roar, channeling raw strength to conjure a massive illusion above them. Calmly dismissing it, he announced his presence without unsheathing his weapon. A known voice commented that he was unchanged, sharp and rebellious as always. The directions were simple: wait, observe, and answer any tasks they might present. Even though he was told he could decline, Bjorn suspected that option didn't truly exist. One elder asked a question: what did he desire above all else? Survival came first, Bjorn answered, though preferably not alone. If a decision had to be made, he'd choose only when the moment required it. The elder's direct remark cut through the air. Bjorn's vague reply was recognized for what it was. Unwilling to admit it plainly, he merely explained that sacrificing himself wasn't how he wanted to phrase it. Suddenly, a crimson demon issued a challenge for a duel. Laughter rang out as the red fighter declared that nothing was more truthful than battle itself. Bjorn considered requesting a weapon, but decided to accept the challenge empty-handed instead. Intrigued, the fighter asked what the barbarian feared most, shifting the tone from intense to reflective. Thoughts of death came first, an image too familiar from countless failures in the past. He clarified his actual fear, facing someone undeniably stronger than himself. Misinterpreted, Bjorn calmly denied underestimating his opponent. The fear wasn't about defeat, it was having to struggle harder, again and again, endlessly. His response resonated with another fighter, who confirmed that fear itself defined what it meant to be a barbarian. With a grin, the red fighter accepted his answer. When asked if he loved anyone, Bjorn replied, no, though his silence hinted at hesitation. A new trial was introduced, dismantling a twisted metal puzzle, using only insight. The elder suggested a particular approach, already convinced Bjorn wouldn't succeed, assured he had no time restriction. Bjorn listened as the elder encouraged persistence over intellect. These puzzles reminded him of those he solved in the hospital during long recovery days. 10 minutes passed, irritation rising still. He refused to give up. It finally made sense. This was the legendary Gordian knot, a challenge meant to test the solver's mindset. Laughter spread among the elders while he worked silently, fingers moving through the tangled rings. Releasing a sudden surge of power, he grew larger and ripped the puzzle apart. The shattered ring struck the floor, drawing shocked reactions from the observers. No elegance, no technique, just brute strength and a straightforward solution. When questioned, he brushed off their complaints, noting no one had forbidden destruction. Clues had been present from the start, hidden beneath layered words and misleading options. With a smug smile, he recreated the impossible lock as if mocking their trick. Soon after, the next participant stepped forward, and the test went on. A calm voice asked how many lives he had taken so far. Recalling every fight, he answered honestly they were the ones who attacked first. Without judgment, the elder accepted his truth and passed the next question along. Bjorn confirmed he had spoken honestly, returning the item to its owner. Satisfied, the silver-haired elder concluded the trial and instructed the group to begin their deliberation. Bjorn simply nodded and stepped aside, giving them space to discuss privately. A sudden voice interrupted the silence, causing Bjorn to turn toward an unfamiliar figure. Without hesitation, the silver-haired girl mocked his appearance the moment she recognized him. Instead of showing embarrassment, she laughed loudly at her own remark. Bjorn quickly responded,
throwing insults about her upbringing and lack of manners. Her defensive reaction revealed more than intended. Her father had raised her alone. Observers watched in astonishment, impressed he unsettled someone so notoriously feared. Confusion struck. Was this girl really the shaman he was meant to meet? She teased him about needing a blessing, hinting at an apology. He stood firm, proudly stating he wouldn't beg. He was a barbarian. From the shadows, a new presence reminded everyone that the final authority belonged to the ancient dragon. To Bjorn's surprise, the girl casually referred to the dragon as her father. Realization hit. He had just insulted the daughter of his potential benefactor. Pen is presented as the priestess of her tribe and the offspring of an ancient dragon, holding a regal and intimidating aura. Her reputation alone is enough to quiet most individuals. Yet, the notion of her offering an apology seems irrational to Bjorn. Bjorn contemplates the absurdity of the moment. Her position itself should render her untouchable, yet she behaves otherwise. He understands that responding to her apology or emphasizing it too much could make him appear insecure. Attempting to avoid humiliation, Bjorn insists that he was not staring. Pen, unconvinced, questions his statement with bluntness, forming an uncomfortable pause between them as she challenges his actions. Another elf individual appears as Bjorn internally decides that Pen's behavior is unusual. Doubt grows that she might be mentally unstable, even if not entirely threatening. A third party intervenes to stop the tension. They reprimand both Bjorn and Pen equally, stating they both share blame in the conflict. Bjorn feels puzzled, believing he only spoke truthfully and did not lie. The mediator gently explains that sometimes even truth should remain unspoken. Although the statement sounds polite, Bjorn perceives it as a subtle insult, leaving him uncertain about how to react. An hour later, a refined Dragonkin king, Lapper, enters. He assumes the earlier interaction helped them connect. Judging by appearances, Bjorn and Pen clarify they had simply been sitting quietly. Lapper announces that their request has been approved, astonishing Bjorn. However, he explains that a condition must be fulfilled. According to divine command, they must obtain the heart of the Dragonslayer, if they manage to defeat him. Bjorn questions the unusual demand for the Dragonslayer's heart. Lapper clarifies it relates to the curse Pen once cast, one so potent it harmed her own body. Shocked, Bjorn remembers that only ancient dragons could perform such spells. Lapper reveals the truth. Although stories claimed the ancient dragon used the curse, it was actually their daughter, Pen, who bore the cost. Pen explains that her time froze the instant she cast the spell, leaving her trapped in an ageless condition. She has remained confined within the temple ever since, but with the heart, she might return to normal. Bjorn accepts the condition. He states that if he ever confronts the Dragonslayer, he will not hesitate. He will defeat him and retrieve the heart. A vision reveals the Dragonslayer standing victorious over a fallen dragon. The danger is undeniable, yet Bjorn accepts the responsibility. The elder feels satisfied and casually suggests Bjorn spend time alongside Pen. Bjorn is surprised, interpreting the suggestion as strangely worded, leading to an awkward interaction. After the elder departs, Bjorn and Pen stay seated. As evening arrives, their quiet talk develops into an extended conversation. Pen begins by describing the 3 types of dragon blessings: earth, volcano, and sea, each granting distinct abilities linked to essence absorption. Bjorn listens as she continues, eventually prompting him to share his past journeys from multiple expeditions. Bjorn hesitates to speak about himself, but Pen persists. She explains that sharing his story is essential for her to properly align the blessing, as the ritual requires emotional connection. After a lengthy discussion, Pen concludes she has gathered enough from him. She guides Bjorn to another room where the ritual will occur. Pen confirms he selected the earth, dragon's blessing, and prepares to inscribe the mark. Bjorn lies on a table, and she asks where the tattoo should be placed, considering its palm-sized dimension. Bjorn thinks about the consequences if anyone notices the dragon's blessing tattoo before he becomes chief. To prevent suspicion, he requests it be placed somewhere concealed. Pen misunderstands and proposes an awkward location. Bjorn quickly declines the idea, suggesting a more suitable yet still hidden place, the sole of his foot. With the misunderstanding resolved, Pen agrees to the request. She prepares for the carving while Bjorn braces himself for the pain, still uneasy about the situation. Pen begins the ritual, warning Bjorn about the severe pain. He responds confidently, trusting his warrior endurance will be sufficient. The instant the blessing is engraved, Bjorn screams in agony. The Earth Dragon's blessing fuses with his soul, increasing all bonus stats by 20%. As his consciousness begins to slip away, Pen casually reveals her full name, Pentias Aelrids, and tells him to just call her Pen. Shortly after, Bjorn completely loses consciousness. The following day, Bjorn heads to a dilapidated building where a group of men are secretly gathered. From his bag, he produces something that immediately shocks one of them. He confirms that it is the spicy item one of them had asked for. The man eagerly accepts it, overwhelmed that Bjorn actually delivered it. Bjorn casually tells them to enjoy it and reminds them to keep everything confidential. The group celebrates, realizing they've received something incredibly valuable. After a while, Bjorn watches as the men burst with excitement, their exile officially coming to an end. One of them shouts loudly, drawing the attention of others nearby. The group runs off, cheering about their freedom and praising Bjorn, now regarded as their savior. He remains standing in the middle, calm and unmoved by their emotional reactions. As they depart, Bjorn reminds them not to get caught again. He reflects that, since he never forced them into anything, they probably won't face punishment when they return home. Back at the inn, Bjorn knocks on Misha's door but is suddenly interrupted when Einar rushes out from the neighboring room in a panic. She explains that Misha was taken while Bjorn was away. Someone from her own family showed up and took her without any warning. Einar insists Misha didn't want to go and calls it outright kidnapping. Although the family claimed it was just a visit, Misha's expression suggested otherwise. Einar continues insisting that Misha was taken against her will, clearly labeling it as kidnapping. Bjorn, though doubtful, feels pressured to act quickly. Moved by Einar's emotional plea, he agrees to find Misha and leaves her in charge of watching the house and keeping things discreet. Outside, Einar's shouting causes a commotion. The neighbors complain, but Bjorn ignores the noise and focuses on gathering information. He decides to visit Raven first, unwilling to sit around doing nothing. As he walks through the village, he tries to learn what happened while he was gone. Inside an office, Bjorn discusses settlement matters with Raven. She confirms everything is progressing smoothly and asks him to report any delays. Bjorn then speaks with another man, who says nothing unusual occurred. He also checks on Bjorn, subtly showing concern for his well-being. Bjorn later meets Ragna, who welcomes him back and apologizes, expressing regret for not helping with Misha's situation. She explains that she wanted to take action but was stopped by others who said it was beyond their control. Bjorn quietly questions whether she's being sincere. Later, Einar, now cheerful and eating eagerly, suggests they visit the sanctuary together next time. Bjorn observes her eating, noting that she had been broke and starving not long ago. As night arrives, Bjorn waits for Misha to return. When she doesn't come back on time, he begins to worry that something might be wrong. Just as his concern grows, he hears movement. Einar notices Misha entering the house, wearing unfamiliar black clothes. Misha appears irritated and exhausted. When Einar tries to greet her enthusiastically, Misha brushes her off, clearly not in the mood to talk. Bjorn reassures Einar that Misha is safe and tells her to go to bed. He calmly greets Misha, expressing both relief and concern. When he asks who took her, Misha answers vaguely, saying it was one of her brothers. As part of her family, she had no choice but to go. Bjorn senses that there's more to the story. Misha, surprised, asks how he knew. He explains that his instincts told him something wasn't right. Calling it a barbarian's intuition, Bjorn downplays it. He then directly asks if she intends to tell him what really happened. Misha eventually admits that her father sent someone to retrieve her again. Although she could return, she firmly refuses to ever go back, no matter what. Bjorn accepts her decision with a faint smile, respecting her choice without pushing further. The group finally gathers around a table, again Einar, Misha, Bjorn, and Raven, reflecting on how long it has been since they were all together. They calculate their total earnings from the recent expedition, reaching 159 million stone, including the value of the rare foxfire knot. Einar expresses excitement over the amount, while the man calmly explains the deductions. His portion only covers equipment costs, while the rest is treated as shared loot. Bjorn is surprised that Raven didn't take a larger portion. He reflects on how much she has changed since they first met. Raven provides detailed documents showing that each member will receive about 30 million stone, excluding any pending personal loot settlements. Bjorn advises everyone to delay spending until after the next expedition before purchasing equipment. Einar reacts dramatically, thinking she can't spend anything, but is reassured she can use a small amount. Bjorn notices Misha hesitating and encourages her to speak. She shyly asks if they can move to a better place now that they are financially secure. She explains that she wants to cook for everyone, something she cannot do in their current living conditions. The man, who had been quietly listening, reacts with surprise, while Misha remains flustered yet hopeful about her request. At night, Nork Castle towered beneath the stars, as Lord Alphonse questioned a mysterious figure's location. His subordinate, Amelia, still had not located the person, despite ongoing effort. Inside the fortress, Alphonse studied a royal decree sent from the kingdom's archmage. The message commanded him to initiate a perilous expedition at once, placing immense pressure on his next decisions. Elsewhere, a red-haired woman inspected a glowing magical artifact at a hidden desk. She had already collected vital intelligence and arranged a thorough report, suggesting her deep role in the developing operation. An official report was transmitted using a magic device placed on a grand table. The artifact shimmered softly, delivering status updates to the authorities overseeing the situation. Two advisors debated the possibility of replicating the item locally. They determined it would require several months to produce a comparable device due to its complexity and unknown origin. After thanking the courier, Alphonse dismissed the attendant. As the magical artifact pulsed, he started murmuring to himself, clearly analyzing the consequences of the information received and the timing of next month's events. Alphonse asked about their current survival condition. Without entering the labyrinth, their provisions could only sustain the population for 3 months under normal circumstances. He then inquired about their limits under harsh austerity. The analyst estimated a maximum of 7 months if everyone endured starvation and rationed strictly. Understanding the grim timeline, Alphonse clenched his teeth. The situation was severe, and difficult decisions would soon be unavoidable. Lord Kelstein issued a strict command to seal the labyrinth, forbidding any access without his approval. The decision startled his aide, who warned about the dangers and resistance this would provoke. Despite objections, Kelstein insisted they withstand the growing pressure. He revealed a concealed agenda. The restriction would disrupt external schemes and delay any military operations connected to the dungeon. With steady eyes, he declared that only by remaining firm could they exploit a moment of weakness. That single chance, once it emerged, would shift the tide in their favor. In a village, Misha offered to cook once more, trying to raise morale. Despite lacking proper facilities, her cheerful idea caught the group off guard, but sparked a rare moment of joy. Einar eagerly supported Misha, loudly praising her cooking. Laughter spread as the team shared a light-hearted exchange, briefly escaping the heavy tension surrounding their lives. Raven, calm and composed, reminded Kelstein that resource calculations were incomplete. Still, she handed him updated figures, suggesting a possible breakthrough in supply planning. Bjorn presented the report on individual loot allocation. Each member's total value was recorded, with deductions for shared expenses. According to their usual rules, Kelstein's haul reached nearly 4 million stone, while Frelin's pack, though smaller, remained valuable. The tallies revealed each member's contributions from their recent expedition. Frelin's reward included new armor, which Bjorn intended to enchant for Munin. A playful exchange followed as Raven dryly asked who he was addressing. As Raven questioned Bjorn about his remaining wealth, the group shifted attention to his earnings. His haul, filled with high-grade gear and materials, exceeded everyone else's by a wide margin. Bjorn silently calculated his total, over 4.8 million stone. Even after subtracting costs, his balance was unmatched. The enormous profit from a single dungeon run was astonishing. Einar cut in with playful mischief, attempting to grab Raven's attention while joking with Bjorn. The scene eased the tension as everyone laughed and argued, like longtime companions. Misha assessed their financial goal: to obtain what they needed. They would need 4 months of steady income and savings, assuming no sudden complications. Bjorn agreed, estimating they could achieve the target within that period. Though uncertain, Misha stayed resolute and encouraged the group to continue moving forward. Without warning, a magical distortion occurred. The spatial transfer gate triggered, and their environment dissolved. The team had unknowingly been relocated to a new land, Raffonia, without any notice. Half a year passed. The group had settled into a new residence within Raffonia, having finally reached their objective. Einar, Bjorn, and Misha arrived happily at their new home. They had relocated only 2 days earlier. Though simple, the house represented stability and a new beginning in their journey. Bjorn reflected on their advancement. Living in this city demanded strength, wealth, and consistency. And now, they finally possessed a place to call their own. Bjorn started to release his rigid survival mindset. Daily comforts like shared meals and warm interactions with his companions gradually replaced his former cold routine. Finding joy in simple comforts, such as decent food and a proper bed, he discovered an unfamiliar satisfaction in the stability they had built after months of turmoil. Still, uncertainty remained. With the loss of the creation relic, his route home was unclear. Even his wish to return began to falter as he questioned his true desires. Bjorn and Raven completed their duties earlier than planned and went to the tavern, where they intended to regroup with their team after a successful sale of loot. Arriving ahead of time, they noticed the place was still vacant. Rather than waiting idly, they used the opportunity to unwind. enjoying the rare silence before the others arrived. Time moved slowly, and Bjorn realized waiting felt longer than usual. Every moment dragged despite the calm, as if leading towards something unexpected. Bjorn softly thanked Raven, recognizing how she consistently handled the group's burdens, though his tone implied a deeper appreciation than usual. She joked about him being too reliable, requesting payment before complimenting him again. Bjorn played along, pretending he would become wealthy at this pace. At that moment, a strange presence altered the atmosphere. Bjorn sensed something off. An unfamiliar aura had entered the tavern, suggesting that peace might soon end. The group gathered again at the tavern, enjoying a well-deserved meal, thanks to Raven's accuracy. Everyone obtained an equal share, 3.5 million stone each. During the meal, Raven reminded Bjorn he had something to say. With a nod, he paused, collected his thoughts, and drew their attention. As the group waited, Bjorn poured a drink and placed his mug down. The atmosphere shifted as everyone felt the weight of what he was about to reveal. Bjorn announced he would no longer enter the hunter's zone. The group was shocked and questioned his choice, seeking explanation. He clarified that after 3 visits into otherworldly realms, they had gained everything worthwhile. The battles had become repetitive and not worth the danger. Instead, he suggested a new path, the Ice Gorge. Though far and dangerous, it held unexplored potential. Bjorn hinted it might also contain an answer he sought. Bjorn described his long-term strategy: obtain an item in the Ice Gorge, then prepare for the deeper, more dangerous dungeon levels ahead. Misha cautioned him not to disclose too much, but he confirmed their concerns. His goal was connected to a powerful hidden trigger, the Dragon Slayer's flag. In his hand, he held the object with 2 vines intertwined. The second vine was essential to preserving the legendary flag's fate. Until the right moment arrived, Amelia, holding a glowing sphere, examined her new objective. She identified it as a transdimensional artifact, likely produced through forbidden alchemical processes. Curious, she questioned the origin of the material. The orb displayed a magical response, but offered no exact information, increasing her curiosity. While she considered it, someone emerged from the darkness. Their heavy footsteps echoed as a voice ordered her to stop delaying and produce results. Annoyed, Amelia dismissed idle conversation and demanded details. The other individual revealed that all components for the ritual had been collected. As the figure departed, they casually asked for a rare monster's brain as the final requirement. Amelia, unfazed, stated she already possessed it. She explained that the object had been secretly transferred through a concealed deal at a special auction, without drawing suspicion. Amelia questioned the reason behind the unusual demand. The man admitted there were rumors of a relic capable of restoring lost memories. Surprised, Amelia began to understand the real motive. Someone intended to recover their forgotten identity, possibly something dangerous. As the mysterious man awaited results, Amelia prepared the last ingredient, yet she quietly whispered her own scheme to infuse the mixture with lethal paralytic toxin. Bjorn Yandel focused on surviving, planning to clear the 6th-floor dungeon efficiently. He recalled his past, remembering lessons from Hansu, promising to join the team later. A female ally sat quietly, waiting, remembering her own experience and previous reduction task. She hesitated, speaking nervously, realizing she might never achieve her original goal now. Bjorn listened carefully, trying to understand her concern while eating his prepared meal. She admitted regret, wishing she had accepted the offer immediately, now feeling distant. Bjorn acknowledged her feelings, noting the gap between them continued to grow unexpectedly. The female ally attempted to explain her hesitation, struggling with the timing of words. He recognized her struggle, preparing himself to respond calmly and clearly to her concerns. Bjorn stopped her, revealing he never intended to place her in the team. Initially, he announced his plan to create a new clan, surprising her greatly. She reacted with shock, realizing the significance of his decision for future teamwork. Bjorn confirmed the clan formation, estimating it would take several months to prepare. She agreed, enthusiastically, deciding to join him despite not understanding every procedural detail. Bjorn reassured her, emphasizing this information would remain secret until the clan officially started. Bjorn woke up early, noticing the clock and sunlight streaming through the wooden window. He reflected on his repetitive daily routine, realizing every day had become exactly predictable. A red-haired companion appeared, greeting him while handing groceries and suggesting a library visit. Bjorn confirmed his schedule, explaining he would meet Rottmiller at the training grounds later. She asked about dinner plans, and he casually mentioned they would probably eat at home. The female ally silently read a novel, showing interest in the story he recommended. Bjorn observed her reactions, noting she seemed warmer and more comfortable interacting with him recently. A training instructor praised Bjorn, announcing that he had mastered the basics of combat. He internally evaluated the old man's guidance, realizing it would be critical for future success. The group prepared to leave the city, discussing responsibilities and assignments before continuing their journey. Bjorn enjoyed a brief moment of comfort and relaxation, drinking and observing the surroundings carefully. Despite the calm, he remained cautious, aware that unusual events had occurred recently, without explanation. A clown appeared, unexpectedly, drawing attention and creating tension among the adventurers during the gathering. Bjorn remained alert, noting the clown's presence as potentially significant for future challenges ahead. The group began preparing to leave, while the companions shouted and argued about household chores nearby. Bjorn approached the dungeon entrance cautiously, preparing himself mentally for the next challenge ahead. He recalled the labyrinth plan for tomorrow, considering strategies to complete it efficiently. The team entered the first floor crystal cave, moving cautiously while analyzing every detail around them. Inside the cave, the group discovered it had been transformed into a dangerous beast's den. They retraced their steps, heading north again, hoping to find a safer path forward. Bjorn reminded the team to move quickly while staying alert for contribution point opportunities. The companions felt a strange disturbance, sensing that mana was unusually concentrated around the center. A female ally detected cursed energy, immediately suspecting the presence of black magic nearby. Bjorn acknowledged the abnormal situation, understanding that proceeding normally could result in serious danger. A knight suggested increasing speed to escape the first floor as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a magical attack struck from behind, forcing the group to react defensively immediately. They narrowly avoided the dangerous attack, shocked by the unexpected red magical energy surrounding them. The team regrouped, trying to analyze the attack while considering what kind of magic occurred. Bjorn realized the spell was entirely unknown and unnerving, causing him serious concern internally. Despite uncertainty, they resolved to continue cautiously, preparing for whatever unpredictable challenges awaited further inside. The team sensed danger as mana surged violently around the central area unexpectedly. Bjorn noticed the red-haired ally's anxiety, realizing even the sensitive one feared what awaited. He gripped his weapon tightly, understanding that peaceful days had abruptly ended forever now. Bjorn advanced cautiously through the war-torn area, determined to survive without losing anyone else. The companions shouted to grab his attention, warning of a possible misstep or danger. A blonde ally suggested heading to the second floor, questioning whether it was the right choice. Bjorn explained the floor's danger and the enemy movements, emphasizing caution for the approaching team. They continued toward the second floor, maintaining formation to avoid being separated or ambushed. Along the way they met other adventurers, confirming that the situation was indeed real now. Hansen Kelders revealed information about Mork's previous actions, hinting at possible consequences for the team. Bjorn processed the intel, understanding that collaboration would increase survival odds in the dangerous labyrinth. Allies debated whether to trust one another fully, knowing hesitation could cost them their lives. Despite uncertainty, the team pressed onward, preparing for unexpected attacks or traps on the way. Bjorn led strategically, balancing caution with speed while keeping all companions' safety in mind. The group advanced together, aware that survival required unity and vigilance against the labyrinth's unpredictable dangers. Bjorn Yandel considered the stranger's offer while assessing his companions' reactions carefully. The voice control magic activated as everyone prepared to make a difficult collective decision. Misha and the red-haired fighter expressed unease, sensing something unusual about the situation. The blonde strategist questioned joining the strangers, debating whether their ID could be trusted. Bjorn suggested ignoring appearances and judging each person by actions, not false identities. Everyone watched as the potential allies revealed their swords, ready to show their intentions. The blonde hesitated, struggling with fear, knowing a wrong choice could risk everyone. Bjorn urged her to make a careful choice, emphasizing responsibility and group safety. The party collectively paused, weighing the burden and potential consequences of each decision. Bjorn stepped forward to refuse the stranger's offer, ensuring his team remained cautious. The strangers accepted rejection politely and began retreating, leaving the group to continue onward. Bjorn reminded everyone to move carefully, understanding that survival depended on vigilance and unity. The strategist examined the fallen knight, identifying a noble crest branded on his neck. Bjorn realized that even knights in this world could be treated as expendable. The party acknowledged the harsh reality, noting that not every noble house remained honorable. Bjorn Yandel observed the battlefield, assessing monster traces and possible threats nearby cautiously. The companions debated timing for battle, considering their enemy's strength and unknown magical abilities. Raven suggested strategies for approaching the portal, calculating risks while keeping the group safe. Bjorn imagined worst-case scenarios if the party retreated, facing complete destruction in the forest. Every warrior prepared for attack, knowing hesitation could cause irreparable damage to all members. The red-haired fighter kept alert, scanning the skies and shadows for possible incoming enemies. The group turned, surprised by an unexpected movement. Realizing an enemy had approached rapidly, Bjorn reacted swiftly, using his barbarian instincts to counter the powerful wind magic. Gale struck the battlefield, forcing everyone to brace themselves while evaluating the enemy's power. Bjorn identified the skeletal warrior, recognizing a past foe who had threatened them previously. The companions froze briefly, remembering the previous battle against the dangerous clown figure. No immediate relief appeared, as the clown's presence made everyone tense and anxious immediately. Bjorn recalled the clown's manipulations, realizing the enemy had previously controlled events from shadows. The group prepared cautiously, knowing every misstep could give the clown lethal advantage rapidly. Raven, Misha, and the others readied weapons, following Bjorn as they cautiously advanced forward. The skeletal clown commanded the army, clapping hands while preparing everyone for the upcoming battle. Raven activated voice control magic, ensuring the clown could no longer hear their tactical discussions. Misha and the others readied weapons cautiously, observing the clown's reactions with careful attention. Bjorn unleashed his power, casting gigantification and wild release, transforming into a monstrous barbarian warrior. The companions struggled to comprehend the abilities, realizing attacking recklessly could result in total disaster. They positioned themselves behind Bjorn, trusting him to absorb the unpredictable attacks from the enemy. The skeletal clown reacted angrily, unable to understand Bjorn's abilities, and prepared his next lethal strike. Misha realized the enemy might drain their magic, urging the group to conserve critical MP carefully. Raven recognized the danger, identifying the clown as a highly skilled agility poison necromancer. The corpse collector rose suddenly under the clown's control, threatening the group with deadly surprise attacks. The companions retreated strategically, dodging attacks while attempting to analyze the necromancer's weaknesses and tactics. Bjorn and Raven coordinated silently, planning to freeze the corpse while minimizing potential risks to everyone. The companions observed the corpse collector's powers, realizing it specialized in summoning and agile close-range combat. Raven prepared a precise spell, focusing on stopping the animated corpse while protecting nearby allies simultaneously. The group advanced cautiously, understanding that reckless aggression could allow the clown and necromancer to overwhelm them. The skeletal clown began chanting, casting a powerful curse of stone targeting Bjorn's entire body. Bjorn braced himself, using all his magic resistance and strength to withstand petrification. The companions watched carefully, preparing to react in case the curse immobilized their leader. Bjorn's enhanced magic resistance nullified the curse, allowing him to stand and continue fighting. The red-haired fighter analyzed the battlefield, realizing the clown's power had spread far beyond expectation. Bjorn charged forward, relying on gigantification and wild release to counteract enemies' overwhelming magical strength. The clown mocked Bjorn's resilience, acknowledging that his reputation had grown faster than anticipated recently. Raven prepared the corpses, freezing them with careful precision to limit the necromancer's control effectively. The group coordinated silently, following Bjorn's lead, while carefully tracking every enemy movement across the field. Bjorn confronted the clown, activating hazardous substance reinforcement to strengthen his sword for sudden attacks. Companions observed as Bjorn's enhanced attacks collided with enemy forces, forcing the group to adapt rapidly. The battlefield erupted in magic and steel, demonstrating Bjorn's incredible strength and strategic mastery under pressure. Bjorn commanded a retreat, ordering everyone to run, evading the clown's dangerous assault immediately. The companions followed obediently, ensuring each teammate stayed safe while avoiding unpredictable magical traps. Raven froze obstacles with precision, allowing the party to escape the chaotic battlefield effectively and safely. The skeletal clown deactivated Bjorn's bone armor, surprising the group with unexpected magical precision. He observed their retreat, analyzing whether curiosity about another powerful monster might compromise their safety. The clown questioned the situation remotely, confirming that the battlefield was sealed and no intruders remained. Bjorn noticed a strange laugh, recognizing it as a habitual response while wearing a mask. The companions discussed the implications quietly, realizing the enemy's behavior could signal further hidden strategies. Raven and Misha planned their next movement, preparing carefully for upcoming confrontations during future gatherings. Heavy steps rang along the hallway, as Bjorn and his team pushed ahead without pause. Their pace was driven by urgency rather than panic, each motion deliberate to widen the gap from the danger trailing them. Bjorn took the lead, his broad build carving a path while the others stayed close behind in disciplined formation. They weren't fleeing, they were repositioning with intent. Weapons ready, eyes sharp. They knew this wasn't mindless escape, but a calculated maneuver. Sweat streamed down Bjorn's face as his breathing grew more labored. The burden of command pressed on him, yet he refused to slow. Then, from behind, a steady and authoritative voice called for a stop, and the group obeyed instantly, sliding to a halt as tension thickened the air. Once they gathered, one member proposed easing their pace and restoring their original formation. The idea to avoid reckless combat was accepted as sensible. Bjorn looked over his companions, gauging their responses. One of them, a girl with cat ears, challenged his choice to pull back. The blonde fighter spoke with visible frustration, certain they had lost a precious opportunity for glory. Her voice carried no accusation, but her disappointment was unmistakable. To her, it seemed they had chosen caution over courage, and she struggled to reconcile that. Bjorn inwardly rejected her view. To him, escaping unscathed already bordered on a miracle. He dismissed the notion that honor was worth dying for. Her admiration likely came from seeing him as some mythic barbarian hero. Another teammate stepped in, telling the blonde to stop being stubborn. She pointed out that if the enemy had raised undead forces, their party would have been crushed. The blonde shot back, insisting she was fine. Though her frustration wasn't about the risk itself, it stemmed from how younger adventurers might judge their actions. Bjorn realized this wasn't about pride, it was about reputation. Bjorn calmly explained they hadn't actually retreated. Instead, he argued that their opponent had been the one to withdraw. His words sparked confusion and disbelief, especially from the blonde, who thought he was mocking her. He assured her he was serious. A warrior must know when to engage and when to reposition. Their current position now granted them an advantage. Understanding began to dawn on the blonde. She reconsidered her earlier judgment. If Bjorn was right, then their withdrawal wasn't weakness. It was a deliberate act of battlefield control and strategy. Bjorn reminded them he had never claimed they were abandoning the fight. His command to run had always been part of a larger plan, not surrender. The blonde brightened, suddenly convinced she had grasped his strategy from the beginning. Another member teased her reaction, though she also admitted admiration for Bjorn's clarity and composure under pressure. Bjorn's expression turned serious again, bringing focus back. He reminded them of their objective, the center of the first floor. He halted the group, lifting his shield as armored figures appeared ahead. Their movements were precise and disciplined, marking them clearly as knights. The party's tension rose as they approached carefully, ready for any sudden hostility. The knight captain ordered them to present their seals, questioning their legitimacy. Bjorn, irritated, wondered whether those seals still held any value amid such chaos. Nevertheless, he complied, ready to respond if conflict arose. Bjorn demanded answers. They had recently been ambushed by enemies carrying identical seals, making them unreliable. The commander gave no immediate reply, reinforcing Bjorn's belief that clear information was urgently needed to survive the dungeon. Another knight questioned their intentions. Bjorn directly asked what was happening on this floor, seeking clarity. The knight grew more suspicious, interpreting the inquiry as a possible threat. A teammate quickly intervened, claiming they had descended to the second floor right away and were unaware of recent developments. Even so, the knights remained wary, raising weapons and warning them against sudden movements. When one explorer tried to speak further, a knight sharply cut them off. Tension escalated as one accused them of underestimating Norak's forces, emphasizing the presence of powerful mages among them. The standoff teetered on the edge of misunderstanding. Everything shifted when a familiar name was spoken. One knight recognized Bjorn as Sir Jandal, easing the situation and assuring the others there was no threat. The commander explained they had briefly collaborated with Baron Martuan, revealing his true identity as Karl's Aramor. Another knight reacted with surprise, remembering Bjorn from a previous campaign. Bjorn stood beside Karl's, who revealed his alias, Little Falcon. Bjorn's own title, Night Crusher, was acknowledged in return, creating a sense of mutual respect between them. Karl's began detailing the situation. After the corpse chasers launched their sudden assault, many knights had been killed or scattered. Some enemies even carried counterfeit seals, spreading confusion and mistrust throughout the dungeon floors. Bjorn confirmed they were heading toward the center. A mage asked if they meant the monument's base, and Karl's affirmed that it was currently the safest location if they could reach it. It had become the most secure point on the floor. Karl's then questioned why Bjorn had taken the northern route. Bjorn explained that the trail of the corpse chasers led in that direction, appreciating the information. Karl's acknowledged that even small details could influence outcomes during wartime. Before parting, Karl's handed Bjorn a token, an insignia to present if they encountered suspicious knights. Mentioning Karl's name along with it would help avoid conflict and prevent unnecessary clashes. Bjorn accepted the ring-shaped token. One teammate remarked on his steady principles, admiring his composure. Blushing slightly, she asked Bjorn to place the ring on her finger. Caught off guard, he hesitated as she teased him playfully. The tense mood briefly shifted into awkwardness, leaving Bjorn uncertain how to respond. After separating from the knights, Bjorn and his party proceeded carefully toward the dungeon's center. As they advanced, the smell of blood grew stronger, a grim reminder of the brutal battles fought nearby. With every step, they moved closer to the danger awaiting them. A sudden shout signaled an ambush. Without delay, several foes sprang from the darkness, their weapons aimed with lethal accuracy. The assailants appeared organized, encircling the group from every direction. Bjorn's reflexes activated as he lifted his shield. He attempted to determine whether this marked the 9th ambush they had faced. Time had begun to blur within the dangerous labyrinth. Even with fatigue weighing on him, he commanded his party to remain close and ready themselves for battle. Fight after fight drained their strength. Bjorn started to feel as though he had stepped into a never-ending player-killer dungeon. Although they had survived up to now, the pressure was increasing, and their pace slowed after each clash. As they had just regrouped, another voice called out, ordering them to halt. A sizable group of unfamiliar individuals emerged, weapons raised in threat. Their message was direct: identify yourselves or suffer the consequences. Bjorn surveyed the mist-covered battlefield and quickly judged their numbers around 30, perhaps more. If they all belonged to Norak, the danger would be severe. His thoughts moved rapidly, weighing their chances should combat begin. An abrupt change followed when someone from the opposing side recognized Bjorn. Hostility gave way to surprise as a few stepped forward with recognition. A girl named Erwin hurried toward him, clearly relieved and overjoyed to find him alive. Bjorn recognized her too, though confusion crossed his mind at her sudden presence. His attention shifted to the unusual makeup of her group. When questioned about Bjorn's identity, Erwin casually stated he was someone they knew. Another familiar woman stood beside her. The tension softened somewhat, though doubts about their arrival still remained. Erwin's companions accepted the reunion as a positive sign. A neatly dressed man introduced himself as Versal Guland, the vice leader of the Lalur clan. His introduction suggested authority and organization within this newly arrived group. Bjorn gave his alias in return. Recognition came immediately. The clan appeared familiar with his reputation, particularly the title Little Falcon. Their interaction suggested mutual respect formed through past battlefield achievements. Bjorn recalled that the Lalur clan ranked just below the top 10, notable for its largely female membership. Encountering someone of such rank here was unexpected and complicated his intentions. Versal explained that the 6 teams gathered in the area had all been confirmed and identified. Bjorn inquired how this had been accomplished. Versal responded that anyone not recognized had been turned away. Their objective was straightforward: reach the safe zone at the center of the floor together, while reducing risks. Versal extended an invitation for Bjorn's team to join them. Bjorn reflected on the proposal, realizing that as vice leader, Versal likely possessed considerable combat strength. Such an alliance could be advantageous. Bjorn accepted the offered handshake, agreeing to the temporary partnership. In such an unpredictable place, dependable allies improved their odds of survival. Trust had to be built swiftly amid the chaos. With no immediate danger present, the group paused briefly. Bjorn instructed his teammates to rest while he remained on guard, staying vigilant, even as others relaxed. He understood their safety would not last. The group gathered and exchanged short conversations. One teammate commended Bjorn's choice, pointing out the strength of the vice leader and her allies. Spirits lifted as they realized how fortunate they were to encounter such companions in this perilous environment. Erwin spoke playfully, saying fate had reunited her with Bjorn. Her words suggested a personal connection, causing visible irritation among others nearby, though she seemed unaware of their reactions. She faced the mage and commended her ability, mentioning she had heard of her even prior to their meeting. The praise caught the mage off guard, as she was unaccustomed to receiving such attention. Erwin kept connecting with the group, expressing excitement over a new weapon. She handled it effortlessly and admired its craftsmanship, showing sincere joy that lightened the atmosphere among the exhausted members. Bjorn silently wondered whether Erwin had always been this outgoing. She engaged naturally with others, unlike the person he remembered. Her lively attitude began to influence the group's dynamic. At the same time, friction arose among the party. One member was reprimanded for laughing at an inappropriate moment. Embarrassed, he hurried to redirect focus by feigning loyalty to another teammate, hoping to prevent further trouble. Bjorn cut through the argument with a composed tone. Turning to Erwin, he said there was something he wished to present. The playful mood disappeared as the discussion shifted back to seriousness. Erwin suggested that her group could temporarily travel alongside Bjorn's. By joining forces, their teams could remain together within the broader alliance structure. It was a sensible plan for shared protection. Bjorn found the idea acceptable, but asked if it had been cleared with her team leader. As a mercenary, she followed a command structure, and ignoring it might lead to conflict. Erwin recognized the chain of command, explaining that she and Daria both belonged to the Blue Barrier clan. Though not leaders, she was confident she could convince the one in charge if needed. Her assurance in negotiating was clear. Shortly afterward, the large assembly began moving once more. A firm voice instructed all teams to get ready. The formation positioned Bjorn's group near the front, while Erwin's followed closely behind. Some members of the party questioned being placed at the front, feeling uncertain. Others clarified it was due to Bjorn's team specializing in close combat, while others focused on ranged support. The arrangement was tactically sound. Bjorn discovered that their favorable placement had resulted from behind-the-scenes negotiations. He started to wonder how a small team leader from a mid-ranked clan had managed to sway a major alliance. Doubt lingered as Bjorn quietly questioned the Lalor clan's reasoning. Even with lingering unease, the group advanced under the clan's structured formation. Tension remained beneath the surface, though the journey began without major resistance. As they moved forward, the Lalor clan demonstrated their expertise, eliminating dangers before they could grow. Bjorn's team followed smoothly behind, rarely needing to draw weapons. For once, survival felt cooperative rather than desperate. After about an hour of travel, they were stopped by one of the leaders. She declared they were nearing a hazardous area. Relief at approaching their destination quickly shifted into worry as she revealed the danger ahead. The leader explained that not everyone would be able to proceed safely. Scouts had identified Norak forces lying in wait near the dark region. The route forward was obstructed, requiring a swift decision to avoid casualties. To get around the enemy, the leaders suggested using teleportation magic. However, the plan had limits. Only part of the teams could be transported. The urgency in her voice showed the risk involved. She added that the spell's capacity was restricted. Only 15 individuals could be teleported at a time, forcing the group to consider dividing. Bjorn paid close attention, knowing their choices would determine survival on this floor. A mage confirmed the spell's limitations. The group would need to split, and Bjorn's team could be affected. Bjorn asked how the selection process would work. Another leader gave an estimate, indicating at least one team might be left out of the escape plan. His expression grew tense as he grasped the implications. The discussion ended with a final statement: one entire team would not be teleported. The atmosphere tightened, their strategy shifted from surviving together to avoiding being left behind. A band of adventurers stands in uneasy silence as a prominent clan announces their prior arrangement with vice leader Versal, guaranteeing their place in the forthcoming expedition. Although the assembly was introduced as an impartial selection, it has become evident that certain spots were predetermined from the start. With multiple teams already confirmed, it becomes clear that only 2 positions remain. Anxiety intensifies among those left, each understanding that the competition has become extremely tight. One individual proposes an enormous amount of stones to gain entry, while another claims support from a dominant guild. Even a young man begs, hoping the recent setbacks of the Laurel clan might give him an advantage. The vice leader of the Laurel clan steps forward and firmly declares that the remaining choices will not be decided through favoritism or bribery, but by a random draw. This announcement cuts through the disorder and brings a delicate sense of order back to the group. Onlookers quietly recognize her fairness, noting that it reflects the values of her clan. A member of the selection group hints that none of the proposals were strong enough to override the established process. The final approach is introduced. Teams will pick stones from a pouch, and those who obtain white stones will claim the last available spots. The crowd grows still, anticipating who will step forward first to test their fortune. A wave of excitement breaks out as one team draws a white stone. Against the odds, they have secured their position. Their jubilant cheers sharply contrast with the growing tension among others. Another group fails in the draw. Disappointment spreads quickly, and frustration begins to build. The harsh truth of chance settles heavily as preparations for departure continue. Realizing their opportunity has slipped away, unsuccessful teams attempt last-minute offers, doubling their previous bids. However, the decision is final, and no amount can alter the outcome anymore. Even as the spell nears activation, a desperate adventurer keeps shouting, offering 20 million stones for a place. Yet no one responds. His desperate cries only attract uneasy looks. Frustrated, the man comes to understand that loyalty outweighs desperation. A nearby fighter reinforces this, stating that selling a spot would mean abandoning allies, a disgrace far too severe to accept. Amid the tension, Bjorn steps forward and calls out to Versal, seeking answers. He questions why his team had been placed in the safest central position during earlier movements. Versal replies calmly, allowing him to continue. Xenia explains that their formation was also decided through drawing lots. Bjorn quickly understands that none of the arrangements were coincidental. There is a deeper plan behind everything, directed by the leadership of the Laurel clan. Bjorn shifts his focus, asking about the Norak forces positioned at the mountain pass. He seeks details regarding their strength and distribution. His serious tone suggests a far riskier plan forming behind his inquiries. Versal accurately reads his intentions, realizing he is preparing to push through enemy lines on his own. Impressed by his determination, she permits her subordinate to provide him with all available information. Time moves on. The surroundings glow as the large-scale teleportation spell reaches full power. One after another, the chosen teams prepare to leave. The rest remain, their futures uncertain. Versal offers final words, asking for understanding. She reminds those left behind that they must now rely entirely on themselves. The spell pulses one last time as the selected teams disappear. Left in quiet stillness, the others watch the fading light. Someone wonders what Bjorn Yandel, the barbarian who challenged everything, intends to do next. The uncertain path ahead has begun. Bjorn evaluates the situation and identifies only two possible options: push through the Norak-controlled route that Versal avoided, or evade confrontation by retreating to the outer regions. Each choice carries its own dangers and uncertainties. He weighs the outskirts, somewhat safer and distant from the main war. Yet survival there would remain uncertain and slow. It could gain time, yet it wouldn't provide insight into the broader picture or developing events within the dungeon. Bjorn rejects the inactive choice. Avoiding conflict might bring brief safety, yet they would lose all useful knowledge about floor events. Worse, the third day would bring the arrival of the Floor Lord, a disaster if they stayed idle. Taking action, Bjorn assembles the remaining survivors. Standing before them, he orders each person state their explorer rank, absorbed essences and combat skills. His tone remains calm, yet firm. Several members pause, confused or irritated. One asks whether such detailed introductions are needed. Another questions Bjorn's authority, claiming he's taking leadership without any group agreement. Bjorn ignores the resistance outright. He states that structure is vital in uncertain situations, especially when facing deadly threats. His blunt manner causes frustration, yet it also pushes the group to face their disorder. Tensions rise. One explorer mockingly suggests holding a vote to choose leadership, irritated by Bjorn's control, but another group steps forward, saying they would support Bjorn without hesitation. This sudden show of support surprises others. Some claim that a barbarian cannot be trusted as a leader, citing Bjorn's earlier acts of self-preservation as a flaw. Bjorn stays honest and says he's not suited to lead, yet the tension persists as others argue about who is more deserving. Distrust runs high, and the group stays divided on the brink of danger. Some in the group, once critical of Bjorn, start to reflect. While others panicked, he was the only one gathering information on enemy positions. Ashamed by their earlier doubts, several adventurers step forward to formally introduce themselves. One calls himself Taken and pledges loyalty, acknowledging Bjorn's leadership. Meanwhile, another group protests, yet Bjorn states that they're free to leave. Bjorn sets a firm line. Anyone who disrespects or defies orders again will be expelled. The warning is clear. His authority is no longer open for debate. Faced with no alternatives, even the skeptics fall into line. Afterward, the group assesses their collective strength. Bjorn stays quietly unsure. Their formation lacks cohesion, and their combat synergy remains untested. Still, he finds comfort knowing Hans, his greatest rival, isn't among them. Questions emerge about their next move, with limited options. Hesitation creeps in, but Bjorn chooses. He states they will move toward the center, the designated safe zone, despite the dangers waiting along that path. The decision stands final. Bjorn knows it's a gamble, yet it's one worth taking. With the team united under one direction, they prepare for a perilous journey through hostile territory. Someone nervously asks about their chances. Bjorn internally rejects such ideas. Probability means nothing in a place like this. What mattered was that survival would come at a price. Examining the team's formation, Bjorn calculates that even in the most favorable outcome, half of them could die before arriving at the destination. Still, there's no space for hesitation. Bjorn orders the group to advance. Every step ahead draws them nearer to a battlefield. Others escaped through teleportation. For them, every inch must be bought with blood. Bjorn's team surveys the surroundings, but spots no enemies nearby. The land feels eerily silent. 2 hours go by without any activity. The quiet builds tension, yet they keep moving forward. Suddenly, a blur darts through the mist. One member hears the noise first, then another catches sight of it. An enemy force rushes in at blinding speed. Taken by surprise, the group scrambles to react. The attackers strike swiftly, with accuracy and surprise. They launch an assault from the fog. Bjorn's team tries to regroup, but several members are quickly overpowered. The team regathers. A mage notes that the distance to the safe zone is about 20 minutes at full sprint, but time isn't their only problem. More enemies are approaching rapidly. Combat erupts mid-sprint. The enemies charge from the sides, and the group is forced to fight while continuing forward. Spells flash and weapons collide as their formation begins to break apart. Despite strong resistance, Bjorn and a few others cut down enemies with brute strength. A red-haired fighter leads a fierce counterattack, buying a few seconds for the rear to push ahead. But injuries continue to mount. Bjorn's tactic becomes obvious. Don't aim to kill, just slow the enemies. Any delay might save lives. The group adjusts quickly, using hit-and-run strategies. A crucial moment occurs. A sister and her brother are targeted. Cries of panic erupt as one of them falls. The formation starts to fracture under pressure. More enemies flood in from the flanks. Some fighters drop, but others step up to replace them. The team pushes onward, step by bloody step, toward the zone where survival is still uncertain. As the group begins to weaken under pressure, the front line shouts for speed. They're losing formation, but there's no time to reorganize. Bjorn charges through enemies, smashing any resistance in his way. When opponents can't be killed instantly, the others finish them off. It becomes a rotating flow of forward assault and rear cleanup. Suddenly, Bjorn senses a strange pressure. Something unfamiliar surges toward him from the fog. It's fast and powerful. He braces as a new opponent crashes into him with overwhelming force. A figure taunts Bjorn, dismissing him as a reckless brute pretending to be a hero. But this isn't a story, and Bjorn understands the cost of failure. A trap reveals itself, and he realizes the attack was bait. One of his allies, Raven, casts a 6th-grade spell, Oxygen Explosion. Directly behind Bjorn, the area fills with shock energy, forcing the team to retreat briefly under the blast's cover. The spell wasn't meant to kill, but to push everything back nearby. Bjorn seizes the chance. With perfect timing, he activates his skill leap, launching himself low and fast through the weakened enemy line. The knockback succeeds. Bjorn is hurled across the battlefield like a projectile. He twists in midair, directing his mass downward. His aim isn't escape, it's direct impact. The ground trembles as he lands. His strike disrupts the enemy's formation, scattering fighters across the field. For 3 full minutes, chaos dominates as his move buys crucial time. Without pause, Bjorn stands amid the wreckage and resumes the charge. The path remains long and dangerous, but his relentless drive pushes the entire group forward, one brutal impact at a time. Bjorn senses something off as the ground pulses unnaturally beneath him. A wave of intense hostility surges from deep within the fog-covered battlefield. The presence of the Floor Lord begins to warp the surroundings. The enemy lines grow as reinforcements arrive. Bjorn quickly realizes the layout has shifted. He had misjudged their movements. They had been drawn into a trap. Panic spreads as the formation begins to collapse. He roars, trying to rally his allies, but confusion takes over, and not everyone escapes the breakdown. Amid the chaos, one fighter falls, marking the group's first death just 6 minutes into the assault. Kyan lies still upon the frozen ground, his form drenched in blood. Fear spreads through the group as they notice he is no longer reacting. One of the members shouts desperately for assistance, attempting to gather help before it becomes too late. Rina hurries to Kyan's side, clutching his hand while examining his state. Her expression is filled with desperation. Despite everything she does, there is no indication of life. The man calmly states that Kyan is already gone. He shows no feeling and orders the others to abandon the body. Rina bows her head, tightening her jaw in frustration. The group continues forward. The battle presses on as another member of the team is struck down. The enemies move swiftly and in coordination, overpowering those defending. Bjorn responds at once, navigating the chaos with urgency. Bjorn yells that the wizard has fallen. Arrows shoot across the field, magic bursts violently, and enemies keep advancing. Amid the disorder, allies and foes collide fiercely, blending tactics with instinct. Many have already perished. Their bodies scatter across the battlefield, and morale begins to falter. Smoke and blood fill the atmosphere. The weight of death grows heavier each second as the survivors are forced onward without pause to mourn. Bjorn charges into yet another wave of enemies. His axe cuts through an attacker while Rina backs him up from behind. Even while surrounded, they fight fiercely to guard the rear. Energy surges from a nearby mage. A barrier appears, granting the group a brief chance to escape. With a powerful strike, the path behind them becomes sealed. Suddenly, a young girl watches her sister fall after being struck by dark magic. Her eyes widen in terror. Her scream echoes across the battlefield, yet no one can stop. The fight demands complete focus. As the time reaches 17 minutes, the chaos worsens. A system alert announces another player's death, confirming the loss to all. An ally is hurled backward, her body crashing hard onto the stone surface. Rena is hit violently, her body spinning through the air before slamming down. The impact leaves her stunned. Time is slipping away, and the situation becomes more unstable with every passing second. The 18th minute arrives. Bjorn leads a charge through the enemy lines. Others follow behind him, but the number of fighters has decreased greatly. The remaining group now battles only to delay the unavoidable collapse. A soldier hears a signal and quickly turns toward approaching footsteps. In the distance, new figures appear, neither allies nor previous enemies. They step onto the battlefield with purpose and readiness. A man clad in armor advances confidently, weapon in hand. He drives his blade into the ground, marking his arrival with force. His presence draws attention from both sides. Another warrior appears behind him, his sword glowing with power. Without hesitation, he joins the first and charges into the fight. The attackers brace as these new fighters engage. The warriors strike with overwhelming force. Their timing is precise, disrupting enemy formations. Bjorn recognizes their pattern and prepares himself. They launch rapid attacks, aiming at critical points. Bjorn shifts his position to avoid interference. The coordination of the newcomers temporarily changes the flow of battle. One enemy attempts to break their formation, but a fierce counterattack sends him flying back. Bjorn does not interfere. Instead, he focuses on staying alive, allowing the stronger fighters to clear the path ahead. Bjorn unleashes a heavy strike, bringing his weapon down with full force. It meets resistance, and the enemy narrowly avoids a direct blow. The power of the impact shakes the ground. The opponent mocks Bjorn, moving quickly and taunting him. Bjorn, wounded and breathing heavily, steadies himself for the next attack. His gaze remains fixed on the enemy's movement. Bjorn closes the gap, seizing his opponent with raw strength. He drives his elbow into the man's chest. They both crash to the ground, as Bjorn continues attacking without pause. Nearby, an ally shouts in anger as another teammate falls. The battle grows harsher, and every action now carries a cost. Decisions are made instantly, without room for hesitation. Bjorn signals to an ally to activate a support ability. The girl hesitates briefly, but others urge her forward. A spell begins to form as Bjorn endures another blow during the delay. Bjorn's skill triggers right as he completes overpowering his foe. His axe comes down again, shattering the opponent's armor. His body stays drenched in blood, yet he gives no indication of stopping. Bjorn moves to finish another enemy. Fury drives his actions as he charges ahead. A narration hints that terror is spreading among the opposing forces. As Bjorn crashes down with his target, others observe in stunned silence. A nearby ally shouts his name, seeing the brutality unfold in disbelief. Two girls watch in dread. One shakes while clutching a spell, unsure if she should intervene. The other eventually steps forward, her eyes shining as the magic begins to take shape. A huge burst of fire consumes the battlefield. The flames surge upward, covering the ground in waves of heat. Bjorn and the rest brace as the explosion grows wider. From inside the blaze, a system message announces the use of a devastating skill. The ground cracks beneath them as extreme heat forces outward in every direction. Cries ring through the flames. One enemy is entirely engulfed, his body disappearing in the fire. The blast signals the end of multiple lives as the battlefield burns relentlessly. The smoke thins slightly, exposing bodies scattered and land charred. Survivors carefully gather, staying low to avoid more danger. Bjorn moves, injured but still alive. His armor is broken, and his steps are slower. Despite the heat and destruction, he manages to rise, observing the ruin around him. Ash drifts down like dust. A system message records his movement. He tosses a corpse aside, clearing room. He forces himself upward, drained yet alive, his strength barely sustaining him. A weak groan slips from his lips as he stands again. Bjorn stumbles onward, walking across the burned terrain. He nears a fallen ally. The firelight stretches long shadows across the ground. He slowly reaches forward. His hand shakes as he extends it, uncertain of what awaits. His breathing steadies while his thoughts absorb the quiet surrounding him. From afar, someone observes him closely. The battlefield is still unstable. Though the flames begin to die down, danger remains. Bjorn tightens his hold and prepares for whatever comes next. Bjorn stands from the scorched field, fixing his gaze on a retreating enemy. The figure ahead appears unaware of the threat approaching. Bjorn advances without hesitation. He grips his weapon tighter. The flames twist around him, but his focus stays firm. His wounds are many, yet none can halt him. The enemy falters. Bjorn closes in, steps heavy and steady. The battle is over for most, but for him, one final duty remains. One target stands between him and resolution. 3 minutes later, another group reaches the area. Their armor shines, untouched by the earlier chaos. They study the aftermath without concern. The leader comments. Noting the untidy ending, the sight of scattered bodies reveals the battle's severity. Their formation stays tight as they prepare to face the survivors. Bjorn stands before the group, covered in blood, yet composed. One among them raises a glowing weapon. The air tightens as tension builds from a growing misunderstanding between both sides. The leader comments critically, claiming he holds authority others do not possess. He mentions a concealed order or strategy behind their arrival, yet offers no evidence. Bjorn responds as a ring is spotted. A red-haired ally steps in to defend him, saying the ring came from a knight they met earlier. She signals urgently to stop things from escalating. The ring is recognized. The armored man verifies its source and studies it carefully. The gem's energy flickers slightly as he lifts it. The tension lingers, but conflict is avoided for the moment. Bjorn and the red-haired girl talk about the presence of elite knights near the portal. Doubt surrounds the strange meeting, and they consider the knight's reason for sharing such vital knowledge. Elsewhere, a knight emerges. Moving with confidence, his earlier actions are now seen as deliberate, offering key information to reduce personal danger. He likely did not expect his warning to be taken seriously. The group of knights begins to view Bjorn and his companions as non-threatening. Although unease remains, their attitude eases. With steady movement, the armored leader allows them to move ahead. Bjorn asks what awaits them once they enter. The knights explain there are protocols to follow, but promise medical assistance will be given. The group appears tired, yet stays cooperative. One knight steps forward to guide the injured toward treatment. Another declares that Bjorn will stay behind for questioning. The rest agree, recognizing that proper procedures must be followed. As the group separates, Bjorn shares a quiet exchange with the red-haired girl. She nods before leaving with the others. He stays where he is, readying himself for what lies ahead. Bjorn's allies talk about Daria's actions, unsure why she chose to leave him. Some quietly wonder if something occurred earlier that they failed to notice. One person suggests going back for Bjorn. Another counters that remaining might bring punishment or suspicion. None of them can decide what should be done next. Without warning, a bloodied figure rushes into the area. Daria is taken off guard and struggles as a new attacker seizes her. The others react too slowly as the situation collapses into chaos once more. Bjorn is told to move, and he silently complies. He walks through the mist, alone yet conscious of unseen eyes observing him. Each step carries the burden of his choices during the fight. The knight guides him toward a camp. Bjorn's wounds hinder him, though he keeps moving steadily. A nearby structure emits a faint glow of magic, hinting at something beyond normal authority as he approaches. Bjorn questions, who truly commands power here? A portal flickers beside the structure, guarded but left open. He senses that something is concealed beyond it. Inside the camp, officials prepare for a meeting. They speak quietly, observing Bjorn as he nears. One doubts whether bringing him was needed, while another insists on judging the matter firsthand. The group assembles inside a command tent. They seem composed, yet suspicion fills the space. Silence falls as Bjorn steps in, his armor still dented and marked from combat. Someone inside recognizes him by name. Bjorn confirms with a nod. Despite the pressure, his expression stays steady. He is prepared to talk, yet ready to fight again if necessary. Bjorn steps into a noble assembly, carrying an object of importance. The court is startled by his return, especially since he bears a relic from the dangerous ruins of the Barish Highlands. His unexpected presence unsettles the fragile calm within the chamber. The nobles murmur among themselves, puzzled and cautious. One questions who the man is. Another remarks that he too had explored similar ruins, heightening interest in this barbarian's role. An official presence, Bjorn as a traveler from a distant land. He reveals a ring that once belonged to a paladin, famed for defending truth. The ring is displayed before the court. Bjorn identifies it as belonging to the commander of the Third Order. This verifies the claim and intensifies the intrigue. The leading noble becomes curious and presses him with more questions. He inquires about rumors, asking if a watcher had been guarding the ruins. The warrior affirms it. Though wounded, he battled and defeated the guardian, something the hall struggles to accept. The noble asks about the warrior's rank. The reply stuns them. He is only ranked 5th. The chamber fills with disbelief. Such an achievement by a low-ranked fighter is almost unheard of. The noble reflects that if a 5th-rank warrior survived, the guardian might not have fought with full strength. It suggests the man was permitted to escape. He theorizes the guardian was placed there intentionally to regulate access. A vision shows the masked guardian lurking in darkness, guarding the stairs leading to the dungeon's second level. Without the barbarian's involvement, the group may never have advanced. The noble asks if there was any method the team used to bypass the creature. Bjorn denies it. If a hidden path existed, he would have chosen it. The only way forward was through the enemy. The noble orders Bjorn to recount precisely how he obtained the ring. He seeks a full understanding, perhaps for future use. Bjorn steadies himself, aware he cannot avoid revealing the details. Bjorn describes his battle. His account draws attention as he explains the intensity of the encounter. The listeners follow closely, recognizing the truth and resilience behind his survival. Another knight notes Bjorn's leadership, observing he shows no indication of divine protection or guidance. Yet it is confirmed. Every member of Bjorn's party survived, shocking the council further. It highlights Bjorn's choices. He was not one to pick the best options. He chose the necessary ones. It shows his actions were not about glory but survival, duty, and determination. Bjorn is shown fighting relentlessly, shielding his companions. His decisions ensured survival, not fame. His strength lies not in genius, but in embracing harsh choices without hesitation. As Bjorn prepares to depart, he is halted by one final question: whether the enemy bore a distinct mark or symbol. Bjorn remembers the opponent's sword style and confirms the attacker carried a knight's crest. Bjorn states the crest belonged to a fallen knight of an extinct heretical cult. This foe was far more dangerous than expected, hinting at greater threats ahead. The noble commends Bjorn, saying defeating such a figure will elevate his reputation. Others in the hall congratulate him, believing he views it as a triumph. Bjorn, however, scowls. Barbarians do not value praise. He clenches his teeth and leaves silently, thinking only survival will make any of this matter. Bjorn regroups with his party beside the dungeon campfire. He confirms they all heard the earlier discussion and questions their formation. One companion answers, saying they adjusted their positions and understood everything clearly. Bjorn contemplates in silence, uneasy that someone could be acting independently. He cautions the group to strictly follow rotations beginning tomorrow. He realizes someone is absent and asks about Tyrell's location. The group pauses. Bjorn is informed that Tyrell moved to another area, assigned separately for safety. His doubts deepen as he understands something occurred while he was away. The others clarify that Tyrell chose a solo section since it was believed to be stable. Bjorn keeps a neutral face but becomes more guarded, aware the choice was made without him. He accepts the error but does not press further. One teammate explains that elves are tied to blue flame altars by pact, which influenced Tyrell's decision to separate. Bjorn quietly notes that the explanation feels too convenient. The elf girl seems emotional, showing remorse, yet he concludes internally that the action was deliberate, not purely driven by feelings. Bjorn remains vigilant, sensing something off. He readies himself for a potential ambush and signals the group to stay alert. The party remembers how many errors happened before, but they have grown stronger. Bjorn observes that this improvement was necessary and that one mistake could have taken lives. With everyone prepared and attentive, their rest concludes. Elsewhere, a noble reviews Bjorn's advancement, noting the group has likely passed the first phase. He prepares to watch their next actions. An overview presents the most dangerous criminals within the dungeon. The corpse collector, who controls the dead through dark rituals, feared for his unpredictability and cruel methods. His offenses surpass simple killing. Next is the demolitionist, a mage responsible for massive destruction using forbidden magic, known for wiping out entire cities during the Solar Eclipse War. He is considered a national-level threat. After him is the Blood Knight, a savage warrior who kills without restraint, driven entirely by bloodlust. Lastly, there is the rebel, a strategist who gathered these criminals, formed a cult, and provoked massacres. At the capital, nobles examine the consequences of recent developments. They recognize the return of the criminal called the demolitionist. A soldier confirms these figures may be active on the second floor. The commander cuts into the report, redirecting their focus. He voices concern that a single mistake could lead to disaster. They must prepare for the worst possible outcome. Orders are issued to quietly gather mages capable of detecting hostile magic. The situation demands action from those willing to make difficult choices, no matter the cost. Day 3:050, Bjorn and his team detect movement in the shadowed corridors. Murmurs confirm enemy patrols are approaching. Tension spreads among adventurers resting nearby. Rumors of increasing casualties circulate. Some speak of a failed southern offensive. Others fear the silence from teams who entered the second floor and never returned. Bjorn watches carefully. Distrust grows among the groups. As expected, frustration rises in the northern camp. Yet there is still no news about the one referred to as that person. By the fifth day, Why is no one giving any explanation? Bjorn is confronted by a boisterous man praising him as a mighty warrior who returned from the second floor. Bjorn feels puzzled by the excitement, especially when the man mentions his former team died along the way. Bjorn understands the man has spread rumors of a false party. 5 survivors led solely by Bjorn. Cheers erupt from nearby soldiers, who see him as a hero who cleared the second floor. The man casually proposes joining Bjorn's group. Bjorn, still processing the falsehoods, agrees with little resistance, wondering if it's worth arguing in this moment. Bjorn updates the military unit and informs the loud man's group where to gather. Laughter breaks out as the man exaggerates Bjorn's legendary return, feeding the growing myth. Privately, Bjorn is informed the responsible mage has named him as the successor for leading their coordination. This places him under sudden pressure to manage the group carefully. He then hears from a comrade that Tyrell had said certain things in his absence, implying that he wasn't taking his role seriously. Bjorn is surprised, but listens without reacting. It's revealed that during Bjorn's absence, Tyrell expressed doubts about his leadership. The others were unsure how to respond but quietly questioned him as well. One party member vents about the pressure and nearly loses control. Bjorn listens silently, thankful his teammates chose restraint instead of escalating conflict. Bjorn reflects on Tyrell's anger, accepting it as justified. Unknown to them, he had arranged positions deliberately, sacrificing closeness to improve their chance of survival, something they never realized. Bjorn understands that only he knows the full truth behind their strategic positioning. If his allies knew they were moved like pieces to survive, it might break trust, so he keeps it hidden. A party member approaches him, questioning his intentions. Bjorn denies any betrayal, but the man reveals he had been questioning everything, especially why someone like Reyna had to die. The teammate remembers holding Reyna's lifeless body, and wonders how she ended up dying despite Bjorn's strength. He accuses Bjorn of misleading them, even unintentionally. Bjorn is asked directly, what conclusion has he reached about it all? His answer is silence. The man states bitterly that although Bjorn fought hardest and suffered most, trust had already been broken. He admits no one could have guaranteed survival, but still, they shouldn't have followed Bjorn. He regrets that decision despite the hardships Bjorn endured for them. Despite everything, the same man now acknowledges Bjorn as their leader. They salute him, but the feeling is mixed with conflict. He admits, following Bjorn was still his own choice. Bjorn reminds him that it was he who voted Bjorn as leader, and also he who did nothing when that woman betrayed them. Bjorn's voice remains calm but firm. The man replies, that's why he doesn't resent Bjorn. Bjorn warns him not to treat him as a moral guide, knowing the burden of leadership too well. Bjorn predicts the other man will someday feel the same weight. The conversation ends quietly as the man sits down in silence, overwhelmed by his own guilt. Tensions rise as Bjorn learns that Tyrell and Saphira have activated a teleportation magic circle without authorization. The spell's signature is complex, indicating advanced cooperation with someone outside the party. The nobles watching from afar recognize the spell as a forced escape type used in emergencies to flee the dungeon. One of them immediately suspects betrayal, declaring that if they're stalling, execution is justified. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure flees with purpose. Bjorn catches sight of them and reacts. Recognizing the movement and urgency, he deduces betrayal is already underway and rushes after them. Bjorn discovers an emblem dropped during the pursuit. It matches a mysterious symbol from earlier events. A noble nearby connects it to forbidden magic users known for treachery. Bjorn is questioned. Does he know what that symbol means? His silence draws suspicion. The noble demands clarity, pressing Bjorn on the source of his knowledge. The mood shifts sharply. The noble's demeanor darkens as he demands to know exactly where Bjorn heard about that name. Whatever it is. It's not something just anyone should know. Bjorn realizes he's now under scrutiny. A forbidden incantation shimmered darkly, within the grasp of a cloaked sorcerer. This uncommon magic, once hidden deep inside an all-female coven of witches, possessed the ability to transport instantly, even across faraway realms. The spell was deemed disastrous, and could only be used under strict conditions. To trigger it, a ritual of sacrifice was necessary, one that required the life force of 230 people, including a high-ranking wizard. The price made its activation nearly unthinkable. Beyond that, further concealed conditions existed, keeping the spell a hidden weapon known only among elite players. It could be acquired by discovering a secret scroll buried deep on the 15th floor of a labyrinth, watched over by a cursed altar, and guarded by numerous cult followers. Within the dungeon's shadowed corridors, Bjorn stood resolute as a soldier voiced doubts regarding a knight's defeat. The atmosphere tightened. Bjorn realized someone had exposed a truth about the army's inner structure. An aging commander clenched his jaw, remembering the humiliation of a knight being beaten by nothing more than a mercenary. It was obvious the tale of the battle had spread quickly. The commander wondered how someone like Bjorn, a barbarian, could learn such a secret. Though he brushed it aside outwardly, he understood the knowledge Bjorn held was dangerous, and that his instincts were far sharper than they appeared. Bjorn tightened his fists, ready to move. The others hesitated while he accepted the weight of leadership, determined to rescue the captured priestess, despite the dangers. Confronted with uncertainty, his ally warned him of the risks ahead. Yet Bjorn stayed quiet, balancing the cost of sacrifice against his determination to protect the innocent and honor his promise. As he stepped forward alone into the haze, memories of loss lingered behind him. Still, his goal remained unwavering. He would save everyone. No matter the cost, he would not fail. As seconds passed, the dungeon system declared the fall of each group in quick succession. Fear spread among the remaining survivors as the countdown hastened. Bjorn turned when a distressed mage rushed toward him with urgency. She shared a rumor suggesting the enemy could move through sealed zones. This hinted at a threat far beyond what they had expected. Bjorn stood before the others with calm assurance. Despite the growing panic surrounding them, he spoke firmly, easing the tension. Though his confidence seemed excessive, it grounded those close to losing control. Keeping his composure, Bjorn shifted their focus toward what came next. He questioned the identity of a possible enemy, seeking to uncover who was behind the unusual occurrences. The group entered a chamber filled with towering figures and several exit routes. A countdown loomed overhead as one barrier began to collapse, creating instant urgency. Bjorn pushed forward through the passage as enemies appeared behind them. The group was forced into a desperate escape. The situation became more chaotic with every passing moment. A top-ranked player stood in their way with an unreadable face. His intentions were uncertain, and his stance raised suspicion about his loyalty. Bjorn quietly assessed the situation, sensing possible betrayal among allies. Images of past companions and past decisions flashed through Bjorn's thoughts. Every move carried consequences, and he understood that trust could not be given lightly. Reaching a conclusion, Bjorn took full responsibility. To save everyone, he needed to foresee every possibility, grasp every pattern, and plan with exact precision. Only perfection could guarantee their survival. Turmoil broke out when the rumors proved true. Several allied knights had abandoned the battlefield, leaving their posts. This sudden act of betrayal caused shock and confusion among the remaining fighters. Bjorn tightened his fist quietly as the weight of the moment settled in. Without delay, he gave an order for everyone to follow him. His resolve sliced through the panic, pulling the team back from collapse. Though uncertain, the group complied. Bjorn had no time for details. He understood their survival relied on gathering more information and watching multiple escape routes still concealed in the ruins. Bjorn's squad stayed hidden behind cover, watching figures assembling in a distant chamber. They couldn't risk being seen, yet action needed to be taken swiftly before the chance disappeared. He subtly signaled for movement. The team divided into formations and advanced. Bjorn's objective was clear: take control of the other scattered survivors and bring them together under his command before chaos spiraled beyond control. The group executed his plan carefully. Bjorn already had several contingency plans ready: Plan A for victory, Plan B for retreat, and Plan C as a final option. No matter the result, he would adjust and lead. Elsewhere in the dungeon, a clash erupted between disoriented allies and advancing enemies. Miscommunication caused further losses, and panic spread among the less organized forces trying to withdraw or regroup. A strong enemy commander observed the battlefield unfold. With composed confidence, he assessed the situation. He noticed that the opposing sides' formations were collapsing, which meant their moment to strike had arrived. He gave the command to launch their attack. The enemy forces moved forward under the cover of spellcasters. Whatever resistance remained would be crushed unless someone stepped in, quickly. Bjorn stood beneath the unsettling glow of magic as he taunted those before him. With cold certainty, he claimed he had foreseen this outcome, suggesting that the chaos was part of his scheme. Without delay, the commander turned toward the portal. His subordinate followed silently as they activated a spell capable of immense destruction. The swirling energy became unstable, indicating that their aim was no longer survival. As the portal erupted with a violent surge of power, screams of fear and agony echoed. Magical energy exploded outward, devouring the area as the attackers released a final, lethal spell intended to leave nothing alive behind. The defenders rushed to stop the advancing enemy from reaching the portal, but their resistance weakened. Realization struck they were too late. The enemy had already finished their preparations. The commander shouted orders for surrender. As confusion spread, several guards hesitated, questioning if there was truly no hope left. The atmosphere shifted into despair, clouding the soldiers' ability to act decisively. However, not everyone was willing to surrender. Chaos returned as a warrior struck out in defiance. Blades clashed once more in the darkness. Loyalty and betrayal intertwined beneath the flickering lights of battle. Furious fighters demanded answers about the so-called final escape route. Accusations spread as tension erupted among both allies and enemies. No one wanted to become the final sacrifice. A silent knight stated coldly that someone had to remain behind. He saw no problem in abandoning others if it secured his own survival. His voice showed no remorse. Another warrior stepped forward, opposing that selfish stance. Though hopelessness lingered, they refused to let the remaining survivors be betrayed without resistance. Anger overflowed, and weapons collided as factions that once stood together turned against each other. The name of a lost homeland, Lapidonia, echoed like a curse. Confusion exploded. One commander fell, another escaped, and trust shattered instantly. Betrayal sparked violence, and even those who had once hesitated were now trapped in deadly combat. As blades collided and blood flowed, cries for revenge echoed everywhere. Unity broke apart, and any chance of cooperation dissolved. The breakdown of discipline turned comrades into foes as instincts for survival took control. Amid the intensifying chaos, a cursed force throbbed from those consumed by insanity. Their minds lost, their fury burned stronger than their logic, shouting vengeance. They rushed ahead in a frenzy. The tainted rushed recklessly, fueled by anger and sorrow. Their power became horrifying, but their behavior was no longer logical. They battled without restraint, putting even their own comrades at risk in a storm of uncontrollable rage. Within this turmoil, a warrior resisted with hopelessness in his gaze. He cursed the situation, blaming everyone, including himself. As more perished, the conflict ceased to be tactical, becoming pure emotional breakdown. A furious combatant bellowed, rushing straight into death. His sword struck enemies, but also struck allies, unable to tell friend from foe. Blood scattered, screams echoed, and order disappeared. Warriors clashed beneath a wave of brutality, with leaders unable to restore control. Even experienced fighters yielded to the chaos, trapped by treachery and fear, no longer battling for triumph, but to release grief. Then, heavy footsteps thundered through the cavern. A gigantic figure stepped from the darkness, capturing everyone's focus. A new danger had appeared, one strong enough to quiet even madness. A savage force crashed onto the battlefield, shattering the deadlock instantly. Bodies were hurled as the earth split under a fierce blow. The attacker's immense strength destroyed any trace of resistance. The foe's arrival was devastating. Fighters were tossed into the air like dolls. One warrior clung desperately to a fallen ally, their faces filled with fear as the attacker advanced relentlessly. From above, an enormous form dropped like a falling star. The system revealed the crushing mass, over 580 kilograms, then confirmed extra damage from the attacker's racial ability, rebound impact. Soldiers staggered backward, bewildered and terrified by what they had seen. As some struggled upright, Bjorn stepped out from the dust, raising his voice to rally those near despair. He proclaimed his name with pride, Bjorn, son of Andal of the Redfoot clan. He ordered any ally who knew him to fall in line at once, and follow his command to his astonishment. Others rose. Fellow barbarians, inspired by his voice, repeated his declaration. Their acknowledgement reignited the spark of unity. What had been a collapsing mass began to reorganize around him. The cry of a barbarian war shout trembled through the cavern. Unity spread swiftly, and those who once argued were now driven by shared identity. A crowd formed, no longer rivals, but one tribe under a single leader. Bjorn reminded them they could not battle among themselves. Together, the group yelled, "We must not fight each other." Their anger shifted outward toward their true enemies. Within the gathering, blame still simmered. Accusations targeted traitors, but the surge of unity pushed ahead. Barbarians had assembled, and now they were prepared to fight together. The tide had started to shift. Bjorn shouted again and again for everyone to stop fighting. His voice echoed across the battlefield, filled with urgency, yet the chaos was immense. Emotions were uncontrollable, and not all obeyed. A wounded warrior spat curses through bloodied lips, glaring with rage. Others yelled in confusion, still trapped in the storm of fear and betrayal. Bjorn's plea for unity was answered with further violence. Amid the noise, a rogue attacker struck. Blades clashed fiercely once more. Despite Bjorn's commands, the madness reignited. He was attempting to halt a wildfire with words. Bjorn roared again, this time with all his strength. His thunderous voice cut through the chaos. Some began to hesitate, shaken by his overwhelming presence and authority. Two of his closest allies paused. They sensed something in his tone, a desperation deeper than anger. They spoke his name quietly, understanding the burden of his plea. One after another, others began repeating his words. Men and women tightened their fists and echoed him, urging everyone to stop. Their shaking hands revealed how close they were to breaking, but his voice steadied them. A hidden watcher, cloaked and composed, observed the entire event unfold. He was astonished, not by the violence, but by the barbarian's unexpected influence over the crowd. He wondered how such a thing could happen. To witness so many people, on the brink of collapse, united by a single individual was unimaginable. One barbarian had steadied an entire battlefield. The observer, a royal court mage named Kilvarosco, took note. He had not foreseen this. Now, his focus was entirely on Bjorn, the barbarian who calmed chaos. Several figures stepped forward in a tense hall, their footsteps echoing as the gathered crowd turned silent and senses a confrontation forming. Attention shifts toward a cloaked man standing before knights and a priest, while uncertainty spreads among the onlookers watching from behind. Meanwhile, Bjorn observes quietly from within the crowd, allowing others to reveal their positions before taking control of the situation. Melter Fend, captain of the Nardal clan, steps ahead confidently and publicly requests any method to resolve the crisis. Soon after, Lacey Naret of the Heimdall Order introduces herself and expresses gratitude for preventing further tragedy in the city. Kyle, known as a war mage, announces his presence calmly, drawing murmurs from the crowd who recognize his reputation. Tension sharpens when weapons are raised and pointed forward, demanding a clear explanation for earlier violent actions. Questions spread rapidly as suspicion grows about whether the barbarian acted recklessly without a structured plan. Bjorn, wearing his helmet firmly, remains composed and reflects that he had not expected such a swift reaction. Without warning, Bjorn suddenly shouts loudly, startling nearby adventurers and drawing every eye toward his imposing frame. Rather than presenting a detailed strategy, he admits acting on instinct, relying on direct action instead of careful calculation. Mixed reactions appear across the crowd, with some confused, others impressed, and several uncertain about trusting him. Raising his arms broadly, Bjorn urges everyone to unite, emphasizing that many capable individuals stand together in one place. Confidence strengthens his stance, as he argues that combining strength and intelligence will overcome the looming danger. Although doubts remain, the surrounding knights and mages begin considering his proposal, realizing cooperation may be their only viable path forward. Concern spreads through the gathering as certain adventurers appear too friendly, creating suspicion that visible alliances may increase overall anxiety. Bjorn, wearing his helmet, abruptly pushes the discussion forward, intentionally provoking debate to steer everyone toward his conclusion. The conversation shifts toward the royal family's absence, raising doubts about why support was withdrawn at such a critical moment. Analysis turns to the Floor Lord's defeat, and a darker possibility emerges about a new presence influencing events. The name Abyss Lord Verzak surfaces, described as another ruler appearing on the first floor and driving recent disasters. Adventurers question whether even the royal guards could defeat such a being, fearing catastrophic losses if battle occurs. Speculation arises that the commander chose retreat to protect elite forces, rather than risk destruction against Verzak. Attention moves to the second floor, with Bjorn challenging why the royal forces failed to advance earlier. A revelation follows that a destructive mage scholar ruined the western portal, blocking reinforcement routes. Shock spreads as leaders realize that destroying a portal was considered nearly impossible until now. Reports suggest the scholar may have traveled through other portals, leaving the first floor isolated. Bjorn studies the situation calmly, concluding that enemies would not trap themselves without another escape method. He proposes the use of a dimension door, reasoning that attackers targeted smaller groups rather than large clans. Strategic calculation reveals that numerous high-level mages could activate multiple dimension doors simultaneously. Bjorn deduces that chaos between the royal army and thousands of adventurers would allow the enemy to eliminate everyone efficiently. Debate intensifies as adventurers question whether fleeing upward would truly protect them if the Abyss Lord advances into the Dark Bastard's territory. Before conclusions settle, urgent news erupts that the Nork forces blocking the maze paths have suddenly disappeared without a trace. Bjorn listens beneath his helmet and challenges the assumption that every portal was destroyed, pointing out inconsistencies in that belief. As arguments overlap, clearer reasoning emerges that the first floor maze must still contain at least one functioning portal. Careful deduction suggests that if enemies vanished so quickly, they likely escaped through a hidden route rather than perishing. Despite fears that powerful foes may be waiting near any exit, several leaders admit that remaining in place guarantees slow annihilation. Bjorn proposes dividing the adventurers into organized groups of 300 to improve mobility and reduce total losses. He stresses that a direct clash against Verzak would destroy most fighters, making coordination and speed their only advantage.
Gradually, determination replaces panic as various clans begin gathering members and forming structured units for departure. A red-haired captain loudly calls for high-ranked warriors to join the Red Light clan, hoping to secure elite strength first. Sensing the urgency, Bjorn steps forward, intending to move before rival leaders recruit every capable combatant. A cloaked mage approaches him directly and insists on fighting at the front, claiming instinct draws him toward Bjorn's side. Bjorn questions the mage's judgment, warning that leading the charge places survival at extreme risk. The mage responds with unsettling calm, accepting the danger and agreeing to cooperate, which triggers a system notice announcing an advanced mage's appearance. Surprise spreads among nearby adventurers, and suspicion grows that Bjorn may gain a powerful ally before anyone else secures him. Movement begins quickly as leaders urge nearby adventurers to head north and reorganize before confusion spreads further. Bjorn advances through the crowd, and others instinctively follow his steady pace, despite the lack of formal orders. Recognition grows that people are naturally gathering behind him, creating an unspoken center of gravity. Volunteers from different floors step forward, offering their strength and requesting permission to join his formation. A priest and several fighters express belief that he can save the greatest number if properly supported. Various adventurers of different ranks present their abilities, seeking roles within the developing group. The cloaked mage observes quietly and remarks that individuals consistently gravitate toward Bjorn's presence. Gradual acceptance forms in Bjorn's mind as he begins to acknowledge the weight of responsibility settling on him. Determination replaces hesitation, and he silently resolves to move forward with those who trust him. A seasoned warrior named Taklin approaches from the shadows, requesting acknowledgement before stepping closer. Without hesitation, Taklin positions himself at Bjorn's side, signaling loyalty through action rather than words. Standing together at the front, they prepare to guide the newly formed group toward the uncertain path ahead.
A sorrowful man lingers beneath the dimming glow, his gaze hollow as he wonders about the reason to keep living after losing his partner and everything that grounded him. Close by, Taklin observes him closely, knowing that hopelessness often hides the urge to persist that still flickers quietly within a shattered soul. Hanging above a fatal abyss, the man confronts the brink of death. Yet even then his body refuses to yield, exposing a silent bond to survival. Suspended in shadow, he fights against pull and terror, realizing that people hold on to life even when their voices declare fatigue. Visions of his departed wife rise through anguish and remorse, yet sorrow alone cannot defeat the inherent will to continue breathing and seeking purpose. When he eventually rises again, Taklin quietly recognizes that choice, later deciding to stand with those who refuse to break under despair. Bjorn examines Taklin's calm expression, sensing compassion mixed with remorse and an understanding of his own inner conflicts. The knight admits to himself that aiding others lightens his burden, acknowledging that survival often requires uneasy sacrifices. Even with this awareness, he joins the group, accepting that imperfect motives can still create essential alliances within the dungeon. An abrupt roar breaks the silence as companions hurry toward Bjorn, relief spreading fast when they see he is still alive. Inquiries are shared while the priest avoids meeting eyes, her unease clear as she explains what she heard earlier. Bjorn detects the reluctance, but chooses not to push her, instead deciding to watch and maintain balance within the team. Driven by instinct, Bjorn shifts into a leadership stance, unintentionally capturing the attention of survivors gathered nearby. With firm control, he tells them to gather and prepares to count those who remain before deciding the next move. Standing before them, Bjorn determines that conquering the dungeon depends not only on power but on structured command and shared determination. Bjorn presents himself confidently, while gripping hands with a cautious man named Sebasen, forming acknowledgement through a firm and steady motion. Around them, survivors whisper about the value of names, noting how boldly Bjorn states his identity without doubt. Onlookers quietly wonder why Sebasen declined a previous offer from a captain, sensing shame beneath his reaction. The fair-haired fighter explains that he chose to follow Bjorn guided by instinct instead of reason from afar. The group watches Bjorn's wide back, sharing a silent belief that standing near him brings greater safety. Consensus spreads gently among them as they choose to observe his actions before fully committing. A dwarf openly commends Bjorn's power and presence, offering trust without hesitation. Bjorn halts when a knight walks by, recalling the man's name as Darcis and catching him off guard with that memory. Acknowledgement shifts into shared determination as they accept the need to battle side by side. Ebertine suggests a drink if they survive, and Bjorn accepts it as a pledge of mutual endurance. Others try to join the moment, while one morning man claims that death carries the same meaning no matter where it comes. Despite grim humor and tension,
connections begin to grow, and unfamiliar faces slowly turn into allies. Some wonder if Bjorn intended this unity from the start, doubting such harmony could form by chance. A veteran comments that remarkable individuals often act beyond common understanding, leaving intentions uncertain. As cheers rise and voices call his name, Bjorn realizes that no hand is raised against him, and he reads this strong support as clear direction. At the eastern gate, Bjorn leads forward as explorers dash through the red-lit cavern, holding a precise three-group formation. Placed at the foremost position because of the intense risk tied to that role, Bjorn watches the back while ensuring that Kyle and the others stay close behind. The party moves quickly, relying on the simplicity of their formation as they press further toward the unstable front lines. Without any signal, Bjorn commands an immediate stop as a system message announces the arrival of the 9th floor lord. A chain of effects triggers at once, lowering mana efficiency, sealing active abilities, and strengthening creatures that absorb the Abyss Lord's power. Understanding the seriousness of these penalties, Bjorn readies the team for battle. Under heavily reduced conditions, torches flare to life as sight diminishes, and Bjorn tells everyone to remain vigilant while recognizing the threat ahead. Detecting motion within the darkness, he steadies his stance and pinpoints the incoming danger. A mutated Abyss Razormane wolf appears, its crimson eyes locked onto the front line as it prepares to attack. Bjorn signals a charge, lifting his moonstone shield to block the wolf's fierce leap. Claws slam into metal as blood and sparks scatter, and he instructs the rear fighters to take down enemies that slip through. Evaluating the increasing numbers, Bjorn realizes they cannot endure if they confront each creature one by one. Additional evolved wolves emerge from the shadows, flooding the formation as losses begin to grow. With abilities limited and support reduced by the field's penalties, their capacity to respond declines quickly. As the conflict escalates and comrades fall one after another, Bjorn understands that pushing onward will only increase casualties, unless he discovers a clear answer. As the advanced wolves freely use their powers, one Abyss Razormane wolf activates Inner Madness, making its presence warp violently within the dark. Under the influence of the special field, defensive traits disappear from the explorer's status, turning what once offered protection into complete exposure. Claws rip through armor and flesh with heightened force, and strikes that were once bearable now carve severe injuries into the front line. Recognizing the imbalance, the fighters switch positions, sending those who preserved energy from the rear to replace the worn warriors at the front. Despite doubts about command and direction, Bjorn refuses to retreat, knowing that firm guidance prevents fear from spreading. Names are shouted rapidly as roles change, and confidence is given to capable individuals to hold the formation together. Told to take a break, Bjorn refuses, insisting on moving forward while knowing that withdrawal would lead to collapse. The group advances once more, but new wolves burst from side passages, showing far greater aggression than typical Razormane types. Reports of rising casualties move through the ranks, and the awareness that many have died weighs heavily on those still standing. Debates spark briefly about whether the rear is safer, yet the reality becomes evident as priests struggle to tend to the wounded. Metal clashes against fur and bone as flames flicker wildly, revealing that danger surrounds them on all sides. Bjorn slays another creature, grimly admitting that both the front and rear have turned into constant war zones. Lifting his weapon, he proclaims that if hell lies ahead, then a harsher one exists where he now stands. Hearing his name called from behind, Bjorn instinctively turns, briefly distracted by concern for a companion. A sudden blow drives the air from his lungs, and as he regains balance, he forces his attention back to the battle, knowing hesitation will cost lives. Bjorn pushes himself forward through the turmoil, gripping his shield and mace as blood and pressure rise around him within the breaking formation. A sudden wave of freezing energy sweeps across the field, briefly forcing back the wolves and opening a narrow gap in the darkness. Niani notices the change and quickly signals a new path, but another ally is left behind as the route grows more unstable. As moments pass, fatigue spreads among the survivors, and reports confirm that Darcis has fallen during the withdrawal. The news settles heavily across the group, replacing earlier resolve with a quiet and restrained sorrow. Recalling their earlier vow to drink together after surviving, the remaining members move forward, aware that fewer will remain at the end. Bjorn reflects that in this world individuals are used and discarded without hesitation, and he admits he once treated others in the same manner to endure brutal realities. An unfamiliar sensation spreads through his chest as heat rises with his flowing blood, and the discomfort forces him to face emotions he long ignored. Overwhelmed by the burning in his heart and the pounding in his head, Bjorn realizes he no longer seeks justification, and instead embraces the violent resolve forming within him. Crimson energy surges around him as he accepts a fierce desire to repay those who tried to break him, including his comrades and the countless people advancing behind him. Determination hardens within his muscular body, and he commits to crushing every obstacle in his path, even if the effort consumes everything he possesses. Blood and chaos surround the battlefield, yet his conviction remains steady as he prepares to stake his remaining strength on a final outcome. 8 hours pass since leaving the center, with the first 2 spent sprinting and the next 7 endured in a desperate struggle through the suffocating abyssal fog. Exhausted warriors slow their pace on shattered ground while Bjorn, helmeted and resolute, asks about the portal that once promised escape. Upon learning the portal has been destroyed, he calmly accepts that their sacrifices yielded no immediate reward, despite the heavy cost already paid. Grief flickers across his expression as he acknowledges the many deaths, but he forces himself to regain composure in the silent aftermath. With few portals remaining, he understands a swift decision is required because hesitation will only invite further disaster. Comrades rally behind him without question, trusting his judgment and strength, even if his choice leads them toward greater danger. Relief cools his earlier fury as he evaluates the labyrinth structure and considers where an enemy commander would likely relocate. A mental map unfolds before him, revealing strategic positions across the maze while he calculates the most advantageous northern route. Certainty settles in as Bjorn identifies the Goblin Forest as the destination, preparing to lead everyone toward that decisive battlefield. Bjorn declares that he has 3 reasons for choosing the Goblin Forest, beginning with the nature of the abyssal goblins, who are among the most deceptive monsters on the first floor. Because of their cunning and coordinated attacks, those creatures are capable of inflicting the highest number of casualties, making that region especially dangerous for unprepared forces. Additionally, the portal located within the forest stands in an open area, allowing advanced preparation for an ambush while remaining close to the path leading upward. He explains that their enemies, pressured by dwindling food supplies, will attempt to mine magic crystals as quickly as possible after completing their immediate objectives. Since the Goblin Forest lies closest to the route toward the 3rd floor, it becomes the most practical destination for anyone seeking rapid advancement and resource acquisition. Recognizing this, Bjorn concludes that heading north offers both tactical advantage and predictive certainty regarding the enemy's movement. Although he regrets not reaching this conclusion sooner, he orders the group to prepare themselves and resume their march without further delay. Warriors who had briefly rested rise with renewed determination, trusting his judgment as they advance through the dim passage once more. Their footsteps echo across stone corridors, and tension gradually replaces the earlier sense of relief as they approach their anticipated destination. Without warning, an abyssal goblin's random trap activates, engulfing one of their companions in sudden flames before anyone can react. The skill's cruel design triggers only when stepped upon, capable of killing even experienced warriors instantly, if fortune turns against them. Realizing that detection through magic or abilities is impossible, the group recognizes they are confronting hidden threats scattered across the ground. Shadowy figures with glowing eyes gather beyond the firelight, observing patiently as panic begins to spread among the exhausted fighters. Bjorn evaluates the situation and accepts that retreat or cautious avoidance is no longer possible under such conditions. With grim determination, he concludes that the only remaining option is to move forward deliberately, stepping on the hidden traps before the enemy can exploit them further. A wounded warrior finally collapses, admitting he can no longer continue, and Bjorn watches quietly, remembering how that same man once laughed even after losing an arm. Understanding the fear behind those words, Bjorn does not judge him, because exhaustion and hidden traps have pushed everyone beyond their limits. After a brief pause, Bjorn decides to take the lead himself, choosing that he will walk ahead and face the danger first. He steps forward deliberately, knowing that progress requires one person to overcome fear and trigger the concealed traps blocking their path. Explosions and magical strikes erupt around him as multiple abilities activate at once, tearing into his body and rapidly draining his strength. System warnings flash in succession, reporting severe burns, fractures, and internal damage. Yet he continues moving, despite the overwhelming pain. The traps activate almost instantly upon contact, far too quickly to avoid, confirming that careful detection would never have ensured survival. Though his resistance allows him to endure what would have killed another warrior. Blood fills his mouth as he forces himself to remain standing. Accepting that retreat would render every sacrifice meaningless, Bjorn pushes forward step by step, determined to carve a safe path. Inspired by his actions, the others charge after him, unwilling to let a single man carry the entire burden alone. Even those who question his recklessness choose to follow, recognizing that shared risk increases their overall chances of survival. One by one, they commit to advancing through the deadly corridor, rejecting hesitation despite the growing injuries. As another trap detonates nearby, a companion shouts for everyone to keep running, refusing to allow fear to stop their momentum. Bjorn endures further impacts while maintaining his forward pace, ensuring the triggered traps clear the path behind him. Through pain and chaos, their formation holds together, and that relentless advance becomes the only reason they continue moving deeper into the labyrinth. Bjorn continues stepping onto hidden traps, so no one else will be forced to fall behind, refusing to abandon anything or anyone in this deadly corridor. Another explosion erupts beneath his boot, and the shockwave throws debris and sparks across the narrow passage where his companions struggle to keep up. When his vision clears, he realizes someone is carrying him again, though he does not ask what happened since this has already occurred multiple times. Despite drifting in and out of consciousness, Bjorn focuses only on how much time has passed, measuring progress, instead of questioning the cost. Comrades shout his name as they move, their voices strained with fear while they continue advancing through smoke and scattered flames. Regaining clarity, he insists on moving forward under his own strength, unwilling to remain a burden while others bleed around him. A warrior urges him to rest, warning that at this pace his body will collapse before they reach safety. Bjorn rejects the suggestion immediately, his gaze sharpening beneath the helmet as he calls for Kyle and demands a precise update. Sweat runs down Kyle's face as he calculates the distance and reports that they will arrive in 2 hours if they maintain speed. Hearing this, Bjorn estimates how long he was unconscious and realizes precious minutes were lost, while others fought in his place. The priest's divine power continues to drain rapidly, and Bjorn wonders how many allies have fallen ahead of him during each lapse. His bloodied hand tightens around his weapon as guilt and urgency mix, reinforcing his decision to resume the lead. A companion questions whether he truly needs to keep pushing when others are already guiding the path forward. Bjorn answers through action, rather than reassurance, stepping ahead once more despite the tremor in his legs. With determination overriding exhaustion, he advances toward the next unseen trap, intent on ensuring that no further sacrifices occur because of hesitation. Bjorn hears pleas urging him to stop, words that once would have sounded reasonable, yet now strike him as dangerously comforting in a place where hesitation leads to death. Despite their concern, he states that he must continue, stepping past them while their confusion grows over why he keeps choosing the most dangerous position. Questions follow him through the corridor, but he does not slow down because he believes stopping now would only repeat the same cycle of loss. Exhaustion spreads across the group as they beg him to rest, unable to understand why he has pushed himself forward so many times already. Silence falls when he steadies his footing again, revealing that his resolve is not driven by pride, but by accumulated frustration. He finally clarifies through his actions that he is tired of watching companions fall, while he calculates risks from a safer distance. Recalling earlier battles, he remembers observing others trigger traps while he analyzed patterns from behind the front line. Through repeated exposure, he identified a simple conclusion: the one who leads controls how many hidden dangers are activated. Accepting this reasoning, Bjorn chooses to remain at the front, convinced that placing himself in danger will ultimately result in the fewest deaths. A strained whisper moves through the first group as Bjorn appears carrying an unconscious priestess, his armored figure dominating the dim cavern hallway. Dust shifts under his steps, while several companions notice the girl in his arms, understanding she fainted after repeatedly draining divine power. Worry grows among the party as they conclude she must be prevented from excessive miracle use, conserving her energy for a truly perilous moment ahead. Before anyone can intervene, Bjorn decisively strikes to knock the priestess out, favoring practicality over doubt as puzzled gazes track his firm action. Sudden motion bursts within the corridor when a surge rises behind them, the marching order collapsing as shadows advance without regard for formation. Irritation spreads along the line since even commanders are expected to follow structure. Yet Bjorn's placement and behavior invite sharp disapproval. Voices question whether Bjorn sees himself as a savior, though he stays silent, considering their remarks while steadying his breathing. Another ally tells him to rest, noting the large number of trap specialists already present and suggesting his involvement is unnecessary. Bjorn hears without outward response, unsure whether their concern is sincere encouragement or a subtle attempt to push him aside. Abruptly, the group stops as an order echoes through the cavern, tension tightening when Bjorn advances despite resistance. Companions try to hold him back, reminding him he needs recovery, yet he forces his way forward with unwavering resolve. Footsteps strike sharply against stone while shouts follow behind him, but Bjorn refuses to slow his pace. At the cavern's depths, a crimson glow throbs ominously as several veterans recognize the danger Bjorn has reached alone. The massive entity called the Watcher of the Abyss emits hostile energy, described as a creature that attracts aggression and chaos. Realization spreads among the party that Bjorn intends to carry out their initial plan, facing the monster head-on despite rising danger. Standing above the fallen body of the Watcher of the Abyss, Bjorn remains calm while the creature's red glow fades across the shattered cavern floor. Rather than relief, calculation fills his mind as he declares a shift in strategy, after sensing a stronger presence awakening deeper in the abyss. From the darkness, the name Abyss Lord Verzak carries terrifying weight, accompanied by thick fog that suppresses mana and drives nearby monsters into frenzy. Rapid evaluations pass through the survivors, leading to the grim conclusion that defeating such a being directly is nearly impossible with sealed abilities and hostile swarms. With steady determination, Bjorn proposes delaying until they escape the monster's vision, only to discover their formation is missing 6 crucial members. That absence is explained plainly as confirmation arrives that those missing have already died within the labyrinth's relentless ordeal. Confronting this truth, Bjorn asks for volunteers willing to act as decoys for the remaining 2 hours before the portal opens again. Stepping forward first, the 5th-rank warrior Alexander offers himself, ready to bear the burden, despite understanding the extreme danger. After him, Karkin, a young barbarian from a 10-man clan, declares his willingness with firm resolve. Soon after, Milton Teterid, an experienced 4th-rank dwarf and clan leader, commits himself with calm confidence. Unexpectedly, more adventurers volunteer as well, their exhaustion and pride blending into a risky eagerness to face the threat. Nearly 6 days within the labyrinth have worn down caution, leaving clear judgment fragile among the battered survivors. Watching the rising determination around him, Bjorn sees both bravery and recklessness mixed within their choices. Though he accepts their aid, he knows survival depends on accuracy rather than reckless courage. Together they agree to the delaying mission, fully aware that confronting Verzak may demand irreversible sacrifice. Laughter echoes through the cavern as Bjorn approaches the gathered volunteers, his heavy steps steady while others observe with tense expectation. Turning back toward his allies, he confirms the group is complete, and begins calling each selected fighter forward by name. Alexandro Karkin, Darbarus, Cillian, Schreimeyer, and Kiri are acknowledged, forming a unit chosen not only by rank but also by synergy. Instead of departing immediately, discussion arises when others question whether Bjorn plans to bear the burden alone. Milton argues firmly that leadership must stay with Bjorn, insisting the rear guard requires someone capable of uniting the remaining warriors. After brief opposition, consensus is achieved, and final directives are given to guard the scouts and preserve formation. With arrangements finished, the main group proceeds deeper into the labyrinth, flames flickering along rough stone walls. Soft farewells pass among allies, thanks and regrets shared quietly as the burden of uncertainty presses heavily. One fighter voices hope of reuniting, concealing fear beneath strained calm, while others avoid prolonged glances. A comrade jokes about Bjorn's grave tone, remarking that everyone already grasps the harsh conditions ahead. Awkwardness briefly appears on Bjorn's face as he realizes his earlier words carried farther than expected among the group. It is then confirmed that even his own companions had stepped forward earlier, though they were intentionally restrained. Moving aside finally, Bjorn opens the way so the remaining adventurers may proceed without hindrance. A lingering exchange hangs in the air as tension merges with warmth, showing connections built through hardship. Nian issues a sharp warning mixed with concern, highlighting the delicate boundary between resolve and loss. A slight grin touches Bjorn's lips as he considers that risking himself to restore their normal lives is a cost he accepts. At his side, a loyal ally shows complete trust while vowing to protect the team during his absence. With that assurance, the remaining members divide, tension easing slightly as they ready themselves to follow the plan. The larger force pushes forward through the cavern, lantern glow swaying while the smaller group remains behind to begin their duty. Once the others fade from view, preparations for a magic circle begin within the heavy silence left behind. Weariness lingers over those who stay, yet none express doubt as they take on the responsibility of holding the line. A tense atmosphere settles, leading to forced jokes among the volunteers to drive away creeping fear. Brief laughter spreads, though the strain in their faces shows how close exhaustion lies beneath. Focus then turns to quieter introductions, fighters acknowledging one another properly before what may be their final stand. Names are spoken firmly, each person assessing the other with respect forged through battle. One word becomes their common resolve, reflecting the stark clarity of their purpose within the labyrinth. Agreement follows in hushed voices, unity formed not from hope but necessity. Abruptly, countless crimson eyes appear within the darkness, marking the arrival of the Abyss Lord. Bjorn orders readiness as hostile force fills the cavern and crushing pressure presses upon the small group. Though the plan requires enduring only moments, a final instruction passes among them to ensure Bjorn survives regardless of outcome. Uncertainty flickers among the rear line when Milton quietly accepts Bjorn's decision, refusing to challenge the burden he chooses to bear alone. Assurance spreads among the fighters as they reaffirm a simple belief that their survival depends entirely on Bjorn staying alive. Red light intensifies ahead, signaling the Abyss Lord's advance as the formation tightens in readiness. A fierce collision bursts forth as Bjorn blocks the initial strike, his shield taking a force powerful enough to crack reinforced stone. Surprise flashes across his face when he understands the creature's raw strength surpasses prior estimates. Even so, the rear guard steadies themselves, determined to withstand 10 full minutes, despite increasing damage. The immense figure of Abyss Lord Verzak fully appears, known as a boss, conquerable only in later stages, and otherwise overwhelmingly dominant. Accepting their limited understanding, the warriors discard hesitation and face the foe as simply another trial of the labyrinth. With determination solidified, Bjorn steps forward beneath the crimson glow, resolved to endure hardship long enough to secure tomorrow.